you have my word that this is going to be the most valuable video you've ever watched on the internet if you actually execute. And my promise to you that is if you execute everything in this video and you follow through with everything I give you down to a T and you listen to it and you commit to yourself and to me, you will sign your first AI agency client and you will make your first couple of $1,000s online and in turn put yourself on a path to complete time and money freedom. And I know from personal experience, because I've already done what you want to do, which is probably have financial freedom, time freedom, and I've literally documented the entire thing on YouTube. I know the hardest part is getting started, not knowing where you want to go. And you got to think about this, right? Think about a plane at the airport that you want to go to the Bahamas, for example, right? That plane, when it's on the runway, when it's taking off, when it's going into the air to gain momentum, that's when it exerts 95% of its energy. And that's because the hardest part is getting off the ground, getting started, when there's so many different directions. Drop shipping, AI agents, AI agency. Oh, do you start running ads? Do you cold call? Do you cold email? There is so much fluff online. People trying to sell you on so many different ways of doing things. This video is going to suppress the noise because it's going to give you everything step by step. And I'm going to break this down to a point where a literal idiot with one brain cell could sign a client in the next 14 days and make money with their AI agency. Okay, but in order to get momentum, in order to sign that client, you need to understand that this part is the hardest part, getting off the ground. Once you're off the ground, once the plane is off the ground, it's in the air, it's got momentum, it's easy, it's fun, but you first must take the leap and go all in. I can give you the information, I can give you the steps, I can literally give you my scripts, my frameworks, every single step you need to follow down to a T that's allowed me to get financial and time freedom over the last 4 years. But if you don't execute it, if you do not go all in, I can't help you, my friend. You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot force it to drink. And the same applies in this video. I can give you the info. I know it's absolutely incredible. And I wish I had this when I was starting out, but I can't force you to go through it, okay? And again, I made this video keeping in mind my entire journey from zero, starting out at 15 years old, single mother household, no father in my life, struggling to pay bills. Me, my mum and my brother lived together and we were always hopping around houses because we couldn't really afford anything, okay? And I was always going back to my grandparents' house. And you can literally see here when I first started my journey about 3 years ago, I've been documenting everything from when I signed my first client to hitting 10K a month and dropping out of high school. All of it has been documented online. And my promise to you is that if I had this video then, I would have got here so much quicker and it would have made it so much easier, okay? So this video is for people like me that want to make money online, but just don't know where to start and they're looking for some direction and guidance. But all I ask is that when you go through this video, it's insane. It's I can't emphasize enough how good this video is and how much time it has taken to build it. All I ask is that if you find value in it, share the video with other people. If you and a couple of other friends can all row in the same boat and go through this journey together, it's going to make it a whole lot less lonely, okay? So a couple of final disclaimers before we dive into what we're actually going to cover in this course and all of the deliverables. Number one, if you watch this and do nothing, you will get nothing in return. This is very basic, but I just want to set the expectation here that the definition of learning in itself means a change in behavior. Therefore, in order to get results from this video, you must follow through with every action item I give you. Leave no stone unturned and follow everything down to the T. Imperfect action is the cure to your problems. Do not get stuck in that analysis paralysis stage of thinking that you need to know absolutely everything on I'm going to do this and that and this and that. You just need to act. Stop thinking, stop overanalyzing, just get to fucking work, okay? It's that damn simple. Follow through the action items I give you, commit to the video, commit to yourself. If you watch this for however many hours this is, 4, 5, 6, I don't know how many hours it's going to be for sure at this point, but if you watch this and do nothing, you have wasted your time. You must act. So if you're going to go through this and you're actually going to act, put this full screen, put it on a computer, get a pen and paper and get ready because there's going to be a lot of actionable stuff in this. It's not just going to be the woo-woo shit that most people talk about. Number two, if you're not going to act, then just click off the video now. You're wasting your own time, okay? Because you can have all the information in the world, but if you don't implement, you don't execute, it's all wasted, okay? Number two, you can find this document in the comments of this video. The reason that I bring this up is because there's going to be a lot of resources. There's a lot of templates that I'm going to be giving you from my agency that you can just copy, okay? And the only way that you're going to get that is if you have access to this document. So check below this video. There's going to be a link where you can go ahead and get this document. You can make a copy of it and you can use it. Final couple of other disclaimers is make sure you watch this on full screen and have a notepad and pen ready. Or if you want to get a Google document open, whichever you prefer, to take notes throughout the video. It's going to be very actionable and you're going to want to take notes. And then each step, what I'll be doing from who I am, how to onboard, how to fulfill, how to scale to 10K a month and beyond, I'm going to be giving specific action items for you to complete. If I give you an example on one of the videos here on how to sign your first client, the action items are going to be building out your offer guarantee and pricing structure, lead generation system, the sales call pitch deck, the payment link templates, the contract to send to prospects. I'm going to be giving you the templates for all of this stuff and examples, but you need to act, okay? So I just want to set that precedent that you do not want to move on to the next stage until you have completed the action items. And I encourage you to pause the video when I give you an action item and act there and then. Do not delay the action. Do it there and then. Complete and execute the action and then continue on to the next step, okay? And then the final thing that I would recommend to you is watching this in 1.5 to 2x speed to get through this quicker. It will save you time. I know I speak very fast. If you can't do it, don't worry. If you don't know how to do this, very damn self-explanatory. You go to a YouTube video, you click the settings cog. Here, playback speed, 1.5 or 2x, okay? So that being said, I want to run you through what are we actually going to go over in this video and why should you watch it. The first thing we're going to go over is who am I, so you know why you should listen to me and why I'm probably the best person on this earth, in my personal opinion, which may be coming from a place of ego, to help you launch and scale your own agency. Number two, what I get from making this, because obviously I get benefits from you watching this video as well. I'm not just doing it out of the goodness of my own heart, even though I wish I was. Mindset and common pitfalls, the mindset you need to sign your first client and make your first couple of $1,000s online. Why building an AI agency is the best business model, how it works, the foundations, how you set everything up, the softwares you need, how to sign your first client, how to generate interest, how to get those people that are interested in your service to get on a call, how to sell them, how to collect money, how to make a contract, then how you onboard them, how you fulfill for them, meaning you get them results, and then how do you then take that one client that's paid you money, that's happy, and then 10x that? How do you then get to $10,000 a month? So that being said, again, do not skip around. Watch the entire video and just make the commitment to yourself now that you are going to follow through with everything that I give you, okay? And if we're on the same page, we're aligned, let's dive in, and we're going to start with number 1 out of the 10 parts in this course. So for the people that are new to me and have never even seen my face on the internet before, who the hell actually am I and why should you trust me? I want to just give you a brief rundown of who I am and why I gave you the bold claim initially of I believe I'm the best person to help you grow and scale your agency. So just to give you a high level overview of my life, 12 to 13 years old, bullied, fat, overweight. We don't need to get into it, right? I came from a single mother household, and basically what that meant is my mother coddled me, overcompensated, an incredible parent, but as a byproduct of that, I didn't really have the other side of the spectrum, which was a father figure in my life that was able to keep me disciplined, help me grow, help me develop. And as a byproduct of that, I got very, very comfortable. I was bullied as a kid. I would eat shit. I would come home and I would obsess over video games, whether that be Rust, Ark, Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft, whatever the hell the game was at the time, I would obsess over it. And I got really overweight, and I got, as you can imagine, extremely bullied at this period in my life. Then from there, I lost the weight, became an absolute degenerate. If you're from the UK or you understand UK or European culture, very drug heavy, okay? I got very big into drugs, alcohol, every single weekend doing all of the drugs you can imagine, all for one goal at that time in my life, which was I want to become the most popular kid, I want to feed my ego, I want to become the Cameron England, right? I became one of the most popular people in my school, I was a class clown, I would make everybody laugh, but the thing was, there was kind of this deep hole inside of me where it was like, I have all of these friends, I was friends with everybody loved me, for the most part, but I didn't love myself. I felt like shit when I looked in the mirror. I couldn't be alone by myself. And when I was alone by myself, I would fill those gaps with scrolling on TikTok, on Instagram. And I wouldn't be doing anything meaningful with my life. And when I looked at myself in the mirror by myself, I felt like shit. I looked like shit. And I knew that I was kind of destined for more. And not only that, it was kind of at this point where I hit a bit of a breaking point in my life where my mother always struggled with finances to fund and feed me and my brother and live a life that we wanted to live. And she would live paycheck to paycheck. If you're from the UK, you would understand what I mean by we were living on benefits. What that essentially means is the government actually funded a lot of our lifestyle at the time. And it was at that period of my life where we would constantly be hopping from house to house when I would get like a new stepfather figure in my life or something like that. And then when that kind of went sour and things didn't go right, we had to move back to my grandparents' house. Or we had to move into a small box, 1-2 bedroom house and all live there together. And I got so sick of it at around 15 to 16 years old that I was like, I will never ever accept anybody else to have control over my life. Meaning, I want to control the outcome. I want to be the one that is able to feed and provide for the family without relying on anybody else. And that's when I first started in online business. I joined Hustlers University doing copywriting. I started doing some dodgy stuff like selling vapes and flipping phones to make more money in the school toilets. And I actually made quite a lot of money with it. I was selling vapes in the school toilets, buying them for $5 each, selling them at $10, and I'd make a 50% profit margin. And I got the nickname here, Mr. E-Cig, because I would be selling like 5, 10, 15 vapes a day in my hometown, driving around on a little moped or on my mountain bike, going and selling these e-cigs. And then at the same time, trying to figure out how I could ethically make money doing copywriting. And this is where I really hit a bit of a crossroads in my life, because this was a period of my life where I had two options. I just secured an apprenticeship, which is essentially like, hey, you're set for life. You're going to be an electrician at a really good company that everybody knows of, and your whole family's so proud of you, and everybody's like, wow, Cameron's got this apprenticeship. It's amazing. And in 10 years' time, you're going to be making $50,000 a year. In 10 years' time. But you're going to be working 9 or 10 hours a day in a job that you absolutely hate. And at the time, my stepfather was working at the company that I wanted to work at, and the one that I just got a job with. And I saw with him how truly miserable he was at his job. He would literally come home and he would get absolutely wasted at the end of his job simply because he hated it. He wanted an escape. And I truly believe that anybody that is addicted to any external substance, alcohol, drugs, is trying to escape reality. There's something there that they do not like. And I made the decision to completely go against my family at the time and say, you know what, I'm going to turn down this opportunity that I've been accepted for, and I'm going to go to college, because college was only 2 or 3 days a week if I was going to do business, and I could allocate all of that other time into figuring out how I could make money online. And that's exactly what I did. And I burnt the boats and I went absolutely all in on the agency model. And that's where I discovered it. I saw a couple of YouTube videos online on SMMA. At the time, that was the big trend. And now it's AI agency, right? It's just kind of grown and developed into something new. And I went all in on this model. And I know it sounds like, oh yeah, it was pretty easy. Cameron just got to like $250,000 a month right out the gate. That wasn't the case at all. You can see on my YouTube channel everything that happened, everything that went wrong. It was around 3 years ago now that I signed my first client. Now we have over 120 active clients. I'm completely removed from the equation. And the only way I was able to do that is by fucking around and finding out what actually worked. And you can see on my YouTube, if you go through it, all of the things that happened throughout that process and kind of how I documented the entire thing, the good, the bad, the ugly. A lot of it was ugly and a lot of it was hard, but it didn't have to be if I knew the things that I know now. And it was at this stage in my life where I started predicting, look, I want to be making 10 grand a month 1 year today. And I'll go ahead and just play a video on the screen here showing that, of me saying I'm going to be making 10 grand a month. And because I was in a town where nobody made that amount of money, nobody believed me. Everybody said I was full of shit, even my best friends. And that's the hardest part about getting started, my friends, because you have all of these friends that you want to come with you on the journey, but they're not going to believe you. They're not going to want to do it. They're not going to have the commitment. They don't think like you. I've been in this situation. I know what it's like. And sometimes you just need to go all in and kind of cut it off. But from there, then 17 years old, going all in, I hit my first 10K a month, and I went all the way from 0 to 85K a month at 17. And that's when I started going to events, networking with people making millions of dollars every single month, that big names in the space that you probably would have already heard of. And I predicted to myself around middle of that year that I would be making $100,000 a month, which I can show you, that I would be making $100,000 a month by June 11th, 2024. And I hit the number. All because I had the ability to know what I want, and I went all in to get it. And then 18 years old, agency broke, started growing it, fixed it, got to 100K. And then fast forward to now, consistently doing $200,000 a month with the best month of $250,000 a month, 60% profit margin at 19 years old. I'm removed from the agency. I work an hour a week in it. And I've already helped multiple other people scale to 6 figures a month. I travel the world. I live in 3 or 4 different places across the world right now. I'm in Marbella. I have a place in Dubai. I'm going to South Africa in a couple of months' time. And I'm hosting a mastermind with 35 other agency owners in Greece in August. Okay, I know that was a lot of information, but I think it's important that you know who I am and why I truly believe that I'm the best person to give you this information. And again, I've documented my entire journey on my YouTube from my very first client to now. So I encourage you, because I know it is easy to watch these videos and think, oh, this person makes all their money selling a course, they got lucky, they're just lying about the money they made to buy their course. This is not possible for me because of, oh, you know, I'm in a job, I've got kids, whatever the excuse is. I need you to get this in your head before we go into this, because otherwise, it's pointless. I can give you all the information. It is pointless if you don't listen to this. I'm no different to you. There is nothing special about me. I grew up in a small town with zero entrepreneurs, zero opportunity. I did drugs every weekend for years. I do not have rich parents. I have one single mother that brought me and my brother up. I come from no money. I lived up in a single mother household with no father in my life. No one to guide me, to discipline me. And I didn't have some magical millionaire mentor that taught me everything. Excuse my language for the people that don't like it, but this is just the way that I am, because I need to give you this. I need to get this in your head, because I wouldn't have listened to this if I saw some 19-year-old making this amount of money when I first started and I watched this video. Fuck your excuses. I don't care if you live in India and you have $0 in your bank account. You got to focus on what you can control and ignore the things you can't. This is possible for me as much as it is for you, okay? If you are willing to go all in. And I was in your exact shoes. I know what it's like. And now I live the life that was on my vision board 3 years ago. Okay, I've gone ahead and attached a bunch of different videos of me literally speaking my dreams into reality, because I need you to get this in your head that everything you want right now, I once wanted, and I am no different to you. I wanted those things and I went all in to get them, and that is why I got them, and I'm going to help you do the same thing, my friend, with this video. Let me just show you an example of this. I had an assignment in my college when I first started, and they said, hey, can you make a video introducing who you are and what you want to do? And let me just show you this.
Hiya, I'm Cam. My main interests are digital marketing, earning money online. That is my main interest. Just being able to make money that's not attached to time or like on an hourly basis, so it can vary. So specifically copywriting, and my dream job is to have a digital marketing agency. And my favorite.
So I said my dream job is to have a digital marketing agency, okay? And then if we take a look at this one, let me show you this. This has been literally predicting how much money I was going to make.
Yes, I am.
What date is it to then?
The 23rd or 4th.
23rd of September 2022. 23rd of September 2023, I'll be making 10 grand a month.
Bullshit.
Exactly. And this is the thing. Nobody's going to believe you until you do it, because there's no proof. There's no evidence to prove that that is right. And I'll give you one other example of this. Let me show you this.
Whoever I watch this, I don't fucking know who. Maybe it goes on my story in a year or so time, right? If I'm not a millionaire in my lifetime, if I'm not a millionaire in the next 3, 4, 5, 6 years, I've let every fucking person down. Because in my mind, I know, and I will do that. So if something gets in my way and I don't end up doing that.
There was only one thing, unwavering belief that I would do it. And I didn't have this when I started out, so I don't want you to think you need that, okay? But the reason I bring this up is to show you and prove to you everything I've said that I would get in my life, I have achieved it, and I've got it. And you can do the exact same thing if you're willing to go in, all in. And just for context, this is how much money I made in 2024. I made over £1 million, okay? I have a business that's got, if you literally type in pinpoint scaling, Trustpilot, this is my marketing agency, okay? You can do your due diligence. You can look into it. Do whatever the hell you want to do. 54 reviews with a 4.4 star review rating, okay? You can type in our website. You'll see my face on there, because it's my damn company. We have over 25 full-time employees right now. You can see it all on here. There's a video of me in the top. And to top that off, I now also help other agency owners do the exact same thing that I want to do. And we've also got over 30, I believe like 25 5-star Trustpilot reviews since we launched this. And it's only been 2 months. And we haven't even fully launched it yet, okay? So I'm telling you this out of a place of, I have helped hundreds of other people do the exact same thing that you want to do, which is make money online. And not only that, but scale to a point where they have a huge business that can generate them $100,000 every single month in profit. Peter, 100K a month. Ricardo, 20K a month. Thor, 20K a month. Moritz, 20K a month. Jim, 50K a month. You get the point. I'm not going to bore you with all this social proof and all of that stuff, but I show you this because I need you to get it in your head that I am no different to you. And I've done everything you want to do. And if you watch this video and you execute, you will make so much money. And I promise you that, if you are willing to go all in. And this year, I'm going to make $3 million. It's June 11th as of right now. And I've already made $1.7 million in 2025. And I'm not saying this to brag. I say this to show, number one, I'm not full of shit. And number two, it is possible for you. You've seen where I've came from. I've just shown you. There is nothing different about me. Nothing special about me. So that is who I am. Okay. So now I want to dive into the next piece of the puzzle here, which is, what do I actually get from making this? Because like, me giving you this information is great, but if I'm going to provide all of this value, which I am, and we're going to get into it in a minute, what do I actually get from this video? Because again, I wish I was some philanthropic genius that was just going to give all of this away for free for no reason. Yes, there is that, but there's also the other side of the spectrum where I want to make money too, right? The goal of this video is for you to start your AI agency and sign your first client. I do not need to make this. Last month, I made more than $180,000 from people who paid me for my systems alone, for other agency owners that wanted to use our systems, how we hire, how we manage people, how we sell people. And I made over $250,000 in my agency. And total, last month, I made $275,000 in profit. I'm making this course absolutely free for 2 reasons. And I'm just going to be completely honest with you. Number 1, I know that this video is going to be so valuable that when you sign your first client, you'll want to pay me to help you grow further and faster, which is what the link in the description is for, okay? This video is going to help you get your first client, but scaling that to 5, 10, 20, 100 clients and beyond, it requires more than this, obviously. And you can figure that out yourself, which is great. Like, I'm not going to force you to buy the thing that I have, or you can work with me to get there faster. But I know you'll pick the latter if I provide so much value, like I need to work with Cameron because I'm going to make so much more money. And I'll show you this to put this into perspective. This is where you're at right now. You're watching my free course and the outcome is to sign your first client. Then you're going to be like, Cameron's great. I've just consumed so much content. I fully trust him. Then I'm going to go and buy his 0 to 10K a month program, which is going to get you to 10K a month. And then from there, which again, I don't really care about making money from this. I care about this, which is helping you get from 10 to 100. And the outcome here is to get to 100K a month and beyond and help you sell your business or use it as a cash flowing asset that can make you $150,000 a month in pure profit every single month. Okay. So that is my intention for this video, to be frank with you. And number 2, I'm fucking tired of all the gurus online selling this crazy lifestyle. Like, you can look on my Instagram and things like that. I'm not big on that stuff. And I can tell you from personal experience, because I've spent over $300,000 on coaching, consulting, and mentorship in the last 12 months alone. A lot of the people that you see online selling you this guru lifestyle didn't make their money on selling the business model they sell you on. They made their money selling a course. And I just want to prove to you that that doesn't need to be the case, okay? Because I make, funny enough, majority of my income from my agency. And that's why I would never shut it down like these people say they pivoted fully into coaching for fulfillment and purpose. But if you have an agency that's making a lot of money for you or a business, why would you shut it down? Okay, so that's my intention. Now, I want to dive into now more practical stuff. There's going to be action items in this section, and it is going to be on the mindset and the common pitfalls that people fall into when first starting their very first business and in general, their AI agency. And these are things that, yes, they're a little bit woo-woo, but they're very, very important. And there's 3 things I'm going to show you how to do in this section of the training. Number 1 is creating your morning formula, your vision. Number 2 is creating your self-accountability video, so you know where you're heading and how you're going to get there. And number 3 is creating your habit tracker. How are you going to stay on track to achieving your goal of signing your first AI agency client? So one thing I want you to understand when it comes to mindset is your mindset, your beliefs, the things that you believe to be true, they are the cause of your life right now. Meaning everything that you have in your life right now is because of you. And the first thing I need you to understand is, in order to get what you want, in order to bend reality into your favor, meaning I want to sign my first client, I want to make money online, I don't want to have a job that I'm dependent on, that I need to clock in and clock out of. You must first take complete ownership over your life and realize everything is your fault, okay? I don't care what bad things have happened in your life. You first must take responsibility, because when you do this, you realize you have the control and you're no longer blaming other things outside of your control for the reason your life is the way that it is. You might have had some really tough things go on in your life. And the thing is, nobody cares. And I'm sorry to tell you that. Everything is on you. You decide your destiny. And this is the first step to getting what you want. Realizing that you have the crystal ball to speak things into existence. And I know, again, this sounds a little bit woo-woo when you're like, Cameron, you're full of shit, man. Like, I would have never believed this if you told me this 3 years ago too. I would have been like, what the hell are you talking about? But just to put this into perspective, look at the device you're watching this video on, the house you're in, the clothes you wear, the cars we drive, all man-made. Where the hell did those things come from? They came from the mind. Everything first comes from thought. The light bulb, rockets, like whatever wild invention you can think about, it didn't just appear, did it? It came from the mind, a thought that was then transmuted into reality through human creation and trial and error. And that is exact proof to show you that things must first be seen in the mind before they can be brought into reality. And a breakdown of how this works is thoughts, what you think, forms into beliefs. Beliefs form into action, and action reinforces those beliefs. And to give you an example of that is, if you are constantly thinking about all of the negative things in your life and the world, you'll hear about those people that talk about how bad the world is. The world, I'm unlucky, the world's a cruel place. That's a thought that forms into a belief. The belief is, the world is a cruel place and I am unlucky. And then that belief forms into action. What is the action that aligns with that belief? Oh, I'm going to act out of a place where I am unlucky, so I'm never going to take any risk. Everything is against me. I'm always going to wake up in a bad mood because I know something is going to go wrong in the day. When the funny thing is, it's that belief itself that triggers the action of having more bad luck, okay? And then the action that takes place then reinforces that belief, because whatever you focus your attention on, energy goes where focus flows, okay? Because the thing is, your energy and your attention is kind of like, you're like a lighthouse, and your beam of energy, wherever you put that beam of energy, is what you're essentially going to be highlighting in your life. And the thing is, if you highlight and focus your time and attention on all of the negative, you're going to see more of that because you've got a light on it, right? The mind is very powerful in the way that it works. We are, as humans, goal-striving mechanisms, which means whatever we put in our mind and we focus our energy and attention on all the time is what we're going to see more of. And that is what we call the confirmation bias, where if you are always thinking about something or you believe something, you will see it more. It's kind of like when you think about yellow cars, right? If you've ever played that game as a child where you're trying to count how many yellow cars go past you, and then all of a sudden you start seeing way more yellow cars. But when you're not thinking about yellow cars, there could be a ton of yellow cars that pass you by, but you're not thinking about them. The same principle applies. So when you think about bad things in your life, more bad things happen. And that's simply because you pay more attention to them, okay? And the reason I bring this up is because visualization simply rewires reality. Rehearsing success mentally is as powerful as physical practice. And you must first be crystal clear on what you want before you can have it, okay? When I was first starting, and I still do it now, I would visualize in explicit detail exactly who Cameron England 2.0 was, what did he do, what did he wear, who did he speak to, what habits did he execute throughout the day, what habits did he avoid throughout the day, all of that. Because the mind is a goal-striving mechanism, much like firing a missile. When somebody fires a missile, they don't just fire it into the air with no end goal. No destination. We first must know where the missile is heading, what the goal is. Then as the missile moves closer towards its goal, it approaches its destination, we can then make course corrections. And this is what other people refer to as failure. Failure really is only if you give up, okay? If you don't give up and you fail, it's just simply course correction, meaning you need to make a slight angle change to the missile and go, oh, took a bump here, not the right way, let me go this way instead, and let me try this angle as well, okay? So again, we've already gone over the 3 things we're going to cover in this section of the training. Now, a couple of things you must know before we do this. Number 1, if you do not sacrifice for your goal becomes the sacrifice. I spent so long trying to make money online, and it took me over 12 months to make a single dollar. And if you're wondering why, it's because I didn't go all in. I half-arsed it, I drunk every weekend, I hung around negative people that were doing nothing with their lives, I vaped, I partied, and I wasted time doing drugs with the wrong people, okay? And I had this victim mentality. I wasn't taking ownership over my life, and I would tell myself, oh, it's not working for me, I'm not built for it, it's only the lucky people that make money online. And then all of a sudden, when I actually cut those things out, I started making money online. And I encourage you to ask yourself right now, what am I afraid to give up? And start there. And from today, remove it from your life. Write it down. Stick it on your wall. Read it every day. Your name 2.0 no longer does insert bad habit, whatever that is for you. And again, I'm not saying that you do all of those things. You might actually have some good habits, but we all have things we know we shouldn't be doing that we do. Okay? Now, and again, most people fail, not because they don't have the information or they're not capable of doing it. It's because they don't commit. And if they don't go all in, they don't burn the boats. Because most people fail because they don't commit. They don't go all in. They don't burn the boats. And the way that I see it is, if I'm human, if you're human watching this right now, which chances are you probably are, then what the hell is the difference between me and you? We are cut from the same cloth. We are created in the same way. Me and you, there is no difference. The only difference is I have took the action and you haven't. And you now need to close that gap by taking the action. You see, in order for this to work, you must commit and go all the fuck in. Cut off bad friends. Cut off bad habits. And this is going to be the hardest part of the journey. But you must take action now, because the work that goes on behind closed doors is what builds success. It is not the highlight reels that you see online of people getting the Stripe payments and working for an hour with 20 people around them. It's the work that goes on behind the scenes. For example, this video that I'm showing you right now has taken me around 2 weeks to develop, and you'll see why with the amount of videos that we've got, resources I've got. And that is the work that goes on behind the scenes that nobody will see, that builds and compounds success, okay? The only thing between you and your first client is you. Chances are at this point, you may not believe it's possible to make money online. And the only thing stopping you from getting there is that belief of that I can't do that. Everybody that makes money online is selling you a course. It's not true, okay? It's really not true. I promise you, I thought the same thing when I started, but you realize more and more that's not true. And your mind is telling you that is true simply because you don't want to believe that there is no difference between them and you. And that's the reality of it. The hardest part is getting started. You need to understand that you are never going to be this young ever. And every day you delay, the older you get, the harder it gets, the more responsibilities you have. It's going to be lonely, but I promise you it's temporary. There will be a gap, and this is the thing that nobody talks about, which is hard, but you have to do it and you have to push through it. And it's actually not as hard as you think, especially when you get the ball rolling and you have momentum, you get the plane off the ground. There is going to be a gap between you wanting to be better than your friends, but not being good enough yet to have like-minded friends that are on the same path as you. And you must earn the privilege of finding those people by getting started and taking action. And going back to my initial analogy at the start of the video, it's like a plane. It exerts the majority of its energy on the takeoff, then it gets momentum in the air, and it's just cruising. It's fine. It's a lot easier when you have momentum and the people around you are on the same path. For example, I'm in Marbella right now, and I'm staying with 4 other like-minded entrepreneurs that are all on the same page as me, all making a lot of money, as I am as well, and we're all working 12, 13, 14 hours a day, going to the gym together. It's a lot easier when you're able to do that, but you're not able to do that initially, which is why you first must put in the work to earn that privilege of being around those people. And it is going to be lonely because you don't want to be around people that pull you down, which your old friends probably will, but you haven't yet earned the right to be around these people yet, okay? And that gap is where you need to work the hardest and just close that gap as soon as possible. And again, it's just like a heat-seeking missile. You don't need to see the whole path to the target initially. The missile is launched with just an initial direction, but it doesn't fly in a straight line. It constantly detects, corrects, adjusts, and even makes mistakes, but it keeps moving forward towards its target, okay? The reason I bring this up is because nobody knows what they're doing. Nobody. I don't know what I'm doing. This is the first time I'm making a course like this, but you got to act anyway. Because the biggest reason that people don't start is because they don't know where to start. And that's okay. But you got to understand that nobody does. You don't need to know the whole path and what it looks like. You just need to know the next step you're going to take. And that is it. And the rest will come through time and with failure and through course correction. Exactly like a heat-seeking missile. Because what most people think is success looks like this. Oh, big idea. Someone's going to give you money. You build it. It's an overnight success. But what it really looks like is you start. You work really hard. You doubt it. You're going to fail. Life happens, you get lots of help, and it seems like an overnight success to everybody not involved. They think you got lucky, but you didn't. You worked your ass off and nobody else saw that. But all you need to do in this video is do what I give you, step by step, because I've been through this. And my goal is to make it like this for you, which is more than possible if you just follow what I give you. And then the final thing I want to wrap up here is failure is a good thing. You will only fail if you quit. I had a mentor of mine once tell me when I came to him and I was like, I feel like I'm falling on my face every day. I'm not where I want to be. I haven't hit the revenue level I want to hit. I'm not at 10K a month yet. And do you know what he told me? He said, if you knew you were 1,000 failures away from your first million, you'd celebrate every time you check one off your list. And I had to sit with that for a second because I was like, holy shit, that is such an interesting way of seeing failure. Failure isn't failure if you give up. Failure is a learning lesson, an opportunity to course correct, an opportunity to improve, and one step closer to getting the yes, to getting to $1,000 a month, to making your first money online, to signing your first AI agency client, to getting to 10K a month, whatever that goal is. And all you need to do is follow the steps in this video. I've been through the maze. I know what doesn't work. I know what does. Just follow the damn things in this video, okay? So that being said, I've got a couple of action items for you that we're going to go through now. The first action item, which again, you're going to need this document, so make sure you get it below this video and pull up the Mindset and Common Pitfalls document. The first thing is you're going to create your morning formula. Before you start working away, you first must have direction. You might have heard of this quote, start with the end in mind. And I'm encouraging you to do that so you can write down exactly what you want right now and you can bend the fabrics of reality to bring that into your life, which is exactly what I've been able to do as well. And I will show you an example of mine as well, just being very vulnerable with you in this video. Because again, a boat that sets sail with no end destination is going to end up in the middle of fucking nowhere. So you must get crystal clear on who you want to be, what you wear, how you act, and what your ideal day in the life looks like. And I want you to write this morning formula as if it's your life 1 year from now. Don't write it as if it's 50 years in the future. It's too unrealistic. It's too far away. This needs to be something that scares you, that you're like, I don't know if I can do this in a year, but you're going to do everything in your power to achieve it, okay? So let me just show you what this is. What you're going to do is you're going to open up this document. You're going to make a copy of it. You're going to put your name. So like John Morning Formula. Now, essentially a morning formula basically means every morning, this is the formula that you're going to read. It is your life vision, okay? And you're going to explain who the ideal version of you is. And the more precise you can get, the easier it will be to visualize this into your reality. And you're going to pin and read this every single morning, no excuses, before school, before college, before your job, before you start doing cold outreach, whatever the hell the stage of life you're in, you must have this. So to give you an example of, say, 2 to 3 sentences from my personal vision, Cameron England is a well-renowned and industry-leading business owner. He is someone who gets whatever he sets his mind on and is a magnet to attracting wealth and high-level networking opportunities with some of the best entrepreneurs on the planet. His ultimate goal, which he has now achieved, is to dominate the medical industry by running a marketing agency that generates $500,000 every month, controlling industries like medical spas, eye surgery, and liposuction. So you can read through this, and the goal of this vision is to get clear on how people see you, what you look like, what you do in the day, where do you live and what do you drive, who do you surround yourself with in your social and relationship life, and what do you do in your free time that fulfills you, okay? We're not necessarily just focusing on the, oh, I make $1 million and I have a Lambo. we also want to talk about who are you, because that's a lot easier to close that gap. And we want to focus more on who you need to become than what you actually have, because that is something much more attainable and much easier to translate into day-to-day action, okay? For example, if you say that you making $10,000 a month, doesn't vape, doesn't drink, has amazing friends, eats really clean food, that's very easy for you to look at that and go, okay, so what do I need to do in order for this to be me now? And then all you do is you start acting in alignment with that person. You start eating clean, you cut out the bad habits, etc., etc., etc. Then what you're going to do is you're going to put down your attributes. Once you've got crystal clear on what this person looks like, how they act, what you do in the day, where you live, what you drive, we're then going to go into the attributes. So non-negotiables. These are the things that you've got to sacrifice to get to your goal. You might have heard of the quote, which I just ran you through a minute ago. If you do not sacrifice for your goal will become the sacrifice, which means everybody's got things in their life they know they must get rid of. They know they must sacrifice to get what they want, but they're not willing to do it. And you want to start there. For example, those non-negotiables might be, I will not vape or smoke. I will not hit the snooze button. I will not eat processed foods. I will not scroll on social media and go to bed late unless planned. I will work out 5 times a week. I will wake up at 7 a.m. and read my morning formula, as an example. Whatever those things are for you specifically, you put them in and you commit to yourself that today is the day that you change and you make these promises. Now, one thing that I will preface here is don't go overboard. If you've got 50 bad habits, you're probably not going to be able to cut all of those out overnight, especially if they're highly addictive. Drugs, alcohol, vaping, nicotine, whatever the hell that is. Start small, okay? Because the small things compound. It's kind of like brushing your teeth. It's such a small thing that you don't even realize that you're doing anymore. But let's say, for example, you don't brush your teeth for a day. You're not going to see a difference, right? If you don't brush your teeth for a month, a year, you're going to see a big difference. Those small things compound. So it's important that you start small and then grow over time. And then attributes. What are those behavioral traits and standards that the ideal version of you has? So for me, for example, Cameron doesn't let shakiness or instability affect his vision. His sight is always clear and he knows where he's going. He believes in himself to make the right decisions and knows that he is the best at what he does. He leaves everything in the hands of divine timing and knows that if he is hit with an unexpected obstacle, it's because the universe has a valuable lesson for him to learn. Simple reframe, right? It's all how you see the problem, okay? Nothing is a problem. It's only how you see the problem that makes it a problem. And if you label it as a problem or a failure, okay? So for me, I don't fail. I only learn. I see unexpected obstacles as an ability and an opportunity to learn, okay? So you can see those there. And then you can see finally my morning recite. Now, you don't need to go this crazy. It might just be 2 or 3 paragraphs of who you are in the future and what you have, okay? But for me, I like getting extremely precise. I like getting extremely specific because it helps me visualize these things, okay? Morning recite. These are like key points that I like reading every now and again. So high self-esteem can only come from keeping your word with the micro day-to-day tasks. The best way to have good ideas is to have lots of ideas, but there is no such thing as a good idea unless it is developed and utilized. To maximize opportunities, seek and master the complicated. The major solutions you find will be surprisingly simple and the competition is minimal. The harder it is, the less competition. Patience is profitable. Achievement comes from the sum of consistent small efforts repeated daily. Persistence is a sure path to success with quality activities. Never, ever, ever give up, okay? So you might want to take 5 of these that you really like, put them in your morning recite that you read every morning. And then finally, visualizations. This is where you want to add pictures of what your ideal life looks like to get absolute clarity. And again, the more specific you can get here, the better. Is there a farm you want to live on? Do you want to live in a specific location? Is there certain food you want to eat on a day-to-day basis? Do you have a beautiful woman in your life that you want to get? Like, what the hell are those things that you actually want? Because again, we're going to start with the end in mind here. And then what you're going to do is you're going to make a copy of this and you're going to pin it at the top of your Google browser or whatever browser you use. In Google, you can just star it, put morning formula. And then every morning, before you start your day, you're going to read this in specific detail. Now, some days you're not going to have time to read all of it, and that's okay. But just read the main things, okay? Because when you start reading this, you're going to feel really uncomfortable. You're going to be like, this isn't me. I'm lying to myself. This is crazy, right? But over time, your mind is going to start getting used to this. The closer and closer that you get towards this desired reality, okay? Now, after that, the second thing I want you to do is I want you to record a video to yourself reading this morning formula and set a reminder in a year from now to go in and rewatch it. If you want to go above and beyond, you might even want to post this on YouTube. Document everything online because this was one of the best things I ever did. Deciding to document everything online because it creates external accountability. Think about it this way. Who's going to be more likely to lose weight? There's 2 people. You got person number 1 who just tells themselves they want to lose weight and weighs himself every day. You got person number 2 who tells 5 friends, posts a video with a top off saying, all of this fat will be gone by the time we meet in a month. If not, I'm going to give you $1,000. Obviously the latter, right? Because they have a powerful human driver, which is external accountability, okay? And this was one of the best things I ever did, documenting everything online. And at each level, I would set new goals and I would publicly announce them. If I show you this as an example, here, you can see speaking my 2024 goals into existence. I've done this at every single level. 1 year ago today, I predicted the future, which was literally a follow-up from that video because I literally predicted the future, okay? And when you make this video, you can either keep it internal and just put it on your sheet, but we're going to be looking back on this every week or so. So just to give you an example of my old one, I want to show you this because I think it's important that you can see an example, because this was about 2 years ago when I created this, and my life is exactly how I explain it in the video. Let me just show you this.
This video is going to run through my vision, my personal lifelong vision. Pinpoint Scaling is an agency vision. Today, the date, you can see in the very top of the screen. I can even ask Google, what is the date today? Wednesday, 2nd of August, 2023. Now, the reason I show this is because I know I'm going to be a millionaire. I know I'm going to be very, 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 very successful. I know I'm going to live the life I have written out here. So I just want to do that because to basically prevent people from saying, I've just made the video, blah, blah, blah. Let's go through it. Lifestyle. And this is my lifelong vision, where I see myself and where I want to be in 5 to 10 years from now.
My biggest mistake was doing this too far out, but I've achieved this vision now. I'm in Marbella, I'm in a villa like that, and pretty much everything that I go through in this video I've already achieved, okay? So I encourage you to do the same, because when you watch things like this, you have unwavering confidence, and that's what I want for you, okay? And then step number 3 is I want you to create your habit tracker. So we now know where you want to go, right? But now it's like, I've got this big vision. How do I now reverse engineer that to know what I do every month, every week, every day, every hour to get what I want? And that is where you are going to create your habit tracker. Now, basically, this is something that I've been using in my own life for a very long time now. And I can even prove this to you as an example. You can see this week alone, I've been using this. I track my weight. I read my morning formula. I journal. I visualize who I'm going to be. I work out. I do my Monday notifications. I do all my admin in the business. I complete my end of day reflection, etc., etc. And I want to encourage you to do the same thing because it has changed my damn life. So what you have is you have your morning habits that each morning you're going to come in and you're going to check this off. And for me, I personally track my weight because I truly believe that awareness is the first step to change. Okay, you've got a first step on the scale to make the change, which is why I track this every single day to make sure I'm moving in the right direction. Afternoon, you want to keep limited to around 3 or 4 key things you are going to do in the morning, the afternoon, the evening, whatever the hell they look like. Keep it simple to start. Don't look at mine and think you need 30. Okay, for you, it might be I'm going to work out. I'm going to do 100 cold outreach messages a day. I'm going to do 1 hour of sales training. I'm going to meditate. I encourage you to focus on the things that move the needle. I would do 5 minutes reading your morning formula or visualizing, journaling. Everything else should be moving the needle towards getting you closer towards signing a client, which I'm going to give you all the things you need to do and we'll update this later as you go. But I just want you to initially start out by making a copy of this, which the way you do that is very simple. File, make a copy, and we're going to go through and execute this entire process through this video and set this up, okay? Now, a couple of other sheets on here is if you want to use this, you can, and I encourage you to, which is a daily reflection log. At the end of each day, I will fill this out so I know where I'm at and if I'm moving in the right direction. I'll set a daily intention, I'll journal, one thing I did to grow, one thing I didn't do, calories, unproductive screen time so I can stay top of funnel awareness on how much time I'm wasting on social media. Have I planned my calendar for tomorrow, my energy, my diet, sugar or shit food, workout? Am I on track to hit my goals? How many outreaches have I done this week as an example for you? How much money have I collected? Cash in the bank? Because again, awareness. I want to be top of funnel awareness with all of my goals. Just simply knowing how much cash I got in the bank, what I weigh, how many calories I've had is going to help me move in the right direction towards my goal. These are the micro things that we measure to get towards our macro goal on the morning formula. Okay. Then I set tomorrow's daily intention. I lay out my clothes and then I put my phone on charge outside my bedroom to prevent me from scrolling. And then I set my alarm. Okay. A couple of other things on here is daily nutrition log. If you want to use this to track your calories, weekly time audit, don't even bother with this. You do not need this yet. And then finally, a monthly life dashboard where you can set goals each month, which align with your yearly goal. Okay. So they're your 3 action items. You're going to go pause the video. You're going to complete those 3 things. And then you're going to come back and we're going to continue. Don't do yourself a disservice, boy. Go and get it done. Okay. We're going to move on now. And again, I know this section might be a little woo-woo, but I just want you to scroll through my YouTube to see how this has helped me in my life. It has changed my life. And you will see, for the longest time, I was doing a daily video or a weekly video where all I would do is I would literally just show my habit tracker to prove to you that I've been using this for so long. You can see here, all of these are my habit tracker, all of them. It just changed color a little bit because my ADHD, I just liked some variation, but all of this is my habit tracker, okay? Which is why I'm so bullish on using this, because it's helped me so much in my life stay on track and stay away from bad habits. And these are really the two things that allow me to grow so fast. Having a crystal clear vision and then a daily tracker to make sure I was taking actions aligned with that vision. And finally, I want you to remember that the only thing in your way at this moment, if you have 0 clients, is you. And you need to cut everything out of your life that is going to steer you off track and just commit to yourself to go all in for the next 30 days. I don't know what those things are for you. Whatever you need to cut out, whatever you need to go all in on. Everybody's got their own problems. Everybody's got their own bad habits. For me, it was partying, hanging around negative people who made my goals seem unrealistic and unattainable, staying in my hometown, and things like masturbating. Whatever those things are for you, just make the commitment to yourself and your family, or whatever you're doing this for, that you will not stop until that morning formula is reality. And the final thing I'll leave you off on in this section is the only way you lose is if you quit, my friends. So don't quit and you will get what you want. Okay, piece number 4. Why is building an AI agency the best business model in 2025? To recap, we've been over who I am, what I do, what do I get from making this, the mindset you need, and a couple of action items on getting crystal clear on what you actually want and how you're going to get there. Now, I want to break down for you why an AI agency. Why is that the best way to make money online in 2025? I just want to quickly play a quick clip for you from Mark Cuban, just showing you from a billionaire's perspective what he would do is if he was in your situation right now and was making no money online, probably in his mid-teens to 20s to 30s.
If I was 16, 18, 20, 21, starting today, I would spend every waking minute learning about AI. Even if I'm sleeping, I'm listening to podcasts talking about AI, trying everything, because my whole Instagram and TikTok feeds are now AI hacks. It's one thing to have a business and how you integrate AI, that's one thing. But if you're just getting started, as you learn these things, it's so much easier to start. Now you have a mentor, whether you use Perplexity, Anthropic, Claude, ChatGPT, Gemini, it doesn't matter. You have experts, and you might say, well, those hallucinate. Let me just tell you, your mentors and experts don't always get it right either. Right. So you've got these experts who can answer questions and help you understand what you don't know. You've got these tools that'll just spider everything, that'll do your emails, that'll do sales calls for you. Are you kidding me?
Okay, so you get the point. We're in the process of going through a worldwide revolution where AI is completely changing the way that the planet operates. This is like when the internet boom happened in 1998. There was people who thought, oh, the internet is just another trend. They ignored it, right? They didn't pay any attention to it. But the people who took it seriously, the people who went all in to learn everything about it, how to market, how to sell, how to run a remote team online using the internet, they're the ones who made a shit ton of money. And there is a huge opportunity in the market right now for 2 main reasons. Number 1, everybody is starting from ground zero. The AI is new. It's not like the internet. The internet's been out for what, like 30, 40 years, maybe a little bit more than that. So that means, unlike building a clothing brand, a drop shipping store, a social media marketing agency, which is wildly saturated with people who have been doing it for 10, 20, 30 years, 99.9% of people are just now learning about AI, which means you can get in and capitalize on this huge gap in the market, because this is the thing. There's people that make millions of dollars a year, billions of dollars a year, that are too old to have the energy to learn these things. And you want to use your youth as an advantage. If you're under the age of 40, which my assumption is majority of people that are watching this are, you have one thing that most people that are over that age don't, which is way more energy. Because the younger you are, it is proven that your mind fires a lot quicker. Usually the speed of your mind and the growth that you have usually deteriorates after the age of like 25 to 30, or it slowly starts deteriorating, especially after the age of like 30, mid-30s. You want to use that to your advantage, which means you can learn this a whole lot quicker than anybody else. And number 2, there is a huge gap in the market for AI services right now, because people know they need AI. There's businesses that make so much money doing things completely unrelated to the online space or AI, like trash removal companies, tree removal companies, remodeling companies, pain management companies. They have no idea how to use AI. They know they need it though. They just don't know how to use it, and they know that it can make them a lot more money if they figure out how, which is where you come in to figure out that how and exchange that for a whole lot of money that they're going to pay you on a recurring basis. There is millions of businesses already making a shit ton of money that want to make more money, and they need to implement AI in their business in order to do so. And this means people are still paying a premium price for human labor jobs that can be done with AI. Think about, for example, call centers. Think about people messaging and following up with people that show interest in a Facebook ad. Usually, people would be paying humans to call those people, qualify them, get them to book in for an appointment. As an example, think about when you book a dental appointment. What do? You speak to somebody over the phone, they book you in, they usually take a deposit. We don't need to do that anymore. AI can do that, which means people will still pay human prices for things like that, even though AI is doing it. And not only that, AI can do it better as well, because AI doesn't sleep. AI can work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week around the clock, and it is never overwhelmed. It is never emotional. It is never sick. So it solves so many of the problems that a lot of these businesses face. And again, there is a huge gap in the market right now. If I just show you this is the gap. A lot of people are barely using AI. Their level of adoption in their business is 0 to none. And as time goes on, the longer we leave it, the longer you kick the can down the road and say, I'm not going to start my business yet, I'm going to start it later, the more and more people are going to be using AI, and the smaller that gap is going to get. Therefore, there's not going to be this huge window of opportunity in the market like there is right now, which means we want to take advantage of when this gap is the biggest, which is right now, where most people are barely using AI. We know how to use it, when to use it, which I'm going to give you the entire system to do so, and we want to capitalize on when this gap is the biggest, because that is where we're going to make the most money. And you might have heard of all of these trends on like selling AI agents and these AI automations. The thing that most people starting out don't understand is that your clients don't actually care about your fulfillment. They don't care about you selling them AI, to be honest. They care about the outcome. Nobody really wakes up in the morning thinking, man, I really need AI in my business today. What they do is they wake up thinking, I need more clients coming through my door or I'm going to go out of business. I need to hire a new team member or I'm going to be too overwhelmed. Most AI agencies, from my personal experience and opinion, are built on a flawed model. Now, I know there's going to be some people like, what the hell is an AI agency? I've never even heard of people selling AI agents, and that's fine. But I also know there's other people heard of these new trends and business models of people selling automations, like do market research, or they solve one-time problems. They build websites, whatever it is. The problem is they're selling one-time solutions, which doesn't create recurring value or sticky client relationships. Now, if you just want to make a little bit of money online, that's completely fine. But my assumption is you want time, money, and location freedom. And if you want that, you want to solve a problem that always continuously comes up. Because if you solve a problem that is continuously happening, you can get monthly income from each of those clients. And to put that into perspective, I work with clients in the medical niche, and they all pay me anywhere from $2, $3, $4. We have clients paying us anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 a month to solve a recurring problem, which is that they do not have enough people that want to buy their stuff coming through their door. And that is one of the easiest problems to solve by using AI, so we can make more money and have very little people involved in that process, okay? And to give you an example of this, like the only reason people pay you money is to solve a problem, and you get paid in correlation to the level of complexity or pain associated with the problem and the pain you alleviate. To give you an example of this, if you have a minor headache, you're probably going to get like a $5 cheap over-the-counter painkiller. But if you have extreme chronic migraines that impact your ability to work, you'd probably pay a specialist thousands of dollars to solve that problem, because the amount of pain associated with that problem, you can't work, you can't drive, you can't focus, the pain is unbearable. So you would pay whatever price it is in terms of monetary, the money that you would pay to solve that problem. And let this be a valuable lesson that the more painful and complex the problem, the more people will pay you to solve it, okay? And the bottom line here is that people buy outcomes, not the method. People don't buy the exclusive painkiller that's $1,000. They buy no headaches, the solution, the outcome, peace of mind, no anxiety, whatever the hell the solution is to the problem. People don't buy AI solutions. They buy what the AI solution brings them. So how we deliver that solution doesn't matter a whole lot, as long as you know it solves a problem that can make you money and the client money. And it certainly helps if you're solving a rich person problem, because they pay more money. If you can solve a problem for a billionaire, they're probably not going to have a problem paying you millions and billions of dollars for it. If you've solved a problem for somebody making $1,000 a month, they're going to struggle to pay you even $100 of that. That's 10% of their income, okay? So when people come into this like new sexy business model, they think everyone wants AI. when people don't actually want AI. They want the solution to their problems. So the solution is simple. We're going to use AI to fulfill services that solve painful problems, but we're not going to get stuck in the narrow thinking that everyone wants AI. They want to solve their problem. Whether you do that with AI or not, they don't really care that much, okay? So the formula is simple, and we're going to be getting into how we're going to do this and the fulfillment system we're going to use to make you and your clients money in a sec. But the formula is simple. Find a painful problem that rich people share in common, a niche, a subset of people like gyms, roofers, contractors, pregnant moms, whatever the hell the niche is. We're then going to solve that problem for little to no cost using AI, but they're not going to know it's AI simply because it's a job that usually humans would do. And then number 3, we're going to charge based on the value of our solution, which is going to be a lot more if we sell to the right people, which we always want to sell to a niche, a subset of people that are rich, because if we solve rich people problems, we make rich people money. Okay, so that is why building an AI agency is the best business model in 2025. How the hell does this business model actually work? I've been rambling on about why this is the best business model. So that being said, how does the AI business model actually work, specifically in the agency game? Now, in terms of the fundamentals, with the goal of getting your first client, we want to keep this stupidly simple. We do not want to overcomplicate this with all these agents and all these things that you might not completely understand yet, and that's completely fine. Or if you remember from the last section, 3 things we need to do to make money in our AI agency. Number 1 is we want to find a painful problem that rich people share in common, a niche. We're going to solve that problem for little to no cost by closing the gap, which I'm going to show you and explain in a minute. And then we're going to charge based on the value of our solution, which is going to be a lot more if we obviously sell to rich people. Now, if I just show you an example of this is basically why people buy things. People buy things because there is a gap between where they are and where they want to get to. If we look at somebody who's at 10K a month, wants to get to 100K a month, the gap is 90K a month. And if we think about it in terms of how much is that costing them in opportunity cost over the span of, say, 10 months, that's $900,000. That is why people will pay a lot of money to solve very painful problems, especially if they know that the opportunity cost of them not solving that problem is more than how much you're charging for it. That is why, for example, I can go to a medical practice that's doing $3, $4, $5 million a year, and I can charge them $10,000 for a 90-day program to help them add more patients to their office and make $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, because I charge them 10, they make $300,000, $400,000. It obviously makes sense, okay? Now, the one key thing here is we obviously want to solve problems that require a recurring model. I've already gave you multiple examples of this in the past, but not having a website is a painful problem because people don't see your business. So you lose money by not having online visibility. But someone builds that website, and yeah, they may need a little bit of management, but for the most part, the job is done. The problem is solved. So nobody is going to pay you $2,000 a month to manage their damn website, and that's where the problem is. Therefore, we want to find a problem that is constantly a problem that people will never have fully solved. For example, people not having enough leads, which means people who need more people to buy their stuff. That is a problem that is never going to go away. All it takes is their ad account to go down, or a bad season to come around, or their ads to fatigue all of a sudden, and the pain comes back up. And this is the type of problem we want to solve because it is a recurring problem that people will continue to pay us for. It's like the difference between selling someone a fishing rod, a one-time purchase, versus us being their personal fisherman who delivers fresh fish every week, which is a recurring service. The latter is obviously much more valuable for us for building a sustainable business because we then have somebody that's going to come back to us on a recurring basis. You may have heard of the quote, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach him how to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Now in our terms, and what's going to make us the most money is providing the fish to the people who do not know how to fish, because when they're hungry, they're going to pay us to solve that problem. The same applies with people that don't know how to market, don't know how to sell, for example, who maybe we will market and sell for them. We will solve a recurring problem that they're going to continue to want to pay us for. Okay, so how does it actually work? I've tested so many different ways of making money online with the AI agency business model specifically, and there's so many things that you can get confused about and so many different ways to do it with these NA10 automations and things like that. I want to keep it stupid simple for you, and this is the exact business model that we are going to sell. Now, the reason that we're going to sell appointments, which is us not only getting new customers for our client, but then getting them to book an appointment and show up to that person's office, business, whether we work with a local business or remote business, we're going to get into that in a minute, okay? The reason we're going to do this is because not only can we just sell AI, we've already mentioned that people know they need AI, but they're not buying AI. They don't wake up thinking, I need AI. They wake up thinking, I need more business, more appointments, more leads, or I will go out of business. And this This allows us to sell an outcome. And here's how we're going to deliver that outcome of more revenue, more appointments to our clients. Here's how we're going to do it. First thing is we're going to run Facebook ads to generate leads. The way that we're going to do that is we're going to use AI to find what's working in the industry, and then we're going to make ads with AI. So we're going to have an ad like this: busy med spa owners, are you tired of guessing where your money's going each month? And then we have a creative, meaning an image or a video that the person can see. They can click on that ad, and in turn, it will then take them to a page where they can say, hey, you want more information? Go ahead and put in your email, name, phone number to learn more. You've probably seen this before. When you see an ad, you click through the ad because it catches your attention. There's some writing on the ad, there's an image or a video, and then they ask for your information. The reason they ask for your information is so they can follow up with you. They can pester you to get you to book an appointment or get to the outcome they want to get, whether you're buying something online or you're booking an appointment or whatever the hell the outcome is they're optimizing for. Then we're going to use a simple AI tool that's going to follow up with those people that signed up to book an appointment. The statistics show that majority of people, when they sign up on an ad, they're doing it very impulsively. You're not a lot of the time sat on Facebook or Instagram scrolling on TikTok on the toilet like, oh, I really want to buy this cap. I really want to sign up for this service. You're usually just in like brain rot mode and you're just scrolling, and then you see something all of a sudden, you've impulsively clicked to opt in to learn more. And then through us following up and nurturing is the word that we call it, those leads, the leads are the people that have signed up and gave us their information, and we can do this with AI, we can get them to eventually book in for our client, and we can make them way more money than if they were just following up, because they're not AI. They can't follow up at the level that AI can. And then finally, we're going to book appointments on the client's calendar. We're going to use Go High Level, which is a CRM platform I'm going to explain in a minute. I'm going to show you how to set it up. I'm going to give you the templates to manage the leads, and then we're going to use conversational AI to engage and book the leads on a calendar. Okay. Now, a couple of common questions I want to answer for you before we start going into setting up the foundations is, what is a lead? You might hear me talking about this lead thing, and I remember how long it took me to figure out what a lead actually was. A lead is somebody who has showed interest in a company's product or services, in our case, a product or services. And in our case, in your terms, we classify a lead as somebody who puts in their name, phone, and email to say they'd like to be contacted to learn more about our client's service. So this process is as follows. They see an ad, they click on the ad, they go to a page that looks like this, they put in their information, and then they are a lead. They have showed interest. What is Go High Level? This is a lead management platform that allows us to build websites, automations, and manage and contact all of our leads in one place. And how will you make the ads? Don't worry about that. I'm going to be showing you step by step how easy this is using AI. Okay, so now what we're officially going to go into is the foundations of building your AI agency. Okay, so now we're going to get into building out our AI agency. So in this section, we're going to cover setting up the basics from your sales funnel, payment processor, that should say company name, niche, and all the fundamentals you need to hit the ground running. Now, here's what we're going to complete. As all of these modules, make sure that you go ahead and check all of the boxes before you move on to the next section in this training. We're going to pick your niche, meaning who you're going to target to solve a painful problem that they have. Choosing your agency name, which should be a 5-minute thing. It's super simple. Software setup, Stripe, Go High Level, domain and email setup so you can look professional and feel professional, sales funnel setup, and finally your client and agency snapshot, this should say. So I'm going to be giving you a snapshot, which is essentially a template of what I've found to be the best way of structuring your agency, your client accounts, that you can literally just plug and play into your software accounts. Okay. Now, a quick disclaimer before we dive in. Do not worry about, and I hear this a lot, I need to have a business registered. I need to set up my business bank accounts. Don't stop that from making you get started. Okay. I didn't bother setting up anything until I was already making 10K a month. And it's really easy to backtrack if needed. That's all I did. I got to 10K a month. I didn't think about that initially, because why would you care about that if you don't even make any money? It's just kind of pointless, right? And you'll be completely fine. So you can just backtrack it. Do not worry about it. We want to act and build out our agency, build out the infrastructure, sign clients before we worry about that, okay? And the same with making a business bank account. I paid myself to my personal account for the first 6 months. You can figure those things out later. They are not that big of a deal. And the benefit is, once you've already got the money, you're making 10K a month, you can just take a little bit of that, you can pay somebody to figure it out for you. Okay, that is called delegation. So part number 1 is picking your niche. Now, if you haven't heard of the term leverage is one of the most important things that you need to understand when it comes to picking your vehicle, the people you're going to target and the problem that you're going to solve. Okay, and I think about leverage as the difference between what I put in and what I get out. And we want to optimize for the highest possible leverage on the effort and time we put in. If we think about Warren Buffett as an example, who, if you don't know who he is, he's a world-renowned investor, multi-billionaire. He'll make one trade every year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. But that one trade that he does, he'll make one investment every 2, 3, 4, 5 years into one company specifically, which he might think about for a long period of time, but he does one trade. But those investments give him ultimate leverage because he has the ability to make billions and millions of dollars by investing in the right person, the right vehicle, because he has leverage, okay? Now, leverage and the equation that this ties into is volume times leverage equals output. And to give you a tangible example of what I mean by that, if I make 100 sales calls, having never ever taken a sales call before, I'll obviously sell less people than somebody who's taken thousands of calls in that niche, making the same number of calls. Skills are the thing that create leverage, which ultimately means you can get more out for what you put in. So if we think about it this way, now when it comes to skills, they obviously develop through time, but one thing that doesn't require your effort or time that can swing leverage in your favor is the person you serve. In other words, your niche. And just to give you an example of this, let's say I decide I want to target and run ads and follow through with the agency system and the fulfillment that I've ran you through in the last section for massage parlors. Massage parlors might make anywhere from $50 to $80 per client per hour. There's no way in hell that business is going to be able to afford to pay me a $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month retainer unless I bring them hundreds of new clients every month, which in a local business is going to be really fucking hard. Because if we do the math on this, right, if they charge $80 per client and we want to charge $2,000 a month for our services and we need them to pay for ad spend, which is going to be about $1,500 a month in ad spend. Now, if you don't know what ad spend is basically what they pay Facebook and Instagram for us to run and manage their ads so we can get eyeballs on their stuff. So their total expenses are probably going to be about $3,500 minimum, not factoring in team costs and things like that. So for this to make sense for them, they're really going to want to make at least $10K a month, right? And if we do the math on that, they charge $80 per client, 10,000 divided by 80. We need to bring them 125 clients every month for them to make a solid ROI and want to continue investing in us. Now, if we look at the other side of the spectrum, because that is an example of a low leverage niche. If we run ads for a stem cell company, if you don't know what stem cells are, they're basically like a new treatment, or new in the terms of most medical treatments that can help with chronic pain, that can help with cancer, etc., etc. Now, if I work with a stem cell company making 10K per client, meaning every client that I bring them, they charge them $10,000 for a stem cell treatment. All I need to do is bring them one client for the 125 that I'd have to bring the massage parlor for them to make the same amount of money. And the thing is, the stem cell company is going to make way more money. Why? Because they have way less time and overhead cost associated with just treating one patient, whereas the massage parlor has 125 massages they have to do for that $10,000 a month they want to make. So you can see the difference here between the massage parlor and the stem cell company. The stem cell company has leverage. And if we serve higher leverage companies that make more money with less time, it will allow us to get a better ROI for our clients in less time with less work. ROI stands for return on investment. If somebody puts $1 into their ads and they get $5 out, that is a 5x ROI, okay? And it's way more realistic for them to pay me a high ticket retainer because the ROI makes sense. And you can be, and I've seen this time and time again, the world's best marketer in a shitty niche, but you'll still lose to an average marketer in a killer niche. And I've seen this to be true in my example. For example, I've consulted people, like I'll give you an example. I've got somebody that I consult. His name is Edvin, and he is in the remodeling space, okay? And the average remodeling project can range anywhere from 50K, it can even go 100K and beyond, right? Now, I'm in med spa, right? The average med spa patient's going to spend $500. So if we do the math on that, for every one client he brings his clients, he can make them around 50K. Now, even if he's charging 10% of that per person, he gets 5K, the client's still happy, okay? And this is what I mean by leverage is so important. Okay? In my own experience, I've seen the difference in this. Like an example of this would be I serve med spas, but I've also looked at pain management. But the thing is, you can find niches with very similar fulfillment systems, like med spa and pain management. Same thing for the most part. The only difference is pain management clinics charge significantly more. They charge the consumer 5 to 10x what medical spas do, and often their services are more of a need rather than a want. They have higher budgets, better conversion rates, more stable demand, and a higher lifetime value. So you can see how you can put in the same effort in a shit vehicle, a shit niche, and get way less than somebody in a good vehicle or a good niche, okay? All because of the vehicle. So the more money you can make for your clients, the more money you make. And this is why we want to solve rich people problems that make stupid money from every client that we bring them, because you get paid in proportion to the level of value you provide and the amount of money you make your clients. So how does this tie into picking a niche? There is 5 key factors you need to keep in mind when you're picking a niche. The first one is total addressable market. This basically means how big the market is. An example of a really bad market. Now, an example of a good market would be something that really has over 1 million people in it, ideally. For example, I would not recommend going back for somebody to go into med spa simply because the TAM, the market size, is too small. And the money is in the market size. I see this again and again and again. The people that make the most money are selling opportunities to huge markets. You think about weight loss offers. You think about business opportunity offers where they're selling you on a new way to make money online. Those are the vehicles that make the most money. So an example of a really bad niche would be like residential carpet cleaning. So if we type in here, like how many residential carpet cleaning companies in the US, we can see there is around 39,000. Now that actually isn't that bad. But really, we want to be aiming for anything over 100,000 and above, especially if you want to grow this above not only $10, but $100,000 a month and beyond. Now, is it possible? Like, for example, med spas, I've got to $250,000 a month in a 20,000 people-based niche. That is how many med spas there is. Now, I'm not saying that you can't do it. It's just a lot harder, okay? But we also don't want to go too large. We don't want to go to like real estate, which is too big, too flooded, and because there's too many people in them, okay? The sweet spot is large enough for growth, but not oversaturated. And I'm actually going to be giving you an AI agent that will show you how you can pick your niche in the right way. Second thing is ticket size. How much can the business charge the end consumer? Higher ticket means means we need to bring them fewer clients needed to get an ROI. Going back to my example with the massage parlors via the paid management clinics, okay? Or remodeling as an example, they can make significantly more. Higher ticket also means higher marketing budgets, and higher ticket means more room for you to make more money. An example of that would be a tree removal service charging $3,000 a job versus a massage parlor charging $80 a session. And one of the biggest mistakes that I made in my agency, which made it a lot harder for me, was I made the mistake of going into med spa, which isn't bad, but the average patient that we bring our clients spends $500, $1,000, if that. And nobody is spending more than $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 unless it's a rare occasion. The more money you can make your client from one client, the more money you can make and the easier the delivery is. Think about it this way. Each month, when you run an AI agency, the results you get your clients completely resets. It starts from zero. They see it as if they've paid you and they haven't made anything. So for me, I have to bring my client 10, 20, 30 different new clients a month for them to be happy. Considering they pay us around $4,000 a month, including ad spend, if we get 10 of those to show and they close 40% of them, meaning they sell them on a treatment plan from the initial consultation we get them in for, they still only break even. But if you look at, say, remodeling, for example, where you can bring them one client that can pay $50,000 to get their bathroom renovated, not only can you charge way higher retainers, you have less leads needed, better quality, you're overall going to need a leaner operation. It's going to be a lot easier to run, okay? So we want to look for niches that charge the end consumer a lot of money because we can get a piece of that pie, and it's going to be a lot easier to do that. The next thing is sophistication and awareness level. Now, if you're not familiar with awareness levels when it comes to market sophistication and awareness levels, we've got highly aware, which are people that know what Facebook ads, Google ads are, they've seen everything, they've tried agencies in the past, right? We ideally want to stay away from those people. An example of that would be med spas. We've then got solution aware. They know what marketing solutions are out there, but they're not fully familiar with how it works, okay? They know they need to be doing it, but they don't know how, which is why they would pay you. These are the people we really want to go for. Then we've got problem aware. They know they've got a problem getting clients, they just don't know how to solve it. And then you've got completely unaware people, like absolute boomers that have no idea that they have a marketing problem. They might blame the economy, location, or other factors for poor business performance, okay? And these people I'm not a fan of trying to sell because they don't even see the value. And you've got to educate them so much throughout the process, it's not even worth it. An example of this would be if you started targeting solopreneur car mechanics over the age of 60, they're probably going to have no idea how this works and they don't know what their problem is, okay? Then we've got market sophistication levels. Now, there's low, medium, and high. Low is these niches have business owners who have minimal experience with marketing. They, again, require a lot of education and they don't really understand what's going on. Medium sophistication, which is a sweet spot. They understand the value of marketing, but they aren't overwhelmed with agency options. They don't have a million different ads being thrown at them, a million different agencies trying to pitch them. That's really where we want to go. And then we've got high sophistication. These are the people that understand everything. Same applies here with the people that are fully aware, highly aware. Okay, and I found that the ideal niche has business owners with medium awareness and sophistication levels. They know they need help with marketing. They just don't really know what's out there. They haven't been pitched a lot. spot. That is what we refer to as a blue ocean. Nobody has tapped into it at the level that people have tapped into other crazy niches like med spa, remodeling, agency owners. Everybody's in those niches. So you want to pick one with a medium awareness and sophistication level. And then finally, we've got consumer demand type. Now, what this means is how much does the consumer that buys your client service actually need it? So the way that we determine this is you just ask yourself the question of how much of the service your client is selling is a want to a need. A want is discretionary spending. It's not needed at all. And the minute an economic change goes on and people get worried, like the Trump tariffs, for example, people stop spending on it. A need is something essential, consistent demand regardless of the economy. An example of a want would be if you run a medical spa, getting a facial is a want. The minute that Trump decides to put tariffs everywhere or a war breaks out, which is kind of going on now, people are going to stop spending on that stuff. They're going to cut back because they don't need it. Now, a need would be somebody is in agonizing tooth pain and they need to get a tooth removed. And then the dentist has the solution to that and they're solving a painful problem. That is a need. They're going to buy that regardless of what the economy looks like, because the price, meaning the money that they pay, has less perceived value than the pain associated with the problem. Okay, it's not like is it a want or is it a need? Because you could argue that a facial could be a need in a sense if they have really bad skin and they really need it. It's more of like a knob that you can twist, right? Or like a scale. How much of a want is this? How much of a need is this? We call this non-binary. Okay, so an example would be body sculpting for medical spas is mainly a want. However, there is people that could see this as a need if they've exhausted all options trying to lose weight and they see this as the last resort option. Another example would be extreme tooth pain. It's a need. They need to get a tooth removed. And then finally, we have seasonality. Now, this is an important one to keep in mind because you might go into, say, backyard renovation as an example. We call this hardscaping. The problem with that is high seasonality, meaning in the winter, people aren't getting their bathrooms. People aren't renovating and transforming their garden. So we need to make sure that we ideally pick a niche that doesn't have crazy fluctuations, because our goal isn't just to have temporary cash flow at some periods of the year, but to have consistent cash flow every month of the year. You're not looking to check off all the boxes, but ideally the more the better. Now, a couple of example niches that I would recommend that you go into. An example would be tree removal. Pretty untapped, emergency based a lot of the time. It is a need, high ticket and year-round demand in most regions. Home remodeling, one that nobody talks about, is ketamine therapy. Ketamine therapy can help with PTSD, depression. It's a new treatment that's recently been released out in the US and Canada that can help with those things. And then pain management, so things that can help with chronic pain. You've got stem cell treatments and there's a bunch of different devices that can help with those things too. Now, some examples of bad niches would be gyms, low ticket, extremely competitive, high sophistication, high churn, massage parlors, permanent makeup, and just general web design. And if I wasn't so balls deep in med spa, I would have already moved to one of these higher leverage niches. I've spoken to hundreds of agency owners who, with all due respect, some of them are donuts, but they're making ridiculous money just because they're in a better vehicle. And it serves you to be in a hard niche to crack in the short term because you can develop more skills than anybody else, but in the long run, it's not worth it. So just pick the right niche right out the gate and it will save you so much time. And the final thing I'll leave you off on before we go into actually selecting this niche is if I'm in a med spa, like I run a med spa agency and I need to get my client 10 showed up patients just to break even, and I offer a service where not only do I generate their leads, I follow up with them, I book them in like the service that I showed you a minute ago. There's 4 things that you get to get your clients results. You get them leads to raise their hand and say they're interested. You then get those leads, turn them into bookings. You get those bookings to show, and then you get those shows to close, meaning they buy a treatment plan, they buy whatever the hell the clinic is trying to sell them. Okay, you can see there was a lot more moving parts here and I have to get a lot more volume. Now, if we go to a remodeling example, I might need to get them half the leads, half the consultations. There's no show rate problem in remodeling because if you can pick a niche where your client goes to the consumer's home, there's never going to be a show rate issue. The thing is with med spa, people will book an appointment, they'll pay a deposit and they won't show. People are flaky. So if we can go into a market where your client goes to the consumer's house, it's going to save you a lot of stress as well. Okay, and that is the power of leverage. So I hope that makes sense. I know that was long, but it's important that I teach you these principles so you understand why we do what we do. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go in and pick a niche together. Okay, I've given you the prompts. I've gone ahead and created an AI agent for you that you can use. What you're going to do is you should already have this document at this point in this video. You're going to open it up like so, and you're going to click help me select a niche. And there is a number of different prompts in here that you can use. So what you're going to do is it's going to ask some quick clarification questions. Do you have prior experience? What service are you strongest at delivering? Now, if you don't have any of this, don't worry. Just be honest with the AI agent that I've trained here on all the best niches and all the best markets. But the reason it asks you this is because you might have skills in a previous industry. You might have worked in I've got some friends that worked in dental practices and then started a dental agency, for example. Whatever experience you have or skill set you have right now, put it in here and it will help you pick a niche relevant to that skill set. So if we put this in, for example, I have experience working in let's say, carpet store in the US where we helped to install floors and carpets, just so it has more clarity. What service are you strongest at delivering? You can just put what we're going to be doing. I want to run Facebook ads and nurture their leads. Are you looking for something B2B or B2C? Now, if you don't know the difference, B2B stands for business to business. We ideally want to go, it doesn't really matter here. I'm just going to put doesn't matter. And then B2C stands for business to consumer. So in your agency, you're B2B. You're a business and you're targeting other businesses, say carpet cleaning companies, remodelers, roofers. B2C would be your clients, okay? So your clients usually serve consumers. Like, for example, a remodeling company is targeting consumers. It's not targeting businesses, okay? How hands-on do you want fulfillment to be versus building a leverage model? It doesn't matter. We're just going to put leverage model. What kind of offer are you most interested in building? I want to run, and we're going to get into pricing in this section anyway. I want to run a retainer plus performance, okay? Then, from there, it's going to go ahead and give us a number of different niches. It's going to give us TAM size, average ticket, seasonality, market, competition. It's going to give us all of the niches based on the information that we put in. So we can see it's going to go in and rank all of the different niches that it would recommend us to go into. And I would encourage you to pick a niche that sounds really weird. It needs to, like, if you can find a boring business to make money for, oh boy, it's going to serve you immensely, okay? So we've got custom flooring and carpet installers. We have the experience, trust, fast attraction. Homeowners spend 3 to 20K per project. Low sophistication, most of them suck at marketing. There's 80,000 flooring contractor businesses in North America. The US alone has 55K. That checks the box of the market being big enough. Typical client budget is big enough. And proof of concept, agencies like Floorforce and small boutique lead gen agencies charging 2.5 to 5K, 50 to 150 per estimate. So it even has pulled our competitors here. Second option, bathroom remodelers. Third one, which is really unique, epoxy flooring contractors, garage, commercial, industrial. High average ticket size, new yet growing demand, no dominant agency. TAM size is 20,000, so that's pretty small, to be honest. But it is a very, very unique niche that I've never heard of before. Custom home builders, okay? And then 3 additional hidden gem niches: mobile home park installers, accessibility renovation contractors, commercial flooring. Okay, so I think out of these, the one that I'm going to go ahead and pick, and what I'm going to do, and by the way, quick shortcut, you can make a document by going doc.new. We're just going to go agency build out, because I'm going to be building this out with you, so you can see the process live in the way that I think about these things. So I would spend maximum 30 minutes, just like you can go back and forth with this and go, okay, I want to go into a niche with at least 50K people in the US, but I want it to be a blue ocean, really unique, boring business nobody is targeting right now. Yet, I want it to have proof of concept. And what that means is I want somebody else to have already done what I want to do in this market, so we can validate that it's working, okay? So, carpet cleaning and rug services, okay? Interesting. Construction site cleanup, post-construction cleaning. Ooh. Window cleaning, okay, this one's pretty low ticket. I don't want to go with that. Junk removal and hauling services, okay. I want something that charges the end consumer at least $5,000 per whatever service they sell. This creates leverage for me to make more money. After this, we're going to make a decision, okay. Accessibility and aging in place home renovation contractors. Door widening routinely costs 20 to 75K, far exceeding the 5K threshold, growing demand. Why it fits your criteria perfectly. Walk-in tubs and showers, ramps and stair lifts, full bathroom conversions. Suggested offer and fulfillment. It's even giving us this as well. Okay, I like this. So now what we're going to do is now conduct market research on this niche and give me the end result. This is going to be used to give me clarity on exactly who I should serve, pain points, desires, and sophistication level. So we can now put in this second prompt, which is going to give us more information on the niche we're now going to target. So we've now got our niche. niche. Our niche is going to be home renovation contractors that do ramp, stair lift installations, door widening, bathroom conversions. I like it. So, business type, local general contractors or specialized accessibility remodeling companies. Target market, homeowner demographics, pain points, desires and outcomes, market sophistication, competitive landscape, messaging and angles. Awesome. Okay, so we're going to copy this and we're going to put it in like so. So now we've got our client profile, homeowner demographics, pain points, desires and outcomes, market sophistication levels, competitive landscape, messaging and funnel angle suggestions, funnel strategy, offer summary. It's got all of the information that we need. And I've already trained it on creating advanced market research. So if you want to do advanced market research on your industry, you can totally do that too, which is what I'm going to do now. I'm actually going to get rid of this and use the other one because this one's going to be way better. Okay, we've now got all the information we need. We're going to copy it, put it in our document. Boom. So we now know we are going to be targeting accessibility and aging in place renovation. Okay? So our business type is local accessibility renovation contractors or general remodeling companies offering ADA or aging in place services. Okay? Second thing, super quick, naming your agency. Rule of thumb, do not spend more than 5 minutes on this. I see people taking days, weeks, months to name their agency. Nobody cares what your name is. My agency name is Pinpoint Scaling. It's shit, okay? Just pick it and move on. Now, I've gone ahead and attached an AI agency name tool that we're going to use here to pick our name. So here we're just going to put on this document, agency name, like so, and we're going to type in a keyword. So here, I'm just going to put in my niche, and I'm going to put marketing, and I'm just going to pick something from here. So, you know what, I'm actually just going to put remodel it, or like, we're going to go contractor, marketing, boom, go. Okay, let's see if we can like one here. Okay, and if you don't find, here we go, compound names. You know what I like? I just thought of one. Decay on demand. Decay clients on demand, a little bit long. Decay contractor, easy contractor. Let's go marketing, generate. Okay, and if you don't find anything on here, just use ChatGPT. So here, now help me put together a agency name for this agency. Can we do something like clients on demand, but for this niche? Make it short, snappy, unique. And you best get a timer out when you do this, no longer than 5 minutes. Okay, renovate ready. Boom, love it. Okay, agency name, renovate ready. We're done. Then we're now moving into the software setup. Now, there is two main tools we need to start and run our AI agency. First one is Stripe. Now, if you're not familiar with Stripe, Stripe is a platform that allows you to collect payments. It's very self-explanatory, okay? It's called stripe.com. This is where we can create payment links, send them to people, and actually collect payment and manage our money. Second thing is Go High Level. Now, this is an all-in-one CRM. CRM stands for Client Relationship Management Platform that helps us build out things like sales funnels, websites, automating messages, emails, and even managing all of our clients' leads in one place. Now, for Stripe is very self-explanatory. I'm going to be running through how to sign up now. So what you're going to do is you're going to open a new browser. We're going to go stripe.com. We're going to go here. We're going to go to sign in, create an account, and you're just going to go ahead and put in your information, okay? Now, I'm not, for the purpose of this video, going to go through absolutely every step that you need to take to create a Stripe account. Please just Google it. It's very, very easy. All you need to do is create an account, like I've just showed you here. Then from there, you can put in your business name. So for me, if we remember my business name, which honestly I've completely forgot already, renovate ready. Continue. Obviously, you won't have a website now, which is completely fine. How do you want to start? One-off payments, recurring payments is what we're going to select. One-off payments as well. Continue. Get started in your sandbox. So this is where we're going to go ahead and get set up. Okay, accept all. And now we're just simply going to follow these steps. So we're going to choose a payment model. How do you want to bill your customers? We're going to do flat rate. Then choose how to accept recurring payments. Shareable payment links is what we're going to do. We're going to send payment links to clients or we're going to build them. Create a recurring product. Now this is where you can create your product. I just want to show you this now so you can do it in the future. So here, let's say we have marketing, services, renovate ready. I think that's what I called it. Yep, renovate ready. And then we can do like a $2,000 USD. Here you can do recurring, you can do one-off, and we can change the billing period. Here I'm going to do a monthly $2,000 like so. And then we can also create a test payment link here. So let's say we want to turn that into a payment link that we can send to people now. We can just click on that there. We can click create link. And then let's say we wanted to collect a payment from somebody. All we need to do is we can copy this link, paste it in our browser, and boom, they can go ahead and just pay through that. Now, obviously this is the test account, so we can't do it yet. Then we can set up one-off payments. So here, shareable payment links. We're just going to go through the checklist, create a one-off product, testing, put that in there. You can see the difference here is one-off on this one, and then create a one-off payment link. So here we can click add new. We can get that product, create a link, same thing. We can copy the link, etc., etc. Then we're going to verify the business. So here, we're just going to verify the email. We're going to resend the email, and this is where you're going to get an email verification, which I'm going to pull up now. So you'll see here, you will get an email like so. You can click verify your email address, and Stripe is basically going to get you to confirm your email. So here, this is where you're going to put in your password that you just created. Now, once you put in your password, it should now push you into Stripe, like so. Boom. Now, we've gone ahead and I'm just going to re-verify my email here quick. Sometimes it can bug. So I'm going to click verify email address. Boom, so we've got that. Then we're going to complete our profile. So here, you're going to put in your business information. So let's say I'm in Spain. This is going to be your personal details. So I'm going to go in and put in my personal details here. Now, rule of thumb here, and this is what I did, because when I first started my agency, I was not 18. I'm 19 now, so I started when I was about 16. I got permission to use my mother's information here, so I would encourage you to do the same thing, okay, if you have to. Okay, so once you put in your information, just go ahead and click continue. Now, with this stuff, you're just going to put industry. You're going to go direct marketing, website. For now, we're going to leave it as blank, okay? If it says required, you can just put in anything in here, okay? Just put anything in there for now. And then product description, okay? You can literally just get this, go to ChatGPT and say, help me make a product description. Here's the breakdown. And then what we can do is we can go ahead and put in all the information we've just made. Agency name is Renovate Ready. I don't know why that got removed. We're going to put this in. There we go. Boom. And we get this, put it in, continue. Then we've got public details. So statement descriptor is basically when you bill a client, what do you want it to say? So for me, I'm just going to put Renovate Ready. Okay, you can just put like a short description. Like for our agency, we put PPS, standing for pinpoint scaling. Shortened descriptor might just be Renovate. You might be able to put even Renovate Ready. No, we're just going to put Renovate. Okay. Customer support. What is your customer support phone number? You can go ahead and put that in here. Boom. Continue. Once that's done, you now want to add a bank account for payouts. Now, don't worry if you do not have a business bank account. You can literally just put in your normal personal bank account information. If you don't have a bank account, you're probably going to need one, or you can use a family member's bank account, okay? So you're going to put in your information, and then when it comes to payouts, I would set them as automatic every day. What that means is whenever you have a payment that comes in, you're going to get paid out daily instead of manually having to do it. And then you can click continue. Then from there, we can set up two-factor authentication, which basically means it keeps your account safe so nobody can screw you over. So the one that I like to do is adding a passkey. You can do an authentication app, whatever works best for you. Okay, so once you've done that, you can go ahead and click continue. Automate tax collection, we can skip that for now. Again, we don't want to worry about all the tax stuff yet. Don't do this, okay? I would just put no thanks. This is optional. We don't want to, like, if you want to do this, great. I honestly wouldn't do it. Click no thanks. Don't click any of these or continue. Click no thanks, okay? Because otherwise they're just going to rinse you of money. So you're going to put that info in, then you're going to click agree and submit, and boom, you pretty much set up your Stripe account, okay? And now it's going to reload, and we should now be in the actual account. You're now in your live account. Don't copy anything. Boom, that's it. Now we can actually start collecting payments online. How bloody simple was that? Okay, so now you've got Stripe set up. Now we're going to go into Go High Level. Okay, we've gone over how to sign up, Stripe overview, connecting your bank account, how to create payment links, and how we collect payments using Stripe. So I just want to give you one final quick rundown of how this works. Whenever you need to take a payment from somebody, you can go payment links. We've got our test payment links here. We can add a new one. Let's say we want to add a new product, and that new product is $1,500 a month. Renovate Ready marketing, put 1,500. Let's say we want a recurring service in USD. We can add that product like so, create a link in the top right, and then boom, now we have this link that we can just send to people where we can collect payments, okay? Pretty damn easy, and we can now collect payments using that, okay? And you can see we've got our account here. We do not want to switch to the Sandbox. The Sandbox is the test account. This is our real account. Okay, so from that point, we have now set up Stripe so we can actually close this down. Now what we're going to do is we're going to move into Go High Level. So if you're not familiar with Go High Level is the engine behind your agency, because it basically puts everything that you're going to need ever to serve your clients in one centralized place, to nurturing your leads, to managing your clients' leads, to showing them the data. So what you want to do is you want to sign up for this platform. Unlike Stripe, just a heads up, this is a paid platform. Now, the good thing is they do offer free trials. If you come in with me, which this is a shameless plug for my affiliate, you do get a 30-day trial. The reason behind that is because we manage hundreds of clients on their platform. I've spent well over 50K with them and above, and they usually offer 14-day trials, but I basically got an extension to get a 30-day trial if you want to use it. And our goal will be to sign a client before those 30 days are up so you can pay how much it costs, okay? Now, they have 3 different plans. If we go to Go High Level, or I can just show you here, for example, they have the $97 a month where you get 3 different sub-accounts. A sub-account would be a client, okay? So the cool thing is you are going to want 1 sub-account for your agency, so that takes 1. So you've got 2 other for the $97 a month that you can fill with clients. And the cool thing is with Go High Level, you get unlimited sub-accounts when you're on the $297 a month plan. So we can run the 30-day trial, spend no money on Go High Level, if anything, except for some texting fees, which is going to be like $10, it's pennies. And then what we can do is we can sign our first client, take the money we make, and then reinvest it into the $297 a month plan when we need to get more than 2 client accounts, okay? And again, all you need for now is the $97 a month plan, which again, you will get a 30-day trial of before paying anything anyway. And our goal is to get you a client. Now, to celebrate this free course and the fact that you're going through it, I do have a gift for you. Now, bottom line is, I want affiliates, and you're going to need to sign up for Go High Level anyway to get started, so I'd appreciate if you use it. I don't make a whole bunch of money off it. I make like 30%, 40%, something like that. And I know, and I hate when people promote things they do not use. I just want to show you for context how much damn money I spend on this platform to prove that I'm not only just pushing this platform for no reason, I'm pushing it because I spend so much money on this, it's not even funny. So let me just show you here, for example. This is just June. I've spent like $6,000. And then if we go the next month, and then the next month, and next month. Like, you get the point. I spend a whole lot of money on this platform. I think I spend like anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 a month. Now, granted, you're not going to be spending that, okay? The only reason that I spend that amount of money on the platform is because we have a lot of clients to fulfill for, right? Which is a good problem to have. Now, I have a gift for you, which is going to save you so much time and energy. Now, I want to preface this by saying, if you don't want to use my affiliate, don't worry, okay? It's not the end of the world. I'm not going to cry. I won't be offended. It would just be a nice thing if you did. And I know, and again, I'm not here to advocate and push a product that I don't use. I've just showed you proof that I've been using this for years, and I spend a ridiculous amount of money on this platform, which you can see here, 5,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, and this is all in the same month, okay? So you get the point. Now, here's what you get if you do sign up through my link. And again, it's totally fine if you don't want to sign up for it now, if you're just watching this video and going through it, that's fine. But when you do use it, just use my link, and you're going to get all these free resources. It's the only way that you unlock them. You'll get an email directly with all of them, and we're going to go through it now. So if you sign up using my link, you're going to get 2 different types of resources. First thing is for your agency to help you sign new clients. You're going to have the setup of how you structure your account. So you're just going to have a template that you can plug and play in. You're going to get all the automations. So following up with your leads, booking them in. You're also going to get my outreach system to get clients on demand, and how we can put leads into that and start getting clients for you. You're going to get all of that pre-built. You're going to get my sales funnel. So where we take people if they're interested in our services and they want to book a call or they want to learn more about you. And then finally, the most valuable one is going to be the cold SMS outreach system. So this looks really scary. It's a big, crazy workflow, but you're going to get direct access to this as well, which is already set up for you, templatized. It's going to reach out to leads, get them booked in for an appointment with you so you can sell them, okay? And then on the client side, what you're going to get. Now, you're going to get this one regardless of if you sign up for my affiliate or not, which is the onboarding checklist to onboard new clients, the client Facebook ad setup guide. But what you are going to get if you use the affiliate is you're going to get our client automations, our pipeline setup. You're going to get our conversational AI templates as well. So I'm going to give you all of the setup structure already pre-built on nurturing or messaging your clients' leads using conversational AI that you can literally just plug and play in your account, okay? So the way that you sign up is very, very simple. You're just going to click on this link here. It's going to take you to this page. Or if you're not on the document, what you can do is you can go below this video and click on one of the links that says get access to my snapshot and resources here, and you're going to start an extended free trial. Now, cool thing is, for the people that are already using Go High Level, there is also going to be another link on this page that says, I'm already using Go High Level. If you click through that, it will actually give you the option to sign up even if you're on Go High Level as well, okay? So make sure that regardless of if you do or you don't have Go High Level, you go to this funnel, you sign up, you put in your information, and that way, not only is it going to benefit me, selfishly, it's also going to benefit you because you're going to get access to those resources, okay? Now, the way you're going to get access to those resources is they're going to be emailed to the email that you put in. You're going to click start an extended trial. You're going to put in your information. So for me, it's going to be Renovate Ready. My name is going to be Cameron England. Email address, I'm just going to put in my license and scale email address, and then phone number, you're going to go ahead and put in your phone number, and then you're going to go to step 2. This is where you put in your information. Now, just to be clear, it's going to say 30-day trial, and it's $297 a month. Don't worry, we can downgrade this to the $97 after, and we're totally going to set a reminder before obviously the 30 days ends, so you don't get billed without knowing. Okay, so once you have gone ahead and signed up, put in your card information, we can then click here to get started, and this is now going to open up Go High Level. Now, I'm so excited to run you through Go High Level. I figured a lot of people will know what this is. Okay, side note, before we dive into that, put in a password, make a password like so. And then what you're going to do is you should have received an email to verify. Just go and check your email and verify that. So if I go to my email, okay, you would see High Level, verify your email address. Just get this code that it's gone ahead and given you. Come in here, just paste it in. Okay, so here you're just going to put in your phone number. So obviously you have your phone on hand. Boom, send verification code. Then check your phone. Then just enter all your billing information, whatever that looks like for you. Okay, then how do you plan to use High Level as a business owner or as a marketing agency to provide services to my clients? No, I don't want to resell. We're not going to worry about that. Industry, we can go marketing agency, advertising agency, continue. How many clients are you managing? 1 to 3. Or, you know what, you can actually go, I do not have customers yet. Lastly, what platforms are you using? We can just skip this. Now, if you want to do an onboarding call and you want to get personalized help from them, you can totally do that. But for the purpose of this video, we're not going to do that because I'm going to run you through everything now. Okay? And boom, now you officially have a Go High Level account. Now, what I want to do quickly is just give you a walkthrough of what Go High Level is, how it's set up, and how it works. We're going to first go over the agency view versus the sub account. Now, there is 2 different views you need to be aware of. We've got the agency view and then the sub account view. So it's very, very simple the way that it works. If I just get a Miro board up as well, and I can just show you this visually. So the way this works is very simple. We have this big agency view, which has got everything on it, and it's basically where the sub-accounts are housed. So this sub-account, this sub-account, this sub-account, this sub-account. You get the point, right? Agency view is the high level. Sub-account view is just for specific clients, okay? So if we come in here, this is the agency view, okay? You can see things like, if we just break down everything, we've got the Summer of AI, which is some like challenge that they're running right now. We don't need to worry about that. We've got the agency dashboard, which is where we can see revenue for all of our clients. We've got prospecting, which is basically where you can actually do outreach in the platform. You've got sub accounts. Now, this is where you will see all of your different sub accounts, and you can see it's already Go High Level has automatically created as a sub account. Now, here, this is where we're going to see not only our own agency sub account where we're going to manage our leads, we're going to be booking, selling to basically sell our services to. We're also going to see all of our client accounts here as well, okay? And then what we've also got is snapshots. So snapshots are basically templated accounts. What you can basically do is you can create and this is what I'm going to be giving you if you use my affiliate, which I'll show you how to install in a minute. You will have what we call a snapshot. A snapshot is a template. So let's say you have a templated client account. That means whenever you bring on a new client, you can just plug in the template instead of rebuilding out the automations, how the pipeline's set up, the sales funnels, the websites, etc., etc. Reselling, not relevant. Add-ons, not really relevant for us. You can see in here, you can buy different things like priority support, advanced account setup, basic account setup. They can help you set things up. You can white label things so you can turn it into an app. You've got like HIPAA compliance for medical niches, but again, we don't need to worry about this. We've got the affiliate portal where you can actually get affiliates for high level, which is basically what I'm doing with you in this video as well. The template library, which is where they have a bunch of templates, but this is only accessible on the 497 plan. And then other things aren't really that relevant. Okay, so this is the agency view. What you can also do under the settings function here is you will have the functionality of setting up your profile, which we're actually going to go ahead and do now. So just make sure that you've got your name, your last name, email, phone, all of this information is set up, and then we can upload a picture of you looking sexy. So all of that is set up and ready to go. So for me, I'm just gonna get this picture. That looks terrible, but we're gonna roll with it. Update profile. Then we're gonna go to company and we're gonna set this up as well. So renovate ready, company email, phone, website, we're gonna leave for now. Then we've got white label. So this is where we can actually put our logo in, okay? So what we can actually do super quick is we can come back here and we can use this AI tool to create our logo. We are skipping around a little bit, but we're just gonna do it now because why the hell not? So if we go here and we create our logo, we can come to this free logo maker, create new design. We're gonna go logo generator. Logo name is gonna be renovate ready. Marketing agency, generating financially. Or you know what, we can actually just get all of the information on what we do and just put them in. Next, choose a tone for your image. I wanna go modern. Do you have an image icon in mind for your logo? No, I need some icon suggestions, okay? Smiling elderly couple holding hands, caregiver assisting happy adult, curious cat, measuring tape, playful puppy. Okay, we don't want any of these. Confident contractor discussing plans with the homeowner maybe. Design style, I'm gonna go icon. Color scheme, depending on what you want, I'm gonna go blue. And then I'm gonna generate an original logo. Now you can see we actually have our logo. Now, if you like this, great, you can use it. If you don't like it, you can make new ones exactly the same way. So just make a new design. You can change things out. We can go generate an original logo. I'm going to generate one more just for an example. We're going to go back to settings here, company, white label, and we're going to upload our logo on here. So go here. Now, if we want this one, we can click edit. Now, you can either purchase it or alternatively, you can just be a thief and you can just screenshot this thing like so. And we can upload logo, put it in like so, boom. Now, what I would encourage you to do is obviously make sure it looks good. So like I would probably take this to Canva and just clean it up a little bit. Or alternatively, what you can do is you can go to this tool called remove.bg/upload, which will clean this up. So let's say we want this, put this in. We can go to remove background, put this in here, download, preview, and then here we can delete this one and we're going to upload the new one. Boom. Open. And you can see here now, our logo goes in the top left, which is pretty cool. White label domain, if you have a specific domain you want to connect, which we're going to get into that later, don't worry. And then you can see here if you want the dark theme, light theme, whatever the hell you prefer. I personally prefer the dark. We've got team. This is where you can add team members. If you have anybody on your team, you can add them in here. You just simply click add user. You can give them different permissions. So for example, if I wanted to add somebody here, I can then go roles and permissions. I can either give them agency access if it's somebody who you really trust, like a team member or your brother you're getting started with or a friend, you want to give them that. Or if you're signing on a new client, what we do is we give them account access just to their sub account. So each client has their own sub account and we can just give people access to their sub account. What that means is they won't have access to your entire agency. They will just have access to their account only. And we can also limit permissions here such as funnels, integrations, marketing. We don't need to worry about that. Okay. Billing, we can see all of the bills that we've taken on. So we can see how long our period is going to last. If we want to modify or cancel our subscription, we can do it here. We can downgrade our plan and we can tell them why we want to downgrade our plan, etc., etc. I understand that I can only use 3 sub accounts on the 97 a month plan. I would actually recommend that you do this so you can downgrade to the 97 a month just so you don't go to the 297 unnecessarily. Okay, and then we can see all of our payments here, wallets and transactions, so we can see a breakdown of what we've spent our money on at the end of the month. We've then got phone integration. This is basically where we can integrate and manage all of our phone numbers, which don't worry, we're going to be setting all of this up later. We've got email services, so this is where we can actually connect emails and we can create a dedicated domain to email people from. System emails, not relevant. Workflow AI, not that relevant. Private integrations is where we can integrate things and create new integrations, which we don't need to worry about that. Everything else is kind of irrelevant. One thing I would encourage you to do now, just to save you time, is you can actually go in and connect your Stripe account. So if you click connect, we go into Stripe and we can make sure that our account is there, renovate ready, and then just click connect. Awesome. So our Stripe is now connected. So what that now means is on the agency dashboard, it will now show us revenue, new customers, total customers. It will pull all of this in to go high level directly. Okay. So now you know agency view versus sub account. How do you toggle into all sub accounts and search for specific accounts? So if we go into go high level here, you will see in the top left, click here to switch. Now, if you go here, you will see all of your active sub accounts. So we're going to have one for our agency and then one each for each client, okay? So if we go into your agency sub account, all I would need to do is just click into it like so. And then let's say I want to exit out of this and go back to the agency view. I can just click here and click switch to agency view, okay? So it's very easy to navigate from one to the other. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to go back into renovate ready. I now want to show you what these sub accounts look like. This is where things are actually getting done, okay? So we have the dashboard where we can see all of our data. Honestly, don't worry about it. You don't need to use it. We have conversations. This is where we can manage all conversations with leads. So if I compare this to an example of a client that we run in our agency right now, you can see all of the conversations are here. We can see the last messages they got, etc., etc. We can see all their contact information. It's all put in one place. We then have calendars. This is where we can manage our clients' schedules, how many bookings they've had, as well as for you as well. And we can also, in the calendar settings here, set up new calendars, which we're going to be getting into shortly on how you do this with the template and things like that. We have contacts. This is where we can see every contact in the account. So I'm going to blur this for obvious reasons, but you can see that there is a list of contacts. We can see last activity, created, email, phone, name, etc., etc. We then have opportunities. Now, you may have heard of me talk about this thing called a pipeline. A pipeline is basically where we can see all of the leads that have showed interest and where they're at in the client journey, whether they're a new lead, they're a hot lead, meaning they recently messaged us and they're ready to book, they're a booked appointment, they no-showed, they cancelled, etc., etc. We're going to be able to see this all in one place by creating a pipeline that organizes and filters our leads. So again, if I just show you an example from a client of ours, we can see new leads, people that have been attempted to be contacted, people that have responded, people that responded but didn't book, people that booked, no-shows, cancellations. We can basically see every single lead at every stage of the funnel in the pipeline. And this is where you're going to spend a lot of your time calling leads. You can see here, obviously the contact information is blurred, but there is also a call option here, and there is a view conversation option. So we can call people directly from here. We can add an appointment. We can do whatever the hell we want in this opportunities section. Okay. Then we've got payments. This is where you can collect payments and you can see if you've made any payments. For example, if you're going to be taking deposits for your clients, then you can manage all of that here. AI agents, not that relevant for us today. We are going to be setting up conversation AI, but we're going to be doing that in a later part of this training. Marketing, we've got all of that as well, which we're not going to be using. Automation, this one is super important, and we're going to be setting up a number of different automations, which basically the way that this works is we can automate, like let's say when somebody shows interest in the promotion, we can send them a text, or when they respond to us, we can respond to them and notify our client to give them a call, for example. We can do that all in here, and I'm going to be giving you all the templates, so you don't need to worry about that. Sites, this is where we can manage funnels, websites, whatever the hell we want to build in here. Memberships, not relevant. Media storage, where we upload images, videos that we can put on landing pages, websites, etc., etc. Reputation is where you can actually manage your clients' reputations, Google reviews, Trustpilot reviews, whatever the hell the platform is they use. Reporting is where we can see all of the reporting. We can actually see our Facebook ads reports in here, like so. We can see call reporting if your client's going to be calling the leads, appointment reports, audit reports, etc., etc. Okay. And then if we go settings, you can see we have the same thing of billing per client, my staff, so we can add people specifically just to the sub account, not the whole agency view, but just the sub account. We can see there's a bunch of different settings here. Now, some of the key ones you're going to need to know about is conversation AI. We're going to be setting this up soon, where it will automatically follow up with our clients' leads and respond to their leads when they are interested. And then we have things like custom fields. This is if we want to collect custom information, like for example, if we're collecting full name, email, and phone number, but we also want to ask, what is your time frame for signing up on this offer? Or what is your budget? We can do that with custom fields and assign that to the lead. Custom values is basically where we can have specific values, which again, not going to confuse you with that. We're going to get into it later. It's going to save us a lot of time with the template though. Everything else kind of irrelevant. Okay. Now I want to preface this by saying, I know this is a lot and I know it's overwhelming. And I remember when I first learned about Go High Level and I was super overwhelmed, but I can promise you the only way to figure it out is by figuring it out, and it will come with time and you will learn it and you will master this platform. Okay. And when you do, it'll save you a lot of time. So we've gone over how to toggle into all sub accounts, and then finally high-level support and getting help. I would recommend that if you want to learn more about Go High Level, you do the onboarding call that they have, so you can ask any questions. You can literally just put join onboarding call now, and it will basically get you to sign up to go onto an onboarding call, which is literally and pretty much live right now, I believe. So you can see here, when you join this, it will literally break everything down and it will give you the steps that you need to take to get onboarded. Okay, so all of that information is provided in there directly. Now, that being said, that's pretty much a whole rundown of the way that this platform works. If you need additional support, if you go to this question mark in the top right, you can join a Zoom call to have your kickoff call, but then you can also contact them by giving them a call, or you can contact them with the live chat, which isn't available to me right now because I've just created my account. Here it is. Yeah. So you can say like, I need affiliate, billing, technical, existing, and you can reach out to them via live chat as well. Okay. And you can jump on a Zoom with them. So, couple of action items. First thing is you're going to create your agency sub account and import my snapshot, okay? The reason you're going to do this is so you're rocking and rolling and ready to go. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to go into your Renovate Ready account, which is your sub account for your agency. We're going to go settings under business profile. We're just going to go in and make sure all this information is filled out. So first thing, logo, very self-explanatory. We can actually just put in our Renovate Ready logo here. Legal business name, don't worry about it too much yet. We're not going to worry about that. Just click update. Business niche, we can just go ahead and put marketing agency like so. Business type, if you don't have one yet, don't worry yet. Business industry, again, we are in, I would just put technology, then wherever the hell you're located, you can go ahead and put that in. Now, if your business is not registered, just put my business is not registered, click update like so, and then you can go ahead and fill out any additional information. So English United States, update, authorized representative information. So first thing you're going to do is you're going to load up my agency snapshot sub account. So this is basically going to be a template build out of everything that you're going to need for your agency account. Now, when you sign up using my affiliate link, you will get the following email immediately after doing it, which will basically give you the agency snapshot and the client snapshot. The first one is we're going to import the agency snapshot, which is the one that we're going to set up initially. Don't worry if this comes up as an error, just simply enter the link again and it will then work. Okay, so we're going to put that in. We're going to click yes, import now, which basically means I want Cameron's snapshot and all his cool shit. And it'll be this one, license and scale, free course agency snapshot. Okay, now just for purpose of this video, we may as well do both. We can go in there, head and then also put in the client snapshot like so. Yes, import now, just to save us time in the future importing this in. So now we've got the free course agency snapshot and the free course client snapshot. That's pretty much both of them that we need, okay? Now, from that point, now we're going to go into how to configure your snapshot. So the one that we're actually going to load up is the agency snapshot. So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to go to the agency view. We're going to go to sub accounts, and this onboarding thing is getting on my nerves. It's actually unreal. We're going to go to manage clients, which in this case is just you. Actions, load snapshot, like so. And we're going to load up the free course agency snapshot. Proceed. Here, we're going to make sure everything is selected. We're going to proceed again, select and proceed. And then just click confirm. What this is basically doing is it's installing all of my templates, my calendars, my automations. And I'm going to show you all of that now. So you can exit out of this, switch to the sub account like so. And now what you will see is there is some new stuff in here. So if we now go opportunities, it's now going to have a pipeline, which you may need to give it a minute. Just want to preface that because it may take a minute to load. So I'm just going to refresh here. So once you've gone ahead and imported the snapshot, you just want to double check when you go to opportunities, you can see the SMS outbound pipeline. This is where we're going to organize all of our leads. In the next section of this course, we're going to be going over how to actually reach out to people and how to manage the leads in here. Basically, the way this works is from left to right, we have left the coldest form of lead, somebody that we're just doing cold outreach to. And then on the far right, we have somebody that's closed, responded to first message, second message. The outreach method that I'm going to be teaching you and showing you how to set up is cold SMS blasts, which is one of the most efficient and most effective cold outreach formats right now. Hot leads, people that respond and say they're interested. Appointment booked, people that book, no pickup, we need to follow up with them, they're not responding. Not interested, not the right fit, and then client closed, okay? Under automation, you should also have two key automations. You should have generate leads, cold SMS outbound, which we're going to be setting up in later videos. And then number two, sales call reminders. So this one is what we're going to be using when we're going to scrape cold leads in our industry. We're going to reach out to them. This workflow is going to do the initial outreach. It's going to notify us when somebody is qualified, unqualified, and it's also going to automatically move them in the pipeline to make sure everything is organized, okay? And then we've got sales call reminders, which I can just show you as an example. We have the appointment status as when somebody books an appointment, we want to move them to the appointment booked section. After they move to the appointment book pipeline stage, we're going to notify you as the owner when somebody books, and we do that with a custom value, which I'm going to show you how to set up in a minute. We send them an email, we send them a text, we wait 1 day before the appointment, we send them another email, another text, we wait an hour, an email and a text, and then 5 minutes before, hey John, I'm on the call waiting for you now, here's the link again. Now you can see here there is these funny looking things that we send in our messages, and these are called custom fields or custom values, okay? So for example, we can see, hey, contact first name. If we click this custom values little dog tag here, these are all the different fields that each lead has that we can actually send in our messages, in our emails, we can put on our sales material. So if we go contact and we want to send a text with the lead's full name, first name, last name, email, phone number, address, city, depending on what information you collect when they initially sign up on the ad, you can do that too. For us, we put, hey, contact first name, hey John, I'm on the call waiting for you now, here's the link again. appointment meeting location. And this is where we send a link to a Zoom invite or a Google Meets invite. I'm going to show you how to configure in a minute. Okay. The way these automations work is actually pretty simple. So we have a trigger and then we have actions. A trigger is what triggers the workflow. In this case, it is when the appointment status is confirmed in calendar, this calendar, which is the calendar we're going to connect in a minute. And then we follow through with all these actions, which is, okay, first thing, we're going to remove them from all other workflows because we don't want them to receive any more follow-up information or follow-up messages. We're then going to move them to appointment booked so we can keep organized in the pipeline. We're then going to notify you, and then we're going to send follow-up messages before the meeting. Pretty self-explanatory, okay? So that is basically what you should have. And then under the site section, you should also have one funnel, which I can show you now. So you should have this A2P 10 DLC verification funnel. Don't worry about it. Just make sure that it's there. And then just to show you really quickly the generate cold leads workflow. This one is a little bit crazy. Again, I know and I remember when I was at your stage when I was first starting out, seeing this would have freaked me the fuck out and I would have been like, oh my God, this is insane. It's actually not. I'll give you a brief rundown right now. So basically, we don't have a trigger here because we're going to manually add the leads. When we add them, we're going to do cold outreach saying, hey, is this the place for service? This is your name. And then basically what we're doing is we're following up with this person through this workflow all the way until they book. More on this later when we go through how to actually sign your first client. Okay, so a couple of action items. First thing is you're going to connect your calendar and connect Google Meets so we can actually invite people to a sales call. So we're going to go to calendars like so. What you should see under calendar settings is you should see a calendar here called Zoom meeting. Now, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to click the three dots, click activate and save. And before we forget, we're going to go back, go to automation, and we're going to set this as the trigger in the sales call reminder workflow. Okay. So here, appointment status in calendar, Zoom meeting. Great. It's already connected for us. You just want to double check and make sure that it is connected. You're going to go calendars, calendar settings. First thing we're going to do is we're going to configure our availability. So we're going to go edit calendar, meeting details. You might want to change this. You might want to add your logo here. So we're going to put our logo. We're going to put this as a circle because my logo is a circle. We're going to put here, renovate, ready, new client generation, meeting, description. Don't worry about it. Group, agency name. We can rename this in a minute. Custom URL. You can just put renovate, ready, new client generation. Meeting invite title. And we can put here, contact name, renovate, ready. Basically what that means is when somebody books on your calendar, it will say John, renovate, ready. So you can see who they are. Under team members, you want to select yourself. Now, I've made a mistake here, pretty much because I'm doing this live with you, which is I didn't add myself as a user yet. So we're going to need to redo this, but it is what it is. So you're going to go back to the agency view here. You're going to go settings, team, and you are going to see yourself here. Okay, agency owner, as you can see, you're going to click this pen icon, roles and permissions, and you need to give yourself access to the sub account. I know it sounds weird, but just give yourself access to Renovate Ready, click save, go back to the account, calendars, calendar settings, and you can see now it's automatically creating me a personal calendar. We're not going to worry about that. Go back to the other one. I'm going to rename this again, Renovate Ready, new client generation, logo. We're going to put this in here, put it as a circle. Here, we're just going to put ready. Here, we're going to put Renovate Ready. Then here, select team members, me. Now, meeting location is going to be Google Meets. Okay, so make sure that you connect that. You can connect Zoom, but it just costs money. I'm trying to find the most efficient and cheapest way for you to get clients. So Zoom, you are going to need to connect separately and it costs money. So I'd recommend you use Google Meets. Okay, once you've done that, click save. You can then optimize for your availability here. What hours do you want to take calls? So you can change it to like Sunday or remove Monday, whatever that looks like. The more availability, the better. Okay, date range. We're going to put this as like 7 days, minimum scheduling notice, like 2-3 hours. Doesn't matter too much. Cool. And then everything else is pretty irrelevant. We don't need to worry about this. Customizations. If you want to add a calendar, cover image, you totally can, like so. And then primary color. If you have any specific colors you want to add on here, I'm just going to leave these as is. Then I'm going to click save. Now, once you've done that, you can actually click share calendar copy and we can just look what this looks like quickly. Renovate Ready, new client generation. We've got our logo there, colors, select, all looks good. The only thing is this agency name for the group. So the way we're going to rename this is under agency name here. Just click here, group, just change this to Renovate Ready and then book your strategy session call with the Renovate Ready team. We can get rid of the brackets, click save. Now if we refresh, now it says Renovate Ready. Looks good. Awesome. So we've already connected that. Now, what we need to do now is just finalize our calendar integration. If you don't already have a Google Calendar, that's what we're going to be setting up now to make sure that if you have a conflict on your calendar, it doesn't book over that. Okay, so you're going to go My Profile here. You want to make sure that under Calendars, we click Add New, Google Calendar, Connect. This This is where you're going to connect your calendar. Okay, so you're going to click on your Google account, click continue, confirm, continue, boom. So now our calendar is connected. Now, under this conflict calendars, if you click edit, if there is any specific calendars that you have set up that have your personal conflicts on there that you don't want people to book over, you can just select them and then click save. Okay, now from there, you should be ready to go on that point. Make sure that this is connected as it's shown here. Basically means that whenever you book an appointment, it should update this email here. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go back, calendars. Here, if you select yourself, you should actually see all of your calendar conflicts. If you have anything on the calendar, it will show up on here directly. Okay, so we're going to go calendar settings again. We're actually going to go connections. And then here we are going to connect video conferencing, Google Meets. It's already connected. Awesome. If it isn't, just click add new. Make sure this Google Meets is connected. Or if you're going to use Zoom, you can go ahead and connect Zoom. Okay, then from there, we are going to fill out the custom values. So now if we go back, we go settings, custom values. Custom values are basically pre-filled values that we can set up in the settings section, which will update all across the board. So for example, if your first name is Cameron, instead of you having to manually type that out across all messages you send out to leads, you can just put it on here. So if I give you an example of how we're using this, if I go to automation, so I've just gone ahead and opened up the cold lead SMS outbound workflow here, which we're going to be using. You'll see first message we send is the following. Hi, is this the place for custom values client service type? This is custom values your name. So instead of us manually typing that out in every message, we can literally just use a custom value, come to this custom value section, and it will update it across the board. So business type name is the first thing you're going to fill out. So here, this is who you are targeting. Remodeler, roofer, med spa, clinic. That's the way you're going to put it, okay? So for me, if we remember, my agency is I'm targeting in-place renovation companies, okay? So here, all I'm going to go ahead and put in is remodeler, okay? So are you a remodeler? Update. Oh, I've spelled it wrong. So now you can see under the value, remodelers there. So 3 dots, edit, remodeler, update. So the next one is client service type. Now this one is actually going to be used in this first message. I got it confused. Hi, is this the place for service type? Is this the place for facials? Is this the place for bathroom remodels, etc., etc.? So in my case, what I'm going to put in on this section is I'm going to put in, is this the place for aging in place services? Sounds a little bit corporate. I'm not 100% sure what it is. So I'm going to say, I'm going to get this message here. I'm going to go to ChatGPT and just get it to help me out. I need to make this sound like it's coming from a consumer who wants to buy. What would be the simple way people explain their interest in this service? Here's the message I'll be sending. And then what I can do is I can get this message here, put it in, and it will basically give me a dumbed down version of how consumers would say this. Hi, is this the place for home safety renovations for seniors? This is Sarah. I'm looking to scale someone's bathroom and entryway safer as she's getting older and starting to have mobility issues. Hi, is this the place for home safety renovations? Boom. So here, under client service type, we're going to put home safety renovations. So what this means is, now in this initial message we sent to leads, hi, is this the place for home safety renovations? This is your name. So then notification number. Now this one's important. You will see, if we scroll down through this workflow, notify you to follow up or notify you of a hot lead. What this basically means is when somebody shows interest or we need to call them to follow up with them because they didn't respond after showing interest, we want to notify you by texting you on your phone directly. We're going to send this to a custom number, custom value phone number. Okay, so you're just going to put in your phone number here. So in my case, I'm just going to come here. I'm going to put in my phone number. Boom. And then finally, your first name. Now, the reason that we do this one is because in a lot of the messages, especially the first one, you will see that we put, hi, this is your name. So all you're going to do here is you're just going to go here, click edit, and you're just going to put your name. In my case, it is going to be Cameron. Boom. Okay, then from there, we're going to upload the logo into the logo section, which we already did under business profile. We've already put our logo here. If you haven't already, make sure you use the AI tool. And finally, we are now going to install the client snapshot into your new client sub account. So the agency account is pretty much set up and ready to go for now. We're now going to exit out of this, go to the agency view. We're going to add a new sub account. Okay, so this is going to be our first client account. Here, we're going to go my snapshots or imported snapshots, and we're going to import the free course client snapshot. Okay, here, if you want to put a location in, if you have like a test client or a client already ready to be onboarded, you can put them in. For me, I'm just going to put test. Okay, it doesn't matter. We can just select a random location here, click on it, and you're just going to put in your information here. So once you put in your information, click add sub account. And what that means is, because we've selected the snapshot, it's going to preload all of that information on the snapshot directly. Here, We're going to switch to sub account. What we're going to go and do first is we're going to go settings, and we are going to call this account the client snapshot. Okay. Now, basically, this is going to be your dummy account where we're going to create the template account that we can push to every client when we onboard them. Okay. Now, when you open up the client snapshot, what you should have is the following. First thing is you should have a sales pipeline, which is basically where we can keep track of your clients' leads, new leads, follow up, hot leads, long-term nurture, people that we nurture long term, like over the span of a month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, or appointment booked, cancelled, and disqualified. What you should also have is under automation, you should have these 4 key automations. When a new lead comes in, we follow up with them. Day 2 to 7, we're going to follow up. 3, if a hot lead messages or somebody messages us back, a notification so we can follow up with them and book them in. And then finally, appointment confirmation and follow up. Okay. And then what you should also have under site section is you're going to have 2 example funnels and a website that you can use. We're not going to use it for the purpose of this video, but it's also going to be relevant as you continue to grow and scale your agency. Okay, so you should have all of that in the account. Now from there, you've imported the snapshot. To recap, you should have 2 different sub accounts. You should have your client snapshot, which mine needs changing in terms of the name. So I'm just going to client snapshot, update information. So you should have the following: client snapshot, and then your agency account, Renovate Ready. In my case, you should have that all set up and ready to go. Okay. So new day, new computer, new setup. As you can probably tell, I went to an event, so I'm back, ready to rock and roll, and we are going to continue where we left off, which was the domain and email setup. Now the goal here is, typo, to set up your domain, your email, and to connect your domain to your Go High Level account. So you look a little bit more professional when you send out emails. It's coming from a domain. It's not just coming from a random Gmail account, which looks very unprofessional. Okay. It's not coming from like cam@gmail.com. It will come from cam@renovateready.com as an example. So the goal here, again, is to set up your domain, your email, and to connect it to your Go High Level account. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to namecheap.com, which is the best place that I personally found to buy domains. And we are simply just going to search for a domain that we want. Now, what I would recommend, which I completely forgot to mention, is you check the domain is available before you pick your agency name, because you don't want to have one where you can't get a domain. Okay. For the purpose of this video, I haven't done that. But if I could go back and tell you, if you haven't already bought your domain or decided on your name to get a domain that is readily available at the .com, it's going to be ideal for you, okay? Because .com looks way more professional than .org, .net, .ai. For me, for the purpose of this video, I'm going to go ahead and select one of the cheapest domains available, renovateready.org, but I would strongly recommend that you get a .com domain just because it adds more validity, okay? I made the mistake of doing .co.uk. If you're in the UK, please trust me, you will probably end up transitioning later down the line into the US market or the Canadian market simply because it's got more money in it. And if that's the case, just make sure that you can get a .com. It is a pain in the arse having to transfer your domains later down the line, especially when you have a team. I've been through this recently and it was a pain in the arse. So we're going to get renovateready.org. I'm just simply going to add to cart. We're going to go to checkout here, and we just want to make sure that we have a year, like so. Domain privacy, stellar web hosting, etc., etc. We're going to click confirm order. Get the cheapest domain you can find. To be honest with you, they're like $10. If you can get a .com domain, it is really going to help you, okay? Then what you can do is you can go ahead and create an account. For the purpose of this video, I've already got an account, so I'm just simply going to log in. And then when you go to log in, it will tell you to basically verify your email address. Just go in, make sure that you get the code that they sent to your email, and then click confirm, and you should be ready to rock and roll. Okay. Then from here, for the purpose of the video, I'm obviously going to pause it, but you want to make sure that you can put in your card information, click continue, pay now, and boom, now you have officially got your domain for $7.66, okay? Once you've got that, we are then going to create a Google Workspace account. Now, we are just going to confirm in our email here that we have got it, name, cheap order summary. We've pretty much got everything we need. Now, from here, we are now going to create a Google Workspace account and make an email under your domain. For example, cam@renovateready.org. So what you're going to do is you're going to go Google Workspace, like so. We're going to click Get Started. Here, business name, we're just going to put our business name, Renovate Ready, just me for now, region, wherever the hell you are, next, put in your information, okay, and then we're going to create a new Workspace account, set up your existing domain, continue with this method, domain name. Now, if we remember, if we just go back to namecheap.com, what you can actually do when you log in is you'll be able to see all of your domains. So if you go account, dashboard, domain list, you will then see that we have officially got renovateready.org. So I'm just going to go ahead and go to renovateready.org, copy this here. I'm going to go ahead and put it in. Next. Username. So what do you want your name to be? I'm going to be Cameron@renovateready.org. I'd recommend that you put your name. It just looks a little bit more professional. And then you're going to set up a password. Then once you set up your password, just click agree and continue. I'd recommend you use a tool like LastPass or NordPass just to store all of your information like so. You can see that I use this and it automatically saves all of my passwords just so I prevent the risk of being hacked because I'm using different accounts or different passwords for everything as well. Then it's going to prompt me to log in. So I'm going to put Cameron@renovateready.org. I'm going to put in my password and then I'm going to log in like so. Save. Boom. Then I understand. Welcome to your new account. Boom. Now you can see it comes out to around about $20 a month for Google Workspace. You do not need the Business Plus, okay? You don't need this. But we're just going to click try free for 14 days. You can set a reminder to downgrade later down the line. So it's not the end of the world. At the end of the 14 days, you can just downgrade to the normal Google Workspace option. So here, and then here, obviously, you're just going to put in your information like so. Okay, so once you put in your information, it'll say set up billing. You should have received a notification to basically verify, hey, you're about to get billed, or that we've got your card on file because you've got a 14-day trial, as it already mentioned, and then you should be ready to rock and roll. You might just need to verify this with your banking app like it's showing on the screen here. But once you've done that, you should be ready. Boom, review and check out. Then you're just going to put in your information again here. If you want to add any users, we're just going to skip for now. We don't need anybody additional in the account. Cool thing about Google Workspace is we can actually store all of our resources, information all in there directly, and we get a bunch of storage. So we should be fine to do so as well. So here, select your domain host. Here we're going to go Namecheap, continue. And now we're going to go ahead and add these records to our domain to make sure that we can actually fully configure them. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to go to Namecheap. We're going to go to our domain under domain list, click manage. Once you're here, you can go to advanced DNS, which is basically just the back-end records of the domain. Now, when we're here, we need to set these up. So TXT record, what we're going to do is we're going to click add new record, TXT record. Here, we're just going to copy in the value that it shows under the value section. The host is going to be set to default value. So here, it's probably just going to be an @ Then from that point, we are going to just leave that as is and click continue. Then from there, we're going to add a CNAME record. So we're going to add another new record. This one is going to be CNAME. The host is going to be the following, that, and the value is going to be this one. And we're going to paste that in, click the check mark, and boom, you've got this set up. You're then going to click go to Namecheap, come back here and confirm once you've updated the code on your domain host, click confirm. And then you might have to wait just a few minutes here for it to configure. Sometimes it might take a little bit longer, but you just got to be patient with this. Give it 5-10 minutes, and then your domain should be officially ready to rock and roll. Now, what I would also recommend you do is when you come onto this page, you'll see under mail settings, yours will be on email forwarding. Just change this to Gmail, click Save Changes, and this is just like a final check to make sure that we can push all of this information back to Google Workspace to give it the green light, like, hey, we want to use this for a Gmail account. Once that's done, you can see it will say your domain is verified. Then we can officially activate the email. We'll help you set it up. Click Continue. Then we can proceed with activation. And now the final thing is we're going to delete any existing MX codes. So if we take a look here and we just refresh, see if there's any MX codes in there that we need to get rid of. No? Great. So what we're going to do is we're going to add the following MX record. We're going to come here, add new record. This one is going to be an MX record. So you've got one of two options here. Either you can just select this as Gmail like I just showed you, or you can change it to custom MX. You can put in this information, priority 1, Google. So we're just going to put in priority 1. The value is Google, and then the host is going to be default. So we're just going to click save all changes, like so, and then we can just check this and click confirm, and then we're just going to wait another couple of minutes here to validate this is fully working. Boom, we're all set. Now we can go in and explore the Google Workspace. Now if we go back to the foundations here, we can now go ahead and add a logo to our Gmail account. So here, we're just going to put, not sure yet. Is there any tools that we want to use? Yes, I use Gmail, I use Google Drive, I use Google Docs, I use Google Calendar, whatever the hell you use. It will just help you personalize your setup as it says. So then use your workspace. You can create a booking page if you want, chat space, record meetings. You can set all of these things up if you wish to do so. You can use Gemini, which is an AI model that is used within Google, and then customize your workspace setup. Configure the way you work, personalize your profile. You can also enable two-step verification, which I would strongly consider you go in and do all of these things just to protect yourself. But if we open up, configure the way you work here, we'll be able to see that we can add a logo here. So this is where we can actually add the logo that we created previously. So when you click customize logo, you're going to click custom logo, select file to upload. This is where you'll put in your logo. Now, to be completely honest with everybody here, I've lost my logo. So for the purpose of this video, I just want to show you how you would do this. You would go you would go and find it like so. So I have some logos and banners here that I can use. This is my current agency's logo. I can click open, and then I can click show this logo on all user-created classic sites, click save, and then that means everything is then going to be branded and congruent with the brand that we've gone ahead and created. Okay, once you've done that, we're now going to connect the domain to Go High Level and update the website settings under business settings. This is going to tie into the next step where we're going to set up our website. Okay, so here, what we're going to do is we're going to go to Go High Level again. We are going to go to the agency account, which is going to be Renovate Ready in my case. Here, the first thing we're going to do, is we're going to go business profile under branded domain. Just put in your new domain, and then we can also put in your new email as well. So Cameron@renovateready.org, update the information, and then business website we can also put in here as well, because we're going to be connecting our website to this shortly. And then you can also put in your niche if you haven't already, etc., etc. So I'm going to update this information. Then from there, I'm going to go back to what I mentioned a minute ago, which is domains, connect to domain. We are going to click funnel, website, store, blog, webinar, connect, and then we're going to put in our domain, click continue, and this is basically what we need to do to configure our domain. Now, what you can also do, side note under this Google Workspace section, is if you want to add a profile picture of yourself in here like so. So say, for example, I want to add my profile picture and things like that, or change your name or anything like that, you can also put it all in here directly. But for the purpose of this video, we're going to get you set up. You don't need that now. I only did that after I hit like 20, 30K a month, so you don't really need it. So now we're going to add these to the advanced DNS section of our domain again. So here, we're going to create an A record. So add record, A record. The host is going to be @ the IP address is going to be this record value here. And then we're going to click the check mark, and we're going to add a new record. Next record is going to be a CNAME record. So here, CNAME, host is www. And then the value is the following. We're going to put this in. Once we've done that, we can then go ahead and click Verify Records. And again, same principle applies here. Just give it a couple of minutes. It will figure itself out. If it doesn't, give it 5, come back, try it again. They can be a little bit finicky with the domains, but once you've got it connected, it is very, very simple to do. And boom, there we go. Now we can actually link a domain with the funnel. So this is where we can actually connect this to our website. You see where it says website template. We can put that there. Default step page for domain, proceed to finish. Basically what that means is we are connecting our new domain to our website. And boom, there you go. RenovateReady.org is now officially in the account, and it is connected to the website. Now, one final step that you can also take with this, we've connected it to the website template, which we can put here. We're going to confirm all pages are working in a minute, but if you come to the agency view here by simply going here, if I just move this out of the way, and making sure that you're not actually inside of the account, what you can do here is you can go settings, you can go domain. Okay, so once you've gone ahead and connected the domain to the website template, final step is we're going to confirm all website pages are working. So we're going to go sites, websites, we're going to go to the website template, like so, and we can actually close Namecheap out now because we're all done. This is the website template, and you are just going to double check under settings, it says main website here. We can actually just go settings and make sure the domain is connected. RenovateReady.org. We actually don't need a path, to be honest. So we might just want to put /site, save. Now, if we preview this, renovateready.org/main website, we can now see that we have a templated website. And if we just open renovateready.org, this should now also load up our website. So now we have a professional website that we're going to be setting up in a minute here that we can go ahead and build out for you to make sure that if anybody does ask about your website, who the hell you are and why they should trust you, you can show them your website. Okay. So the next step is the website setup. So what we're going to break down here is how to create your logo, which we should have already done. So we don't need to cover that anymore. And then how do we set that up to your website sales funnel? So first thing is you're going to create your logo using this AI tool if you haven't already. Now, you should have already done that if you've just been following through my steps. So for the purpose of this video, I'm not going to go into that. Then you're going to go into your Renovate Ready account, your agency account, go to sites, websites, and you will see the website template, the one that we literally just confirmed the domain is on. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go in and make sure that the sub URLs are configured. So we've literally just done that. Settings, make sure that under domain, your domain is showing here. The path should be /site, and then you can go ahead and click save. And then you just want to confirm that when you put in your domain, it opens up your website like so. Okay, so mine is pretty much renovateready.org. When you put this in, you will see that my website loads up. Don't worry about this not working fully just yet. You can see here that we've got a calendar page we're going to be configuring here in a moment. So then what we're going to do is we're going to customize the website on the template to be for your agency. So we can simply just click edit here, and this is where we're going to create the baseline of our website. Now, the rule of thumb here is do not spend more than 15 to 20 minutes on this max. Your website doesn't really matter. It's not going to move the needle. The main thing that's going to move the needle is setting appointments and closing appointments to sign your first few clients, okay? So the first thing we're going to do is you can see here, there may be an image section. We just want to make sure that our location logo is showing here on the preview page. So what you will see when you go ahead and preview this page is that your logo should be at the top of the page. Now, what you want to do is just at least make sure that this is small enough for it to make sense. So here I might just put 100 height. You want to play around with this to make sure that it's small enough, but not too big. So if we preview this again at 100 height, we can see that looks a lot better now, okay? You don't want to have it too big. Obviously, I might even push this to be a 75, click publish, and then I can preview this again. Boom. Okay, perfect. I'm happy with that. So once we've done that, we're now going to customize the website. So you will see helping business type name. If you remember, we filled out those custom values a while back to make sure that this is correct for your industry. Helping remodeler generate financially qualified appointments. If you're not happy with that, you can literally just either change the custom value or update it on here. Helping remodelers generate financially qualified appointments. And then you can go ahead and update this by just typing in it and clicking on it, okay? By leveraging the newest and most effective AI systems in the market through paid advertising, okay? You can literally just speak with ChatGPT to give you information about how you can improve this. The way that I would do this is you can literally just screenshot this, go to ChatGPT, throw in the image, and then say, help me create new ad copy that is short and concise, or new website copy, short and concise for my agency, renovate, ready, helping. And then after the helping portion, if you remember, I made this document a little while ago with all the information on my niche, so I can just copy this in and put helping the below people. And I can put this in, helping home remodelers book high intent aging in place projects. Okay, I like it. So we can go back into the website here. And if I want to change this, helping home remodelers book high intent aging in place projects. And then if I want to like highlight a word or put it in italic, I can just control I here. We can see that the colors are set up in the bottom right. You can see it's here. So italic is red, bold is black. You can change all of these colors if you wish to do so, okay? And then I can put, we deliver financially qualified appointments for contractors. I can just copy this, put it in here if I want to use this one. We deliver financially qualified appointments for contractors focused on home safety, accessibility, and aging in place using AI, powered Facebook ads, and automated booking systems. And then if I want to change any of the gaps here, I can just click on this blue box, click here, and just like shorten it down. Same here. If I just want to make it a little bit dense, I can do that as well. Then on the book your strategy call, this should say open pop-up. And if we click pop-up settings here, we should have your calendar already configured on here, ready to go, the one that we set up earlier, which basically means when somebody clicks that, we can go ahead and book them in. Now, what we can also do is we can update this image to be more relevant to our industry and our agency specifically. So the way that I like to do this is I use a tool called Ideogram, which is just an image generation AI model, which I personally think is way better than ChatGPT for creating images, simply because it's better in terms of the quality, and it can generate them so much quicker, and it generates like 4 or 5 at a time. So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and create an account quickly, like so. It's a paid platform, but you can actually get it for free as well. So we can put it in here, like so, Cameron at Renovate Ready, and boom, you can put in your username, Cameron, and we're actually going to be just like expand this, I don't really care. And we can actually use this for our client ad creatives, which we're going to be doing as well. So we're going to start creating, and we're going to say, I need a picture for my website that is, and then we can look at the dimensions of this picture. If we go back to ChatGPT here, say, I need a description of an image that will fit this wide dimension on my website and cover the full width of the page. It must be relevant to marketing for remodelers. Awesome. So now what we can do is we can take this prompt, put it into Ideogram, click generate, and then it will then generate those images that we can put on our website, okay? Because obviously this one isn't going to be super relevant. This is more like e-com projects, etc., etc. Generation complete. And then we can see here, if we click on these images, we have this one, but the text is a little bit off again. It's a bit of an iteration process with this. Scale your modeling business. Okay, this one's pretty cool. If not, and it doesn't provide anything that you feel like you can use, you can put this in and say into ChatGPT, now make this image. You can play around with multiple different AI models to see which one gives you a better output. Or alternatively, while this is getting created, you can type in like remodeler marketing or whatever industry you're in. You can find somebody else's website. You can see what they have on theirs as an example. So if there's any cool pictures or anything like that that we can put on our website. Don't worry about case studies and things like that for now. We're going to be figuring all of that out later down the line once you've signed some clients, okay? So we can see here it's gone ahead and given us an image that we can actually use. In this case, what we might want to do is say, now I don't have this dashboard and it says e-commerce. Can you make this more relevant to my agency running Facebook ads for remodelers? In the meantime, we can actually just look at other websites to see if there's anything else that we can find. And just for context, like in an ideal scenario, I'd tell you to put like a video and things like that on your website, which I have on my website, but you don't need it. It's not a part of the 80-20 rule, which means 20% of the things you do drive 80% of the results. It's really not a part of it, and it's not that big of a deal, okay? So again, I wouldn't even be spending this much time on this. You really just want to get an image, put it on, and you'll be completely fine, okay? From there, testimonials. Hear what our clients have to say. If you already have testimonials, you can put them in here. If you don't, you might just want to get rid of this section for now by just clicking the bin icon on that section. And then your questions answered clearly. Then what you can do is we can use ChatGPT to also help us fill out this FAQ section as well. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and find this image or create this image using AI, and I'll be back in a second once I've done fully playing around with it. Awesome, so I'm actually really happy with the way that this image has turned out. The only thing I'm going to do is remove the background. So I'm going to put, now make the back, because what you can actually do is you can click in here and say, now make the background transparent so I can put this into my website. Then we can put that in and it's going to regenerate the image, but make it better and make it less transparent. And again, when you're using image generation using AI, it can be a little bit finicky, so you may need to play around with it a little bit. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with this image. Now what I'm going to do is I don't want the text. So you can either just tell it to regenerate for the purpose of this video. I'm going to get this. I'm going to go to a remove.background tool, put this in, accept all, like so. Click download, preview, put it in, image, upload, and we're going to go ahead and put this image in, like so. Cool. Now, ideally, download it from ChatGPT directly, remove the text. For time purposes, I'm not going to do that, but you get the point, right? You want it to be as high quality as possible. Make sure that it looks good, both on phone and on website, okay? Now, finally, the frequently asked questions section. Now, just to preface this, you might be wondering like, oh, why does this website not have a bunch of stuff on it? You don't need it, okay? Again, people are barely going to be looking at this. This is just something that if people ask about it, you can send them to it directly. So here, we're just going to put this into ChatGPT, like so, and I'm going to say, now I need help making an FAQ section on my services. Again, here is who I serve and what I do for them. Here, we're going to put in all of our agency information again. And we can get help from ChatGPT to pretty much just put together this FAQ section. What exactly does Renovate Ready do for remodeling contractors? We can come here, put this in the question section, like so. Ooh. And then if we click in here on the list item 1, we can put in the answer. And if you need to personalize any of this, you can totally do that too. So we help accessibility and aging in place remodelers. It's actually spelling remodelers wrong. So I'm just going to put here, remodelers has a double L. You made a typo. So we can just get it to fix that moving forward. What kind of leads can I expect? Put that in, list item 2. And then under here, we can go in here and put this in like so. How many appointments can I expect per month? Put that in. Like so. How does the booking system work? Put that in. Boom. Our AI bot screens the leads. Do you follow up with leads after they opt in? Yes, we offer optional call center and virtual assistant options. Now you can get rid of that if you wish to do so. Like for me, I'm going to put it in because that could be a potential upsell that people might be interested in later down the line. And it's something that I would recommend everybody build out later down the line. How is this different from Home Advisor and Angie? Basically, both of these are like platforms that you can buy leads on. The biggest thing is we don't resell leads. Every homeowner we send is exclusive to you, booked directly on your calendar and warmed up by value-driven messaging. Okay, that's a huge selling point for us in our sales process. So we're going to put this in like so. And you can continue to put in whatever the hell you want. So do you offer any performance-based pricing? Will this work in my local area? I would recommend not putting anything on pricing on here, purely because you don't want to give people the price before the call. You want to sell them on the call and give them the price on the sales call. So here, we're going to put this information in like so. Once you've put in all your information, you're happy with how your website works and how it looks on phone and on website, or on computer even, you can then click publish. And now we can go ahead and open this up and we can see that immediately upon coming on here, we push them to the calendar page. They can click X. We have everything here. We have a picture. We have our FAQ that they can drop down. And then when they click book your strategy call, it takes them to the calendar where they can select a time. Boom. Your website is pretty much set up. Okay. The only other thing is we've used Ideogram to help with image creation if and where needed for the image. And now we're going to set up your favicon URL. Now, basically what that means is, you know, when you go to a website, if I go to, say, pinpointscaling.com, which is my website, what you will see is there is a favicon here, which should have my logo if it's going to load. Okay, we're going to do the same thing here to make sure that when people load up your website, they can see your favicon. So the way that you do this is we're going to go back, we're going to go settings. You see under favicon URL here, this is where we're going to put our favicon. So the way that we do this is if we go media storage and we just upload our logo. So for me, as I mentioned, I've bloody lost mine. So what we're going to do is I'm going to put in a example logo, which in your case would obviously you would put in yours. I'm going to put it in and I'm going to click get link and it's going to copy it to clipboard. Then we're going to go sites or websites. We're going to open up our website, go to settings and just paste it in this favicon URL section, click save. Now, if we go to renovateready.org, we should now see our logo here, which it is, and we can see everything is fully congruent. Helping high-intent home remodelers book high-intent aging in-place projects. We have our thing here. We have book your strategy call, which moves as we hover over it. Our image, our FAQ. We're ready to rock and roll. The website is set up. Now, the final thing is the client snapshot. Now, we've briefly already gone ahead and plugged this in, but a snapshot, if you don't know what it is, just to recap, is essentially a templated Go High Level account that we can instantly plug in for any new client. And this is the first step to productizing your fulfillment. So you can literally have one template account that you can copy for every client. So if you remember, if we go into our client snapshot here, you'll remember that I basically broke down that we've got 4 different automations. We've got example websites. We've got the custom values all set up for our clients. We've got everything pretty much pre-built out, ready to onboard new clients. And if you remember custom values, the way they work is when we plug in a snapshot into an account, all of these automations, all the sites, everything in the templated snapshot will then push to that account whenever we onboard a new client. So then all we need to do is follow a step-by-step onboarding process and fill out the custom values here, company name, email, calendar, and it will pretty much onboard the client automatically instead of us rebuilding the automations, the sites, everything in the account, such as the pipeline, from scratch. We don't need to do that, okay? I'm going to show you how to do that in the onboarding process later down the line, but the first thing you need to do is create your template. So in your client snapshot account, you're going to personalize the automations in the account I've given you, and you're going to create it as a snapshot. So what you're going to do is you're going to come to your account, you're going to go automation, and we're going to go in and actually personalize all of these automations. So the first one we've got here is new lead. When a new lead comes in, meaning they sign up on our ad, but they don't book an appointment or a consultation themselves, we then want to reach out to those people to push them to then book a consultation. So we're going to click into this automation like so, and we're going to make sure that everything looks like the one on my screen here. This should move somebody directly to the new lead section, etc., etc. The main thing we're going to update here are the SMS confirmation. So instant SMS confirmation. See here how it says, hey, John, thanks for your interest in our offer name offer. If you don't have any questions, feel free to schedule your appointment using the link below. You just need to personalize the lingo to your industry as if you were speaking to the consumer on your client's behalf. So this might be, hey, thanks for your interest in our bathroom renovation offer. If you don't have any questions, feel free to schedule your at-home consultation using the link below. And then we're going to send them the calendar. And then we can click save and save. And that's pretty much it for this one. You just want to personalize that one message. Then we're going to go to number 2, which is day 2 to 7 lead follow-up. So what this means is if somebody still doesn't book, day 2 to 7, we're going to send them a text each day. So SMS day 2, we're going to personalize. So, hi, John. Just wanted to send a text to see if you're still interested in hearing more about our bathroom renovation offer as an example, whatever the hell the offer is for that client specifically, which don't worry, we're going to set this up later. The team here at Company Name would love to help you with insert outcome. What is the outcome you are selling? So you can either do this yourself, or if you're really lazy, you can put this in and say, personalize this to my niche, like so. The team here at, so we can just put this in like so. We can just validate that it looks good. Hi, John, just checking to see if you're still interested in learning more about our offer name bathroom renovation offer for home safety and accessibility upgrades. The team here at Company Name specialize in helping homeowners like you stay safe, independent, and comfortable in your own home with expert aging in place renovations. If you'd like to book a consultation to explore your options, just use this link. Look forward to speaking with you. Save. So that's message number 1 we're going to send, like so. Number 2, hi John, not sure if you saw my last text. I wanted to circle back and make sure you don't miss out on our offer. If that's still something you want to look into, please go ahead and book yourself an appointment with the link below. P.S. If you book before our offer ends in the next few days, we're also giving away a bonus with this new client special. We look forward to hearing from you. The team at Company Name. I'm actually going to keep this one as is. Day 4. Hi John, I wanted to personally reach out and let you know that our offer has a special offer running you signed up for that's expiring soon. I reserved a spot for you just to be sure we didn't get fully booked. So when would be a good time for a quick call to discuss if this is the right fit for you? I'm going to put this one in and say, this is our Day 3 follow-up message. Personalize this to my niche. Also, awesome. So we're going to get this. Hey John, just wanted to personally follow up and let you know that our custom value offer name, focused on home safety and accessibility upgrades, has a special offer running that you signed up for, and it's expiring soon. I've gone ahead and reserved a spot for you to make sure we don't get fully booked. When would be a good time for a quick call to see if this renovation solution is the right fit for your home or a loved one's? Looking forward to helping you create a safer, more comfortable space. Save. Then Day 5. Hi there, John. Just thought I'd text you one last time to confirm you don't want to use the voucher you claimed, not as relevant for the remodeling space, more for like med spa or like a special discounted offer. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to put this in. I'm going to put same thing. Day 4 to 5. This is Day 5 even. So we're now going to copy this message. We're going to go back to go high level. We're going to put it in. And we're just going to validate that it looks good. And again, make sure that you personalize this to your industry. Hi there, John. Just wanted to check in one last time to confirm you're not planning to use the voucher you claim for our promotion. It's set to expire soon. If you book today, you'll lock in the promotional price and added bonuses for your home safety upgrade. If it's easier, you can schedule your consultation directly here. Or if you prefer to chat with a specialist first, just reply and we'll give you a quick call to walk you through everything, which in this case will be your client, unless you're deciding on building a call center, which is don't worry about it yet. Okay, so boom, now we've got messages, Day 2, Day 3, Day 4, Day 5, after they sign up. Now, we then have hot leads. Now, basically what this means is whenever a customer replies, we're just going to notify your client and the AI will respond. Okay, so we don't need to touch this one. And then finally, appointment confirmation and follow-up. This is basically after somebody books an appointment on the calendar that we're going to set up shortly. What we're going to do is we're going to notify your client via email and text. Then we're going to send an appointment confirmation. It's going to say, John, thank you for booking your appointment with company name. When, where, please let us know if you have any questions. Add it to your Google Calendar by clicking this button. This, we don't really need to change, to be honest, because it's going to be the same for every industry. 2 days before, hi John, our team is excited to meet you at your appointment. That's fine. Same here. It's going to be general. Here, hi John, company owner here. Your appointment is tomorrow. Please reply with yes if you're still available tomorrow, so our team doesn't mark the appointment as unconfirmed on our specialist calendar. And then an hour before, just a friendly reminder of our appointment today. We look forward to meeting you and serving you. Here, we're not going to put Google Map directions, because if you're in a niche where the client goes to the consumer directly, and the client is obviously the remodeler in my case, and the consumer is the person, the lead that signed up on the ad, they're not going to be going to a location. So here we just need to change the messaging to be specific to our industry, because we're not taking them to a location, we're showing up to their house, right? So when, we can put that, and then we can put here in ChatGPT, personalize this to my niche. Keep in mind, we go to their home directly at the scheduled time for an at-home consultation to give them a project estimate. What that basically means is if you have any understanding of remodeling, they go and they'll give them an estimate of like, okay, you want to get your bathroom renovated, let me come take a look at it and let me give you some information on how much it's going to cost. Okay, so we can put this in. Also a reminder, thanks for booking your appointment with custom value company name. Here's when it is. We'll be coming directly to your home to assess your space and provide a custom estimate for your accessibility and safety upgrades. If you have any questions or need to reschedule, please let us know at least 24 hours in advance. Add to Google Calendar. I'm going to click save here. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put this in the email as well. Put this in. I click Command, Shift, and V just to put it in the right format, like so. When, I'm going to space these out. And then the add to Google Calendar, what we can do in an email is we can hyperlink this. So we can just copy that custom value, click Control V, or just click this add link URL. This will be a new window. Click save, and boom. The only thing that I'll say is if there is any links in any of the custom values, just remove them, okay? It's a bug. So click save. 2 days before, team is excited to meet you at your appointment. Yeah, that one's fine. 20 hours before, your appointment is tomorrow. Still available for tomorrow, so our team doesn't mark the appointment as unconfirmed on our specialist calendar. 1 hour before, we can change this as well because it has Google Map directions. Make this seem personal from the remodeler going to the person's home to give them a project estimate. Get them excited to have us come to their home. Boom. So, hi John, just a quick reminder that we'll be seeing you today at appointment start time for your in-home consultation. Really looking forward to walking through your space, learning about your needs and giving you a clear plan to make your home safer and more comfortable. Here's the link with directions in case you need it. We don't need that, right? Because we're going to be going to their home. So here, custom value owner and the team at custom value company name. save. Boom, we should be ready to rock and roll from there. So from that point, the only thing that I would recommend you do is just go to calendars here, go to calendar settings and just activate the calendar in your account so we can set up the trigger here. So when you go to calendars and go to calendar settings, what you should see is the appointment calendar here. If it's not already connected as a trigger in the appointment calendar workflow, just click 3 dots, click activate, save, like so. We're not going to configure this yet, don't worry, because this is just a snapshot. Just go to the appointment confirmation and follow-up and just make sure that this appointment calendar, in calendar, it should be appointment calendar, which basically means when somebody books on that calendar, it's going to trigger this automation to follow up with them to make sure they actually show up to their appointment. Okay, so if that isn't already done, it may be. Sometimes it can bug out though. Just make sure that it is connected. Okay, now once you've done that, you've gone ahead and personalized the automations for your clients. So now you can just plug this account in, play it into your client's account, and then you're ready to rock and roll when you onboard new clients. Now we're going to create this as a snapshot. Okay, so if you remember when you first started setting up Go High Level, I gave you links when you use my affiliate link to plug in these snapshots. That is an example of a snapshot, and you can do that for your clients where you can just plug it in and play it with their account, and then you just set up the automations to be for their account instead of having to rebuild them from scratch. So now what we're going to do is we're going to switch to the agency view, go to account snapshots, and we're going to create your own snapshot personalized for your clients. So you can literally just plug that template in we've just personalized for your clients to save you time in onboarding. So the way we do that is we're going to click create snapshot. You're going to put client snapshot. The sub account is going to be client snapshot, the one that we just set this up on. You're going to click next. Just going to wait for this to load. Then you're going to select all because we want to pull everything from the account into our new client accounts. Click proceed. And then boom, if we refresh just to validate that that snapshot is there, we now have a client snapshot. So now whenever you create a new client account, you can just click this create new account button, load the account up, and they've already got all of these automations ready to rock and roll. So that wraps up everything in the foundation section. Just to recap, we've picked your niche, chose your agency name, set up your software, set up your domain and email setup, your sales funnel, your agency and client snapshot. Now we are going to move into how to sign your first client. How do we set appointments and close appointments? So in this section, we're going to be breaking down everything you need to set up the systems to sign your first client. Now, I just want to preface this by saying, number one, huge win that you've already been able to go through everything so far. Right now, just to recap, we are at how to sign your first client. You've gone through 6 steps out of the 10. We're nearly there, and you're 1 step closer to signing your first client. Now, I want you to keep in mind here, this is where most people are going to get overwhelmed with worrying about, oh, I need to figure out fulfillment first before you sign your first client when they have no clients to fulfill for. Do not fall into this trap. I'm holding you accountable. You're watching this video. I'm telling you, I've learned from this mistake. Learn from my mistake. Do not make the mistake yourself. This is where most people just get stuck. They stay stagnant and they're like, oh, I need to watch 500 videos on running Facebook ads before I sign a client. You're putting the cart before the horse. You're buying a car before you know for sure you can even get a driving license. Okay? Don't do it. It's stupid. First, we're going to sign the clients. Then we're going to figure out fulfillment. Fulfillment is pretty damn easy. All we need to do is sign the clients. Okay? We need ad spend. And the way that we get ad spend is we get our clients to buy into us by giving us money and also saying, hey, I'm going to give you this amount of ad spend that you can spend to basically figure out how to fulfill. Okay? All you need to do at this stage is set appointments and close appointments. Okay? And at this stage, I just want to preface this and say, I literally had written on my wall in front of me that I would read every single day, does this get me closer towards a sale? And I'd encourage you to do the same because it's very easy to get sidetracked by things that seem important but do not move the needle forward. Like watching a Ben Heath Facebook ads video. Love the guy, amazing videos, but we don't need it right now. Okay? All you need to do is set appointments and close appointments. And I got this abbreviation from Agency Lab, SACA. So I would encourage you to just put that everywhere. Even if you need to write out every single day on a piece of paper, which, by the way, that's a story for another day, but I used to do that too. I'd write out every single day for a year straight. I make 100K a month. If you need to do that and put, I make 10K a month in my agency, and you have to write that every single day until you seem like a psychopath, you've got like 3 journals full of saying you make 10K a month, do it. Because you've got to obsess over your goal for your goal to become reality. Okay? So here's what we're going to set up. And again, same as always, make sure to check every box before moving on. I would encourage you to file, make a copy and make a copy of this so you can check it off and interact on it as well as normal. So we're going to go over offer, guarantee, and pricing structure. How do you build out your offer? Lead generation system. How are you going to generate leads? Again, if you don't know what a lead is, if we just do a general recap, it is somebody that has showed intent or interest in buying your thing. Okay, that is what we're classifying as a lead. So how do we generate those interested people that want to buy your service? The sales call, pitch deck, and scripts, payment link templates, and then the contract to send to prospects to cover your back and add another level of professionalism. Now, before we dive into the practical setup of the above steps, it's important that you understand understand the process of acquiring a client. Now, what I mean by acquiring a client is getting somebody to give you money and basically putting trust in you to say, hey, I'm going to give you money in return. I want you to deliver the service. Now, there is only 4 things that we need to do to sign a client. Generate leads, which is the lead generation system. Get those leads to book a sales call on a calendar page, or we can just book it ourselves on our calendar. Get those bookings to show up to the call using call reminders and getting them excited for the call. And then selling the people that show to the call on our product/service. Okay. And that is where we're going to be using a proven sales framework and pitch deck. Now, the way that I see the acquisition process of acquiring a client is kind of like a pipe, because there's different stages. One stage moves to the next stage, to the next stage, to the next stage. So the first one is we generate leads, which is attention. Then we turn those leads into bookings, which is sales calls. Then we get those booked leads to show up. So we have a showed sales call. And then we sell those leads that show to the call on our program, which is sales. Okay. Now you can see here, the first step is generating leads, getting attention by putting our offer in front of our ideal client. So we first must create a new no-brainer offer that anybody would feel stupid saying no to. So the first thing we're going to do now is building out your offer. We need to make an offer we can put in front of our prospect's face that would make them feel stupid saying no to. And this is especially important for your first 1 to 3 clients. Your goal is not to make $10,000 collected up front and get rich off your first 3 clients. You probably don't have the experience or sales ability or social proof to do that yet. Now, if you have sales experience and you're really good at sales, and you know you are, not you think you are, but you have a proven track record to prove you are, you can collect a lot of money up front. But really, the first few clients that you get, your goal is to just learn how to fulfill. And if you can earn while you learn on a performance-based model where, let's say you get $100 every appointment you book them, great. And then you can slowly start to increase your price and make more money later down the line, okay? But what we can do is present the prospect with an offer so good that they'll trust us with their advertising budget. All we're doing right now is when we sell a prospect, the first few are essentially buying their trust in you. Again, our goal is not to make a boatload of money immediately. We want to make money. That's why you're watching this video, okay? But you've got to understand that when these gurus sell you on, oh, you can just reach out to somebody and they're going to pay you $2,000 a month. Maybe. Right? But the likelihood of that being true, especially when you have no social proof, no idea what you're doing, you're completely inexperienced, is 0 to none. And our goal is to get clients to commit to letting us use them as a guinea pig. And what I mean by guinea pig is we get them to say, hey, I'm going to pay you X amount for every appointment you bring me, where you earn while you learn, literally, based on performance. So you have room to fuck up. Because if you take all this money up front and you have no idea what you're doing, the problem is you're going to have a lot of pressure on you. Pressure is good, but the likelihood of that client being really pissed off when they realize that you're really inexperienced is going to be very high, especially if you're a complete beginner, okay? But what we're doing is we want trust, and that trust is therefore going to get people to commit to giving us ad spend. Ad spend is basically what we get the client to say, hey, I'm going to spend $50 a day on ads, which you're going to run their ads for them with that ad spend, which is going to allow you to figure out how to run the ads. Right now, you may not have that money to be able to do it yourself, nor would you want to. You might not run the business that you're advertising to, okay? So basically, we want to use them as a guinea pig where they allocate a set amount of ad spend, advertising spend, to go to Facebook every month into paid ads. And we can use their money to figure out how to get them and your future clients results ethically, of course. And the way that I see this, I just want to reframe your mindset, because some people might be thinking, well, isn't that wrong? You know, we're selling somebody on something we've never done before. It's a gray area, okay? Sometimes you got to go in gray areas in business. That's just how it is. And one thing that I will reframe your mindset on is the way that I see it is I've sold so many people on things that I've never done in my life, but I trust myself to take their money and figure it out. And that's the way that I would encourage you to see it. Like, you want to see yourself as like, nobody else is going to work as hard as me to take their money and figure this out. Because all of it is really simple. Running ads, generating leads, qualifying them, booking them in. It's so simple. It's so easy. But it's just, do you trust yourself with their money? And even if you don't, you've got to figure it out. You've got to get it done. The first one is always the hardest, okay? So the best way to find a proven offer or guarantee that you can present in your marketplace to get clients. I really like this quote, and it's a bit of a gray area, but good artists copy, great artists steal. Now, I'm not saying straight up copy your competition verbatim. I've had this done to me multiple times, more than I can count in my current agency, and it's fucking annoying. Don't be that person. But you can model what's already working. Your competitors have already done the hard work for you by spending their money and time to find what's working. So all you need to do is find the ads that they run to get clients, replicate what's working, and craft your offer. Pretty simple. And the goal of our offer is make an offer our prospect wants to say yes to, make the offer feel like it will get them directly what they want, their desire, by solving their problem, pain, and figure out what your clients want and need and offer it to them. So that being said, couple of action steps we're going to run through to check off all boxes by modeling the heavy hitters in your niche and by using my pre-trained offer AI that I've already built out for you to help you create your offer. So, action steps. First thing is you're going to list out all the competing agencies in your space or big players in similar industries who spend a ton of money on ads. And if you don't know of any, just use mine for reference, okay? You can literally go to the Facebook ads library and type in niche keywords to find them. So I've got this big agency build out document that we've already gone over. I'm just going to add a section at the bottom here called competitors, and I'm going to list them out. Now, I have no idea what competitors I have in this industry, which is local accessibility renovation contractors or general remodeling companies offering ADA or aging in place services, just to recap. So if I want to find that, for example, if you're in med spa, you type in med spa patients, med spa marketing, or guaranteed patients. Now, if you haven't heard of this term or this tool called the Facebook ads library, it's basically every ad that is running ever on Facebook is put here in one centralized place. And every ad that anybody is running is live. And your competitors are not only running ads for their clients, they're probably running ads for themselves to get clients. And they will be presenting their offer or their guarantee in those ads. So if we go here and try and find them, what we need to do is put in keywords related to our industry, go through the ads library, find their ads, find the ones that have been running for a long period of time, and then list out all of the competitors that are running ads for a long period of time, okay? So here's how we're going to do this. So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to come here and just type in keywords. And if you need help with keywords in your industry, if you don't know any, I'm just going to put here, copy my document in with all my information from my industry. I'm going to put this in, the action steps, and I'm going to put, I need help with making keywords to search for in the Facebook ads library to find competitors. Competing agencies in my niche. Okay, so we're just going to type in aging in place remodeling, like so. What we're looking for here is we're looking for agencies that are running ads to acquire clients, not necessarily the ads directly to the homeowners, okay? So you may need to do a little bit of looking here, especially depending on how niche your industry is. So these bathroom upgrades can prevent serious accidents at home. Certified pros explain how to make aging in place safer. Okay, I don't really think there's anything on here. Let's go home safety renovation. And usually, the more of a blue ocean niche you're going into, meaning like not many people are in it, the harder it is going to be to find other competitors, which is fine. We've got other things we can do if we can't find any, but we are going to find some. And even if it's not in your industry directly, in a similar industry, can also help. Okay, so accessibility remodeling. Let's see if we go with this one. Let's see if we can find anything. 3 quotes in minutes. Okay, looks like these are all remodelers. So what we might want to type in is remodelers. Let's see if we can find any for that. If we go a little bit broader. There we go. Now we're starting to get ads. So now we can see this is an agency, right? This isn't somebody trying to target a remodeling person who wants a remodeling job done. Kitchen remodelers. We're looking for one ambitious kitchen remodel per area to partner up with and provide you with 6 to 12 kitchen remodeling projects. Now what I want you to do, when you find your competitors, you're going to make a new document, okay? And you're going to put in all of their ad information in their offer, okay? So this one, we're just going to get this, we're going to paste it in, and we're going to screenshot the ad, like so. So I can see their offer here is paper project, meaning they're framing it as if somebody only pays after they get a project. Here's another example, bathroom remodelers. And then we can do the same thing. See, let's take a look at this video.
We're looking for one kitchen remodeler in your zip code to partner up with and bring you 6 to 12 new high-paying jobs per month, guaranteed, or you don't pay a cent. With our system, you never pay for leads or appointments. You only pay us when you close a new kitchen remodel. Our highly trained internal...
Okay, and what you can actually do is we can actually go a step further and maybe even download this ad. So if you want to download video ads, if you didn't know, there is a tool that you can do that with. Now, for the purpose of this video, I don't think it's relevant. We're just going to mainly focus on ad copy, okay? So we're going to keep going. And then when you find one that's running ads, like this We Are Fluent, guys, sorry if you're watching this, I can then put in their page and I can click on them and then I can see all the ads they're currently running. So here's another one. Let's just put all of their ad copy in one document. Okay, here's another image. Let's put this in. Boom. Okay, and now we're going to continue. Let's see if there's any other keywords. The one that worked here was remodelers. I was able to find competing agencies with this keyword. Is there any others I can look into. So you can see here how I'm not able to find any like specific home safety renovation agencies, which is actually a good thing, which means maybe my market isn't going to be that competitive here. So now we've gone ahead and put that in, and it's gave us even better keywords that we can put in. So home remodeling leads. So we know competitor number 1 is we are Fluence. And then we've got this document with all the ad copy. And what we can actually do is just put this on our agency document here, like so. Okay, home remodeling leads. Okay, here's another one. And don't worry about like organizing this, just throw it all in. Okay, so this is another example, Buzz Boost. Let's see if we can find any other ads that this guy's running. Okay, he's just running the one. Okay, so let's try another one. Because our goal really is to get like 5 to 10 different competitors, contractor leads. Here's another one. Here we go. This one, we're getting a lot on this one. Let's go. So basically what you're doing is you're just copying their ad copy and putting it all in a document, because we're going to feed this to AI to help us create our offer. Okay, let's do 1 or 2 more. Remodeling marketing.
Remodelers, slow down and stop paying marketing agencies who are sending you a ton of leads who don't even answer the phone.
Okay, so then what we can do is we can get this. And I've noticed a pattern here. A lot of people are running like pay on project. Okay, let's do 1 more. Construction leads. Boom. Okay, so again, doesn't necessarily need to just be your industry. It can also be people inside similar industries. Okay, so now we've got this huge document with a bunch of ad copy, a bunch of images. We've got a bunch of stuff in here directly, okay? Now, once you've done that, you want to repeat this process and then download this document and put it into my offer pricing and creation AI agent. Now, this is basically an agent that I have designed to help you make a no-brainer offer. So it's going to ask you the following questions. What niche are you targeting? What service or outcome? What's the painful problem? Etc., etc. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this document. I'm going to put all of this in, and I'm going to put above is everything on my agency and industry. Finally, I've attached a document with example, ad copy, and creatives for you to model to help me make my offer. And by the way, you find this agent, like this ChatGPT agent, by just clicking here on the document, okay? So then what we're going to do is we're going to get this ad copy document. We're going to click File, Download, PDF. We're going to put the PDF in here. Then we're going to upload it. And now it should help us basically look through that and put together an offer. We bring aging in place leads straight to your account, or you don't pay a dime. Built exclusive with contracts doing 500 to 50k in ADA or accessibility renovations. Guarantee 20 qualified consultations a month guarantee, or we work free until you do. If we don't deliver 20 plus pre-qualified ready to book homeowners monthly, we credit you the difference or continue free until we hit it. I like this because it's not offering a refund. It's saying we'll work for free until we hit it at no additional cost. Pricing structure: $3,000 base retainer, $200 per qualified appointment, 90-day minimum, recommended offer 10% discount, optional performance only test for skeptics, fulfillment model, 3 messaging angles. Okay, boom. So we've got our offer. And again, the goal of the offer was 3 things. Make an offer they feel stupid saying no to, they want to say yes to, solves the problem, and we figure out what our clients want and need, and we offer it to them. So here, I'm just going to put in my offer in a new document. You can put it all in the same one if you wish to do so. But basically, this is going to be my offer headline. My guarantee is going to be 25 qualified consults a month, or we work free until you do. I'm actually going to go for the performance only test for now, purely because, again, our goal is to earn while we learn, and I want to present a no-brainer offer. And I might even bring this down to like $200 per booked appointment for now, per qualified booked homeowner appointment. And then we can say, okay, we do 10 appointments booked, minimum commitment. And then what you can even do is you can get them to pay up front for the first 10, which means they pay $2,000 up front in full. And you basically say that covers your next 10 projects that we bring you, as an example. Okay, boom. So this is our offer and pricing structure. So now what we can do is we can use the messaging of like only pay per qualified homeowner that we bring you that's financially qualified and ready to buy, because we're only getting paid based on when we book them an appointment. Now, obviously on the sales call, we're going to be selling them on the first 10 up front for commitment purposes, but it's still pay on project. So this is a good offer and pricing structure. And then I'm just going to put this in my document here. Boom. So we've got your offer, and I've gone ahead. What I've done here is I've just put some example offers. So for example, med spa, pay per patient, we only get paid when you bring you a financially and medically qualified patient, and you just take the $50 deposit you'll collect from patients when they book. That would be an example that your AI bot will be booking. Now, obviously you want to gradually increase your price after this. Like, you don't want to stay at this forever, but this is just starting. Another example would be remodeling, hardscaping, $300 per project we bring you, pay up front for your first 5, so they pay 1.5K up front. Okay. Second piece is lead generation. We've got our offer. How do we now put our offer in front of your ideal prospect. We're going to be using one form of outreach to get leads or intention so we can sign clients. And this is the most effective piece of outreach that I've personally found that allowed me to sign my first 10 clients. And that outreach method is going to be cold SMS blasts. Now, the reason we're picking this one is because we can do thousands of outreach to prospects in a matter of minutes. It's not like cold calling where we call one person every 5 minutes. We can do 1,000 in a minute. It costs barely anything and is one of the cheapest outreach methods. And people are 39% more likely to respond via text than they are via email. Okay, so I just want to show you visually how this actually works so you can fully understand the process. So the way that this works is as follows. We're going to scrape leads, meaning we're going to scrape or like pull leads from Google and from like public pages that allow us to collect information of people in our niche. We're going to import those leads into Go High Level. We're then going to add them to a mass SMS workflow, which if I just pull up Go High Level here, I can show you this is already built out. I've already given you the template in the snapshot. So if I go to my Renovate Ready account, I go to Renovate Ready, I go to automation. So you will see that in your account, you will have this automation called Generate Leads, Cold SMS Outbound. So basically the way that this works, and I know it looks like a monster, it's not, I promise it's not that scary. So what's going to happen is we're going to scrape leads. We're going to get people in your target market. For me, it's going to be renovation companies. I'm then going to add them to this workflow here. And it's going to immediately send them a message saying, hi, is this the place for whatever the hell I would call it, local accessibility renovation, as an example, or home accessibility renovation. It's then going to wait for a response. If they don't respond, it's basically going to follow up with them. And it's going to do this all via text, okay? Now, from that point, it's going to send an opener question, and it's basically, its goal is it's going to respond negatively or positively, or follow up based on if they do respond, if they don't respond. And then our ultimate goal here is for you to get on the phone with them, book a sales call with them, and sell them. Okay, so to break down the flow from top to bottom, we're going to scrape leads in your industry. We're going to import them into Go High Level. We're going to add leads to pre-set up automated workflow that reaches out to them. We're going to send them an opener question. If they positively respond, they're going to go through the question, pitch, and permission flow. We're going to ask them a question, which I can show you here, the way that this works. So the first thing we do is we say, hey, is this the place for X? Which basically makes us seem like a customer. So the response rate is going to be high. Now, if they then respond positively, then we're going to pitch. That's nice, man. I was wondering if you'd be open to a partnership on X, Y, and Z. Insert your pitch. Then we wait, and then we ask another question. Can you guys do more jobs at the moment? Can you handle more jobs at the moment? If they respond positively, perfect. We then ask for permission. I'll give you a call in a few moments to tell you more. That okay with you? Yes? Great. And then it notifies your phone to go ahead and call the person directly. You're going to call them and learn more about their business, and then you're going to book a sales call on Zoom. And boom, you've now nailed the first 2 out of 4 pieces it takes to close a client. Now, the first thing we need to do is we need to set up this system, and I'm going to show you how to use it live. So the first thing is the Go High Level setup, A2P 10DLC phone verification, which basically makes sure that you can send out phone texts and calls to people without coming up as spam or it not sending, scraping and importing leads, adding leads to workflow and organization, the messaging, so structuring the messaging, and then there was one other step on tracking, but not relevant for this video. I've gone ahead and removed it. Step 1 is the Go High Level setup. So we're going to need to configure your Go High Level before we start doing anything. And the 4 tabs that are absolutely key, and the ones you'll need to configure, are the Conversations tab, Opportunities, Automations, and Sites. So first thing, workflow configuration. Should have already imported the snapshot that I've already given you for the agency, so we're not going to worry about this now. You're then going to go to your SMS account workflows and go to the workflow that I've just showed you here, which is Generate Leads, Cold SMS Outbound, okay? Once you're in this one, you're going to go to each message and audit it, and you're going to visit the Messaging that Converts portion of this document and use this to tailor it to your niche. So we're just going to go to this here and do this now. Now, there's 2 different types, which we're kind of skipping to step 5 here, but we may as well do it. So again, just to recap, go to your agency account, automation, Generate Leads, Cold SMS Outbound. We need to customize all of the messages that go out to these leads to make it specific to your industry, okay? So we've got 2 different things. We've got the opener. The goal of this is to get somebody to respond, which is this one. This is your, I should rename this, opener. And then we've got your pitch, which is this one, how you actually pitch them, okay? So with openers, the goal of this is to get somebody to respond. The key tips here is it should look like a native SMS. You want to act like you're a customer. It should include a picture on the opener, ideally. So if you're in car detailing, add a normal car. If you're in contracting, add your roof, kitchen, and then keep it brief. So some example of best performing openers. Hey, is this the place for X service? service. This is name. Hey, is this the right number for X service? It's me, name. Hey, I have a few XYZ jobs, so I need someone to do it for me. You do service. Hey, do you still take on service, or did you stop doing that? Have we spoken before? Am I just missing? Did you do service? And if you're using the first 3 messages, you want to include a picture of the service: a car, a roof, a kitchen, a property, Botox. You just don't want to use something like, hey, do you do X service? And I encourage you not to just use the ones that I've given you here. Use your own ones, make your own ones up to make slight changes to differentiate yourself. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to personalize the initial opener message. So, hi, is this the place for service? This is John. We're going to personalize this, okay? So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to open up ChatGPT. I'm going to give it this information. I'm going to say, I need help making unique, short, snappy, human-like openers for my niche. Here's a breakdown of who I serve. And then what we can do is we can put in all the information on who we serve, like so. Here's my current opener. I'm going to put this in. Boom. Hey, saw some of your work online. Do you still take on aging in place jobs? Got a couple clients needing safety upgrades. Hi, are you the right person to talk about stair lifts and bath safety installs? Got some jobs piling up. Hey, I've got a few aging clients talking about home accessibility. Figured you might be the right contractor. Okay, I like the first one. So we're going to go with this. So here, what we can do is, because we've already filled out the custom values, so you can just use this if you want to speed it up. But for me, I'm going to go above and beyond and just use this one. Hey, some of your work online. Do you still take on aging in place jobs? Got a couple clients needing safety upgrades. This is Cameron, by the way. BTW. So use slang in this to make it seem normal, okay? The shorter you can make your message, the better it'll be. I might even just make it, do you still take on aging in place jobs? Got a couple clients needing safety upgrades. This is Cameron, by the way. Boom. So that's that one. Now we move into the pitch. The goal of this is to present our offer and get them interested. The best performing pitches are, that's nice, man. I was wondering if you could be open to a partnership with X service with zero risk and quick results on your end, where we bring you an extra consistent number of jobs per month. And if you don't get those jobs, we insert guarantee. We've been partnering up with Niche for 3 years now and have a clean track record. Another one would be, appreciate you getting back. I'll keep it short. We partner with Niche like you and send you number of jobs a month on autopilot. And if we don't deliver, we insert guarantee. No upfront costs, no BS. You just handle the work and get paid. We then wait a few seconds and then send the following question to increase our likelihood of getting a response. So I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to put this in. Now help me make my pitch. Below is my guarantee. And then we can come here, offer pricing and structure. Throw all of this in. You know what? I think I'm just going to use one of the templates. So if we come here, go to insert your pitch, I'm going to go ahead and make one. So here, what we're going to use is appreciate you getting back. I like this one. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to click save. Appreciate you getting back. I'll keep it short. We partner with Home. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm lazy. I'm just going to put this in ChatGPT and say, personalize this. Boom. Appreciate you getting back. I'll keep it short. And always remove these long dashes. It looks like it's ChatGPT. I'll keep it short. Appreciate you getting back. We partner with accessibility remodelers like you and send them 20 plus ready to book homeowner consultations a month on autopilot. If we don't hit that number, we work free until we do. No upfront cost. We work for free until we do. We don't charge you upfront for leads. We only get paid when we connect you with qualified homeowners that buy. We've been working exclusively with contractors in this space for 3 years and have a clean track record. Boom, that's our pitch. Then we wait 0.2 minutes, which is like 10 seconds. Open-ended question. Can you guys do more cars at the moment? Can you guys handle more jobs at the moment? So we leave them on a question to increase response rate. Then from there, we've already put in the question. Then we've got the call permission message. So if they respond positively to that, we're going to request a call. Perfect. I'll give you a call in a few moments to tell you more. That call with you, I like that. So we're going to put that, click save, boom. And then we've obviously got the calling script and things like that. Okay, so we're going to go back up here. We've already done that. And then under the set a notification part of the workflow, we want to add your personal phone number so you get notifications when leads engage. So basically the way that this works is you will see throughout this workflow, if I show you, we have the notifications that go off, notify you of hot lead. And if you ever see this move to hot leads, what this basically means is in the pipeline, in opportunities, you're going to be able to keep track of all your leads in the SMS outbound pipeline. Cold leads responding to first message, second message. Hot leads, these are people that are ready to go. They've positively responded. Booked, no pickup follow follow-up, meaning they haven't picked up, not interested, and client closed. All of these, like every lead here, is going to automatically move based on how they respond to the messages. So you don't need to worry about organizing this, okay? So from here, we're going to make sure that your phone number gets notified when a lead responds positively. So what I want you to do is make sure that number one, you've got the Go High Level app on your phone and you are logged in. So go and do that now, pause this video, make sure you've got it. And you'll see here, notify you of hot lead, and we're sending it to the notification phone number. If you remember, what we did is we set up under custom values, all of these custom values, notification phone number. So make sure your phone number is here, so the minute a lead responds positively, you will get a notification saying, hey, call this lead, and then you can go in and call the lead, okay? Now, from there, we're gonna go into the A2P setup. Now, I would say this is the hardest part of the entire system, which is getting your phone number A2P verified. A2P, for context, is basically a phone verification you need to send marketing material in the US via text. And it sucks, but we must do it in order for our messages to send. So we're gonna be following this process step by step to go ahead and get this verified. So the first piece of the puzzle we're going to complete is we're going to buy a phone number. So we're just going to go to our account. We're going to go settings, phone numbers, phone system settings. In terms of selecting which one you're going to use, just go ahead and just enable number. You don't need number intelligence here. You can just link to lead connector and you can just switch all accounts to lead connector phone. Basically just different number providers. Lead connector is fine. So we're going to do that. Then we're going to go back to the account, settings, phone numbers, and this is where we can buy a number. So we're going to click add number, add phone number. Now, I would recommend that you get one with a good area code. Now, in terms of finding the right area codes, honestly, Miami is a really good area code. Miami area code, we can just go ahead and get the 305 area code as an example. Come here, go to filter, and we're going to go last part of or first part of the number, this. Now, if you don't know what area codes are, it's basically like each state or each location has different starting codes. And essentially, this allows us to buy a phone number in a specific location. So number is going to be this one, first part of the number, we're going to hit apply. And if there isn't any data, then we can just try a different one. So now I'm going to try 786, filter, apply, boom. So now we've got it, okay? So here, I'm going to go ahead and select this one in Miami. You want to make sure that your phone number you're buying is a local phone number. And you can also make sure that under this number type, you toggle off toll-free to make sure that you're only getting local numbers. We do not want to get a toll-free number, okay? So from there, we're going to go Miami, proceed to buy. You can see it's $1, so it's really cheap. It's not the end of the world. And now what we need to do is register for A2P. So now we're going to go through this process. Sorry for the change in attire. It was getting hot. Anyway, I have made an update to this SOP because I want to preface this and make it clear on how you actually get A2P verified. You have four main options here. You should have already just bought the phone number, but if you remember, we now need to get to A2P 10DLC verified by going through the process that Go High Level tells you to go through here. Now, in terms of how you can do this, you have four main options. Now, ideally, if you already have a client or you have your own EIN, your own US LLC, which is incorporated, you can use that legal business information. If you've got a client that really trusts you and they're okay with you using their information, you can also do that too. Or you can buy your own LLC and get an EIN if you don't have one, which is around $299, which I've also just gone ahead and provided a link to the website at which you can do this called busy.com. And it costs around $299. You can even get them for cheaper. Or you can sign up for this tool and do it on a Android phone, which is called My CRM SIM, which basically allows you to connect an Android phone and a £2 SIM card or a $2 SIM card directly to the tool as well, where you can message while being A2P verified. Now, worst case scenario, you can ask people in communities, such as my one linked here, if you can lend a sub account which is A2P verified for cheap, okay? That is the worst case scenario, because if you do that, it's obviously not going to be through your account directly. Now, what I'm going to do is I now want to run you through somebody just breaking down step by step how to actually get A2P verified in a sub account, okay? They know way more about this than me, to be frank with you. They've been helping us with it, and they are somebody that helps out and has helped out in a lot of my programs as of right now when it comes to the tech stuff and the A2P. So I'm going to cut to a video now of them setting up the A2P from start to finish so you can follow through with that process and officially get your phone number A2P verified.
I'm going to walk you through the exact steps that you need to take to get your A2P verified. It's simple. A lot of people overcomplicate this stuff, right? But it's simple, and honestly, all you need to do is just follow this guide and you can actually get the boring stuff out of the way and actually go ahead and start booking those meetings, right? All you need to do first is click on the snapshot here. You have this document. Just pretty much click on the snapshot and import it to your GHL. Now, once it's done loading, you can probably see this green button right here. So all you're going to do is just click on this thing and import it to your sub account. What you need to do now is on the snapshot, just click on this blue cross and then create a new account. So I've already went ahead and created a new account right here, but all you need to do is just click here and follow what GHL says. Right now, once that's done, we can move on to step 2. We need to edit privacy policy and terms and conditions. So you want to make sure that the terms and conditions and the privacy policy, they're in check and they comply with the government rules. We went ahead and saved you the headache of actually finding those rules. We've given you the perfect terms and conditions and the privacy policy page that you need to. What you're going to go ahead and do now is get to your imported sub and then go on sites, and then in sites you're going to go on funnels. Just make sure you're here, and then after that what you're going to do is just go to your HTTP verification. So you guys are going to have this in sub account, so just click on these 3 dots, click on, and then you can see form and terms and conditions. So form, which means privacy, so just click on edit right, and then what you need to do is insert your client's name or your own legal business name here. So when we verify A2P, there are 2 ways that you can get it verified. So if you already have that's honestly the best way to get it verified. So if you already have a client, what you're going to go now is just insert their legal business name. Make sure it's the same business name that's on their LLC, right? But let's say you have your own LLC, so just make sure you put your own business name. Then we're also going to go ahead a business email, so just make sure it's a business email. You're just going to go ahead and replace these placeholders, right? And then you're going to go ahead and on the top right and click save. So it's done. And what you're also going to go ahead and now do is click on this eye thingy right here. You can see this eye-shaped button. Then yeah, just pretty much load and just pretty much just copy this link here and save it, right? Just save this link somewhere, right? Because we are going to need it in the future. What you need to do now is go back once you've pretty much edited everything and now edit the terms and conditions, right? So go here and then click on edit, and once you go here, you just pretty much add your client's business name or your own name, and then yeah, just make sure you have an LLC at the end. So yeah, just make sure that, and then insert your client's email, and then what you want to go ahead and now do here is also insert your privacy policy. So we edited the privacy previously, and I asked you to copy the link, right, by going to the preview button. So all you're going to do now is just insert the privacy pretty much right here. So yeah, I've already linked it here. You're gonna go save. I'm not really gonna save this right here, but pretty much just once it's done, just and then save this link somewhere as well, because we're gonna need it here as well. So yeah, just pretty much save it right here, you know. And then now once that's done, we need to go ahead and optimize the form. So once your privacy policy and your terms and conditions are in check, you need to go ahead and go on forms, right? Just go on sites and then go on forms. Then you're going to see A2P verification form, and then just click these 3 dots, click on edit, and then you're going to edit this, right? So when you're registering for A2P, you need to make sure you're compliant form, so people like the government know the real business. So this is for detailing specifically, but just change it to your business. So if you're using, that's your client's information, and your client is a real estate agent, so just be like a free home quote or like a thing, whatever, right? Then what you're gonna go ahead do now is just edit these boxes. So if you're even doing this for a marketing, be like, just ask a question, what's your name, what's your business website, whatever. Just edit it to your niche. Make sure everything is in check, so that people, when they go ahead and review these campaigns, don't think it's some suspicious stuff. So yeah, just make sure compliant, and then you're going to go ahead and put your number here. Make sure it's a US number. You can even put your go high level number. Then you're going to insert your client's name again. Then you're going to insert your client's business number. Like, you can just put a GHL number as well. So insert number, right? And then yeah, just make sure everything is in check here. Now what I'm going to go ahead and do now is link your privacy policy and your terms and conditions to the page. Sure that whoever fills this form is actually agreeing to the privacy policy and terms and conditions. So just click on here, and then you're going to go on these 3 dots, and then click on this link button, and then just insert the URL that we have right here, right? So terms and conditions, but you also have the link for the preview privacy policy saved. So just go ahead and pretty much enter and confirm, and you're going to do the same terms and conditions. So yeah, after that, you're going to pretty much click on save. The boring stuff is done. Alright guys, so now you're fully compliant, right? Now all you need to do is just go ahead another 3 days to get your campaign verified, but all the complicated stuff is already done, right? So we're going to move ahead to step 4, which is registering your A2P brand. Now before I register the A2P brand, you guys need to have your client's EIN or your own EIN with you. So it's basically a business tax ID. It's a business registration number. So you just go ahead and ask your clients to give you their EIN. And what we're going to go ahead and do now is go on settings and then go on phone numbers right here. And then we're going to pretty much add a number right here. So we're going to go ahead and buy a number right here. Just click on anything and then just go proceed to buy. And then it's going to go ahead and do that. So yeah, then yeah, just click cancel. And now as it says, your HTTP registration is incomplete. So just click on start now. If you cannot see that option, just go on Trust Center on top and then start registering your brand. This is going to be really simple. I'm going to go ahead and start registering. Alright, so now once that's, you're going to start registering your brand. So is it a business entity you're registering in US or Canada? Yes, it is. And then yeah, just click yes, yes. And then you're going to go ahead and now register and enter your information. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do now is enter our clients or our own business details. So just pretty much enter your legal business name and just make sure you add an LLC at the end. Right? Now business type, it's going to be LLC or sole proprietorship if you have that. And then your ID type is going to be EIN, right? And then after that, you're just going to pretty much put your registration number right here. It's going to be like a 9-digit code, right? And then you're going to go ahead and select your industry. So it's going to be automotive or construction for most of you guys. Go ahead and enter a business email of your client or your own client or your own business email. And let's say you are using your own LLC, just make sure you select marketing and media or online here. So yeah, make sure that's compliant. And then I'm just going to click on continue. Right now, alright, so you pretty much all you need to do now is enter your address and make sure the address that you're entering is your business address. Just make sure it's your business address. If not, you can pretty much get a virtual address, like a virtual mailbox as well. But pretty much make sure the state that you have your LLC or the state that your client has their LLC in is the exact state you're putting here and the exact zip code that you're putting here, right? Now, once that's done, you're just pretty much gonna go ahead and enter your own or your client's information. Right, so you're gonna enter your first name, last name, and just make sure you have a business email address, phone number, just click whatever here, and then you're gonna click on continue. Now, that's brand registration done. Now, we need to go ahead and now register campaign. Right now, just select low volume standard here. So just go in here, just click on acknowledge. And then just make sure the use case it is low volume mixed, right? Now you're gonna go ahead and copy the exact messages that I give you. So the messages are already in this document right here. So the use case description, you're pretty much gonna go ahead and copy this and just paste it right here and just enter your legal business name or your clients. And then you need to have 2 sample messages. So I already have 2 sample messages right here. So just pretty much go ahead, copy them. This is number 1. I just pretty much go ahead, put it here, go ahead and put it here. You have to make sure these 2 boxes are in check. Like make sure your message has an embedded link. Just edit this link to your client's website or your own website. And then just make sure it includes phone number, the link, and just turn these 2 off. There, go ahead and click continue. What you want to go ahead and do now is give them the link to the, right now you want to go ahead and just like how we created the links for the privacy policy, and you're just pretty much gonna want to go on sites and forms. Just save your form that we edited previously, then the I, and then just copy the link for the preview, right? So for this question, right, just pretty much copy this message, and you're gonna insert your link to the form. Yeah, just I have the link right here, so I'm just pretty much gonna paste it. And in the opt-in message, you're going to use this message, right? So that's pretty much in terms of the A2P. Just click that, and then you're going to go ahead and actually submit your A2P. And now, what you need to do is it's going to take 3 days to get verified. Now, once that's you need to go ahead and link your phone number to, right? So it's simple. Once done, you can go to manage, then these three dots, and then you're going to have an option or link it directly to your A2P campaign. So guys, that was it. If you follow the exact steps, we're going to get...
Okay, so now your A2P should now be officially in review, pending. It may take a couple of days to go ahead and get verified. I usually find that max, it typically takes around 24 to 48 hours. Every now and again, in rare circumstances, it'll take a little bit longer. So, great. Now your phone number is set up. You've got the hard part out of the way. I know it's very technically savvy, but it absolutely needs to be done, especially if you're targeting US-based businesses. If you're in the UK or Canada, doesn't matter as much, but the US is where the money is, so that's really where you want to be targeting. So step 3 is going to be scraping and importing the leads. Now we have the basics of the system set up. We can now start putting leads into the system, ready to start reaching out to leads and getting sales calls booked. So, first thing we need to do is get the business owner's information for us to contact them. And we're going to do this by using a tool called Outscraper. So this is basically just a tool that we can use to scrape leads. Okay, so the way that we're going to do this is we're going to follow the steps in this video on scraping the leads. First thing is we're going to go to the Google Maps scraper. So we're just going to join the free tier here. Just put in your information, put your industry, just put like digital marketing, next, job roles, CEO, boom. And then you want to add some credits to your balance so you can actually scrape the leads. Now, what I would recommend you do is you just go ahead and put in here like $10. You don't need to put in anything crazy. And I would heavily appreciate, I didn't even realize they had this, if you use my affiliate link, which I will provide on here as well. So if you use that, that would be very much appreciated because this video took a long time to make. Let me just go ahead and put this in there. There we go. Boom. Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to add around $10 to your balance, which we are going to do now. So click whatever the hell you want to do it with, and then put in your card information. There we go. Once you've done it, it should say payment is successful. Please wait 1 to 3 minutes till the funds will appear in your account balance. Okay. Now we're going to go to services. We're going to go use cases, lead generation, Google Maps, data scraper. And then on this page, we can actually close this out because I'm going to run you through it. First thing is we're going to insert the keyword for the type of business you want to target. So for me, in my case, if I just pull up the document that I have here, we know that the main keywords are, if we just go back to ChatGPT and we go here and we go and put all this in and say, what are the main keywords I should be inputting when scraping leads in this niche? Okay, accessibility remodeling contractor. Let's put that in first. Okay, accessibility remodeling contractor, put that in. And we can put in a number of different keywords here. So for me, I'm just going to put all of these in, like so. From there, what you can then go ahead and do is, if we just input these back in, there we go. Then we're going to select the location. So here, United States, click Get Data and click Confirm. So we're going to click Get Data. I think I accidentally clicked on that. Don't click Plain Queries. So here, United States, I'm actually going to get rid of, we want to select all states. Then, very simple, we're literally just going to click Get Data. And then what it's going to do is it's going to start scraping the leads for us that we can now reach out to and engage in a sales conversation and do some cold outreach. So we're going to give this a sec. It's basically going to tell us how much it's going to cost. So we can see here this task might exceed your credits. We've got more than 600,000 inquiries. That is insane. There is a lot of remodelers in the US, so it's pretty common for us to get a lot. So I might even want to niche down here just to get less leads, if anything. So if I just stick with, say, one keyword, if I refresh, go here, give me a niche-specific keyword for the businesses I'm targeting. ADA home modification. So let's exit out of that. ADA home modification. Let's see how many leads we can get from that keyword. Okay, 40,000. That one's better, and we can afford that. It's only $1. Or is that $1,800? Okay, so now we are going to be scraping the leads. Once you're now officially A2P verified, we're going to be doing this using a tool called Outscraper, which I've gone ahead and linked here. This is where you can actually sign up for it, and you actually get 400 free leads that you can use. So you can just click Join Free Tier here, like so. Now, in my case, because I'm already logged in, it will already log me in. I would recommend adding around $10 to your balance. The way you do that is you just put in debit or credit, you put in your card information, you pay for it, and then you're ready to go. Then from there, and by the way, you don't need to do that, just for clarity. You can literally do this and you get 400 leads completely for free. But we want to be playing a volume game, and we really want to be getting thousands and thousands of leads here. We don't really want to just be doing it with 400. It's a good start, but we probably don't want to do that right away. So in this services, we're going to type in Google Maps Scraper. There we go. And then under categories here, we're going to type in the category of business that we're trying to target. So for me, in my case, working with general remodeling companies offering ADA or aging in place services. So what we're going to do is we're going to say aging in place remodeling services, and we're going to put United States. Or what we can do is we can just put in-home aging remodeling. And if we can't find anything, which I'm happy that we're hitting these errors, I can come in here and I can just put this information into ChatGPT and say, give me the key term I should search for to find these businesses on Google Maps. Accessibility remodeling contractor. There we go. We type this in. Okay, what we need. There we go. So in my case, I'm going to put in contractor, like so, and I want to look for the categories. We've got general contractor, construction company, contractor, construction company, general contractor. Let's just type in general contractor, like so. Okay, so it looks like we've got a lot of them under the general contractor section. So we want to target general contractors. So we can put that in, make sure that's toggled off. Then, wherever you want to target, in my case, I'm going to go to the United States because I know that's where the money is, and make sure that all the states are connected. Now, in terms of maximum results, really, I would start with, let's say we do 1,000. Now, you get 400 for free, okay? So if you're doing this for free and you haven't added any credits, put that as 400. Now, with these things, really, we can just toggle these off just because it's extra credits. We don't want to rinse our credits. We really just need name, phone, email. We don't need to worry about any of this stuff. Maybe later down the line if we want to get really savvy with it, but we just want to get 1,000 people that we can scrape in the US. We can see we've got over 40,000 queries, and for 1,000 places, it's going to take 7 to 25 minutes, and it's going to cost us $1.50. We can simply then just click confirm, and now we are officially scraping the leads that we can reach out to engage in a sales conversation. So sent. To see the progress, navigate to the tasks page, which is here. You can see basically now it's going to take anywhere from 7 to 25 minutes, and then all of my leads are going to be stored directly in a Google Sheet that I can then pull in and import into my Go High Level account, so we can start ripping these leads and booking appointments as soon as humanly possible. So we're going to give this 7 to 25 minutes. I'll be back then. The amount of clothing changes in this video might actually be a world record, but I got sidetracked yesterday. Starting on a new day, fresh from where we was in terms of scraping the leads. So I'm just going to put this on dark mode here because I hate brightness. Anyway, when you're at the task section here, you will see that it is done when there is a Google Sheet here. You can literally just click on the Google Sheet, click on your email, like so, and then it will take 5 to 10 seconds to load, and then it will just have a pop-up at the top here that says Open in Google Sheets. So if we just give this a second, here we go. Now we're going to open this in Google Sheets, and boom, we now have our lead list. We have the query, so the search term, the name for emails, site, subtypes, category, phone, address, street, city, and then let's just double check we've got email. Okay, it doesn't look like email came in. Now I'm going to keep this part in the video. I'm not going to cut it because I want to go ahead and redo this for you, just to make sure that we can 100% get the email. So we're going to do this again. We're going to go general contractor, get rid of all the other stuff, just general contractor. Here, what we probably need to make sure is email scraper here. So we're going to recommend, I'm going to turn this one on. I'm going to, again, put the maximum results as 1,000, get data. Okay, we can do that, or alternatively, I believe under this filter section, for email, so this just searches here. Awesome. And this one can actually validate and verify the emails, which would be super relevant. Now for us, I've just realized, I'm an idiot. We don't even need the bloody email, we need the phone number. I'm an absolute donut, because we're not doing any cold email. So, the only thing we really need is phone. I mean, you can keep all of the other things if you want to keep them for future reference. But for me, all I really need is phone and name. That's pretty much it. And everything else is kind of irrelevant. I'm probably going to keep site, because why not? What's this? Name for emails. So we're going to get rid of that. Get rid of that. I'm literally just going to keep this very bare bones. I'm going to get rid of everything that isn't relevant to name, phone, site. Okay, so we've now scraped your leads, and then when you run out of leads, obviously all you would do is you would repeat that process and just get more and more leads each time. Now, when it comes to importing the leads, now we have the leads, now we need to import them into our agency Go High Level account. So first thing is you're going to export the leads from Outscraper in CSV format. So what you can do with this Google Sheet now, we can come in here, we can go File, Download, CSV. CSV is the correct format, so make sure it's that. It's going to pop up here. Then from there we can come to our Renovate Ready account. Now we're going to import them. Go to the Contacts tab on your sub account and click on the Import Actions button. So go Contacts. Here, there is going to be an Import Actions button, which is Import Contacts. Here we go. Here, we are going to click Contacts, click Next. We're going to upload the file. So in my case, it's going to be this one. Then I'm going to create contacts. Now, if you're importing an additional set of leads, let's say this is your second or third or fourth set of leads, you want to create an update contact. So what that means is any overlapping contacts that you might have scraped, let's say you scraped the same lead twice, it will overlap them and just update the contact. Okay, so create contact, next. Then we're just going to map the fields correctly. So we've got name and then phone, and then this is going to be website. Okay, then we can click next. Here, if we want to create a smart list, which you can just put the date, so like 26th of June, and then 1,000 lead list, as an example, and then add imported contacts to a workflow. We're not going to do that yet. And then add tags to imported contacts. Here, I might just create a tag, cold leads. Yeah, there we go. Just so I can identify which ones are cold right out of the gate. And then I can start the bulk import. So from here, I can just go ahead and toggle this, start bulk import, and what that's basically going to do is it's going to import the leads. So we've uploaded them, we've mapped the fields, and under preferences, you can also do is you can add a tag to track the leads, such as batch 1, batch 2, batch 3, so you can identify what batch of leads they came in for. Now, if you forgot to do it like I just did there, you can simply just select all of the records once they're fully pulled in. You can see I've only got 10 right now, and then 20. So you're just going to need to give it some time. I'd say give it a couple of minutes or so, and then all the leads are going to come in, okay? So if we just refresh here, okay, now I've got 122, so you see they're just gradually loading in. And if you want to see the progress of this, you can just go bulk actions. You can see processing 20%. So step 4 is going to be adding the leads to the workflow. So you're going to wait for the leads to finish importing, which is going to take anywhere from 1 to 2 minutes. And then we're going to go ahead and add these leads to the workflow. Okay, so now our import is complete. We now officially have 982 records in the account. So we've got all of our leads in. Some of them are naturally not going to work. It's completely fine. Just don't worry about it. Okay, so now we're going to add the leads to the workflow. We're going to go to contacts, top right, click on more filters, most used tag is, and then you want to add the tag you added your leads with. So each time you add these leads, you want to add a new different tag. So for me, I'm going to select all these records here. I'm going to add a tag, and I'm just going to call them batch 1. And then under the tag, I'm just going to put batch #1. So I know that all these leads that are coming in on this batch came in the first batch. Okay, so once you have that, like let's say you import another 1,000 leads, you know you're not going to send the same outreach to the same leads because all of the leads with batch 1 we're going to filter out. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go more filters, tag, and then is batch 1. And basically what it's going to do for us if I hit apply is it's just going to filter to show only the leads with the batch 1 tag, which in our case now it's all of them, but obviously as you import more and more leads, there's a way of organizing them. Now you want to close that and then click on the checkbox on the top left to select all your leads and click on select all. So we've gone ahead and done that here. You just click here. Oh, if I go back, select this, select all 982 records. We're then going to click the add to automation. So if we come here and we go to the, have they changed the icon? Add to automation, there it is. It used to be a robot. Okay. Then we're just going to call this SMS batch 1 workflow, and then the workflow is going to be generate leads cold SMS outbound. So we're going to name it SMS batch 1 and select a workflow as the SMS outbound workflow. Then we're going to go to drip mode and copy these exact settings. Okay. So we're going to send in drip mode. The reason we're going to send in drip mode, that essentially means instead of it sending this message out at a mass scale to every single person, what it's going to do is it's going to send them in micro batches. So we're going to send like 10 at a time as an example. So select date and time you want to start. If you want to do it today, you select today. You put in the date and time to be, say, 11 a.m. Let's say 11:30. Now, the optimal times that I've found to do this are going to be around 4 to 6 p.m. And I would always want to do it on an odd date and time, okay? The reason we want to do it on an odd date and time is because it seems more natural. If people get a message at 5:30 p.m. or 5 p.m. or 4 p.m., the likelihood of them knowing it's automated is going to be a lot higher. So I would pick something like 5:36 p.m. or 5:37 as an example, just a random number. Then we want to make sure the batch quantity is 10. And we're going to repeat after 10 minutes. So really, you're going to be getting through a lot of leads throughout this period of time. So when these messages are going out, you want to set an alarm on your phone at 5:37 p.m. to be on your computer and be ready to call leads. Because the minute that somebody engages, responds positively, we're going to call them as soon as humanly possible. We do not want to leave this up to chance. We want to call them as soon as possible because of speed to lead. Okay, and then we're going to repeat this every single day. And if you want to add a start and end time, you can totally do that too. Then from there, you just simply click add to automation. Now again, make sure that you are A2P verified before you do this, because otherwise the messages will not go out. And then in terms of keeping track of this, under the bulk action section here, you'll see that it is here, it's queued. We can see how many messages went out that were a success, an error, broken down by each individual lead. Okay, if you very wish to do so. So, that being said, that is where we can then go to the pipelines and check if the leads have been added to the cold lead stage when the workflow starts. So if we go to the workflow here, just to show you what I mean, the minute that a lead enters this workflow and we send the first text, they are going to move to the cold lead pipeline stage, which should be connected here under cold leads, like so. Now, what that basically means is if we go to opportunities, we're going to be able to keep track of all the leads that have got the initial message under cold leads. If they respond to first message, they'll go here. Second message, they'll go here. Hot lead is somebody that you need to call immediately. You should really be calling everybody that responds though, especially in the early stages. You need to get scrappy and just call as many people as possible. When you book somebody, they're going to go to booked. No pickup obviously means you tried calling them. You are going to manually drag the lead here. Not interested if they respond negatively to any of our messages. And then finally, client closed. Now, you obviously want to keep dragging leads to see if they're updated based on the conditions of the workflow. Okay, so just double check when you go into this workflow before this goes live that all of these actions here that have this money icon are connected to the pipeline. So if we just go to another one, move to not interested, it should not say select or select. It should say SMS outbound. If it says move to not interested, this should be selected on not interested. If this one says reply to first message, make sure that replied to first message here is connected. Now, this should already be ironed out for you, but just double check to make sure because we want to make sure there is very limited errors. Now, we've already gone over creating the messages. We've gone over all of this. We've gone over how we're going to send them a question after the pitch. And then if they respond positively to that, we are then going to ask for call permission. Perfect. I'll shoot you a call from this number in a few minutes. Is that okay? Now, the way that this works, just to go in a little bit more detail, is we're going to send a call requested text, and that's going to move them to responded to second message. Perfect. I'll give you a call in a few moments. Is that cool with you? Now, then what we're going to see is, did the contact reply? If they respond positively, that's where we're going to move them to the hot leads stage, okay? And these are the hottest leads that you need to call right away. And then it's going to notify your phone number with the following: interested lead, book for triage call, name, phone, call the lead ASAP to qualify them and book them in for a sales call. Okay, so it's basically going to notify you on your phone directly the minute that a hot lead comes in. But again, you want to make sure that you're also downloading the lead connector or Go High Level app on your phone. So always have notifications on. Even when somebody responds negatively, positively in the initial stages, you want to be involved in everyone, or you want to be calling everyone as much as humanly possible. So the minute that somebody responds, we want to call them. Now, when you call them, here is the SMS calling script, which we'll go through and we'll role play now just to give you an example. So you're going to give them a call, which the way that you call a lead in Go High Level, if I show you how this is going to work. So when these leads enter this workflow, and they're going to enter the workflow, obviously the scheduled time that you've given them, all of those opportunities are then going to appear in this cold lead section. Now, the minute that you want to call this lead, this is what we call a contact card. You can see I'm adding all of mine now manually just so you can see them for reference. You'll see them all here. Now, if you want to go and see more information about a prospect, you can come in here and just click on them like so. And you can see contact name, meaning the company name, phone. If you want to add email, you can totally do that too if you get that information from them. And then when we're taking calls with these leads, we can also add notes, okay? So we can add notes on the leads like so to make sure that we're fully aligned with, okay, here's the notes that we took ready for the sales call. Now, from that point, when you give them a call and how you give them a call is a lead will show in this hot leads section. The minute somebody is in hot leads, you'll be notified and you should click this call button here. When you do that, it will start dialing in the dialer here. And then you just want to allow.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
So obviously that was forwarded to voicemail. It's ridiculously early in American time zone. It's like 9:31 a.m. in Spain. So obviously they're not going to pick up, but you get the point. Then you would immediately call them and you would continuously call the hot leads every single day for at least 4 to 5 days. The money is in the follow-up, how many times you call them after they show positive intent. It's a game of follow-up here because we need to get scrappy. We're not yet in a position where you can run ads to acquire clients, probably because of a cash flow issue. So what we first need to do is we need to get you your first 4 or 5 clients via cold SMS, and this is the best way to do it, okay? So you're going to give them a call. When they get on the call, you're going to say the following: "Hey, John, how's it going, man? This is Cameron. Yeah, we were speaking over text to possibly get you more remodeling jobs. Does that ring a bell? Perfect. So I just wanted to give you a rundown of why I'm reaching out today specifically. We're expanding to insert area, wherever they are. We're expanding to, and by the way that you can have this, which I forgot to mention, when you import the leads, you can also import the city. So opening Google Sheets, you will see there is one for city, okay? So what you want to do is you want to make sure that on your sheet, and when you import the leads, you also import the field of city. So just to recap, when you import the leads, you need the business name, the email, if you have it. If you don't worry. Mainly the business name, the phone, the city, and the address, okay? So you have all of that information. So when you call this person, you can be like, yeah, we're expanding to insert location, and you'll be able to see that in this section here. So when you click in the contact, you'll have all of that information on city, email, phone, etc., address. So you can go here, "Hey, John, what's going on, my man? Yeah, this is Cameron. We were just speaking over text to possibly get you more remodeling jobs. Does that ring a bell? Awesome. So I just want to say why I'm reaching out today specifically. We're expanding out to Wooddale area right now because we don't currently work with a remodeler in your area. Okay? So I run a company called Renovation Ready, and what we actually do is we partner up with insert niche. We partner up with aging in-place remodeling businesses just like yours, and we help them get an extra 20 jobs a month and fill their empty calendar with new jobs. We have a whole system that we work with tons of different remodelers right now to do exactly that pretty much guarantees that, or you get your money back. I know you're busy, so I'll keep it short. Would you be open to a 15 to 20 minute Zoom call later today or tomorrow? I can walk you through the nuts and bolts of how the system works, show you the results, and see if we're a good fit to help. Sound good? Awesome. At this point, this is where you are going to book them in for an appointment. Now, a couple of tips when you're on the phone here is if they tell you, oh, I'm not available right now, I'm busy, you want to push back on that. You want to do what we call objection handling. So you don't just want to go, okay, no problem, when should I call you back? The likelihood of you getting back on the phone with this lead after the initial contact point and being on the phone with them now is almost 0 to none. So the way that I would push back on that is like, yeah, totally get it, man. This is literally going to take 10 seconds. I just want to see if there's a mutual fit here and if we're aligned, and if it is great, we can book in a Zoom call. Sound good? Awesome. And then you literally just ask, are you free for a call today or tomorrow? Now, in an ideal scenario, we'd be going in, we'd be qualifying, making sure they're the right fit. But when you first start out, you need to get scrappy. You need to sign anybody that you can. It's not a game of like, oh, is this person qualified or not? You need to get as many people on a Zoom call as possible. This is what we call getting more shots on goal. The more shots on goal you have, the better you're going to get at sales, the higher the likelihood of you closing a client, okay? And you're pretty much all set from here. You just want to go ahead and create your first messaging script and put it in the workflow as we have, and then follow the final steps to audit the workflow to your niche. Now, a couple of final tips here that I will give you on this entire system and how it works. It's absolutely important to understand the basics of how the system works before you start it, which I've already ran you through. I've given you the scripts, I've given you the framework, I've given you the workflows, and this is working for us and for tons of other people inside of Launch and Land right now, but it's important that you learn how to draft your own scripts and learn how to get good results to keep the system running and applicable forever. This is why I always recommend testing. The script we give you might work, but it will soon get saturated. So you need to keep reiterating and finding similar versions and drafting your own versions of the script. So what do I mean by testing? An example of that would be creating 5 variations of our opening message to increase your initial response rate. Okay. Now, don't do this with your first 3, 4, 5,000 contacts, but after that point, you want to start testing to see if something can get you a better result in terms of a higher response rate or a higher book to call rate. Okay. So all I would do is I would get this message, I'd put it into ChatGPT and say, I need 5 different variations of this message. Can you help me with that? And there we go. We've got 5 different variations that we can use. Obviously, when you do this, I would highly recommend getting rid of the big long dashes because people know that it's ChatGPT, okay? You want to send at least 300 messages with each 5 variations. So you never want to change your initial opening message before you've sent at least 300 messages with one. And then simply all you want to do is see what works and apply volume. Now, a couple of other things. Speed to lead. If you are not contacting your lead within 5 minutes of getting notified that they are a hot lead, meaning they've responded positively, what are you doing? You need to be focusing on speed to lead, okay? There was a study that was done on this that showed after the first 5 minutes, the likelihood of a lead picking up the phone goes down by like 100 times, okay? It's pretty much this one, right? You can see the longer that we leave it, the highest likelihood of us getting on the phone with somebody is within 5 minutes of them responding positively. After 10 minutes, there is a 5 minutes, there is a 900% decrease in contact rate. So we must call leads as soon as possible. It is going to be uncomfortable. It is going to be hard, but you've got to get over it. You just need to understand that the first 5 to 10 calls that you do outbound to these leads are going to be the hardest, and you're going to get better and better as time goes on. Another thing, volume. You will not get anywhere by sending 100 to 300 messages a day. You should be sending at least 500 to 1,000 SMSs a day to see results. It's purely a volume game. You want to think of it like ads. Would you get leads if you were only getting 100 views on your ads? No. So don't be a pussy and apply crazy volume. You have to go crazy on the volume. This isn't like cold calling where you do one call and you do 50 points of research on the call before you make it. We must apply volume and pressure on this outreach strategy. And the goal of each message is to get them to read the next message or get them on a phone call. Your goal is not to book meetings. It's to move them further down the sales process. So do not fall into the trap of handling objections on SMS. Objections will be handled on the calls. And this is why in your messaging, you want to keep it brief and to the point so we can handle all of the objections and questions on the call directly. Don't go back and forth with them via text too much. It's kind of like you want to have an illusion of like, I don't actually know what these guys do, but I'm kind of curious. Like, it's kind of like when you watch a trailer of a Netflix series and you're like, holy shit, I'm captivated by this. I want to continue watching. The same principle applies in your SMS. Okay, so that being said, again, apply volume, repeat this exact process. If you need to go back and rewatch everything I just did over the next 4 or 5 days, my action item for you is to do a minimum of 750 outbound messages every single day. And through the time period that you're going to be sending out the SMS, make sure that you are available, you have the phone app ready so you can call these leads and just follow the script that I've shown you here. Now, in terms of booking these people in for an appointment, if you remember, what we've got a sales call reminder workflow here. Basically, the way that this works is whenever somebody books on our new client generation calendar, which will be set up in your snapshot, it will notify you that a sales call has been booked. It will send them a confirmation email, a text. It will then do the same 1 day before, 1 hour before, and 5 minutes before. So the way that we book these people is very simple. First thing is we go to calendars. Your calendar will be here, and you will see your Google Calendar connected here if you integrated it correctly, as we've already gone over. All you'll do is, let's say I was booking for 12 p.m. I'd just drag and drop. I'd put it on the new client generation one that we set up earlier. I'd select the contact, whoever that may be, like so. And then I would put the appointment title, which isn't that relevant. You can kind of leave it blank, put in the time, and then book the appointment. Now, when you book this appointment, the confirmations are then going to get sent out to that lead. It will be on your calendar, and this will also show on your Google Calendar as well, and you'll be notified directly. Now, rule of thumb here is if you have their email, it is going to benefit you because you can also send them email reminders to make sure that they show up to the appointment, okay? And the minute that we book somebody in, they will also move to this appointment booked stage. So we can see here now, if I just refresh, that this appointment is now under the appointment booked section, and we have the date and time of the appointment here directly. And if we click into this, we click book and update appointment. Under here, we also have the ability to change the appointment time, change the name, etc., if you very wish to do so. And you can see because we connected Google Meets, we also have the meeting location here directly. So the minute that I want to join this call, I can just paste this in like so. And this is where I would officially meet with the prospect to sell them, which we're going to be getting into the sales process here in a moment. Okay. Now, another rule of thumb, you have to expect with cold outreach that your show rate is going to be kind of bad. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you get like a 40 to 50% show rate. It is purely a volume game. And I promise you, when you have enough money to launch paid ads to get new clients, this isn't really going to be as much of a problem. Okay. But for now, it's going to be a problem. This is why when you book these sales calls, you must be booking them for the soonest available slot in your calendar. You should always be giving them 2 options. So if we go back to the SMS calling script here, this is why we say, are you free for a call later today or tomorrow? You always want to pitch them when you're booking in an appointment, the soonest available time that you have on your calendar. So an example of this, I know you're pretty busy, so I'll keep it short. Would you be open to a quick 15 to 20 minute Zoom call later today or tomorrow? I can walk you through the nuts and bolts of what we do, how it works, the results we've been getting, and see if we're a good fit to help. Awesome. So how's today at 2 p.m.? I've just had a reschedule come in here. So the framing that we want to give is like, our calendar is very busy. We have a lot of interest. We have a lot of people that want to work with us. I just had, 1 or 2 reschedules come up for later today. I could probably slot you in there. How does that sound? You see how we're putting ourselves in a place of authority that way, instead of us going to the prospect, oh, when are you free, Mr. Prospect? I'll make the accommodation for you. Because then immediately you put them in the place of power and authority, and it gives the illusion that you're not speaking to anybody else. Even if you're not speaking to anybody else, this is your first lead, we still must give the illusion of authority, that we've got an abundance of people that want to work with us. We're very busy. We have a lot of clients, okay? Because nobody wants to work with somebody as their first client because they know that they're going to be the guinea pig. So that's my final tip on that piece. Now, that being said, now we're going to move into the sales process. So now you know exactly how to book sales meetings on your calendar. Now, how do you get those people on a live Zoom call and to convince them to pay you money? That's what we're going to break down here. We're going to go over the sales mindset and overcoming fear, the full stack sales process, and then a live sales call breakdown. So in terms of the sales mindset, because a lot of people that I speak to when they're first starting out, the biggest fear they have is getting on a sales call with a prospect and not knowing what to say, how to say it, and overall just being completely overwhelmed and being too scared to take action. Much like everything that I've told you in this course, you must take relentless action, regardless of how you feel. And one of the biggest pitfalls that people fall into here is letting fear prevent them from taking their first sales call. Whether that be, what if I mess up? What if they don't buy? What if they reject me? Whatever fear is in your mind, you need to know it's only going to go away through action. I wish I could give you some magic pill or some magic mindset hack that's going to stop you from feeling scared to take your first sales call. One thing that I would encourage you to think about a lot is we suffer more in our imagination than our reality. The way that the human mind is built is we are wired to look for threats, think worst case scenario, and you need to center your thoughts back to reality. You're not going to die when you take a sales call. And the only way to the next level is through. Sales is good. Sales is serving. And you must understand that the more reps you put in, the more calls you take, the better you'll get. Sales is exactly like a muscle. My assumption is a lot of the people watching this may go to the gym, they may work out, they may care about their health. Think about it this way. If you don't train a muscle, what happens? It deteriorates. It gets smaller. If you need to train that muscle every single day, and it constantly needs to be trained to improve. So this is why I would encourage you to rewatch this section, because I'm going to be giving you a live sales call that we're going to go through, and we're going to break it down so you can see the entire full stack process end to end. So on the document that you should already have, that you've made a copy of, I've gone ahead and attached a template of our demo call framework. This is exactly how we conduct these sales calls and how we go through the sales process, okay? Now that being said, I'm going to cut to another video that I've already made and broken down of me going through the entire sales process, as well as the pitch deck you can use, the templates, etc., etc. So first thing is the sales process. I'm going to break it down step by step. I'm then going to give you the pitch deck that you can use to sell the prospects on the sales call. And then I'm going to give you a live sales call of me breaking down my own sales call for you to take a look at to improve. And I would encourage you to watch this back to make sure that you fully understand how it works, and so you can really sink in your brain the entire process. Hello and welcome to this video going over the end-to-end sales process. Now, I get a lot of questions about the sales process, specifically around should I run a 1 call, should I run a 2 call? Now, if you're just starting out and you have very little sales experience and you're going to be spending less than $100 a day on your ads to start, which most people probably are who are going through this, then I would recommend that you start with a 1 call process, and I will explain why. You really want to create something called flow before you create friction, okay? Think about it this way. What are you going to get more flow with? Meaning, how many people are going to be more likely to go through a 1 call than a 2 call process? The less steps that you have from when the lead, let's say this is where they opt in, and the less steps you have between that and when the lead closes and gives you money, the more flow you're going to have, okay? Now, there is certain times where it makes sense to add friction. You know, if your availability is the biggest constraint, if you're getting a lot of disqualified leads, etc., etc. But if you're not getting that and you're just trying to get as many people on the phone as possible so you can close, which a lot of people are when they first start, you only really want to add one piece of friction, which is going to be the 1 call close, okay? That is where you're going to get on a call with them, you're going to sell them, you're going to take their money. Now, if you then do the same thing, but you add a 1 call and a 2 call, you then add an extra step in the process for drop-off to take place. For example, on this first call, you might have say a 70% show rate, right? On the second call, you might have a 90% show rate, but then in this 1 call process, you might have a 75% show rate here, as an example. So you see, with this process, you got 30% plus the 10%, you got a total of a 40% no-show rate. Collectively across the 2 calls. This one you've only got a 25%. So a lot of the time with a 1 call, you're going to get more disqualified people on the phone, but it makes more sense because you probably aren't playing with an unlimited budget. Your constraint is going to be that you just simply don't have enough leads, which is why running a 1 call process makes the most sense. Now, in a video after this, I'm going to be running through the intro process, the demo process. What I would recommend that you do is you just run with the demo process, okay? Now, the way that this is going to work is you're going to be running ads as it showed in the paid ad speed run. You're going to run them through a lead form or a landing page. Again, if you're spending more than $100 a landing page, if you're spending less, you want to be using a lead form. When you get the lead to sign up, you're going to send them to a calendar page. On that calendar page, they're then going to book a demo call with you, and then you're going to have a series of automations that are going to go out to follow up with that lead before the appointment. Now, when you get on a sales call with this person, you're going to start with the introduction, where you're going to build rapport and set frame, okay? Now, the main outcomes of the introduction of the call is you're going to demonstrate you're a normal human, make sure the prospect is in a good time and place for the call, and you want to set the agenda for the call, okay? So if we go to the demo framework here, the way that we do this is we go, hey, John, what's going on, my man? Can you see and hear me okay? Awesome. Now, one thing that a lot of people will do when they get on a call is the prospect won't have their camera on. And that's a big problem, right? Because if you have your camera on, the prospect doesn't have their camera on, they have leverage over you. They can see how you're reacting, your emotions, they can see your body language. You can't see anything about them, okay? So you put them in a better position to have leverage over you than they have over you, if that makes sense. So if somebody does not have their camera on, the way that I always do it is I just go, hey, John, I can't see you for some reason. It's like 7 p.m. over here. You're not still in your pajamas, are you? Ha 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 ha. Really, like, it's just a funny joke that can get them to turn on their camera, because one of the mistakes that people make is, number one, never turning their camera on, which people are going to be less likely to give you money if you have your camera off on a sales call. You always want to have your camera on, unless you do something like this, you prompt to get their camera on and they don't put it on. In that case, then what I do is I go, okay, got it, man. Well, just so I'm not staring at a blank screen, I'll go ahead and turn off my camera too. Sound good? Awesome. So with this, basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to get their camera on, but we don't want to be too direct and sound combative. This is another mistake that people make where somebody doesn't have their camera on and they'll go to the prospect and they'll go, hey, John, can you turn your camera on? And they'll be like, why? And then again, you're turning the sale into a fight instead of a dance. Sales is a dance. And you can see how we kind of indirectly dance around the fact that we just want them to turn their camera on. We go, yeah, John, I can't see you for some reason. It's like 6 p.m. over here. You're not still in your pajamas, are you? Got it. Okay, awesome. I can see you now. So how's the week been, man? Give me a rundown. Awesome. And did you have a chance to look through the video I sent you? Now, I wouldn't worry too much about this. We're going to get into that later down the line. That's more so if you join License and Scale, about pre-call videos, VSLs, things like that. If you already have a VSL that you want them to watch before the video, you can go over that here as well, okay? Then we're going to set the frame, which is the third point. We're going to set the agenda for the call. Now, this is important and probably one of the most important parts of a sales call, because if we don't set the frame, meaning here's exactly what's going to go down on this call and here's where I want to take it, they're then going to take control of the call. And if you don't set that frame, I'm like, look, I'm going to ask you some questions at the end of the call. If it makes sense, I'll run you through what we can do and how we can help you. If you don't do that, then what's going to happen is the prospect is going to start throwing you off track a lot more. Now, I'm not saying the prospect isn't going to throw you off track regardless. They probably will, and they could. There's a high likelihood of doing so, especially if you're in a more sophisticated market and you're on the phone with people like roofers, remodelers, things like that. They're going to have a way shorter fuse than most people. So you've got to expect that, especially if they've been on a lot of sales calls like this before and they've heard the process, they've heard you do it, they've heard other people doing the same thing that you're doing right now. So the way that we set the frame is you go, great, well, look, man, main goal of this call, just to shoot it to you straight, is I want to run you through how we can fill your calendar with insert outcome. So in this case, I want to run you through how we can fill your calendar with financially qualified patients. And at bare minimum, I want to walk away with a game plan on how you can do everything in-house. At best, if everything we do makes sense, I can show you how we handle everything A to Z so you can get patients buying your high-ticket treatment plans without chasing them down over the phone. Sound good? Awesome. And obviously for you, you would just tweak this to be relevant to your industry, your niche, whatever the hell you are selling them. For example, main goal of this call is to run you through how we can fill your calendar with financially qualified kitchen remodeling projects this summer. Would be a prime example of an outcome that a remodeler would want, right? Now, you don't need to worry too much about the intro piece or like recapping what you already talked about. The only reason that this would make sense is if you've already had a phone call with the lead that you are speaking to, okay? If you haven't, don't worry about it. And by the way, just to preface this, in the next video, I'm going to be giving you an AI tool that's going to allow you to take this framework and actually personalize it to your offer, okay? So if you did get the opportunity to speak to that person before the call, then what you can go ahead and do is you can actually just recap the points that you spoke about. Now, the key here is you want to keep it brief and very high level, okay? This is where we're going to start transitioning into the information gathering phase. We're going to get background questions. We're going to identify pain, doubt, financial and resource, solution, cost, desire, and support questions, okay? And all of these questions are on here, and I'm going to break them down. So the first thing that we always run into is we go into identifying what the pain is and what the problem is. Now, I got this picture from Cole Gordon, but I really like it because it's just probably one of the simplest ways I've seen to understand the philosophy of sales. Your prospect is here right now. They're on Hell Island. They're in a position of pain where they do not currently like where they are. Now, there's two reasons why people would want to go from where they are to where they want to get to. It can be a need or a greed. Now, the people that need it are the people that are barely making any money, that if they don't do something about their Hell Island, their current situation, their life is going to go to shit. They're going to lose their house. They're not going to be able to feed their kids, whatever that looks like for them specifically. That is a need. Now, for most business owners that we're going to be targeting, because we want to target people that have money, because we solve rich people problems, we get paid in correlation with the level of problem we solve, and we can get a piece of the pie. So, when we solve rich people problems, a lot of the time it is a greed and not necessarily a need. Now, what that means is they're, say, making 50K a month and they want to get to 200K a month. That doesn't necessarily mean that they need to do that or they're going to die. It just means they are greedy and they want to make that happen. For example, if I was being sold, I paid $40,000 for consulting, paid in full last week, as an example. And the reason that I got sold wasn't because I needed it. I already have the money. I'm happy with how much money I'm making, but it was simply a greed. I'm happy with what I'm making, meaning I'm not going to die, but I would like to make more, right? And in terms of getting somebody from Hell to Heaven Island, your goal is to get crystal clear on what Hell and Heaven Island looks like, destroy other potential options. What are they considering? What have they tried in the past? What are they planning on moving forward with to try and get from Hell to Heaven Island, which are going to be other solutions. For example, for you, it might be other agencies. It might be a new AI system that completely removes agencies, whatever the hell those other options are that can deliver a similar result to what you're delivering. Harpoon the sharks. And by the way, what I mean by shark is objections. Let me think about it. I don't have enough money. Let me speak to my wife. Let me speak to other competitors. We need to completely fucking gut punch those sharks in the face to get them out of the way. And then we need to clearly show your bridge is the safest, strongest, and fastest solution available out of all of the other options that they're considering, okay? So the first question that we always start out with in the information gathering phase is a pain question, and we're just being very open and honest with them and identifying right now what's the biggest problem or challenge when it comes to scaling your med spa, or what's not working at the level that you truly feel it could and should be. Okay, so the tonality here is very important. The way that we navigate or answer this or ask this question is we go, so John, give me a rundown, man. Like right now, what would you say is the biggest problem or challenge when it comes to scaling your kitchen remodeling company? Or, you know, what's not working at the level you feel it truly could and should be? And then we pause. And we're looking to know if they have a problem that they're already aware of. And if not, then we're going to have to probe deeper, which we can get into in a minute. Now, let's say they go lead generation, right? Okay, got it. So it's just not generating enough leads. And how long has that been a problem for? Got it. Okay. So probably over the last 3 years or so. I'm with you. Okay. And what are you currently doing, I guess, to solve that issue? Are you running Facebook ads, SEO, Groupon? Give me a rundown. And this is where we're then going to move into background questions. So we've now identified what the pain is or what the problem is, stopping them getting from where they are to where they want to get to. We now want to go into past solutions. And again, this is what we refer to as background questions, okay? Okay, got it. We'll circle back to that. And again, the goal in the background information collecting phase is to get clarity on what kind of services they want to scale and if we can help them. Now, in my case, that is the treatments. For you, it might be, okay, do they want to scale their kitchen side, their bathroom side? Do they want to scale the roofing side, the solar side, whatever that looks like for your niche specifically? Okay, so here is where we're going to go into background questions. And we're going to briefly touch over the fact that we covered these in the intro if you already called them beforehand. So give me a rundown, man. What are the highest ticket services that you guys are currently looking to scale right now? Oh yeah, we've got like bathrooms, we've got kitchens. I'd say the one that really makes us the most money is gardens though. Okay, got it, man. And like, let's say, you know, a qualified homeowner books in for a consultation. You give them a pitch. They want their whole garden revamping. What's the average price of that project? And just so I'm clear, like a lot of clinics or a lot of remodelers tell me quality is a big problem when running paid ads. So is there any key pieces of information you need to classify somebody as a qualified lead? And the reason that we ask this for our industry specifically is because we know that almost every single med spa struggles with lead quality. And this is a big gap that we're going to dive into later down the line. Okay, now for you, it may be different. And I would encourage you to, as you take more and more sales calls, which I'll actually show you a hack in this in a future video on how you can put your own sales calls into ChatGPT and it can tell you certain questions that you can ask to pre-handle your objections, okay? And then we can ask, so let's say, you know, we can bring you people that check those boxes. They have a 700 credit score, they're financially qualified, their home is worth more than $3 million. How confident are you in your team's ability to close a sale and, you know, get them on a treatment plan if they come in for a consult and check those boxes? And the reason that we ask this question is because we really want to play on the ego here. Like, if we get somebody here to say, oh yeah, my team's amazing at sales, then we know we've got them by the balls. This is a really good leverage point, because if somebody tells us that, we then know that we can use that later down the line where it's like, well, John, you're telling me you're uncertain, but if we do the math here, we're going to bring you 30 appointments a month. If you're saying that your team's going to smash it out of the park with the sales piece, what's the problem, right? So we can challenge their identity and what they think their team is capable of. Then what we're going to do is get a little bit clearer on the current state, or in other words, what we refer to as Hell Island, okay? And we're still in the background collection phase, but we're now getting a little bit more information about the financial and the resources, okay? So the way that we do that is we're going to go, okay, got it, man. And one of the key benchmarks we look for in a scalable campaign is one that we know has an upsell potential of X and above. So it sounds like if most people need Y number of treatments at X price point, we check the box there. So for us, that's just something that we say to basically mentally check off in their mind, okay, this person is qualifying me. They don't work with anybody. They're selective, right? That might be different for you. So if you're not super selective with who you work with, I would encourage you to just tweak this to be relevant to your industry. So then we get revenue. Cool. So I'm pretty clear on what's going to be the best services to double down on. That being said, what are you guys doing on average in monthly revenue looking at the last 3 months? And the reason you want to get specific here, don't just go how much do you make per month, is because people have a tendency to just tell you their best month, okay? And that is with pretty much every single business owner that you're going to speak to, agency owners, remodelers, any company. If you ask them what revenue they do, they're going to give you their biggest number almost 9 times out of 10 because of an ego thing. So what we do is we go looking at the last 3 months, and a really good word that you can use here when you're collecting monetary figures or you're trying to understand where they're at, where they're trying to get to, is use the word specifically, exactly, because that forces them to give us accurate numbers. So an example of that would be, so if we look at last month specifically, how much did you guys actually take home? And then let's say they say like 50K. Okay, got it. Is that normal for you? Now, the reason that we ask this question is because it plays on their ego, right? If they think it's a lot of money and then we say that, they're like, holy shit, maybe it's not a lot of money. Or if it's not normal for them and let's say they had a huge drop in revenue, they're going to be like, no. And then we've clearly dug deeper on the pain. Because our goal in a sales call is simply to find the pain, the X marks the spot, as I like to call it, which the pain in this case, if we're pretending this was a prospect I was on the phone with, is, okay, I don't have consistent lead flow. I did 50K last month. We usually do 200K a month. I know where the pain is. I know where the X marks the spot is. My goal is to now dig deeper on that pain and get really clear on what the root cause issue is and what that's been costing them and how much it's actually going to cost them in the long run if they don't do anything about it. And that is what we call doubt questions to actually make them want to act now, okay? So then we double down on, like, are we talking gross or net? And then if they mention any expensive overhead, for us, they're the machines, we go, okay, and the device you mentioned, is that all paid off or are you financing that each month? And if they're financing it, so if you don't mind me asking, John, are you making more with that machine than it's costing you right now? And again, this is going to be industry specific, but if there's any overhead that they have, for example, with roofers, the team they pay, the marketing they run, the in-person location they have, whatever that looks like, double down on that and see if they're spending more than they actually make, because that's a big pain point, right? And then we can double down on, like, the cost of inaction, which means, okay, so if you stay in the same place and you're losing money right now, what does your runway look like? How long do you actually have until you run out of funds, right? Then we're going to dive into past solutions. We want to get crystal clear on what they've tried in the past or what they've considered in the past, because if we try and sell them on the same thing they've already been pitched last week or they've already tried, the likelihood of them closing is going to be 0 to none because they've already heard it, right? Our goal is to fit ourselves in a completely different box to what they're typically used to, because if they fit us in the same box as every other agency that they've been on the phone with, the likelihood of them buying from us is going to be 0 to none again. Because what you're going to have whenever you get on a sales call with a lead is you want to avoid being put in what I call the box, okay? Now the box is, like, let's say A stands for agency, right? We've got like 10 different agencies in this box, all of them, all trying to pitch them with the same shit guarantees, the same offers. And what we want to do is create our own box that they cannot associate with this box. And the reason we want to do that is because if we're the only people in this box, meaning all of this shit sounds terrible compared to our solution, the prospect is going to go with us. And what this sounds like in, like, quote terms, which is actually from Cole Gordon, and I really like this quote, is your solution needs to be the simultaneous reason why everything else they've tried in the past has failed and why your solution is different. So if everybody else doesn't offer a call center and you offer a call center, that would be a prime example of putting yourself in your own unique box. If you get on a sales call and they tell you, oh, everybody else is running Facebook ads, and you go ahead and pitch them TikTok ads, that's another way of putting yourself in a unique box. This is why you're going to be selling the same thing to every prospect for the most part, right? A lot of the time for the people in this, it's going to be Facebook ads, some sort of nurture. You're going to be booking their appointments. You're going to be helping them with the reporting. But the way you sell it is going to be completely different. And it's going to be completely dependent on the information they give you in the background phase, where they give you information about what they've tried in the past to solve this, the solution questions. Okay, now from that point, another thing that we do in the sales call is we make them realize where their past solutions sucked. So the reason that we do this is because what we can't do is we can't go to somebody and go, oh, well, John, the reason why your past ads didn't work is because of this reason. They wasn't calling the leads. Their ads were shit. Because if we do that, it's going to go through one ear and out the other. People don't trust salespeople, okay? And naturally, it's going to sound scummy from you anyway if you tell them, oh, all of the stuff you're doing right now is wrong. Come and buy our thing that's completely different, which is common sense, right? Why would they trust you to do that? So what we need to do is make them come to that conclusion themselves without directly telling them, hey, that solution sucks. And the way that we do this is through assumptive questioning, okay? So an example of that would be, let's say the previous agency that they were working with were running their ads, but you don't really have too much information about what they did, okay? You can ask an assume question to uncover the biggest problem and why it didn't actually work. And the reason we use assume questions is because assume questions make it sound like it's the normal or it's the standard, when in reality it's actually not. It's actually your biggest selling point against everybody else in the market, which you should already know if you went through the advanced market research video. So an example of this would be, okay, got it, man. So you were working with an agency, they were generating your leads, and you mentioned that your biggest problem was quality, right? Okay, got you. So I assume this agency was calling your leads, booking them in. So what qualifying questions were they asking before booking them on your calendar? Was it credit score, commitment level? Did they get the project value that they were willing to commit to? Then what's going to happen is you're going to pause, and 9 times out of 10, the lead is going to go, oh, no, they didn't even call our leads at all. But see, we didn't even stop at calling the leads. We stopped at like a super granular piece of information that they should have been collecting with their call center, which would have got them better results. If you can master assumptive questioning to make them realize their problem is actually a problem without you directly telling them it, you have the key to persuasion. Okay? Because persuasion is getting somebody to do what you want them to do without actually pushing them or forcing them to do it, right? And that is essentially what we're trying to do on the sales call. Again, the sales call is not a fight. It's not us going, John, your ads were shit. Your agency should have been calling the leads. It's a dance. It's like, okay, got it. So when they were calling the leads, I guess, what type of household income were they targeting on the ads? Was it 6 figures a year and above? Or, oh, they wasn't doing that at all. Interesting. Okay. So how did you know they were qualified? So you see here how we still create this big gap of like, oh shit, why didn't we think about that? Why didn't we do that? Okay. And then as well, if that prospect doesn't know their numbers and we're asking for things like what's your cost per lead, what's your show rate, what's your schedule rate, if they already work with an agency, a question that we can ask is like, so I assume they were giving you like a, like a weekly report breaking down ROI, cost per lead, show rate. So why don't we just pull that up and see what it looked like for last month? And then they'll probably go, oh, they didn't do it. And you want to spend a lot of time here. And 2 things you want to get before moving on from the past solutions phase is what they've tried and why it didn't work, and what they've been pitched and why they didn't move forward, okay? We don't just want to know what they've tried in the past, we also want to know what they've been pitched in the past, because if we know both of those things, we can then position our solution as different, okay? And we want to continue circling back through this process until we exhaust all past solutions and we know exactly what they've tried in the past and how we can position ourselves as different, okay? And what we will tend to do is if we're on the phone with a sophisticated buyer, and they've worked with an agency in the past, we'll go really granular on their numbers. Ad spend, leads, how many clients did you get? How many did you convert and actually close on a project, as an example? What was the price point? What was your ROI? Because when we understand these numbers, if you've been running your agency for a while, you can actually just compare them to your numbers. And if your numbers look better than their numbers, then it's a win-win situation, right? Then what we do is we dive into the qualitative pain business and the personal pain. Okay. Now, again, we're spending a lot of time in pain here. We've covered background. We've covered solutions. We've covered financial and resource. We're going to be getting into cost soon and desire. We're now going into, we've been into like the quantitative, which is like the numbers that drive their success and why they didn't work out. Now we're going into the qualitative. We're getting a little bit more emotional. Now, with these questions, you've got to be careful with them. If you're on the phone with a business, I would be very careful with the way that you navigate these questions. A lot of the time, we might even skip these questions because a lot of the time, if you're on the phone with a prospect that has a greed and not a need, then asking like, oh, how is that affecting you personally, John, isn't really going to move the needle forward. And if anything, it's probably going to push you further away from the sale, right? My typical rule of thumb is if it's a need, I'll go more emotion-based because every sale is emotional, whether we like it or not. But with greed prospects, it is definitely more logical. It's more numbers driven. With logical based buyers, it's more like if we change this one number, then we can help you make an additional Y. With need based people that need to do this, we can go a little bit more emotional. Okay. Now, then we go into overcoming the doubt question. Now, basically what the doubt question is, we want to make sure that they don't think that they can actually do this themselves. Okay. So the way that we ask this is we go like, so I can understand, man, what's been stopping you from figuring this out on your own? Like, why not? I don't know, just do the marketing yourself, take things in-house and, just scale it up that way. And the goal here was to get them to verbalize and admit it would not be an efficient use of their resources to figure it out on their own, and it would be more efficient to pay somebody to figure it out for them. And then we go into the desire. If they're numbers driven and sophisticated, meaning they have a greed, what we typically do is we ask, so just so I can stay organized on my end, say we look 3, 6, 12 months ahead, what's the ultimate revenue goal you guys want to hit? Just so I can reverse engineer the numbers on my end and see if we can even help you hit it, If they're not sophisticated, meaning they have a need, we can go, so say we can help you solve, the problem that you're having with not getting consistent lead flow. Like, what's the goal then? I mean, what's stopping you from, hitting 5K a month profit, removing yourself from the equation, moving to Thailand and sipping cocktails all day? So the goal here is to find out, if we just scroll back up, what the heaven island is. We've got clear on hell. We've got clear on what they've tried in the past, what they're considering, and now we're going into the heaven island and getting clear on what that looks like too. Then what we do is we go into the cost of inaction, which again, if the prospect is losing money or breaking even, which is typically a need, this is where we're going to get a personal cost of inaction. Now, this is a type of cost question where we insert a pain point or reference point to what they said earlier on in the call, and we put it into a templated cost question framework above. So for example, earlier you said that you're barely breaking even factoring in all of your overhead and the machines that you financed. If you don't mind me asking, how much is coming out per month? And what we're basically asking is, how much runway do you have until you run out of money? Because if somebody has a need to do this, chances are they're either breaking even or losing money. So it's either going to be like, how much more time do you want to waste on this thing that's not making you any money? Or that you could probably make more with a full-time job, right? Why not just get a job that's doing something like this that you like? Or we go into the runway side of things, savings. Now, when it comes to greedy prospects, they don't need to grow, but they have agreed to grow, this is where we go into more of a logistical-based cost question. Now, this type of cost question is purely for sophisticated buyers. The use for this type of cost question is because sophisticated business owners doing multi 5-6 figures a month are not in a state of pain where you will get them emotional. Because if they don't buy, they're still making 5 to 6 figures a month. However, if people don't have a need, they have a greed. And this is what we focus on with this kind of buyer type. And the way that we're framing this is, first off, we start with the status thing and we ask to share some thoughts. Got it, man. So based on everything we've spoke about, do you mind if I share some thoughts? And then we build what we call expert authority. So just to give you some context on where these thoughts are coming from, it's because we've had X, Y, and Z insert social proof. Now, I don't say this to weirdly flex. I say this because, it allows us to collect one thing more than anybody else, which is data. Data that allows us to know exactly where your KPI should be and what's going wrong. And then we dive into, okay, looking at your numbers, here's the one constraint that if we fixed it, whether that be cost per lead, the front desk not calling within 5 minutes, reporting, sales training, if we just change this one metric from X to Y, you would make an additional Z per month, okay? And then we ask for their thoughts on it. So essentially what we're doing here with the cost of inaction is we're explaining to them that if we just fix this one metric by installing whatever the hell your solution is, for example, if their cost per lead, if we just do the math here, let's say when you get on a call with this person, you go through their numbers and their CPL on their ads is like $20 and you know that you can get that down to $10, hypothetically, you're going to double their lead flow, which on paper might at least 1.8x their current ROI, if that makes sense. So essentially, they're going to make way more money if they get a way lower lead flow because they're going to have more throughput in the funnel. And that's what we're going to be doubling down on here. If we just change this one metric, that ultimately means that you're leaving X amount on the table every single month. And that is how we can create the cost of inaction. Okay. Then we do a brief recap. We label them. So one label that I like to put on every person on a sales call is like, and to be honest with you, man, you seem like a very quick action taker, which is good because you need that to be successful in business. Does that sound about right? The reason we do that is because then we can tie back to that at the end of the sales call and go, hey, you're a quick action taker, right? Well, what's holding you back, right? Success loves speed. Then part number 5 is where we transition into the pitch. Now, again, when we pitch, our pitch needs to be the simultaneous reason why everything else they've tried in the past has failed and why this is different. So we pitch based on what their biggest problems are. For example, if I am selling, if I just pull up another doc, let's say I'm just selling the typical, like, we have 4 pillars. We have generating the leads, which we call the lead sourcing system. We have the promo patient filter, which is running a landing page. We have patient concierge, which is running a call center. And then we have scaling with speed, which is essentially us providing reporting. If they already told me with their past agency that they ran Facebook ads, I'm not going to spend a ton of time talking about running Facebook ads. I don't even mention it at all. But if I know that their past agency didn't call their leads, then what am I going to double down on? I'm going to double down on where the gap is. And the gap is their leads were not being called. So the way that I do this on the sales call is when I get to that point, I'm going to be like, cool, do you mind if I run you through how I can help you? Or based on everything that we went over, where do you want to go from here? That's what we do. And you'll see that in the pitch, right? We don't actually go, hey, we're going to move into the pitch. You want to give them the element of control, okay? So the way that we do it is we go, look, I feel like we've covered a lot of ground here, man. I guess based on what you told me previously, I do think we can definitely help. Where do you think we should go from here? I can walk you through what we do, the numbers, next steps of how we can help you get to 100K if you'd like, but your call, wherever you want to go. So we leave the ball in their court. And again, we give them the illusion of control. Sales is a dance and not a fight. We want to make them feel like they're in control because nobody likes being on a sales call with somebody that is fighting with them and hard selling them. We might be hard selling somebody, but we're hard selling somebody in a strategic way where they don't even realize it because they're the one making the decisions at the end, okay? So then we move into the pitch. This is where we go in and we go like, look, I'm more of a visual guy. I figured you probably are too. Are you fine with me just sharing my screen and running you through those steps? And I would encourage you to memorize your pitch. I'm going to have a separate video going over how to build out the pitch shortly so you can understand the way that you build this out. Now, the way that you want to pitch people is going to be different for every prospect. Again, I'm not going to go through all of this for somebody that's already ran ads in the past and has already ran video ads in the past and done what we do here. What I will probably do is I'll go, yeah, so John, obviously we run the ads for you. Essentially what we're going to be doing is building out your lead sourcing system. What we're going to be doing here is making sure that we can target people within a 20-mile radius that are financially and medically qualified. Because do you remember how you told me previously that when your team were calling the leads, nobody really responded, right? And that you didn't really know what the targeting looked like. Yeah, so what we do to prevent that from being an issue is on our onboarding call, we're actually going to come together as a collective and we're going to do our own market research before the call on the highest income zip codes in your area with the highest likelihood of a pickup rate. We also cycle between 3 to 4 different phone numbers at any given time and we're scanning them every single day for spam likely to make sure that we have the highest pickup rate possible. Does that make sense? Awesome. Now, remember, John, how you told me as well that your team, when you were calling the leads, a lead came in past 5 p.m. or any day that wasn't a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, your team couldn't call them simply because they wasn't on the phones, right? Yeah. So what we do to prevent that from being an issue is we actually have our own in-house patient concierge team that are going to be financially and medically qualifying every lead that comes through. Now, what that means for you, John, is every single lead is going to be called within 5 minutes. Have you ever heard of the term speed to lead? Yeah. So you understand the importance of calling every lead within 5 minutes. Number two, that means that your front desk is going to be able to allocate more time and attention to the people in office, and you're actually going to get more bookings. Now, I know you mentioned your biggest concern around that, John, was the fact that you didn't want people coming in the office that were misaligned with what you guys do and how you operate, or people calling your leads that didn't really understand the way that your business worked. So what we actually do is we have a full in-depth onboarding call with our concierge team that are going to be learning everything about your business, how you work, your local landmarks, all of your projects, the value of each project. We're going to be going through absolutely everything to make sure they are fully trained and ready to go. And we actually train an AI nurture bot on that too that's going to work hand in hand with our concierge team to make sure that nobody slips through the cracks. So that ultimately means that we're not going to be running ads anymore into a leaky bucket. We're going to be running ads into a bucket where we can follow up with every lead so nobody slips through the cracks. Does that all make sense? I know that was a long-winded answer, but I just want to drive the point across here where we're selling the same thing. We're selling Facebook ads, nurturing their leads and reporting, essentially appointments, qualified appointments. But the way that we sell it is going to be different for every single prospect. Okay? And that's essentially, by the way, where we're going into, just to recap here, the transition, where we transition into, and again, you can book the demo call here if you haven't. If you're doing a 2-call process, we're disregarding this for now because we're doing a 1-call process. That's where we've just pitched, promise, bridge, delivery. We then transition into the commitment phase. Now, after we've gone through the pitch, we get commitment that they are 100% certain that this is what they want to do. Now, we never, and this is another big mistake that people make on a sales call, is they will pitch, and in the pitch, they'll go like, yeah, it's 5K, but they won't even get a tie down on if they're bought in on the product. Because one thing you do not want to do is you don't want to pitch somebody the price with the product and then get a gauge at where they're at and if they want to move forward. Because the problem with that is you don't actually know if the problem is the price or the problem is the product. So what we always do before we move to pitching the price is we get what we call a temperature check. So we go through everything in terms of like how everything works, and then we go, does that make sense? Awesome. So just curious, man, in terms of the process specifically, I guess, how do you feel? And if they're certain in their answer and their tonality, now a certain answer is like yes, an uncertain answer would be no. Certain tonality and uncertain tonality is a little bit harder to pick up on, but you need both to move on. So an example of a certain answer with an uncertain tonality would be like, okay, just curious, how do you feel about the program? Yeah, it sounds great. So see here how my answer is certain on paper. Like if you didn't hear my tonality in the way that I said it, you would think it was certain, but uncertain tonality. Now, if any one of these is uncertain, either the answer or the tonality, this is where we move to where we reset expectations and we get a temperature check. So we go, I hear you, man. And just to be totally clear, what's really important to me and my team is alignment. Like the last thing I want to do, John, is partner up with somebody who's 1 foot in and 1 foot out because, you know, it's never going to work. And when you come in and work with us, I'm not just throwing you leads. We're literally rolling up our sleeves and getting in the trenches with you on this thing, right? We're calling them, qualifying them, following up with them. So it's really important to me personally that you feel good about the process. Do you know what I mean? Awesome. So that being said, just so I'm clear, man, like on a scale of 1 to 10, you know, 1 being I just wasted 30 minutes of my time on the phone with this random guy, and 10 being, you know, this is exactly what I need to get to 100K a month. Where do you feel like you fall exactly? If it's 9 or a 10 and above, move on. You already know that they're bought in on the product, and we know that if they give us any more objections, it's strictly on the price or it's a logistical problem. And then if 8 or below, we go, wow, that's pretty high. Why that number? And the reason that we do this is because we want them to validate and tell us and sell themselves on the reason why they gave us a high number, even if it's not high, even if they gave us like a 4. And then the reason that we do that is, again, because we want them to validate the benefits of our system and the reasons that they want to buy in. And then we go, got it. And I appreciate you for being transparent. You know, nothing in life is 100% guaranteed. I could get hit by a bus tomorrow. You could get hit by a train. You get the point, right? Just curious, I guess, what exactly do you think is keeping you from, say, being, you know, like an 8, a 9, or a 10? And then you handle the objection, you ask clarifying questions, and then you double check. Like, are you sure that if we solve X, Y, and Z, you'd be confident you'd be an 8, 9, or a 10? Awesome. Now, from that point, that's where we go into the transition language. After we've got certainty that they're bought in on the product, we move to the price. We don't move to the price before we get certainty. So we stay here for a little bit to get certainty until we move on to this piece. And then we go, got it, man. So you feel good. No questions. So what's next? Like, where do you feel like you want to go from here? And again, we're giving them the illusion of control. And what they're going to go is they're going to go, well, how much is it? And then you're going to go, yeah, man. So the way that it works is you'll process the investment with me. Once we take care of that, what we do is we get you ramped up within 7 days. Super simple. We'll have a quick onboarding call to hit the ground running. you'll meet your strategist where they'll map out your implementation pathway, and so we can help you hit 100K a month. Now, obviously in your case, if you don't have a client success manager and you're the one selling, managing, you'd say you'll actually be working with me one-to-one. We'll book in a call, we'll map out your implementation pathway so we can map out all of the action items we need to take to get you to 100K a month. Then from there, we're ready to rock and roll. Sound good? Awesome. And then we go into investment. So ad spend, we recommend around 50 a day to start, and that's separate. We don't get a penny of this. It goes directly to Facebook on a day-to-day basis. I just want to check you know how ad spend works, right? The reason that we pitch ad spend before we pitch the program is because I've found in the past where if we pitch both of them in congruency with one another, they'll get confused and they'll be like, oh, what's ad spend? Does that go to you? Do you get a portion of it? You want to make sure that they know for sure what ad spend is and how it works before you pitch the price, because then again, a confused mind doesn't buy. And then what we do is we go, okay, and the investment to get you guys from 10K to 100K a month is just 6K for the 90-day program, and our team takes a $25 deposit for the patients we book, whatever the hell your program costs. And then if we need to, we go into objections, okay? Now, that pretty much wraps up everything on the end-to-end sales process, okay? Okay, so that video there should have just gave you enough clarity on the entire end-to-end sales process and how we actually conduct a sales call. Now, when it comes to pitching your product, this is where you're going to need a pitch deck that you can use to sell and promote your service. Now, I've gone ahead and attached on the document, which you should already have, a template that you can use. All you need to do is click on it and click edit template. Now, I want to give you a rundown of it, and then we're going to be building one live, so I can show you how you can replicate this for your industry and your niche specifically, okay? So we have the name system, whatever the hell the sexy name that you've decided of your program or your service that you're going to be selling. We then go over what this program is not going to do, what it is going to do, just to set the frame of like, look, I know you hate this, we don't do it. I know you love this, this is what we do. This is what you want. Are we aligned on that? Amazing. Now, this is a really powerful slide if you are from a different place than the people you are selling. And this is responsible for me closing multi-seven figures in sales when I was the one selling, when people were a little bit skeptical that I was from the UK, but I was serving clients in the US. Another example of that would be if you're in a third world country and you know you've got quite a thick accent or you don't look like you're from the US, naturally, people are going to have stereotypes. They're going to be skeptical and they're going to have a lower like of wanting to pay you money. So what we do is we immediately, what we call addressing the elephant in the room. So what I would do is whatever nationality you are that is outside of the scope of where you're serving, you go, but first, who the hell is this random Indian guy that looks like he's going to scam me? Ha 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 ha. Because there's a stereotype in India that people scam, as an example if you're from India. And then you have my background, so you know this info is legit. And then you go over a couple of things to show them that they can trust you. Now, I know you're probably looking at this thinking, oh my God, I don't have any of this acumen. I don't know what to put here. Don't worry. We're going to build it all out. We're going to use ChatGPT. It's completely fine. When I first started, I didn't run a seven-figure company. I didn't help over 120 med spas. I didn't partner with the number one friend. Like all of these things you can build on as you get more and more clients. But when you start, you probably don't have it. Then me and my team have helped a lot of people. This is where we can add social proof. Now, again, if you're just starting out, don't worry. We can get rid of this for now, but just know that I'm putting it in here so you have something to replicate as you do get social proof. Then I know what you actually want. Like, I know what you don't want, what you do want. Here's what you actually want. And then we sell them on like, look, I know you want financially qualified people. You want clients. You don't want leads. And you don't want to be involved in calling those people. It takes up too much time. And you don't want to be involved in the marketing. You want somebody else to do it. So we're touching on their pain points here and exactly what they want. Then we go, that being said, here's the 4 pillars that get our clients real results. Step number 1, running the ads and targeting people who are financially qualified. Step number 2, filtering out the people that are not qualified by using our lead form. So obviously on a lead form on Facebook, what you can actually do is you can add qualifying questions. So that's where we can sell them on that here. So you might be wondering, John, what happens if a lead doesn't book? The studies show from what we've seen, 85 to 95% of the people you're going to book, or the 85 to 95% of the people that sign up on the ad are not going to book an appointment. So what happens with those people? And let me ask you a question, John. Could you and your team call every lead 7 days a week within 5 to 15 minutes and follow up with them 7 times every single day? Probably not, right? And the reason I bring this up is because this is so damn important. Speed to lead and volume literally determines the amount of money you make. The studies prove this. After 3 minutes, your chance of booking somebody in for an appointment goes down by 300%. And people are more likely to book an appointment on the 7th contact point in comparison to the 3rd. Or at least the more contact attempts that we have, the higher the likelihood of us getting in touch with the lead. And that is where our AI appointment setting team come into play. This is where we're going to be using text AI. These guys are an extension of you, trained on the ins and outs of your business. They follow a proven lead qualification process. We also have value-driven nurture campaigns that follow up with any dead leads, you see what we found is a lot of, say, for example, remodelers in the area and in the industry tend to never follow up with their leads. We're going to be following up with your leads, not from day 1, day 2, but all the way through the entire sales process to make sure those dead leads, we can reactivate them. And the cool thing about this system is it never gets sick, never gets tired, and it's completely hands-off on your end. And everything that I've spoke about with you today is going to equal highly qualified appointments, jobs, whatever the hell the outcome is they're selling. We have a picture of a fully booked calendar, monthly stats, which you can also update too. Now, this is where we intentionally create urgency and exclusivity for them to act now. We say we only work with one remodeler per zip code or per state, and we're very, very picky with who we work with. Now, that being said, John, we wouldn't be at this point in the call if I didn't feel like there is mutual alignment in us being able to help you. But I just want to let you know in advance that we only work with one remodeler per area, which is why that I reached out to you, because we don't currently work with somebody in city. Now, from that point, we always, before we go ahead and get rocking and rolling and go live, go through what we call the market research phase, where we're going to scan ads in your area, conduct competitor audits, and position you as the number one remodeler in your area. Now, that being said, John, what questions do you have? I know that was a lot of information. My mouth's kind of dry from talking so much. Ha 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 ha. I've used that line like 1,000 times. We go over their questions, their concerns. Then we recap by giving them a value stack. Here's everything you get in our program. Then we go over the guarantee. We then go over the investment. Okay? This is where we say, hey, ideally, this is what we want you to be spending on ads, 50, 100, or 150. Minimum, ideal, and growth, we give them 3 options. And then we go, which one do you feel aligns best with where you're at right now? Awesome. That being said, we'll start with X, okay? Humans like options. It's human nature. Then we give them the price. And then we go, if you want to carry on the sales process after this. So when you ask what makes us different from a general marketing agency, here's the them versus us to position us as different, which I already went over in the sales process breakdown. And here's the next steps. And then we can collect payment, handle objections, etc., etc. Now, what I first want to do with you is I want to make this with you, so we can build it together, okay? Because you're going to need this on all of your sales calls. After we've built it, I'm then going to give you a live sales call of me breaking it down that you can see how I executed this process. So I'm going to be doing this for my agency in the remodeling space. Accessibility and aging in place renovation. Here, I first need a name for my system, which I don't currently have. So I'm going to go to ChatGPT. I'm going to re-put in this information and say, I need a sexy name for my program. An example of this in the medical spa niche would be, and you can just use mine, which is what we use the Clinic Accelerator system. So you know what, I'm just going to go with this one, the Remodeler Growth Engine. So I'm going to put that in, and then I may just want to engine, or like Bolt, might even add an emoji on here, Bolt, there we go. Or you might just want to have it as the Remodeler Growth System. As an example, okay? Then, what this program is not going to do. Here, very simple. We're literally just going to screenshot this and say, well, you know what? We're going to go one step ahead. We're going to download this entire thing, put it as a PDF or a PNG, download. We're going to throw this into ChatGPT so it has clarity on each of the slides so it can help us put together each slide. Now, can you use AI to build all of this out for you? You absolutely can, but I would strongly recommend that you do this yourself, okay? Because you're going to have more context than AI is. It's not 100% there yet. So we're going to download this. Cool. Then we're going to come here and go add photos and files. Come here and we're going to select all of these images. Now it should allow us to insert, okay, we can only upload 10 files at a time. So we're just going to do this in bite-sized chunks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm now submitting the pitch deck I'm creating to sell people on my services on a sales call. Here's the first 10 template slides. Boom. Now what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and screenshot this slide and say, now with this slide, help me align this to be specifically for my target client. So now we can just get this, put it in, and we're just going to double check that everything looks good. Flood you with leads who ghost, who can't afford your work or just want a free quote. Run cookie cutter ads that attract low income tire kickers. You know what, we're just going to get rid of the bullet points here. We're just going to do it this way. Force your office staff to chase unqualified leads all day like a call center. Basically what we're touching on here is things that they hate with previous marketing companies, okay? Because we want to position our solution as different. Overpromise hundreds of jobs and leave you with an empty calendar. Boom. Now, we're going to do the same with this one. What this program is going to do, bring you financially qualified clients, high show-up rates, full transparency and stress-free marketing so you're completely removed from the equation, And the cool thing about this entire system is we only get paid when you get paid. And the goal ultimately is to have your team spending less time with an empty calendar and more time selling high ticket projects. Now I'm going to put this in just to see if there's anything that ChatGPT would change. Same here, and see if I can get any ideas. But to be honest, I'm pretty happy with this and it will work for majority of niches. Boom. I actually prefer this one. So we're going to get this. Let's paste it in. So it's going to bring you homeowners who are financially qualified and ready to invest in safety-focused renovations, book appointments that actually show up, so you get no more no-shows wasting your time, deliver stress-free marketing that runs in the background while you focus on the job, and align with your goals. We only get paid when you do, meaning there is no downside. And the goal is to have your crew, which I'm just going to put here, boom. And the goal is to have your crew spending less time chasing flaky leads, which is low leverage for them and they shouldn't be doing anyway, and more time quoting and closing jobs in multi-five-figure ranges. Are we aligned on that, John? Amazing. Okay. Boom. So we put that in. Now, but first, who the hell is this random British guy? Now, for this example, let's say I'm Serbian. Who the hell is this random Serbian guy? So we make a joke about it at this part in the pitch. Okay? Then, here, my background, so you know this info is legit. You put a picture of yourself here. So for me, if you don't have a picture, just go against a wall, get a picture, go outside, get somebody to take a damn picture of you and put the picture here. Okay? Then, if you have a joke about your name, like for me, Cameron England from England, I know it's pretty ironic, you'd put your name here. So like, John Stone. And then you put things here. So here, in this case, I might screenshot this and say here to ChatGPT, hey ChatGPT, so here's the dilemma. I'm building out my pitch deck, but the template here is from somebody that already has a lot of business acumen. They have a lot of experience in their industry. I'm just signing my first client, but I don't want to come across as inexperienced. What can I put here? For context, I've been in digital marketing for around 2 years. I've been doing copywriting for around 3 years, and that's about it, really. But I need you to make that sound sexy. Help me out here. So we can do that as an example. I like it. 3 years mastering direct response copywriting and digital marketing, behind the scenes architect for high performing ad campaigns across multiple industries. Spent the last 2 years obsessively refining what actually works in lead to job systems for high ticket local services. Took the best parts of what scaled 7-figure agencies and cut the fluff that never works for contractors. Launched this program with one mission: to help great remodelers skip the DIY marketing phase and get qualified jobs on the calendar. So it kind of puts me in a unique position to know exactly what's working and exactly what's not. Then, if you do not have any testimonials or social proof, don't worry. If you have any achievements, anything at all, put it on here. If you don't, just simply delete this slide for now. And then finally, what you actually want here. Okay, so this slide's purpose is to basically just realign on, like, I know you want these things. Here's how we're going to deliver this. And then after this slide, I'm then going to go into the nuts and bolts of how we deliver that through our AI system of running their ads, booking their leads through AI, etc., etc. Can you help me put this together and make it aligned with remodelers? Boom. Okay, we're going to put this in. I need to make it a little bit smaller. Homeowners who show up and are ready to renovate and don't waste your time. People with strong credit or funding sources like VA benefits. Families with discretionary income ready to invest 20 to 75k in safety upgrades. Leads who understand the value of what you do and aren't just price shopping. And prospects who have the real mobility and safety problems that your team is built to solve. Okay? And then, once we've got this, we can say, screenshot this because you can see this in Medical Spa image. Now make an image relevant to these benefits. Do not use text. Just use a visual and use the one for med spas in the image on this slide for reference. We can get rid of this. And now we can wait for ChatGPT to string together a sexy image for us to put on this slide just to fill in the blanks. Okay, so our image has been created and we are going to go ahead and use this. So we're going to download it, throw it in here, boom. Okay, now the 4 pillars that get our partners real results. And this is where we go into the actual pitch. Number 1. Authority-driven ads to position you as the go-to professional in your area. So here, we're going to screenshot this. I'm going to say, tweak this to be for my niche. Just refresh. Boom. Okay, so we've got the bullet points. Build a nice trust factor with local homeowner age 55 plus. Position your business as the go-to expert in the safety-first renovations. Attract affluent families ready to invest in home accessibility upgrades. Use advanced targeting to filter by home ownership, age, and income. Boom. That'll do for now. What we can do is just move this aside a little bit. Now, this is an example ad that we actually show our clients as an example. Now, for you, because you're going to be running images initially, what you can do is, and I would always recommend that you have an example ad. So what I would do is you can either come in here and go, now can you give me an example ad creative for my niche targeting their ideal client I can show for example. Now, if it's bad, we can just skip this part. It's not the be-all and end-all. And the reason that we have Facebook, Instagram, TikTok here is because the way that we frame it on the call is we can run any of them. We've just found that Meta is the best one specifically for remodelers to target high-income homeowners aged 55 and above, as an example, okay? So, because we never want to be fit in the same box as everybody else who's just selling Facebook ads. I'm going to put this here. And obviously, basically what this is showing is, hey, we're going to target people based on estimated yearly income who are financially qualified, and we're going to exclude zip codes that are low income. Okay, now make the image. And then over time, the more ads you run, the more creatives you get. Obviously, the more that you can put on this slide as well. Okay, so if you want to use an ad like this on your pitch deck, you totally can. And you can say like, hey, these are the type of people that we're targeting. These are the ads that we're running to acquire these clients. You can put it here directly as well, okay? And then in this case, I would just probably move this here, put this here, then probably put your ad like here. And what we can do is we can just make this smaller. Boom, it's this slide done. Then, building authority and filtering out Groupon clients. Now, the reason that this is a slide is because one of the biggest pain points in the medical industry, which is the agency in which I run, is that they get low quality clients who come from Groupon. Groupon clients are people that are just looking for a really cheap discount. So here, I'm just going to put this in ChatGPT. I'm going to say, now help me personalize this to my market. Okay, bugging out. Let's just refresh. Building authority and filtering out price shoppers is what we're going to change it to. Boom. So we've got that. Now, in the image pieces, you might not want to have this. What you're probably going to want to do is create like a mock-up lead form with qualifying questions in your industry. So here, what I would do is like lead form mock-up. I don't know if this is a thing. Create lead form for free. Create for free. Let's sign up with Google. By the way, the first time that I just thought of this, so if this goes to shit, then it's not on me. I'm just testing this out right now to see if this is relevant. Okay, business. Let's just throw this in. Boom, boom, next. Start my free trial. Okay, great. Create from template. Let's say we want to run or you know what? We can even do this in Go High Level directly if we very wish to do so. I'm just being lazy here. So let's say we want to have business templates, quiz access with lead form. Use this template. The goal here is just to show it visually, okay? Like we don't need to worry about anything else. The goal is to show it visually. Like we're not going to be using this tool. So here, go in. Let's maybe use the AI assistant. Create a lead form for me asking the following questions to home owners for my remodeling company. Okay, doesn't seem to be working. It's not a problem. So what we can do is we can literally just get this and instead just put this in the following. Or what we can do is, you know what, we're going to go high level. And we're just going to create in there because it's going to look a little bit more professional that way. It's going to look like an actual form. So here we're going to go to just cancel. We're going to go to renovate ready. And basically what we want to show is like, hey, we're going to qualify your leads, which we are on the lead form. We're going to set this up later, but if you don't know how to create a lead form yet, I just want to show you an example of how you can do this now. So create new, first name, last name, phone, email. Get rid of these. Then we want to add some custom questions. So custom question number 1, home address for site visit. So add. Then we're going to go, I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's just a test. So I'm just going to go multi-line here, address, just select like contact, select. Or you know what? I actually think there's already an address one. Yeah, address here. So we can just put here, home address for site visit. Okay, great. We've got that. Then what areas of the home are you most concerned about? We can go custom fields, add. We're going to add a radio select so they can select it. And then we're going to add these options. So we're just going to put this general info. First thing is bathroom. Second thing is stairways. Third thing is entryways. Fourth thing is whole home assessment. Save. Then under this custom fields, we'll be able to see that now. It's like area, general info, put that there. What areas of the home are you most concerned about? Do you own the home? So this can be a simple yes or no. Yes. No. Then we can add that. So home. Do you own the home? Make it a required field. And then what funding options do you have available? So basically the goal here is to just show the prospect on the sales call, hey, we're going to be financially qualifying and vetting all of the leads that are signing up on the ads. Need financing options. Beautiful. Okay. Now we want to show this on the sales call. So the way that we're going to do this is we can simply just screenshot this. So if we just get this all in one picture, the only thing we really care about are these ones. So we can get this. There we go. So here, this is like home address for site visit. We can show like, look, we're going to be financially qualifying all of your leads, getting their home address, the areas of the home they're most concerned about, do they own the home, funding options they have available. After that point, our AI appointment setting bot is then going to go in and do a final check of all of these things and make sure they're qualified. Here is an example of like what a leads piece of information would look like, okay? So the goal is to basically show like, hey, here's an example of lead information that we would get, and here's how qualified they would be as an example. So here, put this in. There we go. Beautiful. Bottom testimonial remodeler version. This is perfect. So ChatGPT's already given us it. So we can put this in. My dad nearly slipped out of the tub. It scared us all. We didn't want to move him into facility, so we hired your brand. They helped us with, okay, no, not really that relevant. So we'll come in here and say, help me put together an example of a lead submitting this form, putting in their information to show they are qualified, as an example. So we can go like, hey, so when a lead signs up, this is the information, the level of information that you're going to get as a prime example. And then we can literally show them an example. Boom. So example qualified lead, full name, Harry Thompson, email, phone, home address. We can just put this here. What areas of the home are you most interested or concerned about? We can show like, okay, you can see in this case, this lead said bathrooms, stairways, and entryways, which is a huge upsell potential, which means they're going to be applicable for multiple different projects with a huge project value. Do you own the home? Yes. And then what funding options are available? Boom. We could just make this a little bit bigger. So we can literally show them, hey, leads are always going to be filling this out. And our goal here is to really build your authority in the space by qualifying the leads and filtering out any price shoppers, by making sure that before they even speak to you, John, they're financially qualified, they understand what they're signing up for, and you have all of their information ready for a free site visit that your team is going to be taking to make sure that they are qualified and where you can sell them, okay? Put this in. So what actually happens if a lead doesn't book? And you can just keep this as it is, okay? The only thing you might want to change is like sell high ticket package and retain. Could your team call every lead 7 days a week within 5-15 minutes? No. Here's how we educate them. Then we've got the AI appointment setting team, extension of you, train on the ins and outs of your business, proven lead qualification, valid driven nurture, never gets sick, never gets tired, completely hands off. We can leave that as is. These systems equally highly qualified appointments. We might want to change that to jobs. So let's just see what ChatGPT says. What about changing this headline? Okay. Booked out calendars equals booked project. Actually, you know what? I prefer this one. High quality projects. And then we can show them an example of a fully booked out calendar and some monthly stats. Boom. From there, partner exclusivity. We only work with one remodeler per zip code. Due to how invasive our system is, we make it a commitment that we only work with one remodeler per zip code. We are extremely picky with which remodeler we sign up for the program. One remodeler per area. No exceptions. Now here, let me just put this in ChatGPT because I'm pretty sure the way that remodelers work is it's per state. Is 15 miles realistic in remodeling, or would it be a bigger radius? Okay, expand it to 25 to 30. Every 30 miles. Boom. Market research, you've already got that. That's fine. Maybe we just put into ChatGPT anything you'd change here. I'm going to put this in. Analyzing all ad campaigns running within a 15 to 30 mile radius, reverse engineering top competitors' ads, offer and positioning, crafting differentiated messaging to stand out, and positioning you as the go-to expert in accessibility renovations. Boom. Like it. So basically selling them on the initial market research we're going to do when they first come in. Then we go questions. What are you getting? We now need to update this. So we can just put, this is the final slide on the value stack, where basically what a value stack is where we've gone over all this information. Some of it's going to go in one ear and out the other. We then want to reiterate before we go to the price, here's everything you're getting. Help make this for my niche. Boom. So what we can do is we can just get rid of this. Just put this in, like so. Just put some spaces here. This is everything you're getting. Boom. Now we can just read through these and make sure they make sense. US-based team, pre-screens leads for home ownership, credit, and urgency. Okay, we're going to get rid of that one because we're not building a call center right now. We don't need that. Built from campaigns. Yep. Sales scripts, objection handling, and coaching. If you don't have it yet, get rid of it. Customer referral reactivation and review system to increase lifetime value. Yep, we can keep that. Access to our network. Not relevant now. Done for you content asset to build trust and become the local authority. Yeah, you're building the campaigns. Quote templates, estimate frameworks, and job pricing tools used by industry leaders. Okay, we're going to get rid of that. So this is everything they get. Cool. Then we have the guarantee. So if we remember my guarantee, which I'm just going to put in here, we're going to throw this in and say, above is my offer and guarantee. Help me make this slide. Okay. So we can put initial 90-day program, then month to month. Guarantee 25 qualified appointments in 30 days. or we work for free until you do, no questions asked. And again, remember that we work for free until we do ultimately means we're not refunding them. We're just working for free until we hit our initial promise. Okay? Boom. Investment required. Ad spend. 50, 100, 150. Pretty standard across the board for most clients. It's going to be anywhere from $50 a day to $150 a day for them to get the result. Then price. So we can just put here an explanation of how our program works. So in my case, I'm doing $200 per qualified appointment. So pay on project program. You know what, we can actually put that here. Pay on project program. Only pay when you close when you get a qualified homeowner on your calendar. I'm going to put here $200 per qualified appointment we book. I'm actually going to change this guarantee. Only pay when we book a qualified homeowner on your calendar. We don't even need a risk reversal because only pay when we book a qualified homeowner on your calendar is a really good guarantee. Then $200 per qualified appointment we book. And then I may want to add a final thing here that just says, if you want to add a setup fee. So for example, required to pay your first 5 jobs up front to show commitment. So then we can get $1,000 up front with the $200 per qualified appointment. So you ask what makes us a growth partner different from a marketing agency, them versus us. Honestly, you can add this or you don't need to. Here, I'm just going to get rid of it. I don't think it's relevant. Next steps, process the investment with me, onboarding call, 7-day research and system setup, and then client generation and system scaling. Boom. That's it. That's how you create your pitch deck using ChatGPT in a matter of 20, 30 minutes. So hope that makes sense. Once you've got your pitch deck, make sure it's pinned, make sure you can use it. And finally, we're now going to go through a live sales call. We're going to be breaking it down from start to finish so you can see the process in action. So I'm going to cut to that now. And before we do that, I just want to remind you, the checklist. You should have made a copy of the sales call framework and personalized it to your niche. You should have made a copy of the pitch deck and personalized it to your niche. And you should now, in a minute, review the live sales call example in this video. And by the way, just for context, this guy was a pain in the arse. He's still with us today. He's been with us for about a year and a half in terms of being a client, 5-star review, testimonial. But he was one of the most difficult prospects because there's a number of different personality types that you got to look for when you're on sales calls. This guy was a personality type A, which basically means no bullshit, straight shooter. I could already tell he's been burned in the past. He's been on multiple sales calls. So you will see that I deviate from the process here, but I still managed to close this guy. So let's rock and roll.
So, hey, you've of course booked us in to chat a little bit more about how we can help you generate more patients for your office. I guess the best place to start. Yes.
Where are you calling from?
I'm from the UK, but I was in Mississauga, say, 2 to 3 weeks ago, and we actually work with the biggest clinic franchise in Canada. So.
Nice. So you're currently in Mississauga?
No, I'm in the UK at the moment. I got back around a week ago.
Nice. Whereabouts in the UK?
Very far up north. You're probably going to have no idea.
See how this guy's trying to push me off the process, right? Usually, what I'm going through here is we set the frame. So if I pull up our sales call process, right, the first thing you ever want to do on a sales call is you want to set the frame, which allows you to take control of the call. So like, well, look, the main goal of this call, man, is just to shoot it to you straight. I just want to run you through how to fill your calendar with financially qualified, insert whatever the hell they want. For us, it's financially qualified patients. And at bare minimum, I want you to walk away with a game plan on how you can do everything in-house. So I'm trying to set the frame and he just completely pulled me off track here. This is how I could immediately tell he was a type A personality prospect, and I was going to have to deviate from the process if I wanted to get the close here.
So you probably got London. I'm in a place called Cleethorpes.
Okay.
Yeah, very far up north. So are you
He's not happy with that. Cleethorpes is a shithole, so I highly doubt he even knows where that is.
located in? Whereabouts are you located again? Remind me.
Edmonton.
Edmonton. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I did double check that prior to the call. I just needed to recap.
What brings you back all the way? What brings you guys all the way to Canada for business?
Because our best clinic partners are located in Canada, so.
Interesting.
Yeah, we go over, we meet with them, we shoot content, etc., etc. So it's pretty handy. It's a far trip, but I have a lot of connections and family friends up there too, so I'm up there quite a lot. Yeah, so hey, just so you know what this call's really about.
There we go. You see how I've indirectly answered his question. I'm now going back to setting the frame again.
Of course, we're on the call because we want to know if we can help get more patients through the door, bottom line. I want to find out a little bit more about where you're at, where you're trying to get to, what you feel stopping you from getting there. And then as I mentioned to hey, if I believe that we can help you out, great, I'll read through what we do A to Z. Say worst case, we can't. I can go ahead and refer you over to someone that might be able to. Is that okay with you?
What would be the obstacles?
What a fucking difficult guy, man. This is the only person that's gone to me when I say that and I set the frame. What would be the obstacles that would prevent you from working with me? This guy's amazing, though, by the way, just for context. Like, he's probably one of our best clients. He's crushing it.
You can't help.
There's a lot of people I get on the phone, and I would say probably 70 to 80% of the people that we can't help. For example, people that don't have a budget willing to invest, people that don't have high-end facial aesthetic and body contouring treatments that they can sell packages for, people that aren't open to having financing options for their patients to make sure that, of course, you can accommodate if they can't pay up front. There's a number of different things. If they're not open to growth,
if they don't have a team that is willing to scale. Now, I'm not saying by all means, we work with some solo estheticians and things like that, but as long as they're open to growth and they understand that it's not going to be easy. And another thing, if I just get the impression that they're looking for somebody to do absolutely everything and they think it's going to be a smooth ride, which I mean, we both know Suhaib, business is hard, right? And it requires an equal level of commitment. Does that answer your question?
Sort of, kind of.
Okay. And do you think you check all those boxes? Is there any red flags there that you feel you might fall into?
What I've done here is because he's a type A personality and he already knows what I'm trying to do in terms of the sales process. I can tell because he's been on a lot of these calls before because I got that on the intro call. Now, that being said, what I've done is I've leaned out here so he will lean in. What a lot of people will do on sales calls is they will go in and they will get asked difficult questions like, well, why should I work with you? And, oh, what would stop somebody from being the right fit and things like that. Just difficult questions that most people would become the prospect's bitch at this stage. They'd be like, oh, well, based on the treatments you have and who you are, you'd be a perfect fit, Mr. Suhaib. But here I didn't do that because I could tell by the personality of who he was that if I did that, he would have leaned out and he would have seen me as any other salesman. So what I did here is I leaned out. I was like, look, if you have this, that, this, and the other, we can't work with you. Do you feel like you're in any of those boxes that would prevent us from working together? And the reason that I do that is because it makes it seem like I'm not desperate. I come across that we've got plenty of clients. I don't really care. I'm looking for people that we can actually help. So you want to lean out sometimes for the prospect to lean in.
So just to answer you, in terms of cost, I'm a cardiologist, okay? So I'm pretty much a physician. I do intensive care at the hospital. I'm the medical director of the hospital, and I own my own clinic. We basically perform all community testing within our clinical setup, which is a private clinic. That's my flagship.
Yeah.
Okay. That's where I make my money as a cardiologist. Not an assistant, not a dermatologist, none of that nature. Okay. I also own my own wellness center. That's where we run our cardiac rehab program. We're in a weight management program. We have
semaglutide by chance?
Yeah. Oh, weight management is beyond semaglutide. I'm the only cardiologist in this province that has the American Board of Obesity Medicine.
I could already tell at this point, number one, type A personality. I immediately identified that. Number two, I can tell that he wants an ego boost. You know, he's coming on this call and he's telling me, I'm all of these things. I'm the only person that can do this. So I'm going to touch on that later on in the sales process when I try and sell him. And I want to big up his ego through this call to make him like me more.
So I have 2 years of training to become where I am. Okay? So weight management is beyond semaglutide. Not just semaglutide. Semaglutide is a starting point. Okay? We also basically have a full physiotherapy service, kinesiology and mental health. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, 2 years ago, my wife started a small little project for medical aesthetics. And I'm supporting that project. Okay? In terms of the high-end products, okay, we invested in several companies. We did not go with one single company. We took the best out of each. InMode, Cutera, basically the Morpheus 8, and we have several other machines. You can give you our website. You can see the line of products that we carry and the type of equipment that we have. Okay? In terms of team members, and this is my biggest challenge, is team members. If they don't like you, they're not going to work with you. Okay? They had several other people within the advertisement industry that took on the Mona Lisa's portfolio. And if they're not convinced of what you tell them, even though it might be true and absolutely fantastic, they're girls. They're just going to boo at you. Behind your back, the smile on your face, you know how girls are. Okay? So I need my girls because these are the same girls that look after my patients with heart disease. So the spa is just a side hustle for them. It's not their main source of income. Okay? In terms of financing option, we haven't really applied a financing option, but that's easy to arrange. Does that answer your questions and whether or not we should carry on with the conversation?
That pretty much answers my questions. So when you say that your main concern is your team isn't going to be open or they might not like me, well, hypothetically speaking, or they may have. So you guys, it sounds like you've worked with a couple of marketing companies before, right?
So see here how I picked up on that he said, oh, if they don't like you, they won't work with you. And he mentioned some other advertising companies. This is where I'm going into past solutions. So if we go back to the demo call framework, after we've set the frame, first thing we want to do is we want to establish a pain and a problem. But because this guy's kind of all over the place and he's throwing me in a million different directions, I'm taking any opportunity that I can to collect ammunition. So when I pitch, I can position us as different. And as Cole Gordon says, which I really like the way that he explains it, your solution needs to be the simultaneous reason why everything else they've tried in the past has failed and why your thing is different. And the only way that you can do that is by having a really good tight-knit discovery process. You need to understand what their pain is, what their problem is, where they're trying to get to, and what they've tried in the past. And he gave me a little snippet or a little piece of information, like a little nugget basically saying, hey, I've worked with other people before. So I'm taking that nugget and I've got the X marks the spot. He's tried people in the past. I'm now going to dig. I want to know what he's tried. Why didn't it work? Why is he on this call looking for other solutions? Because then, if I know what he's tried in the past, I can then try and position our solution as different.
I have, yes.
So you've been on calls like this, you know what the guarantees look like, you've seen the presentations, you've seen the promises, you've seen all that.
I have.
There you go, boom. And this is why he's so burnt on the call. And this is why he's so no bullshit. Because he's been on so many calls like this before. And this is a common thing that I see a lot of people fall into, where they're trying to follow this very linear sales process with sophisticated prospects in a sophisticated market where they've been on a million different calls before. If you ask somebody who's been on a fucking sales call before, so John, how does not being at 100k a month affect you personally? They're just going to laugh at you. If anything, they immediately put you in the same box as every other agency, and you don't want to do that. The minute that you get associated with every other agency, nobody's going to buy from you because you're the same as everybody else. You're a snake oil salesman.
Okay.
Selling the same shit to the same people. And they've seen it a million times over.
So,
which is why I'm never impressed by a conversation. Okay, if you want to impress me, show me results. But the conversation will never impress me.
So, Suhaib, let me ask you two things. Because number one, I'm assuming that, of course, if you're on this call, you guys can handle more patients. And number two, I'm assuming that you wouldn't be on this call if you didn't believe that you needed help to get those patients. So, why?
I'm reframing here. Because he's telling me, like, I've been burnt before, I only give a shit about results. And I know a lot of people get these things, especially if you're in a sophisticated market, any medical-based niche, remodeling, whatever it is. They've been on so many calls before, roofing, solar. Sometimes reframing the conversation can really help. And a simple reframe that I've used here that I use a lot of the time is, if somebody's like, yeah, I don't really give a shit about anything but results, I've been on all these calls, nothing impresses me, I'm just going to go, well, look, man, at the end of the day, you've got to understand that you've came to me for help. And there wouldn't have been no reason for that. You wouldn't be on this call if you didn't need help. So I'm just simply reframing and going, well, I mean, let me just reframe here a sec, man. You wouldn't be on this call if, number one, you were confident that you had enough patients through the door and you were at full capacity, right? Got it. So you have a problem. You need more patients is essentially what I've just uncovered. And number two, if you didn't feel like you needed help solving that problem, you wouldn't be on this call too, right? Yes, exactly. So I've established the pain, I've established the problem, and I've reframed the fact that he has came to me for help, and I'm not the one that should be answering to his questions, pretty much.
Why are you back on this call? Like, you've already worked with companies. You've already...
Type A personality, I'm shooting it to him straight. And you can see how the shift in my tonality has completely changed. I'm not going like, so why are you on this call? I'm not being combative. I'm like, I've reframed the conversation with, you're on this call because you have a problem. That problem, you're not confident that you can solve, or you don't want to allocate the time and attention to it simply because you're busy. So why are you on this call? Like, what are you actually looking for? I'm just being a complete straight shooter, and I'm matching his energy. People buy from people that they resonate with and relate to. And this is why, when you go through somebody's sales funnel, if you resonate with a specific testimonial, you're probably going to be more likely to close. This is why testimonials are so powerful. Because if you have testimonials from a bunch of different personality types and a bunch of different people, people are going to resonate with people that seem like them and have past experiences like them. Like, I'm not even kidding, and I don't want this to be represented in the wrong way. I have testimonials of people that are, give you an example, like Indian people, Pakistani people, black people. And I find that when I send testimonials that are like those people, that are from the same ethnicity, same background, same experiences, or people that have been burned before, and I send them a testimonial of somebody that was burned before that was super skeptical, the likelihood of them closing is way higher because they resonate and relate to the people that are similar to them and have had similar experiences to them.
Already worked with a couple of companies. What's the reason that you're coming back to trying to find somebody else?
Well, we are looking for somebody to replace our current person who did well for us for a period of time.
Boom. I've now got more information. I now know that they've got a marketing agency. And clearly, they wouldn't be on this call trying to replace them if there wasn't a problem. So now, I've got X marks the spot, I've got the shovel, I've dug deeper, I don't want to go even deeper. So he's told me that it's not working, or he's indirectly told me that it's not working by saying, oh, we're looking for somebody else to replace them. Why? What's going wrong? Is it the results? Is it the relationship? What is it about the results? What kind of ads are they running? This is where I'm going to really dig deep so I can position my solution as different.
But then we started noticing that most of what he is successful in promoting are the easy stuff that are promotable. Okay?
Are we talking like facials, Botox, things like that? Or?
Cost more than $200. Okay?
Yeah.
And where we fell short is in our high-ticket items. When we come to body sculpting, when we come to microneedling RF, when we come to some of the higher-end treatments, that's basically where we found it doesn't matter how much money we throw at him, how much effort he puts into it, he just cannot get those clients.
Bingo.
Okay?
Okay. They need high-ticket patients. There's the problem.
And as I understand from your advertisements, that's what you guys' focus is. You're not here to sell laser or Botox.
No.
Are you?
No. We only specialize in high-end machines.
Yeah, so I'm not looking for somebody. Laser and Botox sell themselves because
It's easy,
a
right?
girl
It's a
comes in,
commodity.
yeah, a girl comes in, spends $100 on 10 units of Botox on her forehead, and she leaves, and that's it. Yeah, that's easy to sell. But when you come to somebody and say, well, spend $2,400, and we're going to basically try to decrease your subcutaneous fat by 24% with a single session, then you get people who are doubting you, people who would say, no, that's too much money, so on and so forth.
So let's take a step back here. You're working with this guy. He's advertising the lower end treatments such as facials, Botox, treatments that are more so commoditized and, are really driven by price.
There's only three things that should come out of your mouth on a sales call: restatements, anecdotal stories, and questions. I got that from Pomosi. This is what we call a restatement. I'm basically just repeating what he already told me to show that I'm listening.
Yeah, those are easy to sell. You know that.
Yeah.
You ask somebody to spend $100, they'll spend $100. If you spend $1,000, they'll take a step back and say, oh, wait a minute.
So what does the system look like that you're running with this guy? Like, is he just generating the leads, then your team calls and sees off the sale, or?
That's what it is.
So he's just generating the leads.
Yeah, he also does our website and he does SEO and things of that nature.
And does he specialize in medical aesthetic practices, or is he okay, got it.
He does mainly medical aesthetics.
Okay, so he's running your ads. Your team's calling the leads. Is that right?
I got the shovel here. I'm going fucking deep.
Okay.
We also went with a model.
So his team is calling the leads. Very interesting. So now I know my pitch needs to be tailored around us calling the leads. But he's actually going into now how he tried to call the leads. And then I'm going to dig deeper on why that didn't work. Because obviously with the appointment setting service that we offer, we run the ads, we call their leads, we offer coaching and consulting on the back end. I'm trying to figure out which of those pieces of the puzzle he hasn't tried, or something that I can position our solution as different, so I can sell him on that unique mechanism within our vehicle or within our product.
Where his team was calling the leads.
Oh, you did? How did you find that?
Well,
open-ended questions are key. So he said that his team tried calling the leads. He actually paid the agency for the agency to call their leads. So see here how before he starts going on a tangent and starts waffling, I just ask him a super open-ended question. The more open-ended your questions are, typically the better answer you get, because it forces them to elaborate and explain. An example of an open-ended question is like, how come? Oh, how'd you find that? Why? Oh, why not? Like things like that. Because you're so limited in the way that you explain the question, it leaves so much room for elaboration and explanation. And we'll see here how he gives me even more information on now why didn't it work when his team called the leads.
Well, was okay until we came to the booking process. And then once we came to the booking, we generated a lot of leads. She called them, we secured their appointments, and of course for us to carry on with the appointment, we would require a deposit. Otherwise, our no-show rate is through the roof.
Of course.
Basically speaking, we would try to call this person again and say, hey, can we secure the deposit? And nothing happens. They would either not answer us or call back or just cancel and say, no, it's not going to go ahead and go with it. Yeah, there was quite a few leads generated, but they were low quality leads. And we had no bookings, nor have we seen any return on investment.
Boom! Okay, so now I understand that he was getting low quality leads. So one of the biggest unique mechanisms that I'm going to sell is how we qualify the leads before we pass them over. Number two, it sounds like their appointment setting team that the agency was using wasn't taking deposits. Our team takes deposits. So I've got two unique mechanisms that I'm going to sell him on in the pitch now. I've now got a high level understanding, and then I've dug deeper to find out what he tried in the past and why it didn't work and how I can position my solution as different.
That makes sense now. So when his team was calling the leads, so is that not a problem as much when your office is calling? Like, are your office able to convert these people with a prepayment up front? Or?
We had some challenges in our office, and the main reason for the challenges is that we used to run the spa off the wellness center. Because it was a small operation, so I really did not need to separate them at the beginning. It was a pilot project. Now we got the spa separated into its own little entity. So it has a different location altogether. We're still in the same building. So I can go back and forth between the spa, the wellness center, and my clinic. If somebody needs anything from me, I'm there. But it's in its own spa environment. It's nicely renovated. You go in there, yes, this looks like a spa. So it's really nice decor, hardwood flooring, high-end furniture. So it looks very calming and very soothing. It's inviting, unlike the wellness center where there's like a treadmill and an elliptical and people on the mat, other people coming in on crutches because they have WTV planes and MVA. So that's not a spa environment. Okay. So now that we transported the spa to its own location, I'm thinking it's time. It's time for us to get high-end individuals through the door. I'm just not convinced that our current promoter is the person that would do this for us. As much as I like him as a friend and everything, but business is business.
Business is business, right? Yeah, you need to make sure that you're getting what you're looking for. And just so I know where you guys are at with these hiring machines now, let's take, say, True Sculpt ID as an example. I know you guys have that for the body sculpting piece. Like, how many of these high-end packages have you sold, let's say, in that?
I've got all the information I need on what they've tried in the past. Now I want to chunk down. Where are they at specifically? With the devices they want to push, how much revenue is coming in? I really want to dig deeper and expand the pain. I want to expand the gap between where they are and where they want to get to. So then I can insert my solution, which is going to be the bridge between where they are and where they want to be. The bigger this gap is between where they are and where they want to get to, and how unconfident they are in their ability to get there by themselves, the easier it is for me to pitch my solution.
March, for example, specifically.
None, zero.
Oh, okay. And how about February?
Look at that. Pain. 0 last month.
How about what?
How about February?
I can tell you, the last 6 months, 0.
Oh, the last 6 months has been completely empty.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Look at that. He didn't want to tell me that at the start of the call, right? Now we know that this device that he wants to push, he's had $0 in revenue for the last 6 months with that device. So I've really expanded the pain here, and I've made the pain way bigger just by uncovering that key piece of information. And a rule of thumb when you're getting numbers is you want to use the word specifically. So what I see is a lot of people will go to a business owner on a sales call, they'll go, oh, so how much money do you make? And whenever you tell somebody that, naturally their ego is going to take over. They're going to tell you their highest revenue number. They're going to go, oh yeah, we do 200K a month. When realistically, they probably do like 100 and they hit 200K maybe 5 years ago, 1 month, right? So this is why we ask, how much did you do last month specifically? Okay, how about the month before? How about the month before? And what about 6 month average? So we actually have a realistic gauge at where they're at in terms of revenue and all the numbers that we're going to ask for.
A little bit more sense why you're on call now. So I guess a lot of your patient flow is coming predominantly from injectables, lower end treatments. People come in for those here.
A lot of these are young girls looking for a deal.
Yeah, and they're hopping from the clinic, right? They're coming in for the 20 units and they're going to the next clinic.
Basically.
Okay. And when did you get the machines, Suhaib? Have you had them for a long time?
2020, before the pandemic.
Oh, wow, okay. So
we had a promotion with Kutera back then, but unfortunately, with the pandemic, nobody was coming into any of these.
Yeah, nobody was in the right mindset to buy, because they're a want, not a need, and a cash-based treatment, not really covered by insurance. So, are you still paying off these machines, Suhaib? I mean, we both know they're not very cheap.
I'm expanding the pain even more here. The reason I'm asking is he's still paying off this machine is because he hasn't made any revenue in the last 6 months with this device. He's had it since 2020. At this time, he's had it for 4 years. And he's probably still paying off this device that was crazy expensive. Because of my understanding on the industry, I know that these devices can be 6 to multi-6 figures. So chances are he's probably in a fucking hole with this device in terms of how much money he's invested to how much money he's got out.
I think I'm close to finish paying them off. You know, we financed them, and you know, like I said, my flagship is my clinic.
Yeah, so I guess a lot of the...
And they all run through the same account.
I shouldn't have been interrupting him here. I was putting my coaching hat on a little bit too soon and giving him like advice on what he can do and like what his problems are. I should have just let him speak here. So just learn from my mistake here. Obviously, this was like a year ago. So yeah, don't do that.
One single company, even though it has different portfolios and different names and different banners, it all goes into one account. So I've been sort of supporting the spa and the wellness center for a period of time. The wellness center is finally picking up. You know, we are very happy with the current performance of the wellness center. I think we're looking at, you know, significant, you know, profit within the next 2 quarters. I'm very happy with that. The clinic, of course, you know, there's not enough right now. Well, we're struggling with the spa.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry, I referred to them as clinics.
I'm not struggling. I'm happy. You know, I don't think I'm struggling, but the spa definitely needs help.
Problem. Pain.
Suhaib, it sounds like this has been a problem for a little longer than like a month or two. Like, I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering why now. Like, why not 3?
This is a very important question. So a lot of people get these logistical objections where it's like, oh, let me think about it. Let me get back to you. So I'm going to ask like super open-ended question. Like, sounds like this has been a problem for more than like a month or 2. I'm going to shoot it to you straight, man. I guess, why now? Like, what's the difference between 6 months ago when you were making no money with this device and now? What made you want to invest in marketing now to try and, you know, get this device off the ground?
4 or 5 months ago, you've had these machines for a long time, and it sounds like you've tried advertising with this guy a couple of times.
So basically, there have been minor successes throughout the last couple of years. Okay, there has also been legitimate reasons on his end as why this may not have worked for me. Okay, the environment is one of them. The manpower was another. So in the past, when the spa and the center were together, the same reception would handle both.
Right.
And the wellness center was being managed by the physiotherapist. And the physiotherapist wanted all the resources diverted to his services instead of, you know, trying to be equal in distributing the services. So there has been some issues politically. I've since changed physiotherapists, moved the spa out of the center, gave them their own reception. And basically speaking, we've done this just at the turn of the year.
Oh wow, so this is a fairly recent transition from separating the entities now.
Basically.
Okay.
So next, I went to my promoter. I said, hey, we're all on board. Let's start doing this. Let's do some promotions. At this stage, whichever concerns we have resolved. Now let's see some ROI. And I've been disappointed with the last two sort of promotions that he has done for us, which is why I reached out. I'm looking for another promoter at this stage. And you'll notice something about me. I'm a patient man. Okay, maybe that's virtue, maybe that's a negative thing. And I like to build relationships with people. I like to know who am I dealing with.
Yeah, sure.
Okay? I like to understand that we are both on the same page and that we're trying to do something, that's going to be a long-term relationship, not something that we're just going to go in and make some money quickly and then poof.
Yeah, and then it's gone. So waste of time that way, right?
Yeah. So I don't mind slow growth and a long-term relationship. Does that make sense?
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. Now it's your turn to talk.
Fair. So I can tell you that. I really wish I could tell you that I had some.
Okay, I could have probably gone deeper here, and I probably should have chunked down on like revenue, net profit, because it sounds like he's got a lot of expenses. I should have chunked down on how much the device cost him to see how much money he's actually wasted in terms of the overall profit that he's made from the machine and things like that. But this guy was very straight up. I already know that there's a big enough pain for me to sell this guy, so I'm now pivoting into the pitch.
Magic unicorn system that was going to change things in 30 days. That's completely different to what you tried. I'll be honest with you, I think there's just one or two missing pieces that you might be missing for the pizza puzzle.
He's been on multiple sales calls in the past. I'm not going to try and sell him onto a magical unicorn solution that isn't even there, right? This is a really good line that you can use with sophisticated prospects that have been burned so many times in the past, that are so used to getting on calls with people that are like, we've got a magic system that's going to fucking make you $1 million in... You're just going to go to sleep, and then you're going to be rich, and all your problems are going to be solved. I'm leaning out, again, so he will lean in. And a lot of sophisticated prospects appreciate honesty, and that is the frame that I'm trying to take on this call here.
Of course, run you through those. 18 bed. See what you think. If you like it, cool. We can talk about next steps. If not, no hard feelings.
Sure.
I won't cry, okay?
I know you're not struggling. Don't worry. Neither am I.
I think we're both in a pretty good position. But if we can be doing better, and we've got an unfulfilled desire to help you grow to the next level, then let's chat, right?
Only two reasons why people buy. They've got a need or they've got a greed. This guy's got a greed. He said his other business is doing pretty well, but this business is kind of sinking. He's in a pretty good position, man. I assume that he's probably making a lot of money already, but again, only two reasons people buy. Need means you can go more emotional-based selling, meaning if their business doesn't turn around in the next 30 to 60 days, they're going to go broke. They can't afford to pay for their house, their kids, whatever it is. Greed is somebody that's at like 20K, want to get to 100K a month. Like, they're not struggling. They just want more, right? Naturally. And that is an unfulfilled desire. That is where you need to go more logistical-based selling, which is kind of what I'm doing with this guy here.
Cool. So I probably assume you've recently been looking into a couple of other companies here and there, trying to make the right decision, right?
Yeah. There's another company that I just had an interview with earlier this morning. They're called Atrium. I'm not sure if you've heard of them. Atrium Digital.
Atrium Digital. Are they a new company? Or?
No, they've been in business for...
Oh, they're in Canada. They're literally in Edmonton.
Yeah, Atrium.
Oh, interesting. And are they MedSpa specific or?
No, they do like general medical. So
okay.
Marketing, and I think they do.
See, I'm shaking my head. I'm like nodding my head here because I'm like, I've fucking got this guy. I'm going to close him. I already knew at this point when he said he's looking into somebody else in his area that doesn't specialize in medical spas. I already knew that I had him by the balls.
Like physiotherapy clinics and all different sort of portfolios. Their website says they have about 20 years experience.
Got it. Okay, so it's a little bit more generic on the medical side.
Yeah. Now their clients include Canada Western Bank, St. Joseph Basilica, Banff. Just a few other people that they serve. So they're multifaceted. They don't just do spas and treatments, but we're not looking for you guys to promote the spa. I'm looking for you guys to promote high-end services. That's what I'm looking for. And I think promoting the spa and promoting high-end services are two separate things.
Of course.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, because if you think about medical spa, a lot of medical spa marketing agencies say they can help you. There's a patient guarantee there. It sounds great. And usually it's just for low-end treatments and cheap promotions.
Yeah. And I've seen that. I've seen that with the current guy I have. And that's fine. That's great. Wonderful. But,
it can work, but when you factor in like the product cost, the estheticians.
With all, just to be fair to him, when I asked him to promote these things, he said it's out of his field of expertise. So he was honest with me. He wasn't trying to, give me promises that he can't deliver. So he's a good guy. He's not like somebody who's just in for a quick buck. Okay.
Yeah.
But he lacks the experience with these high-end services.
And with you, so you spoke to a couple of other people. I'm going to ask you a question because I think it's important. What are you still looking for?
Open-ended. What are you still looking for? The final question before I move into the pitch.
Like, nobody's blown about with your chair yet.
Well, I think Atrium is a good company, to be honest. That's why I mentioned them. I just think they will be very much similar to what I have right now.
Bingo.
Maybe a little bit better because their platform is not social media. Their platform is mainly Google Ads.
Okay.
So that's their platform. So we might be able to do a little bit better with them. They may improve on our sort of outlook within the search engines. So we might be able to climb up the ladder. So in that sense, I think they're a good company to deal with. They did point out a few things out of looking at our website that I was unaware of, and probably will do better in general in terms of our website design and the way that people can see us when searching for service. The only thing I'm not sure of is whether or not they're capable of handling a service that will cost a client $2,500 plus.
Boom.
And did they buy?
So now I know what I need to sell him on. He wants financially qualified patients that can afford his high-ticket services. That's my selling point.
Let's talk about the ad spend on Google as well, because I know it's so much expensive.
They did. Yeah.
Cool. So, with that in mind, let me run you through what we do. I know you definitely want to know. And then we can go from there. Can you see my screen? I think it's just a little bit easier for me to explain it visually. I'm not going to make you fall asleep within a 1,000-page presentation. I'll go through it. So I feel I'm most relevant for you. Okay, now the first question you have on your mind, which I definitely know is on your mind, is who the hell is this random British guy, right? What does he know?
I didn't want to put it in those terms, but go ahead.
Hey, well, I'll say it then. Now,
I did think that was a fake accent you had.
No, it's real. I'm a pretty good actor.
Humour is one of the best ways to build rapport. And I'm not saying that rapport gets you close to a sale, but it certainly allows people to trust you a little bit more, especially when they're very sophisticated, skeptical. This guy came on the call and was completely fucking shut off. Like, if we look at his energy at this part of the call as opposed to the start of the call, you can see a radical shift. And that's simply because I've been able to build rapport with him, pick him apart and slowly break him down to the point where he's vulnerable and open with me and giving me all the information I need to move into the pitch.
It's fake, that's for sure. Now, ironically, my name is Cameron England, and I am from England. I know it's a little bit ironic. Just for a little bit of context, we work with the #1 franchise in Canada for medical aesthetics. Spent over $2 million in patient acquisition last year. Bottom line, I kind of know what works. I kind of know what works, and I know what doesn't. We've tried the Botox, we've tried the fillers, we've tried the low-ticket treatments. We don't focus on it anymore. Because we found very quickly that we want to scale something, our business, and the other clinics that we work with businesses, it makes more sense to go for treatments that we can sell higher-end packages for that range up to the $1, $2, $3, $4, $5,000 per patient, rather than seeing 50 Botox patients in order to make that amount of money. Now, Suhaib, prior to this call, did you get a chance to take a look at any of the testimonials that we've got?
Yeah, I've seen them.
Cool. One of them I want to show you, just because they're one in Canada, and I feel like they would resonate with your situation as well. This was for facial aesthetics. Are you familiar with HIFU? High-intensity focused ultrasound. Okay. So it basically helps with skin tightening, wrinkle reduction.
Chocolate therapy.
Correct. Yeah, very similar.
Chocolate therapy and cavitation. I'm familiar with the physics, yes.
Yes, and then another treatment we were advertising for them was cryolipolysis. So
okay.
I'll show you an example of the results they got.
We were 20K in the first week, so basically keeping like this, we're 80, 90K a month. Oh, only from Cameron to 8,000? Yes.
Yeah, we're all, we kind of get the point, right? They made a whole lot of money. Now, here's the thing. I know you've been on calls like this before, Suhaib, which is why I just got 100% to the point and asked you that, where everybody's really trying to guarantee and promise the same thing. And the reality is, most people that you speak to is going to be trying to sell you on the old way, which is usually Facebook ads, which is discounted offers to get people in, some sort of follow-up system. So whether it's AI follow-up and having somebody calling your leads, it usually equals one of three problems. Or, to top it off, maybe it's somebody that's telling you they're going to optimize your website.
People buy from people that know their problems better than they do and can identify future constraints that they can't even see, okay? So essentially what I'm doing here is because I know the market so well and because I've been on so many sales calls at this point, I know every single thing that they've been pitched, why it doesn't work, and what the biggest pain points are around the old way, okay? If we go to this picture here, which is basically like a 5-year-old drawing explaining this, the prospect is in Hell Island. They want to get to Heaven Island. Your solution should be the easiest, fastest, and safest way from them getting from current state to desired state. There's a bunch of other options that could potentially get them to the other side of the fence from current to desired. But my goal on this call is to position those options as inferior to my superior product, okay? And then to harpoon the sharks, which is the objections that he's going to give me on this call, which I pretty much already done a good job of. I've already pre-framed a lot of his objections. He threw a lot of them at me at the start of the call, so the close should be a lot easier.
Absolutely. Which usually doesn't directly mean that it's going to optimize for acquisition. It's just going to make your website look fancy, but it's not going to bring people through the door. And usually with a system like this, you fall into one of three problems. Either you don't get enough leads or booked appointments, you get a ton of bookings but nobody shows up, or the people that come through the door are Groupon shoppers that aren't serious about sticking with a treatment plan. Now, by the sounds of it, it sounds like you've had a collective of all three, but number three is the biggest point that you're mainly concerned with. Would you agree with me on that?
Mm-hmm.
And have you tried, Suhaib, by chance, any sort of Groupon promotions to get people in? Have you ever considered doing that? Or?
We shied away from it.
Yeah.
We thought that's not the type of clientele that I had a couple of estheticians that built a couple of Groupon sort of ads and whatnot. I just was never convinced that that's the type of client I want.
Right. And the reason I bring this up is because you'll very quickly realise too, I know you've probably seen ads from other clinics in your area and in Canada and so on. So everybody's doing the same thing. Like if you look at the ads that everybody under the sun is running, it's these mini mommy makeover ads, cheap discounts, 20 units of Botox. And the thing is, when you run ads like this that are the same as every other clinic under the sun, you're only seen through a lens of pricing, right? And you're attracting those type of clients that don't know like.
So I'm essentially explaining the problems with this current model, and I'm selling him on my model. So this is me showing him the other options that he's got, why they're inferior to my model.
Can trust you. They don't see you as different. They don't see you as the go-to professional. They purely see you through the lens of, wow, Suhaib at Mona Lisa is running another cheap promotion, and I can just keep using these promos and getting it for a fraction of the price, right?
And he explained to me on the call earlier in the discovery process that he was tired of getting people in that were broke. So this is why I'm really doubling down on this, because he can resonate with it.
What that basically means is you get a bunch of people coming through the door for the 20 units of Botox. Once you factor in your cost per acquisition, your cost for the esthetician to do the treatment, and your cost for the Botox in itself, and the fact that they come in for the 20 units and then they disappear off the face of the earth and you never see them again, well, there's not really much money to suffice for it, right? And this is the problem with only advertising these lower-end treatments. Go on.
Cameron, you're preaching to the converted. How are you different?
What was that, sorry?
I said you're preaching to the converted. How are you different?
To the converted? What do you mean?
It's a phrase. You're preaching to the converted.
I'm young. You're going to have to explain that to me. Come on.
Well, basically, I understand what you're saying. How are you different?
Okay, let's cut to the chase. Let's cut to the chase, Suhaib. I appreciate. I want to go to bed too. It's pretty late out here. Okay, we very quickly realised.
So see here how I kind of went on a little bit too long here. Some prospects, you are going to have to deviate from the process. Like this guy even called me out on it. And this was a detrimental call when I had this huge paradigm shift where I always thought that I need to follow the same sales process on every single call, when it's not necessarily the case. Like I've actually closed people in like 5-10 minute sales calls where I'm just matching their energy, especially when you get on type A personality type calls with people like this that want the no bullshit, match their energy. Like you see here how I completely shifted my energy there, and I was like, look, you want the no bullshit? Cool. I want to go to bed too. Let's rock and roll. And he started laughing at it, right? So sometimes you've got to match their energy. Don't think you need to go through the entire process. I've closed people in 10 fucking minutes and collected like 10, 20K over the phone just by being complete no bullshit with people.
When we were partnering with clinics, what you actually want is, ideally, if you have these higher end treatments, people with a good credit score, people who understand it requires commitment to see results, people who have the discretionary income to spend, and they have a problem that you and your team can solve. Now, just to cut to the chase, what this program's not going to do is I don't want to guarantee you hundreds of leads. I don't want to burn your staff out by turning them into a call center. I don't want to run generic ads that bring in wrong type of clients. And I don't want to throw crappy leads at you and have you do the hard part, which is converting them. Now, what this program is going to do, just to skip over the top pieces, is have you spending less time jumping on calls with idiots like me and more time on moving the money needle, selling packages, getting referrals, and actually making your money back on these machines that you probably spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on and are probably in the hole with at the minute, let's be honest. Now, the problems with agencies are, most of the time, if they have an appointment guarantee, they only care about hitting that guarantee. Everything's copy and paste, and the nurture messages that they send out are just templates, because it's the best way for them to scale. The way we curb that problem is pillar number 1, which is using authority-driven ads to actually position you as the go-to professional in your area. Just to show you an example of what that looks like, we use content from in your clinic, also content that we've got pre-recorded that we know performs. We only work with one clinic per area, so we know nobody else is using the same content. I'll show you an example. I know you have Morpheus 8, and this is a treatment that we're very well versed in advertising.
Today we're performing Morpheus 8 to transform our patient's skin for a smoother and more youthful appearance. We're starting the treatment with topical numbing cream to make sure they're comfortable throughout the process.
But you kind of get the point, right? The goal here is to build the know, like, and trust factor, have pictures, images, and videos in your office so we can start to build you and position you as the go-to professional. And we also pair that with making sure that we're targeting people based on their estimated yearly income. Now, by all means, Suhaib, that doesn't mean everybody rocking up to your clinic is going to roll up in a Lamborghini with Gucci sliders on. I wish it did. However, if we can filter out the lower ticket clients who do not have the discretionary income to spend by building the know, like, and trust factor, positioning you as the professional, and eliminating price shoppers by targeting people based on their yearly income, this is the best way to do it. Does that make sense so far?
Yes.
Cool. I'll be honest. Go on.
One problem.
Yep.
I'm not an authority in aesthetics.
That's fine. The goal isn't necessarily to build you as an authority, because, don't get me wrong, I can't give you 10,000 followers overnight. However, I can still position you as the authority within the ads. If we get videos of you doing the treatment, if we get pictures of you in your office, and even if we don't get that, Suhaib, if we have videos and content around the treatment, that's going to allow us to position you as the professional, because what we can do is we can use your content when we go into the next piece, which is building authority. Now, the biggest problem you told me, Suhaib, is these people coming through the door, Cameron, aren't qualified, they waste my time, and they don't have money to spend.
So see here how every single pillar that I pitch, I touch on the problems that he told me and how this pillar of my product solves that problem. So a really good language frame that you can use here when you're going through your pitches, you can go, so you know how you told me that you were getting a bunch of people coming through the office door that were unqualified, didn't have the money to spend, and there was no way in hell they were going to buy your high-ticket treatments, right? Yeah, so what we do to prevent that is X, Y, and Z. Insert new solution they've never heard of before, and that's exactly what I'm doing here.
Right now, really, when you get a patient appointment from the current company that you're working with, it really is a flip of a coin as to whether they're going to have the money to spend or not, right?
I would say the odds are less than 50%.
Right. So if I was to say to you, like I'm going to bring two types of people. Somebody where you just get a phone number, name and email, and I'll bring Stacey through your door, who you know is 35, she's got a turkey neck, and she's got a wedding coming up in 3 months and she wants to look sexy in front of her ex-husband, and she's got a 700 credit score. You'd probably agree with me to say the latter is going to be a lot easier to close, right? And convert onto a package.
Okay.
Anecdotal stories that break beliefs. I gave him an elaboration and I went, I mean, you basically heard it, right?
So that's the biggest piece of the puzzle here, making sure that when we target these people, we also filter people out by getting the answers to the questions that you actually care about prior to them coming into your office. So that is dependent on...
How do you convince somebody to give them their credit score?
We don't ask it like, what is your credit score? We say, financing is available for our treatment plans. Which option best describes your credit history? That's an example. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Perfect. And I can even give you a prime example of this. We work with a clinic that also offers Morpheus 8, and we do the exact same thing. We ask what their age is, what specific skin concerns are concerning them, and we get commitment that they're ready to stick with a treatment plan. We also get their financing options. We also pair that with positioning you as the go-to professional by giving them steps of the treatment, educating and qualifying them around how the treatment works with videos, testimonials, before and afters. So by the point of them coming into the pipeline and saying they're interested, we already know all of this information. Does that make sense, Suhaib? Are you with me?
Yes.
Cool. Now, step number 3, let me ask you a question, because I know you had it in the past where he was calling your lead and it didn't really work out because they were unable to get prepayments. Mm-hmm. If I was to say to you, leads are going to be coming in 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, are you confident your team can call them within 5 minutes?
I'm going to create the gap here again and explain the importance of speed to lead. A lot of people go into, if they have a call center, oh yeah, we can call your leads within 5 minutes before creating the gap. So here I'm going, well, Suhaib, if we had leads coming in 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, are you confident that your team could call them within 5 minutes every single day?
At the moment?
Yes.
I'll have to get back to you about that.
Okay. And the reason I bring this up, and you might have already seen this, Suhaib, but we found that speed to lead and call volume actually determines the amount of money you make. And the numbers don't lie. There was an MIT study done. Within the first minute, a lead is 400% more likely to convert into an appointment. You give it 3 minutes. You go get a cup of coffee, chance of you booking that lead goes down by 300%. And at the same time, the chance of you booking an appointment with a lead and the pickup rate is actually higher on the 7th contact attempt in comparison to the 3rd. So rather than me sitting here and begging you to try and call leads on time, because chances are maybe your team's probably not going to be able to do that 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, I'd rather just have our patient concierge team, who calls 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, do that for you, as well as pairing that with value-driven nurture campaigns, which include videos of the treatment, before and afters, pictures of your office, building authority and positioning you as a professional. Go on, Suhaib.
No, there's about 9-hour difference between...
They work in Eastern Daylight Time. We don't work with UK clients. I know it's a little bit weird. It's a long story. I can run you through it at the end if you like. This is the thing. I know your biggest...
I'm not going to compete with you, so
yeah.
When you run your business, I'm not going to get into it.
I know your biggest concern, Suhaib, as well. Are they going to be able to call as good as my office? Like, I don't want them representing us incorrectly and things like that.
I'm pre-framing the objection here because he said that previously when he tried the call center, one of the biggest problems was they didn't represent his office in the right way. They wasn't able to take deposits.
To see this as a call center, because I know you've had a negative experience with what it sounds like that in the past with being unable to take that deposit. I want you to know that this is more so of an extension of your clinic. We get all of this information and we train them on it prior to onboarding and launching your campaigns. Your financing options, medical conditions that disqualify people, local landmarks, how do patients prepare for the treatment, what areas can be treated. That way, rather than them seeming like people that have no medical experience whatsoever, they know the ins and outs of your treatment, your office, and they're in a sense, literally in your office as much as anybody else would be. Does that make sense?
Do you need access to the EMR?
No.
So how are you going to book them?
We book them directly on a Google Calendar and then we have somebody from your office take them over and transfer them after they book it. I'll be transparent with you. I don't want to sit here and tell you we can come into your email because we can't legally as well.
I understand.
Okay, cool. And then as a high level overview,
Google Calendar will be secure and basically shareable between the two parties.
Yeah, exactly. It's super easy to do. And as a high level overview, Suhaib, everything that I've run you through here basically equals, well, what we're on the call for. High-end qualified appointments. And it'd just be a case of you taking a look at email, text, or Slack and receiving messages like the one here. So you get a confirmation saying, James has booked an appointment with the Mommy Tummy Rescue promotion, for example. You'll have their name, their email, their phone number, their appointment, maybe their BMI if we're running a body sculpting promo, because we both know that that's an important piece of information. Somebody 200 pound overweight isn't necessarily going to be the right fit for True Sculpt. They might need something a little bit more invasive, right?
They can come to my clinic and I'll put them on Ozempic.
Perfect. So we can potentially offer that on the back end, right? That's what they're going to need, not True Sculpt. Yeah, and things like the areas that's bothering them, their commitment level, their credit score. A big thing for us, Suhaib, much like, and you're very familiar with this because you're in the weight loss space, it's like me saying, I want to lose weight, but having no idea what my maintenance caloric intake would be. I eat lettuce all day, but I really have no idea as to whether I'm moving in the right direction if I'm not tracking the numbers, and that's a big thing.
Another anecdotal story to break beliefs, or some kind of analogy that broke a belief, right? This is why I'm explaining, this is how I explain how important reporting is. We can step on the scale every day, but if we're not tracking everything, if we're not tracking our weight, our calories, our stepped intake, how many calories that we're burning. We can eat lettuce all day, but we have no idea if we're actually moving in the right direction or not. This is how I break the belief and set the precedent for the importance of reporting.
Thank you. So every single person that books in for your office that we book in, will be filled out on a sheet like this. You'll have their name, the campaign they booked for, their occupation, their credit score, the treatment costs if they're aware of them, and any additional notes. For example, Yanisha here, who we can see tried call sculpting before, but she didn't see results. And she's also interested in fillers, right? And then we also get from your side of the puzzle, Suhaib, did they show? Did they get a proof of financing? How much did they spend? And why didn't they convert if they didn't? That way, we know if we're looking at every single... Go on.
Who fills this in?
Our team fills out everything in the blue. You fill out everything in the green. Anybody from your office. So we're filling up everything up to the point of bringing them in. We just want to know, did they show? Did they close? And how much did they spend? Because again, what isn't tracked can't be improved. So we know that if we're tracking everything from A to Z, we can provide the necessary adjustments and improvements to help in order to help you grow. Does that make sense?
It does.
For example, here we can see Yanisha is sleeping on it and a financing appointment got cancelled and she'll come up with the money and purchase, right? This way we know exactly what's going on. And the biggest thing that you're looking for, Suhaib, which it sounds to me is the missing piece right now, is you pay a growth partner or a marketing agency to make an ROI. Otherwise, why would you pay them? So this way it's kind of unreasonable for you not to know how much money you make because you'll have the amount, you'll have the close rate, you'll have the closes there that you can view at any time, at any point. Does that make sense?
It does.
Cool. And let me ask you as well. So let's say, Suhaib, we do decide that, we want to roll with this and this is the right bit at the end of the call. Do you think we would have a problem with somebody from your office going in and filling that information out for us?
Can be.
Why would that be a problem?
The current reception, she's also one of our statisticians.
Mm-hmm.
So she might be busy in a facial or a chemical peel or something of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
And if right now that you're talking to me, if we want to really consider this seriously, I would need to have a dedicated, front staff instead of having one of the workers basically managing the phone and the lines and the bookings.
Mm-hmm.
I would need to have somebody that's pretty much dedicated there to sit down, call the client within that 1 minute time frame.
No, we'd be doing
whatever
all that.
you'd be doing.
We'll be doing all that. So the only thing that we ask from you guys is you fill out the sheet.
So the sheet should be.
Okay.
With our other company, we've been filling out sheets for him as well. He's been tracking, so on and so forth. So we they're trained to do that.
Perfect.
There might be
Okay,
other support documents, some statements that you might want us to use.
Yeah.
And then we can basically tell them these are the reasoning that you have to put in here when somebody doesn't book or something of that nature.
Okay. Yeah, and that should be.
Sale is a sale. Is a sale. That's not a big deal. It's just those people that don't book. We need to understand which category we need to put it under.
Yeah, the only people you need to put on here is people that show up to your office. Just tell us why they didn't convert. And if there's somebody that's booked in, if they no show, you just change it to a no.
That's pretty much
right. Does that kind of make sense?
Yes, it does. No, that should not be a problem.
Cool. And then the final piece of the puzzle here, Suhaib, and I've already mentioned our exclusivity policy. It's really straightforward. We only work with one clinic per zip code due to how invasive the system is, and it would be, kind of stupid for me to put this in place for yourself and then do it for somebody 5 minutes down the road, right? Sounds to me that as well in Edmonton, you're probably one of the only people with these higher end machines, which is going to be a huge selling point. And then the only other piece is we do also have a back-end training program. So this program is built with MedSpot. As I mentioned to you, we're partnered with some big franchises. So we do also offer that coaching piece as well. So if your estheticians do need help with the sales piece in regards to how to sell these high-end treatments, we have the program. We have weekly coaching calls that they can jump on with other clinic owners. But besides that, Suhaib, the only other thing is, of course, we do the market research initially before getting rocking and rolling. We scan ads within a 15-mile radius to identify main competitors, just to make sure that we're positioning you as different and as the 1% of clinic owners. But besides that, Suhaib, that's pretty much everything I wanted to run you through. I know you're probably wondering, well, Cameron, what the hell does this cost me? I'm going to run you through that in a second.
No, I have two questions.
Yes, go ahead.
First question. Do you guys want to take over the website?
We don't do that. We strictly focus on patient acquisition.
That's great. That's wonderful. I'm happy that's your answer. So you don't need to alter the website.
You don't need a thing. No, we build everything out externally. As you can see here, we build out funnels that look a little bit like this around the treatment and they're branded with your colors, your before and afters. All of those things are put on here, but we do not need an access to a thing in regards to your website. No.
Question number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess this is where it comes, how much is it going to cost?
We're going to run through that. That's the next piece of the puzzle. You know, Suhaib, it's got to be left till the end, right? You're a salesman as much as I am.
I've done this before, so I know.
So let me ask you, Suhaib, in what's coming here. I'm going to ask you, I'm going to separate the price with the value, just because logically that's the best thing to do.
One thing I've found that works really well when you're on the phone with sophisticated buyers is you explain what you're doing throughout the sales process, because it just creates that another level of transparency. So here I'm like, yeah, you know what I'm doing, right? I'm going to leave the price until the end of the call. That's how a sales pitch goes.
Do you think this can help you? Let me just be clear.
As long as you're concentrating on high end,
we can discuss that quickly as well. So let's get to your.
As long as you tell me, my focus is not your laser hair removal.
Oh.
It's not your Botox.
No.
It's not your chemical peels. It's not any of these sort of things. It's not. I'm really focusing on your high end ticket items. Mm-hmm. I'm focusing on your body sculpting. I'm basically a Morpheus. We're very soon we'll be launching PRP treatments. Mm-hmm. So as long as you tell me that's my focus, i.e. $1,000 and up, is what we're looking at.
Yeah, that's what we focus on. But I'm going to tell you and set the expectation extremely clear, Suhaib. We get people in on an introductory offer with those treatments, but we pair that with qualifying them very heavily. That includes making it extremely clear what their credit score is, making it clear this requires commitment to see results. Are you okay with committing to a series of sessions? How committed are you? Etc. etc. Does that make sense?
Okay, so what are a series of sessions need?
What do you mean?
You said, am I committed to a series of sessions? What's your definition of a series of sessions?
A series of sessions would be 3 to 6, depending on the treatment. Of course, that would be just in the consultation. We have a very, very in-depth screening process in regards to when our leads
I'm committed. I'm committed to a treatment plan. That's the question. Yes, I would be committed to a treatment plan for my clients.
Yeah, so we'd ask them the qualification questions necessary to make sure that they're willing to stick with the treatment plan, okay? And in regards to, if you are curious, the type of questions that we do ask when we're on the phone, you can see that here. So we make it very clear we want to know how long it's been a concern for them, what their skin concerns are, what they've tried before, what's holding them back from feeling fully confident in their face and skin. Yeah, I can send this through to you if you'd like to see it. But the main thing is we take the prepayment, we get the qualification, we pass the information over to your office, we follow up with them all the way until they show up, and then you guys need to tee off the sale, and we're going to do everything in our power to support you in that process as well, okay? Cool, pretty straightforward. Besides that, Suhaib, any other questions except pricing?
Nope.
No? We're all good? Cool, let's rock and roll. So in terms of what you get in, I'm not going to bore you with this, we've already gone over it, it's all done for you, we do it from A to Z, bringing them in, taking the prepayment, qualifying the credit score.
Okay. Forward. You need to get to the very bottom.
You want me to read all of this out?
Nope, just forward.
Okay.
I understand you have value. Let's put it this way. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
You have value. Tell me about the price.
Let's go. So here's what the next steps are. If you think the investment makes sense, you process the investment, we book an onboarding call, we get things set up, and then we generate patients and we're both smiling. And I come to your clinic, I interview you because we get incredible results. Boom. Here's what the price is. Now, we have an initial 90-day program. After that point, it's month to month. Within that 90-day program, the first 30 days is completely refundable. Meaning in that first 30 days, if you're not happy with the service we provide and you don't feel that we're working at the level you want us to, and we don't meet expectations, no obligation, money back guaranteed. Okay? Cool. In terms of pricing, super simple. The initial 90-day program is $6,000 plus ad spend, which is dependent on how much we want to spend. We usually recommend between $50 plus per day. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Any questions on that?
Nope.
Okay. So it looks like
Rule of thumb that I wish I knew then was whenever you're pitching price, you really want to pull down your screen. Because when you pull down your screen, it's like a face-to-face conversation, and it makes the conversation more personal at the point of you pitching the price.
But with everything in terms of how our system works, where you're at, where you want to get to, what's stopping you from getting there, I guess what are your thoughts?
It's feasible.
Okay.
That's feasible.
So, do you think the value of
$6,000 plus $50 per day per ad?
Yes. Now, we usually, a lot of clinic partners we work with usually start with one treatment specifically, and then they'll branch out as we make them more money. So maybe we decide to, hey, okay, we're going to start with True Sports ID or Morpheus. Then we get a 3 to 4x ROI. Next month, we reinvest a portion of that into an additional campaign, for example.
So now $6,000 for the first 30 days. What about the next 60 days?
The $6,000 includes 90-day program.
Oh.
Yeah. Keep in mind that's USD. I know you're Canadian. 6,000 USD.
Okay. Yeah. $10,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. Would it be totally crazy if we believe that the fight...
Sorry, give me a second.
Yeah, you're all good.
I'm happy with it. Okay. The only thing I just don't know for the next week. Okay. If you don't, I hope it sounds like I need a
My screen should not be up right now, especially past the point of like already pitching the product. I should have pulled my screen down.
And then I added the respiratory therapy, but I'm going to fix the cardiac rehab because it's saying just exercise.
Yeah, no.
And it's required, So I'll fix that one too, and then I'll show that one to you after. But I'll do this one, and then I'll say we're adjusting the cardiac rehab program as of right now, but we'll do that.
Great job. Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that.
You're all good. You're a busy man.
Yeah, I'm all yours.
But yeah, besides that, Suhaib, I guess the other question I have for you is, would it be totally crazy for us to get this rolling today?
It would be, yes.
Okay. What would be totally crazy about that?
It's just that that's not the way I make decisions, but it sounds very promising.
The good old, it's not the way I make decisions.
To get my team on board, I need to basically ask them which treatment they want to promote first. And then from there, we can build something together.
Okay, sounds good. And I'm happy you said that, because I don't like to work with people that are extremely emotional that make decisions instantly anyway. So,
been there, done that, my friend.
And it usually doesn't end well, right? So, two things that I'd like to go ahead and do on this call, Suhaib, because it sounds like, of course, we're on the same page here. We just need to make sure that the team's on board, we can get things rolling. Number one, I want to make sure that ideally if we could book in maybe a 10-minute check-in call on Monday, hopefully I can get...
Bam, fam. Always book a meeting from a meeting. I definitely could have closed this guy on the call. I do get a down payment, which you'll see in a minute.
Somebody from...
And he did close in the follow-up.
Your team on there. I can make a good impression. Maybe I bring them some virtual flowers and say hello and make sure that they like me. And number two, yeah, that's pretty much the main point here. We can go ahead and do that. And then
what I would suggest is the next Zoom meeting, I want to bring my team on board.
Yeah.
So the 3 girls, that's basically... I'm going to meet up with one of them right now, just tell them what to expect.
Yeah.
Just preliminary, it sounds like a go. I'm happy with what you presented. The investment is not a big deal.
Yeah.
Okay. It's definitely not outrageous.
Yeah.
I had another company that quoted me like $50,000 Canadian.
Okay. Maybe I should increase my pricing.
Yeah, you should be looking for that moment.
Yeah.
You'd be scaring a lot of people off. Just be aware.
Yeah, fully aware.
Those guys did not get my contract.
Yeah.
But no, I think for like for what you are providing, like you mentioned, you are providing value. I see it from what you've told me so far. Sounds like very promising. It does take a lot of things off of my staff's shoulders.
Yeah.
So I'm happy with that. The only thing I'm not sure of is the booking process. Okay. Once we have somebody on that Google ad and we call that person and ask them to give us a deposit, and that's what we had the problem with when we got the girl from the other company following up on the leads and booking them for us, is that things fell apart once we got involved and called the client to secure the deposit.
So we're doing that. So we're taking the deposit. So
got it.
The only time that you guys would need to be involved in that process, you don't even need to follow up with the lead. The only thing you need to do is as soon as we notify you that they booked, they would have already paid the deposit.
And if I knew what I knew now, I should have pre-handled that at the scheduling pillar in my pitch. I should have gone over like, so you know how you told me that you were having problems with your team having to step in and take the deposits because their team wasn't capable? Yeah, so what we do to prevent that is we actually train our team on sales every single day, and a lot of them are actually aesthetically and medically trained. That being said, that means that your team is not going to be involved in that process whatsoever. We're not going to pull them off track from pulling away from the highest leverage thing they can be doing, which is making sales and selling packages. Therefore, our team's going to be doing it.
You just need to move them onto your email, meaning somebody goes in and books them on the email. That's it.
Okay. One thing I need to make sure of is that my team is solidly on board with this. That means if somebody is here or is on the schedule as providing a service, they can't come back next week and say, "Oh, I booked a vacation that day. Can we reschedule the vacation?" Because that would be
one more time.
Okay. So let's say you guys have the Google ad. I assume you know when my staff is on to look after these clients. We book one of these people in, and then one of my staff decides, oh, she has another commitment with her boyfriend that day. That's a human factor we're talking about.
Can your staff just do that, or do they have set hours?
The spa, they are on contract.
Okay.
So they are on contract with the spa. This is why I say they are moonlighting. I'm getting more people into the spa, but they are mainly contract based.
Got it.
So if they have patients, they get me. If they don't have patients, they lose out. I just want to make sure that if we are booking them on set spots, that they are committed. Just give me a second before they actually leave.
Yeah.
Hi, Teresa, is Jordan still here?
Yeah.
Thanks. You're welcome. Because that's the other missing link. Been in business long enough, okay? The other missing link is the human factor. Okay?
Yeah.
You can have the best product, the best looking place, the best chef. But if you're not in the mood to cook, then
it ain't going down well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be good to discuss that with them, just to make sure that we've got that commitment there. That, of course, if we take down a prepayment for a patient, we can reschedule them if absolutely necessary. Of course, we do handle that.
The thing, once you start doing that, you lose confidence.
Yeah.
You lose confidence with people. People just simply hate that.
They do, you're right. The chance of them showing us is going to be like we're in to get cold feet.
Especially if they're paying top dollar.
Yeah. But yeah, Suhaib, I think that's everything that I wanted to go through. When would you be available Monday to book in a follow-up?
After 1 o'clock.
Okay, should we do...
Mountain time.
Your mountain time. Is it mountain daylight time?
I'm not so sure to be honest.
I think it's
standard. Yeah, still, yeah.
Okay, if we was to do Monday at... No, not... Hold on. Can we do
1 o'clock as intensive care unit of some procedure?
Ideally. Would you want to punch me in the face if I said, let's put down 250 now, and if you're not interested on Monday, we can go ahead and reimburse that? Is that something you'd be open to putting down, just so I've got some level of commitment?
$250?
Yes.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, cool, great. I just want to double check the name. Your last name is Alcatraz.
So I put down some level of down payment so I could get some commitment. I knew the likelihood of him closing on the call. I probably could have pushed him a little bit harder. Rule of thumb, which I know now that I didn't know then, is whenever you get an objection, the first thing you want to do is you want to get a tie down. And what I mean by that is you go, okay, got it, man. So like, let's say besides the fact that you need to get your team on board, making sure logistically it makes sense for them, if we can get that done, is there any other reason stopping you from feeling less than 100% certain that this is what you want to do? And if he's like, yes, great. Then I can face that objection head on, overcome it, and then get the close. In this case, I knew this guy was a very unique type of prospect. He was very straight shooter. I knew he would have had to speak to his team anyway. So what I prompted for or pushed for was a down payment. And the pitch that I used here was like, would you want to punch me in the face if I said, just so I can get some level of commitment on my end and I can lock off your area to prevent other people in Edmonton coming to me and wanting to work with us if we put down a $250 deposit? And then I go in. And whenever you get a payment, the way that you close that and you get the payment up is you don't go in immediately and you go, okay, what's the card number? You get a small level of commitment indirectly implying that you're going to take the payment. And then you slowly and gradually increase the level of commitment you get. What I mean by that is instead of me going, can I get your card, please? I go, okay, so he's gave me the commitment, he wants to pay the deposit. Then I go, so would the name on the card be X, Y, and Z? Okay, great. And then the billing address is Y, Z, and A, right? Awesome. And then would that be a Visa or MasterCard? Okay, Visa, card number whenever you're ready. So see how I've gradually worked up the level of invasive the level of commitment that I'm getting when I'm taking the close or when I'm getting the payment, because a lot of people are naturally skeptical. So I get the name, I get the billing address, and then I go Visa or MasterCard, and depending on which one it is, I then ask for the card number. Whenever you're taking a payment, is you pull up your screen, and when you pull up your screen, you're putting in the information with them. Never send them a payment link after the call, because the likelihood of them actually closing is 0 to 10. Okay, so you should now have full clarity on the sales process. Now we're going to move into payment links. So you're at the end of the sales call, somebody wants to buy. What the fuck do you do? Learn from my mistakes with this. I flopped tons of calls by not being prepared with payment links ready to go to collect payment. We want to collect payment over the phone. It is not a closed deal, a signed client if they say they want to buy and leave the call without paying anything. In order for us to classify this as you closing a client, you must collect payment. And the way that we do that is by pre-setting up payment links and pinning them on our browser. So when we take payments, we're ready to go. We have all of the links ready. Okay, and I've gone ahead and provided the script here, which I'll be role-playing in a minute. Now, that being said, I want to tell you a story about this. The amount of times that I've been on calls and I botched them because I would send them a link. Like, my initial, first role in sales was I worked for an e-com company for a week. And he had me take 3 or 4 sales calls with super unsophisticated prospects who made no money. And he was just notify me whenever you close somebody. And he gave me a script, he gave me the SOPs, he gave me everything I needed. And I DM'd him freaking out. I was like, I just closed someone. And he was like, oh, sick. So how much did you collect? And I was like, oh, well, he said yes. And then he just started laughing at me. And I was no longer in that role anymore, to cut it short. Learn from my mistakes. You must take payment over the phone. The likelihood of you getting payment after the sales call goes down by about 90%. You must collect payment on the phone when they're hot, when they're ready to go, okay? Now, that being said, we always ideally want to push to get something up front. With your first few clients, you might not be able to because they might be skeptical. You might not have any social proof. You might have to, in a rare circumstance, have to sign somebody up with a no setup fee. But usually, when people pay, they pay attention, which is why we want to get money up front, so we at least have some commitment. You have some money that you can use to then fulfill for the client as well, okay? So the way that we do this is we create a document that looks a little bit like this with all of the payment links ready to go. So the minute that you're on a call with a client or a prospect, you can pull this link up and literally just input their information with them, and you can go ahead and get them to pay. It's very, very simple. Now, how do we actually set up these payment links? We're going to be doing this in Stripe.com. So if we go to stripe.com here and just log in using the account that we created near the start of this video, if you come here and go to the payment links section, click add new, and we're now going to create payment links for your pricing. So what you want to do is add a new product. For example, $1,000 for me, 5 projects up front, pay on results. And then we can have this as a one-off USD $1,000 payment link. Add the product. We're going to create a link. And now what we're going to do is we're going to copy this link. We're going to go doc.new. We're just going to call this payment links for closing. We're going to put $1,000, 5 projects. And then what we're also going to do is we're going to make one for 500, which is like a down payment. Let's say somebody can't afford the 1,000, 250, and even 100 as a worst case scenario. So we have some fail safes if we need to. If somebody can't pay the 1,000 there and then, we can at least get a deposit or a down payment. So here, we're going to do the same thing. Payment links, add new, add product, $500, renovate, ready, down payment. You probably want to put your agency name in the payment link just to add some more validity. Add the product, create the link, copy it, put it in here. Okay, and then we're going to do it for the other ones. So add new product. 250, renovate, ready, down, payment, 250, add, create link, copy, then we do the same thing, payment links, add new, $100, renovate, ready, down payment, add product, create link, boom. Now we've got our payment links for closing. So then what I would encourage you to do is get this, put it in your bookmarks bar and put a $sign. So you know, on this whenever you're going to be closing somebody, you can immediately pull this up and you can immediately click on this link depending on which payment they're going to be going on, and then you can put in their information and close them. Okay, so now you've got those set up. How do you actually take the payment? The way that we do it is we never want to immediately go into, so what's the card number, John? We slowly ease our way into it by getting micro commitments first. So here's the process. So somebody's got to the end of the pitch deck, they say they want to do it, they're happy with the price. So what we do when we make the transition is we run them through next steps of here's what the next steps look like. And then we go, got it, John. So next steps are going to be, we'll process the investment. Never call it like, we'll process the payment, the cost, the price. You want to say investment, because investment, just a simple reframe of the way that they see the price as an investment, because they're going to be making more money than they put in. Okay. So what we'll do, John, is we'll process the investment. We'll then get you onboarded and ramped up, and we'll book in our onboarding call in the next few days so we can get you rocking and rolling and have new jobs booked on your calendar in the next 7 days. Sound good? Or 30 days? Awesome. So let me just go ahead and pull this up here. What you're going to do is you're going to pull this link up, and what you're going to say on the call is you're going to go, so John, the last name on the card, is that Bobby? Is that right? By this point, you should already know their last name. You should already at least know their name. Or you can say here, with some information that you have, so John, the name on the card, is it Bobby Stone? Is that right? Got you. So you see how we're slowly easing our way into indirectly saying, we're taking payment now, young sir. That's basically what we're saying. And then we go, and the business address, what would that be? Got you. So here, you put in their email, like so. Disregard this because that won't come up. You'll click this. And the business address. Now, even with Stripe, we don't even collect business address. Again, this is just a way of getting a micro commitment so we can ease into the payment. Then we go, got it. So name on the card is Bobby Stone. Okay, and then the business address is, what was that again, sorry? Got it. Okay, so X, Y, and Z, North Sudan. Got it. I'm with you. And from that point, you can then go, awesome. So let me pull up my screen here for you really quickly. So would it be a Visa or a MasterCard? We never go, do you want to pay? We give the person options, but both options end in the same outcome, which is you're going to pay me either with a Visa or a MasterCard or an Amex, usually. So here is where you would pull up your screen on the call and you would go, so John, would it be a Visa, MasterCard or Amex? And then, okay, card number whenever you're ready, expiry date, security code, and then we click pay, okay? So that is essentially the process we follow. And then we literally just go right into putting in their information and submitting the payment. From there, we then explain the next steps to the client, to what it looks like after they pay us. And this will feel, just to preface this, extremely uncomfortable at first. I still remember the first time I took payment over the phone, $100, and how it felt. I was shaking like hell typing in their information, and I completely fucked up the first two. But the more you do it, the easier it gets. So the checklist here is create your payment link templates ready for sales calls, and role play the payment collection process 3 to 5 times with a friend or a family member to make sure that you can do it correctly. Now, the final thing that we're going to do is set up your contract. The final step of this process is sending over a contract to the client once you've confirmed their payment. The rule of thumb here is not to mention this before you take payment. We make it seem super insignificant and we frame it as a scope of service agreement. We don't call it a contract. The way that we say it is after we've taken payment, we go, next steps, we're going to book in an onboarding call. We're going to get you rocking and rolling in the next 7 days. Now, what I'm going to do with you, John, before that call is just send over a super short scope of service agreement. If you can do me a favor and just get that signed off, make sure that I'm happy, you're happy, and everything we've talked about today is in black and white. Sound good? Awesome. And getting this signed makes sure both you and the client's back is covered and adds more validity to you signing the client. So I've gone ahead and given you a template contract here that you can go ahead and use. All you need to do is get this, go to ChatGPT, say above is a contract template. I want you to replicate this based on my agency, Renovate Ready. Boom. So now, while this is making, we can go to Go High Level, because we're actually going to be sending our contracts through Go High Level. There's a lot of different tools you can use, PandaDoc, DocuSign. They're all, like, you have to pay for them, though. You can literally do it in Go High Level directly. So we're going to go to the Renovate Ready account, where we're going to send our contracts. We're going to go to Payments, Documents and Contracts, and we're going to make a template, okay? So then you can send it in the future. So here, we're just going to wait for this to be done, and then we're just going to get this. And again, is this 100% the best contract in the world? No, but at least it's going to cover your back worst case scenario. Make sure you read through it, okay? So, okay. Obviously, investment, we're going to need to change that. So here, in this case, I'm going to get this. I'm just going to close this out. I'm going to go to Go High Level, new template, and I'm going to add a text box. I'm going to paste this in. Aging in place growth program. This one is pay per appointment. Date created. You see I have a custom field here for date created. Prepared for. This is where you put prospect name, prospect company. Here, you would also put company. This is where you would obviously input your prospect's company name. So here, we're going to put this information in. Program deliverables. You just iron that out. Make sure that everything looks right. In terms of the investment, you can put all of this in here. Make sure that it's correct. Your guarantee, whatever that is. Ad spend, legal terms, payment authorization form. Once you've done that and everything looks good, you can then add here for the client to sign it the following. So client add, we're going to add a text field here. and make sure that this is on contact to be filled by the contact, not you. Here we're going to put one in for full name. We're actually going to add a bit of a space in between these, and then signature is key as well. We always want to get the signature on the contract. So here, full name, then we can just copy this. Company, title, address. We're going to make address a little bit longer because we know it's going to be bigger. And then finally, there is a signature function here, signature. We can drag that in like so. We might just want to add a bit of a bigger space. Like so, boom. Now, obviously, in your case, you would go through this contract a little bit more on a granular level. I'm just doing this for the purpose of this video to be quick. Then signature, boom. Once you've done that, you click save. Now, when you use this template, you just simply click use template. Now, you should already have the contact that you're going to sign and go high level. So this is how this works. So if you go here, you would go client, you would select the client. Now, obviously, this client doesn't have an email, so I can't do it with them. But you would select them, you would fill out the variables, and then you would just click send, and then they would receive it via email. Okay? So that is everything you need to sign your first client. The checklist here is put the contract template into ChatGPT and make your own contract, and then insert the template into Go High Level to be ready to send out to new clients. Okay, so at this point, we are now going to be moving into how to onboard your first client. You now have everything you need, for the most part, to sign your first client. Now what I want to run you through, which is what people worry about the most. How do you onboard that client? How do you fulfill? And then how do we eventually scale you to 10K a month and beyond? So we're going to cover in this section how to onboard your first client and every step you need to take after collecting payment. So I just want to show you visually what this process looks like. And again, if you've got this document, it will all be attached in terms of the Miro board. This is the process, or the basic process, that you need to follow to onboard a client. So day 0, you're going to close the client. The check marks or the check boxes that you need to tick off. Are you going to collect the payment? You're going to send a contract and get it signed. You're going to create a group chat with them for communication, whether that be Slack, WhatsApp, email, wherever you're going to communicate with them. You're going to book the onboarding call, and you're going to send them the onboarding form, which I'm going to give you an example of and a template of shortly. Then day 1, this is when you have the onboarding call booked. Now we want to book the onboarding call as soon as humanly possible. Essentially, this call is where you can get access to everything. What we do is we make sure they're inside the communication platform, the contract signed, we confirm any legal business information, their EIN, their name, so we can also get them set up for A2P10 DLC, exactly as we did in the initial stages of the how to sign your first client. We're going to be doing the same with our clients. Then onboarding call steps. So how do you get Facebook access, connecting their calendar, and then setting expectations on next steps. After that point, after the onboarding call, it's really going to take you, shouldn't take 4 days, but we're going to prepare for that anyway, especially with your first client. It may take a little bit longer. This is where we set up their Go High Level sub account, verify their phone number, build out their ads, their automations, and obviously their Go High Level conversational AI. And I've gone ahead and given some example client onboarding steps that we're going to be running through step by step here as well. Now, obviously this is going to be completely agency specific, but the most common steps that almost everyone is going to need to do is load up their snapshot account into the new sub account on Go High Level, fill out their custom values, register their phone number, set up their ads, and basically double check everything is ready to rock and roll, as well as conversational AI. And then the final day, which really we want to aim to get our clients live within a maximum of 7 days, we're going to check everything is ready, add sales funnels, phone. We're going to add them to any sheets we need to, set up the payment subscription so we can pay them, get bill them on like a monthly basis or whenever the hell your payment cycle is. Obviously, if you're on pay on appointment, a little bit different, you'll be billing them as you go along. If there's errors found, we reassign revisions and we go ahead and fix them. And the reason behind this stage is to eliminate room for error in the onboarding with any tech or ad related tasks that are a little bit more technically savvy. Okay, then we're going to turn on their ads and then officially notify the client to say we've gone live. So that being said, here's what we're going to set up. We're going to make sure that every box is checked before moving on as normal. We're going to create their onboarding form. We're going to create your onboarding call checklist, and we're actually going to practice it. You're going to create your back-end onboarding call checklist. So these are things that you do after the onboarding call. And then we're going to create your launch checklist to confirm everything is correct before going live. So the first piece of this puzzle is your onboarding form. Now, after a client pays you and signs up for your service, we want to send that person an onboarding form where we can collect all the key information we need on their business to basically save us time asking for it all on the onboarding call. And especially as you start signing more and more clients, it's going to get a little bit messy having to collect all the basic information on a client's business when they can literally just fill out a form. Now, we send this right after somebody pays, and we let them know to get it done as soon as possible. And it must be before the onboarding call so you can best prepare for the call, okay? Just set that expectation very clear whenever you sign a client. They must make sure that they fill it out before the call. Now, I've gone ahead and given you a template here, and I want to break down each question, why we ask it, and how it works. So, Couple of example questions, basic things, full name, email, phone, business name, website URL, so we can use that and send it to any leads if needed, and we can train the conversational AI. Legal business name. We need this and the EIN number and the business address to make sure that we can get them A2P verified, because if we don't have this information, we can't get them A2P verified. Social media URLs, business hours, so we know when to book, appointment length, details, buffer time. Do we need to book a 60-minute slot, a 40-minute slot, 30-minute slot? How long do you want in between appointments? And then what services do they offer? Which ones have the highest price point and the lowest cost to fulfill? What is the price of the services? And do they have any service packages built out and a proven sales process to see if we can help with that too? Now, what you're first going to do is you're going to click Use Template, like so. And usually, like the way that I have my onboarding form set up is we do this directly in Go High Level. But that being said, when you're first starting out, you just need a basic Google form. You don't need to overcomplicate anything. So you're going to put your agency name here, Renovate Ready onboarding form, same here, Renovate Ready onboarding form. Disclaimer, this form may take you 15 to 20 minutes. Honestly, we can just put like 10 to 15 minutes. If you do not have the piece of information being requested, please skip it and we'll address it on our onboarding call. Full name, email, phone, business name, website URL, legal business name, EIN, address, social media URLs, business hours, appointment length, and what services you offer. Now, if there's anything you need to change, adjust, tweak, you can simply just either click into the question and change it, or you can add a new question by clicking Add Question. You can change it from multiple choice to a checkbox to a drop down. Like a really good question that I like to ask, which not that relevant when you sign in your first few clients, but it can definitely help, is what are the top 3 challenges in your business right now that, if solved, would make your investment in our program worth it? So we can see if we can immediately solve those problems for that client. So we can just do that and then put it as a required field. Okay. So once you've gone through and made your own, just go ahead and click publish, like so, and then boom, as simple as that, you've already got your onboarding form. Now, to send this link to a new client, you simply copy the responder link and send them the URL shown. So here, if we just click copy responder link, we can shorten the URL to make it even cleaner, copy it, and then anytime we want anybody to fill this out, we just send them that link, this one right here, which, just to recap, I went copy responder link, shorten, copy. And now we have this small URL that we can send, which then sends them the onboarding form. Now, to see submissions, all you need to do is go to responses, and you can even add all the information directly into a Google Sheet. So on here, which by the way, if you don't know how to get here, you simply just go Google Forms, and you will see it here, Renovate Ready onboarding. From there, when somebody fills it out, under this responses section, we will see all responses. So if we do an example here of test client@gmail.com, put some information, testing business, business.com, legal business, just put in a random number, 24 Test Street, test.com, business hours, let's say 9 a.m. to 5 p.m, Monday to Friday, 60 bins, no buffer. Services do you offer? I want to know which ones are the price and lowest price points. So for example, 1, we do bathroom remodeling, which is anywhere from 10 to 30k. Kitchens are our highest ticket at 50k and beyond, as an example. 2, what is the price of the services? So we've covered it above. And then 3, do you have service packages built out and proven sales processes? Yes. What are the top 3 challenges that, if solved in your business right now, would make this program worth it? We can just put challenges here, but I think you get the point. That's your goal, to provide immediate value and solve those problems. Now, once somebody fills that out, under this responses section, you will see it all here. Now, if you want to filter to see individual people, you can do that too. If you want to add a link to a sheet, you can create a sheet here by clicking what I just clicked. And then basically the way that this will work is then all the information will pull into a sheet like so. And now you can just pin the sheet, and now all of the submissions will come directly into this one place, okay? So before the onboarding call, I would strongly recommend to go in, send them the onboarding form, and then also create the client's sub-account and load your templated snapshot onto the account. So if you remember, we already created a agency or like client snapshot, the templated account that we can plug in for new clients. So for example, if I was onboarding a new client, I would then go to sub-accounts. I would need to create them a new sub-account. So I'd click add sub-account. I'd then go to my snapshots, and I'd pick my client snapshot, the one that we created earlier, which means we're going to be able to load all the templates, all the automations, all the funnels directly into the account already. Then you're going to put in the client's business name. So let's just see if I can find a random remodeler. Let's say it was this one, London Remodeling. In your case, you would obviously find your client based on the onboarding information they provided, address, name, email, etc., etc. You'd click on this one. You can put in the client's information, client name, client@client.com, whatever the hell that is for them specifically. Put in their information. You can add sample data if you wish to do so, and then add the sub-account. And then obviously make sure the time zone is correct. Boom. And then what we can do is we will now see under the sub-account section, we now have a third sub-account, London Remodeling. So we can go into this like so, and then we can officially start onboarding the client. So they're the two main steps that you want to make sure that you complete before the onboarding call. Have the client fill out the onboarding form that you're going to send them, and make sure that you load up the snapshot on the client account, because you will now see on this account now, if I go to automation, we should have everything set up. Yep, we have the 4 workflows. Yep, we have the pipeline. Okay, great. So everything is fully loaded in. So the next piece of the puzzle is having an onboarding call with the client. Now, these calls are pretty simple initially. You need to do the following and just follow this exact checklist. Number 1, confirm they signed the contract. Now, the way that you can confirm that a prospect signed the contract, if you remember, we're sending it from Go High Level directly. So we can see it all if we go to our Renovate Ready agency sub-account and we go payments, documents and contracts, go all documents and contracts. You will see all of your drafts, waiting for others, completed, and payments. If it is under the completed section, you know they have signed it. If it's under waiting for others, you know that they haven't signed it and you need to remind them to do it on the call. And if it's in draft, that means you just didn't send it and you're a donut. So you need to go ahead and resend it. The second thing is you're going to create a WhatsApp group chat with them and confirm they're in it. Now, I'm not going to show you how to do that because I figured that 100% of the people that are watching this know what WhatsApp is, know how to create a group chat, know how to add somebody's phone number as a contact and get them in it. You would simply just call this WhatsApp group the client's name. Now, this is basically where you're going to tell the client, hey, we're going to get you set up on this, and this is where we're going to communicate directly. Because you need a centralized way of communicating with the client. You want to refrain from doing it in email. Email is very slow feedback loop, slow communication. Majority of the people in your market are going to use WhatsApp. Now, if they use something else, you can be a little bit more lenient with it when you first start. What I recommend is for your first 5 to 10 clients, you are on WhatsApp, and then you're going to gradually move to Slack, because Slack, you're going to need it when you hire a team and a VA and a media buyer and all of these things, okay? So you're then going to create a WhatsApp group chat, make sure they're in it, confirm they're in it, and explain the importance of communicating in WhatsApp directly. And again, if you're in the US and it's not as relevant that you use WhatsApp, you can also just communicate with them directly via iMessage. I would just refrain from using email even. Third thing is you're going to confirm the client's legal business information is correct. That is the EIN, the business name, and the business address. And this is super important because we need to get our clients A2P 10DLC verified exactly the same with the SOP or the guide that I showed you in this video breaking down how to get A2P 10DLC verified. You're going to do the exact same thing for your client. Exact same process, okay? Now, the way that we can validate this information is on the onboarding call. You always want to make sure that you have their onboarding form ready and open. So when you get on the call, you can come here and go, okay, John, that being said, one of the really important steps that we have in our onboarding process is we need to get you A2P verified. Now, do you know what that means? No. Well, let me explain it to you. Long story short, there is laws that recently got approved in the US that makes it so we need to be legally verified in terms of our phone number, and it needs to be attached to your business for us to be able to send out marketing material and promotions via text and to reach out to the leads that sign up on our ads. So that way, we're not going to have any problems with people not picking up the phone, us having a low response rate simply because our phone number isn't verified. Does that make sense? Awesome. So I just want to confirm with you here, John, does all of this look correct to you? The legal business name, the EIN, and the business address, because this is the information that we're going to need to get you A2P verified. Then obviously after the call, we can get into how you get them verified. The next thing is getting Facebook partnership access. Now, I'm actually going to go into this in a minute in way more detail because this is one of the key steps that may trip you up a little bit and people worry about it too much when it's actually really easy after you've done it a number of different times. The third thing is you're going to connect their calendar on Go High Level and make sure that it is integrated under their sub-account. So for example, what you would do is you would go to that client's sub-account, London Remodeling, you would go to settings, my staff, and you would make sure that you add an account user for your client. So you'd come here, you'd click add user, you'd add your client, so client name or whatever the hell they're called, you'd add the client's email, so client name at gmail.com. And if I just give you an example of this, if I just invite another one of my emails here to show you what they will see on their end, you're going to send them an invite, make sure roles and permissions are admin, that's completely fine, and then click save. Now, if we now go to my inbox, I can show you what it will look like from your client's perspective. So from your client's perspective, they will get the following email saying new sub account, admin added to agency, renovate ready, new user added to agency, congratulations, new sub account admin has been added. And then you will have, or they will have a login for them to go ahead and log in. Oh, sorry, tell a lie. That's the one that would have been notified to you directly. This one is the one that's going to go to the client. It will show first name, last name, email ID, welcome aboard, client name team, or like agency name team with your logo attached. So here, this is where you can get them to set up a new password, get them to log in. And I would highly encourage you to, when you do this, get them to share their screen. And if anything, if you didn't know on Zoom, you can actually request remote access. If you don't know how to do it, you can Google it. You can take control of their screen and actually do this for them. So the first thing is they'll put in their password. They'll go ahead and create one. They'll continue to log in. Once they're in, they will only have access to the account that you give them. Okay, so you see how here for you have access to everything in terms of like you can see renovate ready, London remodeling, the client snapshot. You can also go to the agency dashboard. Now, if we click in the top right here and log in as that account, we will see what they see from a consumer point of view. And you'll see that they only have access to their sub account. Okay, so see here, London remodeling, they click here, they have no other accounts. And the reason behind that is very simple. We obviously don't want our clients having access to every other client or our agency view. It just doesn't make any sense. Now, once the client is logged in the dashboard, which again, you're going to be doing this on the onboarding call, and their screen is going to look like this. They've set a password, they've logged in, they're only going to have access to their account. You're then going to get them to navigate to settings, integrations, and you're going to tell them to go ahead and connect their Google Calendar and their Google account. So what you can do is click sign in with Google, which again, your client's going to be doing this, but you're going to be the one on their screen, essentially just guiding them through the process or just requesting remote control and doing it. They're going to log in with their Google account by clicking continue. Then if they have their business on Google, they can go ahead and select their business as well. So we can like connect and integrate all the reviews and things like that. So in my case, I'm going to select this one. Now, if you can't connect it, don't worry. You can literally just come back here, now refresh, and the Google account should now be connected. There we go. And now if you want to connect your Google Calendar, we can go take me there. Under this connection section, they can go add new, Google Calendar, connect, select the Google Calendar, click continue, and then they're pretty much good to go. Now, the key here is there is going to be some clients that are like, oh, well, my bookings don't go on Google Calendar and things like that. You just need to level set expectations at this point in the call. Like, look, we're going to be doing everything, running the ads, like following up with the leads, nurturing them, qualifying them, booking them. All I need you to do, John, is make sure that your appointments are on the Google Calendar so we don't double book you. Can you do that for me? Very simple rebuttal. That's what you want to do. And then the final step here is if they do use Google Calendar, then on the linked calendars here, make sure the correct calendar is connected for their email. You will be able to see all of their calendars that they have connected. So in my case, I have a number of different ones. If they have different sub-calendars, then you can connect the correct one based on what they tell you is the one that they actually use. And then if there's any calendars they need to add conflicts for example, I have a calendar for like my program's call coaching. If I wanted to make it so I wouldn't get a call book or like a booking over those calls, then I can select this and that would be classed as a conflict, okay? And then you can click save. Now, from that point, we're then going to set expectations on next steps. So what we'll do at this point of the call is you go, John, we're all set for now, ready to rock and roll. From here, the only things we're going to do is we're going to start building out the ads, building out the offer. I will send over the offer that we're going to be running to you very shortly, which depending on your niche and your market, it's really going to differ. Like, for example, if you're in a medical-based niche, you're really going to want to build the offer out with the client by taking a look at what other competitors are doing. We're going to get into that in the how to fulfill module or section in this course. Now, if they're in like remodeling, it's very simple. You're usually going to be running an offer around like a free consultation, a free estimate where the business owner can go to the client's house, take a look at their bathroom, their kitchen, their garden, identify like how much it's going to cost, give them a estimate, and then close them, okay? So the next thing is Facebook access. I wanted to make a separate section for this in itself because getting Facebook partnership access is pretty easy. But if you don't know anything about Facebook, it can be a little bit difficult. So this is one of those steps that people tend to trip up on. But once you've built it or done it a few times, it's actually very, very easy. So first thing you need to do is you need to create your own business manager. Now, the way that you do this is if you go to business.facebook.com, or what you can do is go create Facebook business manager. And you want to go here, business manager on Meta. And what we're going to be doing here is creating you a Facebook business manager account. So we're going to click get started. Now, when you click get started, it's going to push you to want to log in, okay? Obviously, if you don't have a Facebook account, go ahead and create one, do all of that stuff. In my case, I'm going to get started from scratch. So create new account, sign up with Facebook. So for me, I'm going to put in my information. So obviously the first step is having a Facebook account in the first place, because you can't get access to somebody's Facebook if you don't have your own Facebook. So we're going to click yes here, no, create new account. Now in my case, it's basically just found my existing account, which is the reason why it's pulling that up. But for you, I'm going to do this under the assumption that you have literally nothing. So you're starting everything from scratch. And in that case, you're going to follow this. So first thing is you're going to enter the code sent to your email. So from that, you should have received an email with the confirmation code. Then it'll say you have successfully confirmed your account with insert email. From there, click allow cookies. And boom, you now have your Facebook account. Pretty damn simple. Now here, you just need to confirm that you're human to use your account. This is probably going to mean that you need to submit an identification or do a puzzle or something like that. So match the icons on the left with the icons on the top faces of the dice. Boom, submit, continue. Okay, here we obviously need to do a video selfie. So I'm going to get done verifying my Facebook account, and then I'll be back in a minute once we're ready to rock and roll. Okay, so for me, in my circumstance, I think because it's probably found that I've got two different accounts, you can see here that it's saying I've submitted an appeal, come back here for the result, etc., etc. For you, you should be able to log in and you should be ready to go. Now, I just want to give you a broad rundown of what you need to do and a rundown of the ads manager so you can understand the way that it's structured, because you're going to be spending a lot of time in that. The more clients you get. So what you want to do after you've created your account is create a Facebook Business Manager. So you're going to go to Business Manager on Meta, and you're essentially going to follow the process that it prompts you on the screen. Obviously for me, it's saying that I've submitted an appeal. I'm just going to now log into my actual account and give you a rundown of the Ads Manager and how it works. Okay, so once you're in, you want to go to business.facebook.com/settings. And this is where, if you've already created your business manager, you'll be able to log in. Alternatively, you can make one. So for me, I'm just going to call this free course, LNS, and then I'm going to put in my business address and click submit. Now, once you've done that, it will basically validate and get you to verify your email, and then you should be in something that looks a little bit like this. Now, this is the Facebook Business Manager, and I want to run you through now the way that this is structured. So, first thing is we've got the Facebook Business Manager. This is what we see as the umbrella platform that kind of houses the rest of the stuff inside of the manager, okay? It organizes and manages multiple ad accounts, pages, and user permissions. So we can see in here we've got people, partners, we've got pages, so we can see all of our pages in terms of your page, your client's page, ad accounts, asset groups. Really the main ones you need to know about are people, so you can see who's in your business manager, pages, so you can see what pages you can advertise under, and then ad accounts. Everything else isn't as relevant. The only other thing is data sources, pixels, which basically a pixel is a way of tracking data from your ads to see how, like the events that people follow after they click on the ad. So did they opt in and become a lead? Did they schedule? Did they pay for something? We can go ahead and feed that information back to Meta, but that's not that relevant for the purpose of this video. We've then got the Facebook Ads Manager. This is the dashboard where you will create, manage, and analyze all of your ad campaigns. So if you go to ad accounts here, you may already have some ad accounts if you've used this in the past. If you don't worry. We're going to be creating one in a minute, or we're going to be connecting to your client's existing one. Now, when you do have an ad account in here, which I'm going to blur this for obvious reasons, but I'll just show you an example with my agency right now and some different accounts that we have. So if I show you an example of my account and we go to ad accounts, you'll see that all of my client ad accounts are in here directly. We have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, some of them of which are disabled, okay? Now, if I show you an example of an ad manager and basically what that looks like where you can manage the ads directly, the ad account is essentially the foundation where campaigns are housed. And usually we're gonna have a different ad account for different clients. So for us, for example, this is one for one client, and then we have a different ad account for every client. So the way the structure works so far is we have the business manager, the ads manager. Under that, we then have the ad accounts under there that then house the different campaigns, okay? We then have a campaign, an ad set, and an ad. So the campaign is an example of this. This would be like, okay, I want to run a campaign around a specific objective of generating leads. And then I want to run one with a specific objective of getting us top of funnel engagement to our Instagram. We then, when we click into that, have ad sets. An ad set is essentially inside the campaign, and the difference here is we can target specific audiences here, control placements, budgets, schedules, and then the ads are the actual creatives, the images, the videos, the copy that your audience can see. So if we go into an example here with this ad campaign, I can go into here and click edit. I can see everything from the ad copy to the creative we're using, all of it is in one centralized place, okay? And our goal with our clients is to get partnership access to your client's Meta Business Manager, which means you get full control over their Facebook business without directly getting any personal logins or making it too invasive. Really, all we need is their page and their ad account, because we need a page to be able to advertise under. So basically when people see the ads, there is a page associated with that they can click on and see. For example, on this ad, if I zoom in here, we can see it is under, well, this one is an Instagram ad. Let me just give you another example. We go to this ad as an example. We can see here that the Facebook page is Cameron England, CEO and founder of Pinpoint Scaling, which means whenever anybody sees an ad, if they want to do more due diligence on me or look at me on Facebook or Instagram, it's connected to my Instagram and my Facebook. Okay. Now, in order for us to get access to that, we need to make sure that you have a business ID, because having this is going to allow us to connect the client's business manager to ours. So to find your business ID, first thing you're going to do is you're going to go to business.facebook.com, exactly as the screen shows here. Then from there, you're going to select the business info from the left menu. So on the left-hand side here, you are going to click business information. So here we're going to go business manager first, go to business manager settings. Now under here, what we're looking for is business info in the bottom left here, okay? Now, once you're here, if we just go back to the steps, below your business portfolio name, you will find your business ID number. So if we go and scroll down and we go portfolio name, so under here, you will see, I've obviously blurred everything out for obvious reasons, but the business manager ID is going to be located at the very top of the page here, business manager ID. Now, this is key because whenever we get access to another client's business manager, we're going to need your business manager. Because if we put that ID in, we are able to then take full access to the client's business manager. So how do you actually get client access? I've gone ahead and broke it down here. So first thing is you need your client to have 3 things in order to run their ads. You need a Facebook business manager account, which is what you just created, a Facebook page for your business, which again, if we go here, pages are located under here. And if the client doesn't have one, very easy. You can come under here, click add, create a new page, and just make one with a page name, add a logo, very, very self-explanatory. And then they also need an ad account with a payment method attached. So ad accounts is under here, and you will be able to see that under the client's business manager. So in terms of what you need to do on the onboarding call, first thing is you're going to get the client to share their screen. They're going to log in to business.facebook.com. So they're going to go in here and make sure that they're actually logged in. They're going to go to settings in the bottom left, and then they're going to go to the business manager. Now, another way of doing this is they can just directly go, which I will update the SOP now, or the document for the people that don't know what an SOP is, to have this link, which will take them to the correct page they need to be on, which is business.facebook.com/settings. So if I just put this in like so, this is the page they need to go to. Now, when they go to this page, it's going to pull up a dashboard that looks like this, which is the one that I was just showing you. And again, this is your client doing this. They're sharing their screen. You're getting them to go to this page. Then they're going to navigate to partners on the left-hand menu, so where it says partners here. And this is where we can get partnership access. Now, from there, they're going to click the add button and then give a partner access to your assets. So we're going to come here, click add, give a partner access to your assets, because we're going to give ourselves, through our client's computer, access to your assets. You're then going to grant access to both the Facebook page and the ad account and enter your business ID. So this is where your business ID comes in. So you would get your business ID, which you should already have by now. So for me, for example, I'm going to paste my own in, like so. I'm then going to click next. And then once I click next, what we need to make sure that we get access to is both the Facebook page, so we can run the ads under that page specifically, so basically under the client's brand, and the Facebook ad account, okay? So here, you're going to be under new pages or classic pages, either or, it can be under one of them. And you're going to find the client's page, which in my case, I've got a bunch of them, but in your case, you should only have 1 or 2. Select the client's page. Scroll down on the right-hand side and click everything. That basically means, hey, we're going to have access to everything on the page. Then you're going to go to ad accounts, and you're then going to select their ad account. Now, if the client doesn't have any ad accounts and it says no ad accounts in this business, I'm going to go through how to actually set that up in a minute. But more often than not, there will be an ad account directly in here. You should select it. Scroll down on the right-hand side, click everything, meaning you get everything accessed the same as the page, and then you can finally click Save Changes. Then what will happen is you will receive an email basically saying, hey, you've got access. You just need to open that email and confirm the access that you've got. And then what you'll see in your business manager is you will be able to see the client's page and the client's ad account, okay? So you can see here, you go to Partners, enter partner business ID, click next, and then you can follow the steps that I've just shown you. Now, 3 common scenarios that may happen at this stage are, number 1, the client doesn't have a Facebook business manager at all. In that case, you need them to create one. And on the document, I've gone ahead and provided a guide by Ben Heath, the best guy in the Facebook ads game. You can go ahead and just watch his video there. The second scenario is the client doesn't have a Facebook page or ad account. Now, if that's the case, I've gone ahead and put together a guide on how to set up a Facebook page and set up an ad account. You can follow everything step by step, and there's a video guide attached. The third step, or third common scenario that could happen, is the client is restricted and you cannot run ads. In this case, you can run it through your ad account, which is actually what we do most of the time, and you can connect the client's card information or have them make a new account through a friend or a family member. Now, with calendar integration, we've pretty much already gone over this. So getting the client to log into their Go High level and then getting them to integrate their calendar. Now, wrapping up the call, you want to make sure that before wrapping up the call, you make it crystal clear what next steps are and where you go from here. We always book our final meeting before we go live around 5 to 7 days out, just before we go live, to show the client the ads, the system, basically everything we've set up for them in the onboarding process. And the way that we end this call is we go, so John, that's everything from me today. In terms of where we go from here, I'm going to get to work on building out your campaign, training your appointment setting AI, and doing a ton of market research on your area. We'll be meeting on date and time to go over everything just before we go live. Is that all clear with you? Amazing. So that being said, I look forward to seeing you then, John. I'll send you a calendar invite and we will go from there. And that, my friends, is how you complete the onboarding call. Now, the next step is the back-end setup. We now have everything we need to set up the back-end techie stuff for our client. We have Facebook access, their calendar's connected, we have all of their legal information, and this is where we set up their Go High Level sub account, verify their phone number, and build out their ads, their funnels, their automations, all of that stuff. So I want to run you through each step in action, as well as a checklist that you can use in your agency to go ahead and onboard the client, and we break it down into really around 10 to 15 key steps that you need to complete. Okay, so obviously the first piece of the puzzle is creating the client sub account and loading your snapshot onto it. Now, we've pretty much already gone over this, so I'm not going to go into it in too much detail. But if you remember, what we do is we just simply, if I reload up Go High Level here, we go here, we're going to go to, if we just sign back in as myself, if you remember, I was doing a test as if I was my client. So we're going to go here, just skip this for now, switch to the agency view, account snapshot. Under here, you're going to take your snapshot. You can actually just do it here as well. Create new account, and then you can create your client account. So I'm going to pull up the onboarding form here, and I'm going to do it for a test client just to run you through the entire process. So you're going to have this up. You're going to go responses. Let's say my client is called remodeling. Let's say DRS remodeling, okay? Then we're going to select them. You're going to put in your client's full name, last name, which is all on the onboarding form. So let's say mine is called test client. Let's say their email is the following, client@gmail.com. Business niche, we can put that in. Obviously, in this case, it's going to be like remodeler. Make sure their address is right. Their website is there, which again is all on the onboarding form. And then from there, we can add some sample data. And then we're going to put in the correct time zone, wherever your client is located. Okay? So that's the first step, which again, you should have already done this, but if not, you want to do it now. Second step is you're going to set up the client's phone number and get them A2P 10DLC verified. Now, I'm not going to run you through this entire process again, just because we literally went over it for your agency. It's the exact same thing, okay? So all we would do is we would switch to our client's sub account. We would go under settings. We would go phone. Now, the key here is buy a phone number in their area code. So for me, for example, let's say this client that I was working with was located in, let's say, Miami, Florida, right? Or, you know, we'll pick a different location. Let's say they're in Montana, right? Let's just say, like, let's just get ChatGPT up. Or you know what? We can just pull up the lead list that we had previously, out scraper. Okay, so we're just going to pick one at random from our lead list. So let's say they're located here, Harvey Ave, Wood Avenue, Illinois. So here, I want to make sure that under business profile that everything is fully aligned in terms of address and things like that. Now, when I want to pick an area code, I can just go to ChatGPT and say, give me the phone number area code of this address. Now, obviously, in your case, your client's address would be directly on the onboarding form. You would have their business address here. So here, phone number area code for 286 Harvey Ave is 630, so we can get that. Come back to the account, add number, add phone number. Here, we're going to filter, and we're going to say, I only want a local number because we're going to have a higher pickup rate. Last part, or first part of the number, we want a 630, and we're looking for a number in Harvey Ave, Wooddale, Illinois. So if we look for a phone number here in Illinois, if I just screenshot this, if you want to be super lazy, which phone number is closest to my client? And I'm just going to screenshot every page. So I'm going to screenshot this page. Cool. So this is going to be the best phone number. Control F it. We're going to select this one. And then we're going to click proceed to buy, which is about $1. Now, from this point, you are going to register for A2P. Now, you're going to follow the exact same process that we did for your agency, but just with your client information. So is the business entity you're registered located in the US or Canada? Does the business you've registered have a tax ID, whatever that looks like? You're going to put in the business name, first name, last name. The key here is, these are the 3 pieces of information you're going to need when submitting this. Legal business name, EIN number, and business address, which we've already got on the onboarding form. This is the reason we get it. The sooner you submit the client's A2P for registration and for approval, the easier it's going to be, because sometimes this can have a tendency to take a little bit longer. Obviously, on the onboarding call, this is why we validate this information is correct, because if it's not correct, it's going to take a lot longer than it should. So all you're going to do is you're going to follow the same process. If you need to go back, or if you want to just use the SOP, and if you don't know what I mean by SOP, if you're completely new, it means standard operating procedure, basically a step-by-step guide. You can follow this one here, which basically breaks everything down, or you can just go back in this video to when we did it for your agency with the video that I went ahead and put in here, okay? Then we're going to tick these boxes under settings and business profile, and this ensures that when people book it, it only shows a set time zone for where the client is located. We don't want people going to the calendar and it's showing a drop down where they can change the time zone, because everybody is going to be in the same 30-mile radius. There is no need for us to have on our calendar multiple different time zones, unless you're not advertising for local businesses, okay? So we're going to go here. We're going to scroll down until we see disable contact time zone. We're going to toggle that on, okay? So what that basically means is, and then we're also going to toggle on merge Facebook contacts by name. So what that basically means is now it's going to disable any other time zone except for the one that the client's location is in, so nobody can get confused and book in the wrong time zone, okay? So that's that. If we go back to backend setup here. So we've done that, done this. Then we're going to activate the appointment calendar and configure the availability and times. So I'm actually, just for the purpose of this video, going to go back to the one that I made previously, like so. I'm just going to make sure that this is toggled on as well. So we're going to set this up in this account because this is the one that I connected my client's calendar in. So we're going to toggle this on and this on, like so. Now, there we go. So now we're going to activate the appointment calendar and configure the availability and times. So we're going to go back, calendars, calendar settings. Here, the calendar that we're going to set up is the appointment calendar. Disregard the client name personal calendar. If anything, you can actually delete this. It just self-creates whenever you add a new user. Here, we're going to 3 dots, activate, save. And then as it says here, we are going to configure the availability and times and make sure that the client's calendar is connected to their Google Calendar that we already connected on the onboarding call. So here, we're going to click this edit icon. Here, if you want to change the name, add their logo, you can totally do that too. So for me, I might put like remodeling at home consultation. And if you want to add a description here, you can too. We can just throw this image in ChatGPT. Help me make a description for an at-home remodeling consult for the consumer to see when they book. Put that in like so. Group, don't really need to worry about it. Contact name, remodeling, appointment. Just put the name. This is basically what it's going to show us on your client's calendar and your calendar, or your client's calendar and the consumer's calendar. Then the team member, you're going to select your client. So you should have already added your client as a user. You're simply going to select them here, put the meeting location as full address. So what that means is on the calendar event, it's going to show your client's full address. And then obviously you can change the color and things like that if you wish to do so. Disregard any of these. If the client has multiple providers or multiple salespeople, you might want to optimize for equal distribution. But always, to be honest, I would keep it on optimize for availability. That basically means that it's always going to optimize for the soonest slots, and it's just going to make sure that the calendar is as booked out as possible. So then when we click save, we're going to come to availability. Now this is where we're going to come back to the onboarding form. If you remember, we asked business hours first off. So my client here, as an example, 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Monday to Friday, I'm just going to change this to 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Then I can copy this by clicking that icon there, changing this to 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, and getting rid of the Saturday, okay? Then from there, the slot intervals, meeting durations, we can see that we have a 60-minute appointment length with no buffer. So slot intervals, this is basically how frequently people can book. Can they book at, say, 9, 9:30, 10, 10:30? Here at 60 minutes, it's going to be 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. I'm fine with that. Meeting duration is going to be 60 minutes. As the client said, minimum scheduling notice. How soon do people need to notify us or book before they can actually book? For example, if they were to try and book at 9 a.m., it wouldn't allow them to book at 10, 11, 12. They would have to book at 1. 4 hours minimum notice so your client can get prepared. Date range. This is basically how far into the future can people book from today's date. We never want to make this really further out than like 10 to 14 days. If you can go even less than that, like 5, 6 days, it's going to be ideal. Obviously, depending on your niche, some niches have longer sales cycles, so just keep that in mind. If you need any support with that, just put it in ChatGPT, it'll help you. Okay, so I'm going to put 10 days. And the reason we do that, by the way, is because the further out people book, the higher the chance of them no-showing is, simply because there's a higher likelihood of their kids getting sick, their car tire going flat, them getting ill, them going broke, whatever the hell it is. Maximum bookings per day, I would leave that. Maximum bookings per slot. So if your client has multiple people that can go to multiple jobs at the same time, you can change this based on that, which means you'll be able to book more than one slot up more than once. And then buffer time. In my case, there is 0. That basically means if you book at, say, 9 a.m., they get an appointment 9 till 10, nobody's going to be able to book until 10:15. But if you have this 60-minute slot interval, that means they're not going to be able to book until 11. So just keep that in mind, okay? So that's all set up, and we're going to click Save. Now, forms and payments. If you're taking a deposit on behalf of your clients, this is where you can accept payments here. Now, in order to do this, you need to go ahead and connect your Stripe.com account or your client's Stripe account, okay? And then here you can basically set up a deposit. But in my case, because I'm in remodeling in this example, I'm not going to be doing that, okay? And then that's pretty much everything. If you want to change colors, change background colors, add a calendar title, description, calendar details, if you want to toggle any of this off, you totally can. That's pretty much everything we need for now. And then we're going to click Save. Next thing is filling out the client custom values under Settings and Custom Values. Now, this is going to personalize all the automated nurture sequences that we've got set up here. If I just refresh your memory on the 4 automations that we have for your clients. New lead, no scheduled follow-up, day 2 to 7 lead follow-up, hot leads, and appointment confirmation. That is all going to be updated based on the custom values. So we're going to come Settings, Custom Values, and we're going to fill these out relevant to our client. So what is the area they serve? So in my case, I know that my client is serving, if I go address, obviously this was a test, but you get the point. So for example here, I'm going to put Illinois as an example, whatever area they serve specifically. If you're offering a book today bonus in your messaging, you can also add that as well. So in my case, I might want to add in a book today bonus, which obviously you would want to have a conversation with the client about that on the onboarding call on like, hey, we usually offer this as a book today bonus, which is basically an incentive for people to want to book today instead of kicking the can down the road and waiting until the perfect time, which is never going to come. It just creates external urgency to want to make people to book. So book today bonus, if I just ask ChatGPT of some examples. So can you think of any book today bonuses we can use to create urgency for people to book their appointment on our $1,000 off offer? Okay, for example, an extra $2,000 off. Get an extra, we're just going to put, get an extra $250 off your remodeling project. That'll be a prime example. Client Google Map location URL. So all you would do is here, because obviously we're going to be sending this when somebody books to increase show-up rate. Now, in my case, I'm going, like in remodeling, they're going directly to the consumer's home. Now, let's say I was in a niche where you're going to be running ads for somebody where they go to an address of a location, then this is where this would be relevant, right? So let's say you would find your medical spa, as an example. Let's say you're targeting medical spas. You'd find the clinic or the location of the business. You'd copy the Google Map URL, and then you would simply just paste this in here like so. Okay, then we have company calendar. So we're going to go calendars, calendar settings. Here we're going to click share, copy, and this is actually make sure you get the permanent link because the other one may expire. So copy, let's just double check this works. It does. Okay, now what we're going to do here is I would strongly, actually, you know what, should be fine. We're going to go calendar, calendar settings, share, copy, custom values. So basically we can then send out the booking link via text directly here. Then we've got company email, which would be on here. So mine is client@gmail.com as an example. Company name, so we can send that out in the messages. So obviously this will be on the onboarding form as well. I'm just going to put like London Remodeling. Company owner, so you're just going to put their first name. So obviously you would have this here. Like mine is like, let's just say it's John as an example. Put this in. Company phone, which we can also get directly from the onboarding form. Just make sure the area code is there as well, so it fully sends. There we go. Then you've got company website, which again is also on here. So I'm just going to do mine as an example for business.com. And we're just going to expand this page so we can fill out the rest. Facebook page URL, same thing, would also be on the onboarding form here. So social media URLs. So you would just get your client's Facebook page. If they didn't give you one, just go to Facebook and just type in your client. So it might be like London Remodeling. If you can't find them, it's fine. You can leave it blank if needed. It's not worst case scenario, but okay, let's say, for example, it was this one. I can get their page, copy the link, put it in here. Same with Instagram. You repeat the same process. Now, offer name, first thing, working days and hours. We can just type this in, like Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. And then finally, the offer name. Now, this one is where it gets a little bit unique, and it's really dependent on the industry that you're in. Now, if you remember what we did to find out what was working to build out your offer, we would usually do the same thing to find out what's working in your client's industry, okay? So we're going to set up the Go High Level conversational AI bot in a minute here, but I just want to show you this in terms of how do we find an offer that we know that we're going to run for our clients. So here, I'm going to go to chatgpt.com. I'm going to go, I need help making a no-brainer offer for my client selling, let's say, bathroom remodeling. Here's some example offers others are running. And then what we can do is, let's say I was in bathroom remodeling and come here and go bathroom renovation. We can just type in keywords. We're going to repeat the same process we did for our own agency, okay? And we're going to be looking for ads that look like they're being ran. Number one, they've been running for a decent period of time. So for example, total active time, an hour. Probably not going to follow that one. 5 hours. We keep scrolling down. And then when you find ads that look like they're being ran by an agency, which you can usually tell because the ad copy is pretty good, like all of these I can tell are not being ran by an agency. This one not being ran by an agency. This is being ran by an agency. So this would be a prime example. We can put this in. We can just copy the ad copy, like so, paste it in. We copy. So we can copy that in. We're just going to go through and take a look at some others. Here's another one. This is definitely being ran by an agency. You can see, by the way, they use bold. They have a call to action. So they like call out their ideal market. They have an offer, 999 off, as an example. We can just put here 2, and then we can just do 3. We can put in a couple more. Okay, here's another one, and then we can do 4. And now what we're looking for is we're trying to find a no-brainer offer that we can run with our client. So it looks like the most common offer that people are running is an $1,000 discount and a free frameless shower screen upgrade. So what I'm actually going to do is, obviously you would align with your client and say like, hey, Mr. Client, we've gone ahead and determined that this is the best offer that we can run. Are you aligned with that? Are you happy with that? So I'm actually going to go back up and change our book today bonus based on this information to a free frameless shower screen upgrade with $997 value. And that's, for example, if you're in bathroom remodeling. If you're in kitchen, it would be different. If you're in garden, if you're in aging in-place remodeling, whatever that may look like. The offer name. Now, in remodeling, it's a little bit different because they're not really running like a name of the offer. It's more just like, hey, do you want your bathroom renovated? Here's the offer. Here's what you're going to get, as an example. Now, that being said, if you're in like a medical-based industry, you always want to focus on selling the outcome with your offer. So what I mean by that is, for example, if you're running like a skin tightening offer that can help with skin tightening for the neck or the chin, we don't sell it as a skin tightening treatment. We sell it as the turkey neck rescue, the double chin rescue, the skin repair treatment, as an example, okay? So with that information, we can actually apply those principles to really any industry because people buy outcomes. They do not buy the vehicle. They don't buy the plane ride. When you're going to the Bahamas, you don't buy the economy class flight that you're going to go on with the kids kicking and screaming and kicking you in the back and crying and being sick and yelling. You don't, and all the turbulence, like you don't buy that. You buy the end result. You buy the Bahamas. So the same principle applies here. So we go, with this information, help me put together a no-brainer offer name that sells the outcome of what we're going to help them achieve with their bathroom. Now, an example of that would be, just off the top of my head, like the bathroom transformation, the spa-style bathroom makeover, the 1K bathroom revival, the luxury bathroom upgrade, the 5-day bathroom refresh, frameless finish bathroom package, the bathroom reboot bundle, the Dream Bath Fast Track offer, the Love Your Bathroom Again package. I love that. Okay, Love Your Bathroom Again package. Again, we're selling the outcome. Okay, boom. That's my offer name. And again, you would align with your clients to make sure they're fully in on the loop with this stuff. Okay, great. From that point, we're now going to set up our Go High Level conversational AI bot. So the way that you go ahead and do this, and basically what it is whenever a lead comes in, they respond to you. That is where the conversational AI is going to come in and it's going to respond to the clients directly. So we're going to go settings, we're going to go to conversation AI, and this is where we're going to set it up. What we're going to do is we're going to click create. We're going to have appointment booking as the outcome because that's what we're going to want it to do. Brand name, you're going to put your client's name, the remodeling, company website, whatever that may be. So I'm actually just going to find an example website because the way that conversational AI works in Go High Level is pretty cool because it can actually scan the website. So I'm going to come here, go house renovation company in London with low costs. I'm going to go to this one, put this in, company address, make sure that all of this is fully aligned. Again, I've put in like 7 different addresses here, but obviously make sure you're using the right address. So for me, I'm just going to click here, put the address, boom. Oh, we go back, address. Company email, obviously put in your client's company email, test@gmail.com, which would all be on the onboarding form. Client phone number, would also be on the onboarding form, so make sure you put it in correctly. Business hours, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Tone of voice, the one that I've found to be really good, again, it depends on your industry, but really you want the one that's professional, and ideally you want it to be friendly as well, but you can only select one. So in my case, I'm going to go professional. Then from there, website, we're just going to pick this random website here. But again, you would get all this information from your client. Please do not do what I'm doing here. Oh no, I've done it again. I've gone ahead and clicked off it. Okay, I'll be back in a second when I've filled out that info. Okay, so once you've inputted this information, what you also want to do is if you toggle under this additional information here, we can go ahead and fill this out as well, just to make it even better for our clients. Again, the more detail we give AI, the better it's going to be. So what we can do is, what I would strongly recommend you do, if we go Google Forms, go back to the onboarding form, what I would strongly recommend you do is literally just copy this information, put it into ChatGPT and say, hey, I need help putting in this information by filling out additional info that the GHL conversational AI needs. We are running a bathroom remodeling offer. Here's some more info. And what we can even do is we can go to go high level, go to our client, and we can even just paste in the custom values as well, just to give it more information about the offers we're going to be running and things like that. The more detail you can provide about the client, and the better of a response it's going to give. Here's the questions it's asking. I want you to be very detailed so I can input this into the AI conversational chatbot. So then we can just put in the questions it's asking, like so. Okay, so first one is target audience. Middle-aged homeowners in Illinois, typically age 30 to 65, so we can just put this in. Customer pain points, boom, there we go. Brand promise, a little bit of a hard one, like they might already have one. In our case, we'll just use this one. Brand values, again, if you want to add that to your onboarding form, what is your brand promise, what are your brand values, so you can input this into the conversational AI, you can totally do that too. What is your brand too? We design and build custom bathrooms that balance luxury with function. Put that in. What makes you better than competitors? Here we go. Unique selling proposition. Boom. Risks of inaction. So this is basically where the conversational AI can push people to book. Book your free consultation today using your online calendar. There, book your free consultation. That's going to be the action. Type of business, we can put in remodeling. So let's say bathroom modeler. Save. Boom. Okay, so we've got all of that information in there. Then we can click next, and then we can configure the bot settings. Now here, we're just going to put the bot name as whatever the hell you want the name to be. Put it as something friendly, as something that doesn't sound psychopathic, like just some nutty name. Just call them like Sarah. Sarah's going to be the easiest one. Preferred channels, we can just leave these on. A bot initial message. So this is the first message the bot will send to users. If left empty, the bot will use a generic greeting. I'm actually going to leave this empty. I don't think we need this. And then wait time before responding, 2 seconds. The reason that we do that is to make it seem natural. Next thing, details to collect from the contact. Now, if there's any additional qualifying questions that you want to ask via text, you can totally do that too. So, for example, I can put this in to ChatGPT and say, what qualifying questions should I ask in my industry? Now, usually we always want to create flow before we add friction. And what that means is we don't want to add any qualifying questions too early on, because it simply just adds friction to the funnel. It means that we're going to get less people booking in. Now, first thing is like, have you set a budget? What's your ideal timeline to get started? I like that one. There we go. And then we can actually have a field that it updates as well. So here, if you want to create a custom field for timeline, which then gets updated on the contact in Go High Level, you can actually do that too. So here, let's say, for example, whereabouts are you located is probably going to be one relevant. We don't need to collect that information. I'd say the main one is going to be timeline. So what we need to do is we can cancel this for now. What we can do is we can go to custom fields. We can create a custom field to say timeline, project timeline, save. Now, if it bugs and it doesn't show this, you simply just need to refresh, okay? Sometimes Go High Level can do that, okay? I'm going to go back here, single line or multi-line, doesn't really matter. So project timeline, boom, just seeing if there's any others. I'd say address is going to be an important one, but there's already a field for that, so we should be fine. Do you have design ideas? Also, like design ideas / inspirations would be a good one. Design ideas / design ideas, that'll be fine. Boom. Okay, we're going to go back to the conversation AI, like so. My bloody bot didn't save. I'm going to have to do it again. Okay, never mind. It is here. I just simply needed to, if you get stuck on the same thing I did, click Create Bot Appointment Booking, and it will show brand voice here. So we can click next. Here, we're going to call it Sarah. Bot initial message we're going to leave. Under here, in terms of questions, we can delete these because we collect all that information. Questions that we are going to ask is, what's your ideal timeline to get started on the project? And then the contact field we can update is project timeline. Response example would be 2 to 4 in the next 2 weeks, or like in 2 to 3 weeks. So what that basically means is when the bot asks that question to qualify the lead, it will then get added to the contact as a custom field. And then another one is, do you have any design ideas or inspiration saved? This would be a good one. So we can add the question or objective. Design ideas. I want to have, okay, let's just ask ChatGPT, give me an example response to this. We'll just put that in. Now, if there's any other additional objectives that you want the bot to do, it doesn't necessarily need to be just questions. It can also be objectives. So, for example, it might be like, okay, I want to make sure that we check off timeline, design ideas or inspiration, and then I also want to confirm their home address. So here I might just put confirm their home address for their in-person estimate when our team goes to their home. And then under here, we can just have this as the street address, custom field, okay? And then we want to have on skip if already filled. For example, if one of these fields is already filled, they've already done it, then we can go ahead and, you know what, we're actually going to toggle that off. Never mind. Calendar, we want to book on the remodeling at home consultation. Now, after booking, we actually don't need to trigger anything. The reason we don't need to trigger anything is because our trigger in the booked workflow is already, when somebody books in this, it triggers the workflow. If yours isn't, for whatever reason you decided to change it, you can just put here, this triggers appointment confirmation and follow-up, okay? Now, allow bot to cancel the appointment. Enable this option to allow the AI bot to cancel any existing appointments. Any existing appointments can be cancelled by the bot based on the appointment setting. Yep. Allow bot to reschedule. Yes, we want it to be able to do that as well. And receive email notification if the bot doesn't know how to answer. Yes, so we can be notified directly. And I want to notify a specific user. I don't want to notify the client. I want to notify all admins as an example, which would just be you. Okay. Save. Boom. Now, bot created successfully. You have successfully created the Sarah bot. We have set its initial status to off, which means the bot is not actively responding in conversations. You can change this status or explore advanced settings. So here, we can basically test the bot as well, which we're going to do in a minute. It's off, turn off conversation AI, suggestive, suggest prompts with chat, window, and autopilot bot replies automatically based on trained data. We want to put it on this one and then click save and close. And we can now see that Sarah is now on autopilot. Now, another cool thing that we can do with this is we can do what we call managing a knowledge base. So basically the way that knowledge bases work is it's going to feed into the conversational AI to give it way more context on the business, how the business runs, and basically just making it have more context when it sends messages. So now what we want to do is settle the knowledge base. You can see knowledge base is being used by the workflow automation bot, which is the Go High Level Conversation AI. So we can come in here and click edit in the knowledge base, which is essentially just everything on your client. And you can see there is no knowledge sources added. And you want to add as much information as humanly possible on your client. So we can add a source here. We can add, say, a web crawler as an example. And then we can just go to our client's website, which again, yours should be on their website, on the onboarding form here. But in my case, I'm going to go to this one as an example. And then what you can do is you can come here and put this in. Let's say I wanted this, put it in, put this in, extract data. And then basically what the AI will do inside of Go High Level is it will pull apart all of the information on that page. And you should have already seen here when I go web crawler, if I just click another one. Okay, we've got to wait for this one to load first. So if we just refresh this, there we go, I'm back. Okay, web crawler, cool. So it's fetching pages, so it's going to take a little bit of time. Another thing that we can add is FAQs. So if we add an FAQ, this is where if somebody asks a question, you can give it an example answer. So here, for example, what I can do is I can go in ChatGPT, based on the information you have on my industry, can you please put together some common Q&As to help me better train my AI bot? Now with this, the key is the longer that you're working with your client, the more that you can reiterate and improve this, especially with the template. So for example, how much does a bathroom model typically cost? We really don't want to give them that information over text, okay? And the reason we don't want to do that is because we want to sell them when they're meeting with the client. The likelihood of them being okay with the fact that it's a really high ticket service right out of the gate is going to be low. So here, what I'm probably going to put, remodels really depends on how much development we're going to need to do. That being said, when our team comes to your home, they will give you a full estimate on what the range will look like. And we click save. And then we can add another FAQ. And I really would add as many FAQ questions as possible. How long does a remodel usually take? Most standard bathroom models are complete within 2-3 weeks, depending on the complexity of the design and custom work involved. We'll give you a clear timeline before we begin. What's included in your Love Your Bathroom Again package? This is a really important one, because if somebody asks that, we want to be able to give them information. Our signature package includes full project management. If I put this in, full project management, guidance design, hire materials, license contract. Right now, a free frameless shower screen upgrade if you book this month. What's also included initially is a free project estimate where our contract specialists will come and to your home directly. Do I need to have my own design ready would be another one. And as well, if you need to validate any of this information with your client, you can just text them in the WhatsApp group chat you've made with them. If you offer financing options, boom. Yes, we work with trusted finance partners. We'll help you break projects into affordable monthly payments. And are you licensed and insured? So you get the point, right? You would just put in as many of these as you possibly can to make sure that it just has more context, and then over time you can gradually add more. Remember, the only way that you do this is you go knowledge base, and you can continuously add to this knowledge base. Now, another section here is tables. So if we go tables, this is where you can actually upload things directly. I believe it's not even out yet, so it's coming pretty soon. But you get the point in terms of the FAQs, the web crawler. If you have any additional information, like you can see here, this one's put together a document breaking down the ins and outs of the website. So it breaks down everything they do, how they do it. And you can do this for as many websites as you want. If the client has any video testimonials, really it's mainly going to be text. So if the client has any website that you can send them to, articles, whatever the hell that may be, put it in, because it's going to give the AI way more context on how to respond to people effectively. Okay. Now in the bot here, if we just double check that everything is fully aligned, it's on autopilot. Your AI bot is ready for trial. We can test it out in a minute. Maximum messages a bot can send in a conversation, 25, that's fine. It's probably not going to send that many. Bot training. So here, this is where we want to select the knowledge base. Okay, this is very, very important, because this is what's going to make it better, so it can actually feed off the data that we gave it. Brand voice. We've already gone ahead and created this. Bot goals. We now know that it's going to ask time frame, design ideas, and then it's going to confirm their home address, and then finally it's going to book the appointment. Additional instructions. If there's anything else that we want to give it, such as a conversational guideline, we can go ahead and put that in. Your goal is to get the customer to book an appointment. And then finally, we have a dashboard here where we can see unique contacts, actions triggered, booked appointments, etc., etc. Now, the first thing here is we're actually going to test it. And basically, the way that this works is in Go High Level, we obviously have the automated workflows that are going to reach out to the leads when they first sign up. And we're going to be connecting that shortly. But besides that, this is what's going to respond if somebody messages us back. So the conversational AI is mainly going to serve the purpose of responding to people that respond to us. Hey there, what's on your mind today? It's a really bad answer. So here, you're going to play around with this for 10 to 20 minutes and make sure that it's working correctly and it's giving accurate answers, okay? So you can also say this in the knowledge base. Hello, hey, this is the appointment setting team at London Remodeling. Saw you were interested in our bathroom renovation offer. That ring a bell? So that's how I want it to respond if somebody says hello. Train bot. So now, if we put hello, it should now respond with the answer that we've gave it. Hey, this is the appointment setting team at London Remodeling. Saw you were interested in our bathroom renovation offer. That ring a bell? To get started, what's your ideal timeline for the project? I want to get started in 2 weeks. And again, if it gives a good response, give it a thumbs up. And if you want any more clarity on the way that it responds, you can simply just click this magic icon here. I show you AI response. You can see knowledge chunks where it's pulling the information from, and then the chat history, okay? I'm sorry, I don't have enough information to answer that question accurately. I've notified the team and someone will get back to you with the information you need. Is there anything else I can help with in the meanwhile? Do you have any design ideas? Okay, bad answer. I want to get started in 2 weeks. Okay, so here, awesome. So you want to get started as soon as possible. Do you have any ideas or curiosity? Do you have any ideas or inspiration, say, for your bathroom remodel? So now we can re-ask this. But let's just put a different time frame to see how it responds. I want to get started in 6 years. Okay, here we're going to need to train it. And we can add this in the additional instructions section, okay? So I'm going to give you a framework for the additional instructions that I want you to put in here that's going to be relevant to make sure that it's fully working correctly. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to come back to the onboarding document. This should already be on there, which I've gone ahead and attached the prompts that you can use. So what you're going to do is you're going to put in this prompt and you're going to fill it out based on your industry. So here, and you're actually going to get more information from ChatGPT as well, which we're going to get into in a minute. So while this conversation is happening, you're acting as a friendly and professional receptionist for, you can just put this in, London Remodeling, which is a bathroom renovation company. And you are named Sarah. Your primary goal is to respond to leads who signed up for our bathroom renovation offer and guide them toward booking their initial project estimate at-home consultation. You will be conversing with inbound leads who have signed up on a social media ad to learn more about our most popular, what the hell was the offer name? I can't remember. Most popular Love Your Bathroom Again package. Our goal is to get them to book an appointment so our team can go give them a free project estimate to get help with renovating their bathroom. How to respond. If the lead asks you a personal question, come up with a sincere response. Do not tell the lead you're a bot. You should not sound like an assistant. You are a insert phone person for niche name. You are a appointment setter for the contracting team at London Remodeling. That means you're using the lead's name in your response. You can speak any language. You must sound like a human. Do not sound overly enthusiastic. If you have any questions, make sure to address them well. If at any point someone asks to book them in for a no obligation, free, at-home estimate and consultation. Give short answers and to the point. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in and say, now help me put together a list of rules and examples of how this AI bot should respond to these leads. Its goal is to book the project estimate and qualify them on a few different things. I'm being super generic here, but you get the point. But the point here is we want to make sure that it's fully working, fully operating, and you are going to need to play around with it a little bit. Boom, this is good. So now we can put this into the bot, and it will now give it more context. So we can put this in, like so. The only thing that I'm going to get rid of is you're going to qualify for, because we already go over that in the other section. So we're going to click save. Boom. Now we can go bot training, and now we can test it again. Hello. Hey, this is the appointment setting team at London Remodeling. So you're interested in our bathroom renovation offer. That ring a bell? I see you're looking to start in 6 years. Do you have any ideas or design or inspiration, say, for the bathroom model? Cool. So it actually saved that information. No, I don't. Is that a problem? No, not having design ideas isn't a problem. Our team can help you with that during the consultation. Could you please confirm your home address for the in-person estimate? What's the price first? The cost of a bathroom model varies based on the scope of work. Our team will provide a detailed estimate during the in-home consultation. Could you please confirm your home address for the in-person estimate? Okay, so it's a little bit pushy here, but I'm pretty fine with it. The only thing that I'll say is, like, what does the offer include? A Love Your Bathroom Again package includes full project management, design guidance, high-end materials, licensed contractors, free famous shower screen upgrade if you book this month. Could you please confirm your... Okay, it keeps asking. So here, if it keeps asking that, I'm just going to put this in ChatGPT and say, the bot keeps adding this to the end of every message, and it's way too aggressive and robotic. Put together a disclaimer to prevent it overusing this. And then all we then need to do is go back to additional instructions and then add that information in here. Obviously, we only have a limited number of 2,000 characters, so we need to be careful. But then we can literally just put this in and say, hey, ChatGPT, just like minimize the amount of text here. So I'm not really too concerned about that. Boom. We can put that in, click save. Now we can go bot training again. Do you have a website? Yes, we do have a website. You can visit us at website. That's the one that I put in for more information. Could you please confirm your home address for the in-person estimate? Okay, it's still doing it. So here, you can actually put the rest of this in. But you get the point. You're going to constantly reiterate this and make sure that it's fully working. From that point, you've pretty much set up your conversational bot that can then communicate and converse with your client's leads. Now, just to be clear, this is only going to be on autopilot when a lead responds, okay? We don't need it to do outreach to the leads, because this is what we've got these outreach messages for. The new lead, no schedule, the lead follow-up. Then when somebody responds, the conversational AI will come in and try and book them in for an in-person appointment with your client, okay? So that's pretty much everything you need to know on conversational AI, and you can just use this prompt and then use the tips and tricks that I've given you here to improve the process as well. Now, we move into Facebook ads. This is where we're going to create the client's ad copy and their ad creatives. Now, the key with getting clients results is mainly the offer. And we can find proven offers by doing what I did when finding proven offers for our agency, in this case, your agency, which we went through when finding your offer. So 2 things you're going to use here. First thing is you're going to use my ad copy AI agent that I've already created for you that you can literally just use it. Okay, so we're going to be using this. Disregard the fact that it says B2B, it also works B2C as well. We're going to write me some killer ad copy. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to pull up my document, because if you remember what you did is we got a bunch of example ad copy. Now, we also got this for the B2C side as well, but we're actually going to redo this again just because I want to rerun you through the process. So we've already decided on the offer that we're going to run and things like that. So I'm going to go back to custom values. I'm going to give ChatGPT more context here. So first, it's explaining niche. We're just going to put I run a bathroom modeling company. Biggest pain point here is going to be, and you know, if you want to be really lazy, you can actually just come back to ChatGPT. Again, if you're using the same chat all the time, like all your chats saved down here, it's going to save you so much time because it will literally remember everything you tell it. So I'm just going to put in here, answer these questions for my bathroom remodeling client. Basically, what I've trained the AI bot to do is ask about pain points, desired outcome, unique mechanism, social proof, risk reversal, all the information it's going to need to write you some really good ad copy for your offer. Okay, so we can just copy this in. Now, the only other thing is example ad copy. I want you to make sure that you get example ad copy from other people in your industry so you can replicate that process, okay? So the first thing we need to do is we need to create your client ad copy. We're going to put that in a doc. We're also going to create the ad creatives, and then we're actually going to set up the ads in the Facebook ad account and connect it to go high level, okay? So there's leads actually coming in for the conversational AI and the automations to converse with, as per se. So the first thing is the ad copy. So first thing is we're going to get some example ad copy. We're going to go to the Facebook ads library again. And whatever industry you're in, you're going to go ahead and just search for some example ad copy, and we're going to put it in a Google Doc. So, example, bathroom, remodeling, ad copy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and just put it in my big agency build-out document, so I've got it all just saved. Here, we're now going to get example ad copy. So we're going to come here, we're going to go all. Honestly, I'm just going to go to the States, to be honest, because I know that's where the money is. Here, I'm just going to put in bathroom, remodel, bathroom, renovation. Okay, here's one example, so I can just put 1, then we can put 2. Don't worry about like the text size and things like that. We're just looking for ads that look like they're being ran by an agency. Frustrated with your outdated home, we get a special discount, first 5 callers only. Boom, looks good. Okay, 3, keep going. Really, I'd aim for 10. The more context you can give the AI, the better it's going to be, okay? Transform your bathroom in just 1 day. It's a good one. Okay, that should do for now. Then what we're going to do is we're going to get this ad copy, we're going to put it in, we're going to click import into the B2B ad copy agent that I've already given you, and then it's going to put together your ad copy for you, like so. Ever feel like you need a PhD in plumbing just to hire a bathroom model? You can trust we get it between sketchy quotes, surprise fees, and contracts negotiation project. It's no wonder most homeowners dread renovating. That's why we create the Love Your Bathroom. We have a package for the managed to finish model. It's fine. We handle everything from design, demo to install. Transparent pricing, no surprise charges ever. Project finished in 3 weeks or less guaranteed. Now includes a free frameless shower screen upgrade. And the best part, if you're in Illinois remodeling within the next 90 days, we offer free in-home consultation, 0 obligation. You don't pay a dime unless you decide to move forward. And if we remember, our key offer was also the fact that we were going to give them $1,000 off, if I remember, because that's what everybody was running in my industry when I last looked. Now, when you're creating the offer, you literally just look at what your competitors are doing, put it in ChatGPT and say, hey, what is the most common offer that people are running? So I'm just going to also keep in mind our offer is we also give them the first, let's say the first 5 to create urgency, the first 5 people who sign up $1,000 off their renovation project. So we can add that into the ad copy. Now we've got 3 new sets of ad copy that we can use. So now I'm just gonna put this ChatGPT agent to the side for now because we've got the ad copy. Now what we can do is we can create the ad creatives. Now usually what I would recommend depending on the industry is video and image ads, but for the purpose of this video, really with your first 5-10 clients, you can get away with using images. And we did this the whole time, even all the way up to like 20 clients. So the way that we're going to create image creatives is we're going to go to the ads library and we are going to compile a bunch of different examples that we can put in here. So we've now got example ad copy. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another doc and just say example bathroom renovation image ad creatives. And now we're going to make a document with all example image ad creatives that other people in our industry are running. And then we can simply just throw those images into ChatGPT and say, give me a prompt to recreate this image, okay? So here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ChatGPT, or we're going to go to the Facebook ads library, and we're going to find image-based creatives that look good. Okay, this one's very simple, literally just a picture of a bathroom. Okay, so I can see here there's a commonality. A lot of people are running like just general pictures of beautiful looking bathrooms and then before and afters as well. Okay, carousel ads of a bathroom is looking good. Okay, I think that's honestly everything we need for now. We just need to run general before and afters in this industry, just looking at it. So what we can do is we can say, or you know what, I'm going to pick the best one out of all of these, which I actually think the before and after is the best one. So I'm going to put this in and say, hey ChatGPT, okay, you know what, this is in the ad copy agent, so I'm just going to come here and, hey ChatGPT, so I need to put together around 5 different image ad creatives for my client. You already know the offer that we're running based on the information that you have. I need you to put together a prompt. I'm going to be using a tool called Ideogram, which basically we can put in a prompt and it will create images for me. All I need you to do is put together a couple of different prompts that I can use to create transformation style image ad creatives for my client with bathroom renovations, okay? The different types that I've seen to be performing best based on the information, I've attached an example is before and afters of a really bad bathroom transforming to a good bathroom, and then just pictures of beautiful bathrooms. I want you to help me put together those creatives, and then as well, if you've got any other ideas, feel free to put those prompts in. I want a maximum of 3 prompts, make them really good. So basically, we're getting ChatGPT to put together the prompts that we can use to then put them into Ideogram, which is the image generation tool we were using earlier, to make our ad creatives, okay? So we can put this in. So let's first get this one, go into here, click generate. Honestly, it looks solid. And then all we need to do here is we can download this. And then what I would recommend you do is go to Google Drive and just make a Google Drive for your clients so you can keep everything organized, okay? So just come to Google Drive, you can sign in. For me, I've got a lot of different stuff in here. I'm just going to put in here London remodeling. So this is my client. Go in here. And then what I can do is add a new document here. First thing, I'm going to put in all their ad copy, which we can literally just use for most clients. We just need to replicate. So we can just copy this, put this in like so, and we can just put ad copy like so. So now this should populate in here. Yep, so now we've got the ad copy. The creatives, what we're going to do now is we are going to go to Canva. Once you've got your creatives, we're going to go to create. We're going to go logo. Or, you know what you can do? Facebook ad. It's going to be a Facebook feed ad, I believe. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now what we can do is we can come here, click upload files, and then we can upload these images that we just got. This one, this one, this one, this one. Put this in. And then if we remember the previous one said before and after. So what we can do here is we can add a text box that says before, and we can put another one here that says after, and we can simply just add a banner. So if we just add this for this side, like so, and then we can put before, maybe we put a red, because red is really good for like encapsulating attention. Before, after, like so. And this could be an ad that we could literally just run. So I might run this, and then I might duplicate this out, and then literally just put this behind, do this one, and then I'm also going to do this with this one. And then I obviously want to send this to the back. Boom. Now we've got 3 creatives. Now I'm going to do one more here, and I'm going to test this one that says like, get $1,000 off and book your free project estimate. And we can put this at the bottom here, like so. Again, like, don't confuse the fact that you don't need sexy ads to get results, okay? My assumption is a lot of the image ads perform better. I've seen that in my own agency to be true. We run some of the most basic image ads ever, and they just crush. Like, for example, we can literally just run this. So now I can just click download, and you know what? Before we do that, I'm going to get one other set of ads. So I'm just going to get this. So I'm basically just going to get the other prompt that it gave me. Go to Ideogram again, paste it in. Awesome. Okay, so we can run like a painful, like, does your bathroom look like this? I like it. Okay. In need of a bathroom transformation. I've just realized that we can put the text in here. In need of a bathroom transformation. Actually, you know what? I don't like that because the text looks funky. We're going to do this. Get $1,000 off and book your free project estimates. Boom. We can put this in there. That's it. That's literally all we need. And now what we can do is we can download as a PNG, and we can throw all of these in our London Remodeling Google Drive. And now we've already created our client's ad copy and creatives. So we're going to throw this in here. Boom. So we've created the ad copy, created the creatives, and now we're going to set up the client's campaign on their ad account. So first thing is you're going to open up the Facebook ad account that you've created. So you're going to go to a brand new ad account that you've already connected from your client based on the onboarding steps that we did initially to make sure that you had access. So the way that you do that is you're just going to simply click on that link that I showed you here, Facebook ad account. You click here, you'll be able to see all your ad accounts. For me, for example, I have this one ad account, which you would probably have the same, okay? And now we're going to set up your client's ad account. So we're going to click Create, Leads, Manual Campaign. So Create, Leads, Continue. And again, make sure this is on your client's ad account. Then what we're going to do is the following. You're going to name your ad campaign, business campaign, campaign objective, and date. So example, pinpoint scaling, lead gen, date. So we're just going to get this, put this in. So it's going to be London Modeling. I've put it in capitals. It doesn't really matter. Campaign objective, $1,000 off, generate estimates is the objective, or like lead gen. And then the date today is the 27th of June, 2025. Boom. Okay. Then what you're going to do on the campaign level is you're going to set, you can determine if you want to run a campaign budget or ad set budget. Honestly, don't worry about it. It's not a part of the 80-20 rule. What that basically means is 20% of the things you do drive 80% of the results. This doesn't matter. Just keep it on campaign. Change the budget to whatever your client's budget is. So you can just put that in like so. Then you can move to the ad set on the left-hand side here. Now, with the ad set, you're going to name your ad set, audience targeting, offer, and creation date. So audience targeting, we're just going to run broad. Offer is going to be 1,000, or it's actually, you know what, we can put the offer name. Love Your Bathroom Again package. Creation date, 27th of June, 2025. Here, we want to make sure that this is on instant forms, website and instant forms, okay? Then you're going to set your, we've already set the daily budget in the campaign. You're going to set up your broad targeting. So if we scroll down, you're going to come here to locations, click locations. Here, we're going to select a specific location that your client is in. Now, the way that I like to do it is if we go Google Forms, you would have your client's onboarding information. You're going to do it around a radius of where your client is located or wherever they say they serve. So you might even want to add a question on your qualifying form, your onboarding form, saying like, what service area do you serve? So if I know my client, if we just take an example, if I go to this London remodeling business, I already asked ChatGPT, how far out should I be targeting my ads in remodeling? It said 30 miles. So I'm going to trust that, right? So if I go to, let's just pick another example business. So let's say these guys are in North End Road, London. I can just put in, like what you can do is you can put in their postcode or zip code wherever you are. So just put that in this include section, like so. It'll find the location. And then what you can do is you can just change this to kilometers. 30 miles in kilometers, 48. So we're going to target 48 kilometers around the client's business, okay? And then we can close out United Kingdom. So that means we're only going to be targeting now 30 miles around where my client is. Now, do just double check and zoom out and make sure they're in the right place. For example, this one went to a bloody factory outlet in Asia, right? So you've got to be very careful when you put in this information that it's correct and that you selected the right one. So I'm going to re-input either the postcode or the zip code of your client. So if I, you know what, and if it doesn't pop up, you can just type in, cool, and then we can go here, and then go 48 kilometers, and then exit out of this one, okay? So you're going to set up your targeting, and then you're going to click next to proceed to the ad creation phase. Again, people really overcomplicate the ads thing. It's so ridiculously easy, it's not even funny. You're then going to name your ad, name of creative, and then creation date. So we're going to set up one ad, and then we're going to build out the rest of the ads, okay? So first thing, you need to select your client's Facebook page that you selected earlier. In my case, I'm just going to select my page for the purpose of this video. You would obviously select your clients. Don't worry if they don't have an Instagram account. It's not the end of the world. If they have it, great. If they don't, no hard feelings. What you may see in the bottom left here, it may say add payment method as well if you haven't already added one for your client. If you need to add a payment method, you just click add payment method and then go in with your client and go ahead and add it. I would recommend you do this on the onboarding call when you get access, okay? You just go in, click next, put in the client's card information, and that's where the ad spend is going to be billed on a day-to-day basis, okay, or every couple of days. Then here, it's going to give you an option of either a website or an instant form. Now, we're going to be using an instant form, but first we're going to set up the ads. So first thing is creation date. We're going to put here 27th of June. Name of creative, that's going to be dependent on the one that we upload first. So here, creative source, we're going to do a manual upload, single image or video. What we're going to do is we're going to scroll down until we see add creative, set up creative, image ad, because we're running images initially. And we are going to upload our ads in here. So what we're going to do is we are going to just open up the zip file that got created. And when you open up the zip file, it'll be put in like a paragraph or like a folder, sorry. Here, we can then click upload. We can go to that, drive your paragraph text. I'm going to copy and upload all of my ad creatives for my client. Boom. And now we can start uploading these. So I'm going to start with this one first. Select it. Next. Primary text. This is where we're going to put in our ad copy. Okay, so we can open up our ad copy. Here, you might want to tweak some of these and change it. Manage stepping into dream bathroom, sleep, modern, 100% fee. I love it. It gives it a lot of homeowners, fully managed renovation experience from layouts, fit and polish, no contract change, no hidden fees. Secure your bathroom, weeks. I like this one for the ones that show like a before and after. So does this one show before and after? I just need to remember. It does. Okay, so I'm going to use this ad copy for this one. This could be your bathroom in just 3 weeks. And then we're going to space. Illinois homeowners love your bathroom package. The done-for-you renovation that guarantees beautiful results without stress. Bill, no upfront fees. Bonus, every booking this month gets a free frameless shower screen. And then I'm going to put the value of $997 value plus, I'm just going to change this, for the first 5 clients who sign up, plus to celebrate the new release of this offer, we're giving the first 5 clients who sign up $1,000 off their bathroom transformation project. Now, if you want to add a client testimonial here, you can do that. All I'm going to put here is, now the final part of this ad is a call to action. Where do they go from here to get more information? Want more information about this offer? And then tap the learn more button on this button below to schedule your free project estimate and lock in your savings. And then I'm going to add some final urgency. Disclaimer. This offer is only valid until June only. Okay, and you can obviously change it if and when that time comes and you need to change it. Okay. Headline. Is there any headlines here that it gave us? Get $1,000 off your bathroom remodel, living its first 5 clients. Okay, this one's easy, simple. $1,000 off your bathroom remodel, limited to first 5 clients. And we can actually add 2 or 3 headline options here, just to add some variation. Illinois homeowners. Okay, this is too long, but we can put $1,000 transform your bathroom, and then we can put $1,000 off voucher. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get rid of Illinois homeowners. And then see if there's any others here. Boom, that'll do. Keep it simple. Description, we can just put limited to 5 homeowners only. And then call to action is going to be learn more, because we already say in the ad here, click learn more. So it's very important that we align that. And then done. And then boom, our ad is pretty much set up. This could be a bathroom in just 3 weeks. Illinois homeowners are loving our Love Your Bathroom Again package. The done-for-you renovation that guarantees beautiful results without the stress. Fully managed design and build. No booking this month gets a free from the shower screen. Plus, to celebrate the new release of this offer, we're giving the first 5 clients who sign up $1,000 off their bathroom transformation project. Want more information about this offer? Tap the Learn More button below to schedule your free project estimate and lock in your savings. Disclaimer: this offer is valid in June only. $1,000 off your bathroom model, limited to first. $1,000 off your bathroom model, transform your bathroom. $1,000 off. Simple. Now, to recreate these ads and to input the other creatives, we just click the 3 dots on the ad here, click duplicate, duplicate again, and we can call this one name a creative. before and after 1. Then this one is probably going to be called before and after 2, because we've got a number of different before and afters that we're going to be running. So here, scroll down, clear all, add new media. Then we're simply just going to select the other image. And then obviously the one that performs best we can double down on later down the line. Duplicate again. This one's probably going to be before and after 3. Add image. Okay, I've actually realized this one's the same as this one. So this one is the one that we're going to be running next, which is the before and after 3 plus CTA in image. And what I mean by that is we give them a call to action in the image, get $1,000 off and put your free project estimate. Then the final creative is not a before and after. It's like terrible bathroom. So we can just put that there, so we can identify the difference. Clear all, add image. There we go. Boom. In need of a bathroom transformation, get $1,000 off, put your free project estimate. Okay? From there, we've uploaded the image, we've uploaded the CTA. Now, we've gone ahead and hit quick duplicate. Now we need to create your lead form. So what is a lead form? How do we create it? A lead form is where we're going to collect the consumer's information. Okay? So they click learn more, they're then going to go to a lead form. So if we go on the ad here and we go up here, what you're going to do is you're going to click create a form. You're just going to call this whatever the form name is going to be, London remodeling, lead form. Now you can optimize for either more volume, higher intent, or rich creative. I would recommend more volume initially, and then if your client is experiencing a lot of leads that come in that don't respond, don't book, then you can change it, okay? Flexible form delivery, we can just keep it as is. We can click next. Here, the headline. Now, what we can actually do is we can actually take a look at what our competitors are doing with the lead form as well. So if we go here to the ads library, go bathroom, remodeling. This is definitely an agency. So we can go here.
Our kitchen renovations start from...
We can click in the ad, additional assets, and we can now see their lead form. So here, get $1,000 off and a free estimate is the headline. To get this offer for a remodeling or renovation project, please fill out the information on the next page by clicking continue. And you can see that continue button is at the bottom here. So we're going to put that in, click next. Then under the description, let's see what they put. We use information to contact you. Okay, so we can put that in, like so. And then obviously we want to get full name, email, phone number. Phone number should not be optional. We always want to make sure that we're collecting phone number as a non-negotiable. And what else are they asking for? What are you looking to get done? Kitchen, bathroom, basement. We don't need that because we're only advertising for bathroom in this offer. When do you need the job completed by is a really good question. So we can add a question depending on multiple choice, short answer, conditional. So we can add a multiple choice here. And you know what? Yeah. When do you need the job completed by? Then we can put like as soon as possible. Oh, you know what? Being as lazy as hell. Let's just go to ChatGPT. Oh, you know what? We're going to find the existing chat that we had so it has more context. ChatGPT, can you put together 4 options that I can put on this lead form, please, for people that are going to fill it out, whether it be like as soon as possible, I need it now, I need it in 2 to 4 weeks, 4 to 8 weeks, 1 year plus, whatever the hell that would be. You can do a multiple choice or an open-ended question. Usually with multiple choice, you're going to get more lead flow because it's easier to click on a button than have to type something out. Sick. So these are the 4 options. We're going to come here as soon as possible. So we're just going to change this to ASAP. I'm ready now. 2 to 4 weeks. Then we can click this plus button. 4 to 8 weeks from now. And then just planning ahead, 3+ months out. Boom. Now let's see if there's any additional questions. Again, we don't want to add too much friction. We want to keep it as simple as possible. That's pretty much everything. Then from there, we can click next. Link to the advertising policy. Now, this is really easy. We can create a free Facebook privacy policy maker. We can literally just go to a free tool that creates privacy policies. I think this is the one we used to use. So you type in your client's name, London Remodeling. It's called Privio.com. type in your client's email address. Obviously, I've put in mine for the purpose of this video, but put in your client's email address, and then it will create them a self-generated privacy policy with a custom link that you can put in. Just copy the URL link, go to the ads manager, put this in. You're going to need a privacy policy, so just make sure that's there. Click next. Then, very important, after they opt in, we need to tell them, hey, your offer isn't claimed yet. You need to book your free estimate, okay? So let's see what these guys do. We will contact you shortly, or you can call us now. Okay, so what we're going to do is wait your $1,000 off voucher is not voucher and estimate is not claimed yet. So it's like, wait, you have one more step that you need to complete. And then it's, please book your free at-home estimate by clicking the big blue Book Now button below. And then we can also add some urgency here if we really want to. 3 out of the 5 homeowner spots are now taken, to create some more additional urgency. Then we're going to send them to a website page. That website page, if you remember, we created a company calendar for the client. We're going to copy the company calendar, put it in here, and we're going to change this call to action button to Book Now. So now, after they opt in, it's going to say, wait, your $1,000 off voucher and estimate is not claimed yet. Please book your free at-home estimate by clicking the big blue Book Now button below. 3 out of the 5 homeowner spots are now taken. There we go. Sweet. Then we can click Create Form. And then bingo. Now all we need to do is connect that form for every client, or every ad. So where you can do this is just click on the ad, select London Remodeling, click London Remodeling, click London Remodeling. And then just double check through all of them. Make sure the ads look good. So if we scroll back up, then just make sure everything looks okay. Yeah, ad. And I might want to test one different type of ad copy here, because I've just realized this one that looks like a terrible bathroom, we can't say this could be your bathroom in just 3 weeks. They're going to click the hell off that. So we're going to use a different ad copy with this one. We're going to put this one in. Ever feel like it's just a higher bathroom running? Just we get it between sketch cost price, fees and contractors, customer projects. It's no wonder most homeowners dread renovating. So we created the Love Your Bathroom Again package. Fully managed start to finish remodel design for peace of mind. Design, demo, install. We handle it all. Transparent pricing, no surprise charges. Project finished in 3 weeks or less. Or your money back. Free frameless shower screen upgrade. And this month, for the 5 bookings, get $1,000 off their total renovation project. First 5 homeowners who claim this offer. And this month, the first 5 homeowners who claim this offer will get $1,000 off the total renovation project. Tap to claim now. You're free in-home. So then, we're just going to move back to this final call to action. Want more information about this offer? Tap the line mobile below to schedule your free project estimate and lock in your savings. Boom. Okay, our ads are done. We're like, the final step is we need to follow the launch steps and things like that. But now we need to connect the lead form to the client's Go High Level account and test leads are pulling into the CRM. So before we launch, we need to make sure that everything is obviously connected. So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to go to Go High Level, go back, make sure you're in the client's account, go settings, go to integrations. Make sure you integrate your client's Facebook here, okay? So I'm going to click Connect under Facebook. Continue as Cameron, which is going to be you. Now here, all of your pages are going to pop up. Now, the page that you're going to want to connect is the one of your client, okay? The one that you're running the ads under. So for me, the page that I'm going to be running it under is called Cameron, CEO of Pinpoint Scaling. So that is the one that I'm going to go ahead and connect, okay? For you, you're probably not going to have as many as I do. I have hundreds and hundreds. But you can see here, Cameron, CEO of Pinpoint Scaling. We're going to select this, and we're going to click Connect and Continue. Now, once we've done that, you can see your Facebook integration with the CRM was successful. The next step is the form field mapping. This is basically saying, hey, you need to map the fields that you're asking on the lead form to make sure that you can fully qualify or make sure that the leads are pulling in. This step is necessary to successfully sync leads to our CRM. We're going to click Configure Field Mapping, and all of our lead forms are going to pop up. You should only have one here, really, if this is your first time doing this. Mine is the form name, London Remodeling Lead Form. I'm going to map fields. when do you need the job completed by is going to be under the custom field project timeline, whatever that may be for you. And then I've got full name, email, phone number, which is already connected. And then I'm going to click confirm once I've mapped the fields. Now, once you've done that, you can then go back, go to automation, the new lead, no schedule follow-up workflow. We need to go into this. And then you see here where it says connect to client lead form. We're going to click on that. And then the form, just make sure it says any. Okay, so what that means is whenever a lead signs up, it's going to trigger this workflow. The lead is going to move to the new lead pipeline stage. It's going to notify the client to call the lead. We're going to instantly send them an SMS, and it's going to start the follow-up process to getting them booked in for a consultation. So from that point, we have now connected everything. Now what we're going to do is we're going to test that the leads are actually coming in. And we can do that by using the Facebook leads testing tool. So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to come to this page here, which I'm actually going to link on here. Test the workflow here. So I'll just put it on here, test workflow here, where you can literally just use this. Okay, so you click on that, select the page. So in my case, I'm going to select that. Then make sure the form is London remodeling for me. Then you can preview the form to see what it actually looks like from a consumer point of view. Get $1,000 off a free estimate. When do you need the job completed by? ASAP. Cameron, England. I can put in my information. Click submit. Now on the last page, it should say wait. And then when I click book now, it should take me to the calendar page, which we can double check. Great. Now what we're going to check is the lead pulled in to the Go High Level account after we did that. So if we go to contacts here, we can now see right now a new lead just got added, Cameron, England, with my information. And I can click in here and see that the messages went out. So this is like, I want to clarify something. My phone number was set up to be notified when a lead comes in. And I've also just put in my phone number here, which is obviously the lead wouldn't receive this. That is going to the client whenever a lead signs up. Lead name just responded to one of our messages. Please call them ASAP to book an appointment. And hi, Cameron, thanks for your interest in our Love Your Bathroom Package Again offer. If you don't have any questions, feel free to schedule your at-home consultation using the link below. This didn't send because I haven't got A2P verified on this account. That's why. Then, if we go to opportunities, we should also now see that lead in the new lead section. We do. Boom. So the leads are coming in. They're receiving messages. Everything is working correctly. The final thing is actually launching your client. So in terms of the steps that we need to take, now, one rule of thumb here is when you get to this point, I would highly recommend that if your client is open to it and they want to see the ads you put together, the lead form, they want to see the conversational AI, you should show them all of that stuff, okay? Now, the ad creatives who create aren't the sexiest things in the world, and you want to educate your client on that. Say, look, I know these ads aren't great, don't worry. We can totally run video ads and all these sexy things. We've just found in the past, based on auditing competitors and looking in your industry, this is what's performing best right now. Then you want to show them, like, what we've also been doing is we've got our development team over the last week or so to build out your conversational AI agent. Now, this is trained on everything about your industry, your website, who you are, what you do. We've trained it on your brand voice. We've gave it additional instructions to make sure it's fully educated on everything it needs to do. And this is going to converse and communicate with all your leads. And you can let the client know at this point, hey, if you also want to call the leads as well, we would strongly recommend it. We're going to be notifying you via email and text the minute a lead responds. So you can go in, download the Go High Level app on your phone, and you can communicate with them right away. Okay, so a couple of things you want to check when you launch a client. You want to check the following. The phone number is A2P 10DLC verified. So if you remember, we do this for us and we also do it for your client. So if we go phone here and go phone numbers, under here, it should say A2P is approved and the phone number should be here. I'll show you an example on my Renovate Ready account or what it shouldn't look like. So you got the phone number. You can see this one is incomplete. Please complete the registration to send SMS. If it says that, you can't go live yet. You must make sure that your client is A2P verified before you go live with them. So an example of this from my internal agency, as you can see here, this is what it should look like. You're now A2P 10DLC compliant. That's how you know you've done it correctly, okay? Second thing, the ad budget and the targeting is correct. Come back here, go to the campaign level, and make sure that the daily budget is set correctly, okay? And then make sure under the ad set level that the targeting is around your client's area. So under locations, make sure this is your client's location. If you need to check it with them, do it as well, okay? And then the lead form is connected, which we've literally just done. The final thing I would say is that when someone books an appointment, it works. Now, what do I mean by that? What you should do is you could go to your client's account, which I'm just going to load up, London Remodeling. Go to custom values. We're going to open up their calendar, okay? So open up their calendar, and you're going to book a test appointment to see and confirm if the lead gets the confirmations and moves to the appointment booked pipeline stage. So we're going to select a time here, put in the information, click schedule. Let me just change this to United Kingdom. Click schedule. I think it bugged out. Okay, let's do this again. Boom, schedule meeting. Okay, great. Now, if we double check here, now, rule of thumb, well, number one, okay, great. It's gone over underbooked. The lead has moved. It's booked. And then if we go to text here, they may not have received, here we go. You can see the text attempted to go out with all the information, but obviously because this phone number is invalid, I'm not ATP verified, it obviously didn't go out. So Auto Reminder UK, that's the name that I put in. Thanks for booking your in-home consultation with London Remodeling. When we'll be coming directly to your home to assess your space and provide a custom estimate for your accessibility and safety upgrades. If you have any questions or need to reschedule, please let us know. And then an add to Google Calendar button where we can add it, as well as an email that got sent out from London Remodeling with all their information as well. Boom. Okay, everything is working correctly. Now, you'll see here that when I booked, it took me back to this page. If that happens with you, just go to calendars, go calendar settings. We just want to make sure that it doesn't re-push them back to the calendar after they book. So it's important why we check these things. Click edit calendar, forms and payment. And then after they book, notifications and additional options. Okay, for the most part, you should be fine. I think it was just a bug, but if it happens, you can just ask ChatGPT and it can help you fix it, okay? Then you're going to set up the client's billing. So if you've signed them on a retainer, this is where you're going to go to Stripe and set up a retainer to bill them every frequency for amount. Now, a lot of the time, it's probably going to be monthly, or if you're doing a pay-per-project basis, what you need to do, or like pay on appointment, on like a results basis, you just bill them after you get them the result, or you can just bill them on a weekly basis, okay? So the way that you do that is if you go to Stripe and go to customers, you'll see a huge list of all of your customers. You can click into those customers and you will have their card information on file if you charged your client anything up front. If you didn't, you're going to need to collect it. And then you can simply just click payments. You can put in the amount, they'll have their card there, and then you can bill them the amount. Or you go to subscriptions here, like so. You can actually set up a new product called like monthly $1,000 retainer, as an example, recurring, $1,000 a month, add the product. And then here, you can simply just add that. Like so. So if we go add subscription, and then we can add monthly, not this one, if I delete, we're going to add the monthly $1,000 retainer. So if we type in retainer, type it in, and then click create subscription. And then from that day moving forward, by the way, if you've already billed them, make sure it's not on 27th, make sure it's on the month after. So it starts from the 27th of July, and then you click schedule. The final thing is turn on the ads and notify the client saying we've gone live. So here in the ads manager, you would simply just click out of this, go to this. In the top right, it'll say review and publish. Just click next, make sure all the card information is connected, and then click publish. And boom! Okay, so now we're getting into how to fulfill for your first client. In this section, we're going to go over how to manage and rate, how to manage, improve, and retain your clients to make sure that they get the best results possible. Now, one thing I want to mention here, I accidentally made a mistake in the conversational AI section, which I want to just show you quickly. Now, if you're going to be connecting under the bot section here, yours will obviously be on. Click edit, change the bot training, or is it brand voice, or I think it might be bot settings. So here, you see how it is connected to Instagram, Facebook, SMS, chat widget. If your client has an Instagram or a Facebook connected, I would strongly recommend that you exit out of these. The reason I say that is because I had this bot connected on my personal Instagram and it was spamming the hell out of them. So just get rid of it. It's not going to be fully aligned because they're going to have other leads coming from other sources. So just make sure that it's strictly, for the most part, SMS. That's all it really needs to be. And then you can click save. Okay. So the 4 pillars of client fulfillment. Now, our fulfillment system is built on 4 core pillars, which you should already know about by now based on how we're going to be fulfilling for our clients. Now, the first thing is we've got to generate the leads, which is what we run the ads for. The second piece is we book the appointments, and we track this by a metric called appointment booking rate percentage, or ABR. Then we've got to get those appointments to show up, which is show up rate, SUR, and then we close the sales, which is completely in the client's control, which is the 2 metrics that we track here are close rate, meaning the percentage of people that your client has who shows up, or that they go and conduct a free estimate for them that actually convert onto a project or onto a treatment plan or whatever the hell it is that they're actually selling in the long run. And then we have upfront cash. Now, all this is the percentage amount that your client collects upfront of the total project price. So for example, if I just do the math on this here, and this is important because we want to make sure that our clients are collecting as much money upfront as possible. If they're in an industry like real estate or even remodeling as an example, where the sales cycle is quite long, sometimes it can take your client anywhere from a month, 2 months, 3 months, even longer than that to close a project. And the longer it takes your client to start seeing money coming in from the amount that they've paid you, the higher the likelihood of them leaving. Okay, so it's very, very important that we optimize and at least help our clients with those things as well. Now, upfront cash, just so you know what I mean by that. Let's say your client was selling a 10K product. Now, you know what? I'll give you a medical spa example because that's one that probably a lot of people are going to understand. We run an initial $300 offer to get somebody in with a consultation and skin tightening initial treatment, right? Now, after that, the next step is our client then upsells them on, say, a $3,000 skin transformation treatment plan. Now, if that client has a 50% upfront cash collection rate, that means on average per patient that comes in and closes on the $3,000 skin transformation treatment plan, she's collecting an average of $1,500 upfront per person that closes. And again, we want to optimize for the highest possible upfront cash collected rate for you, for your agency when you sign a new client, which is when you can start moving to like paid in fulls and things like that. And also for your clients as well, because if your clients can collect as much money upfront, it means the gap between when they pay you and when they make an ROI, a return on investment, is going to be closed, or it's going to be closer. And the sooner you can get your client making money and making a return on investment, the longer they're going to stay with you, the more money they're going to make you, okay? Now, the goal, as you fulfill for these clients, now you understand the 4 things that get your clients results. It's very simple. We get them leads, we get those leads to book, we get those leads that book to show, we get those leads who show to close. The further along the acquisition process, the less control we have. We have full control over generating the leads, partial control over booking the appointments, which is why I'm going to recommend to you, which is why I would always recommend that even you step in and call your clients' leads as well initially to learn the process, figure it out, and actually get good at calling your clients' leads. So you can then build out and develop either an AI voice agent that can call your clients' leads, or you can build out a full stack call center. We're using a mix of both in our agency right now, okay? But again, the purpose of this video is not that. The purpose of this video is to get your first 1 to 5 clients, which you don't need a call center, and you certainly don't need to call the leads in order to do that, okay? So your goal as you fulfill for the client is to determine what your targets are for the first 2, which are the main 2 that you control: how many leads you get and how many bookings you get. For example, after running ads for several years in the medical industry, I know that our target is $12 per lead, which means if my client spends $1,500 a month, I want to get them, on average, if I just move my recording thing here, I am aiming for getting them a minimum of 125 leads, because if they spend $1,500 and their cost per lead, their cost it takes to actually generate a lead in the first place is $12, then I know that they're going to get 125 leads, okay? So then, once you've established what your target is in your industry, now what you can also do is you can lean on other people in the industry as well. And if you know anybody in your industry, ask them like, hey, what's a good cost per lead in this industry? Like, we had a couple of people in our launch and land program who recently started up their own agency. Obviously, there's a lot of people in there that are just starting out that are like the 0 to 10K. And they came on and they were like, hey, I'm in this industry. What's the average cost per lead? And there was already another guy doing like 50K a month in there who could just tell him, hey, here's the average cost per lead, here's the ad you should run, here's the ad copy, etc., etc. That would be a prime example. So if you know anybody like that, go to them and ask them. The other option is you just run the ad yourself, and you can then figure out what that baseline is. The way that you do that is once you get 2, 3, 4 clients, you can start comparing the data and see like, okay, this client's getting a really good cost per lead, this one's getting a bad cost per lead, and then so on and so forth. You can determine what the average is and what is good and what is classified as bad. Now, the cool thing about this is once you've got like 3 or 4 clients and you've determined what like a good cost per lead is and a bad cost per lead is, then you know if cost per lead is a problem, you know what levers you can pull to solve that problem. So I want to give you an example of this, but before I do, I want to preface this by saying this may confuse you a little bit, and that's okay. Because first off, you've already made so much progress. You're literally at a point where you know how to onboard. You're now going through how to actually fulfill. Fulfilling for clients is really easy because there's only 4 things that we need to do to get clients results. Again, leads, booking, shows, closes. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. And the cool thing is with the model that we're running here, the only thing that you really control is leads and bookings, and it kind of shows. Closes is up to the client. And we can, like later down the line, you can build out a trading program for them and things like that, but you don't need that yet. Okay? So for us, for example, we have this document internally where we can basically establish, like you can see here, if lead generation is a problem, we have a benchmark of like our cost per lead should be less than $12 and a $14 maximum. So if I just go to an example client account here, you can see this client in this case is running 3 different campaigns. and I just go, say, last 7 days, I can see cost per lead $13, $16, $12. The $13 to $14 I'm not as worried about, even though it is still pretty high. But the $16.78 one is the one that I'm concerned about. So in this case, I can then go into that campaign and I can see like, okay, why is this campaign so high? And a lot of the time, the cool thing is about when your cost per lead is high, a lot of the time it's literally just a case of turning off underperforming ads and doubling down on the best performing ads. So we can see here, we've got like 6 different ads live, right? And I can see in terms of budget, if we go here, yeah, I can see in terms of spend, leads. So I can see this one has spent the most, but it's actually getting a $20 cost per lead. So I can just turn this one off. I can see this one's had 5 leads at a $6.91 lead cost. So I'm going to turn this one off, and I'm literally just going to double down on this one, which is just launched, and this one. So now I've just turned off my underperforming ads. And then when you find a winning ad, for example, in my case, if I click into this ad that's doing pretty well, it's got 5 leads. If I show you the creative, so here, this ad is the one that is performing. Then all I would then need to do is make new angles of this ad. So I can get this ad, put it into ChatGPT, and the same process applies. So the cool thing is once you find an ad that works, you then double down on that ad and then just make more variations of the winning ad. Okay, so I need a prompt to help replicate this exact ad creative as it's performing best for my client. Now, again, I know this is a different industry to my initial remodeling agency that I'm currently building out with you now, but I think you get the point here because my actual agency is obviously in the medical space. So here, it's basically made me a prompt that I can now get that prompt, go ideogram, because again, ideogram's a lot quicker. It can generate 4 images at a time. I can put this in, click generate, and what it's going to do is it's now going to give me variants of the winning ad, so I can now upload more variants of the winning ad. And that's all it really is when it comes to Facebook ads. It's so easy. You turn off the ads that have got too high of a cost per lead, double down on the ones with a low cost per lead or the lowest cost per lead, and then make new variations of the winning ad. So in my case here, you can now see that I've just made a bunch of different ads, and if I wanted to make any revisions to that, I can totally do it by just saying remix, prompt, whatever the hell that may be. But you can see it's just gone ahead and replicated those ads and give me 4 different variants that I can download and input into the ads manager. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. So tying back to what I was saying here is, again, 4 reasons why clients don't get results, and we have a number of different levers that we can pull to solve each problem. Now, typically, if the cost per lead is too high, all you need to do is turn off the underperforming ads, double down on the winning ad. If no ads are winning at all, then try a complete new wave of ad creatives. The main things that are going to move the needle when it comes to a client not getting results on Facebook ads is going to be the offer that you're running and the ad creatives. So to fix this, what we first do is we change their creatives by repeating the process as we did in onboarding, and literally as I just showed you then, by looking at what other people are running and modeling them using ideogram and launching them. The anomaly to that is obviously if you have one of your ads that are winning, you simply can just screenshot it, put it into ChatGPT, say, give me a prompt to replicate this, and then it will create 4 different variants. And when we find an ad that outperforms others, we simply double down on that ad and turn the others off. Okay? Now, if booking rate is the problem, meaning we're getting a lot of leads, but nobody is booking. Now, rule of thumb is if you're taking a deposit, you want to be aiming anywhere from like a minimum of a 10% appointment booking rate, meaning 10% of the leads that opt in are going to book an appointment. So if I have 100 leads, 10 of them should book an appointment with a deposit. If you're not taking a deposit, and again, this is going to be completely dependent on the industry, but ballpark, you should be aiming for at least a 30%, meaning 30 out of 100 leads are going to book an appointment. If that's the problem, then we need to first double check the calendar is working, the client has enough availability over the next 7 to 10 days, and the booking bot is booking people correctly, sending the right messages. And if all of this is true, this is the point where you may want to consider having somebody call your leads to increase conversion rate. And this is more of an advanced fulfillment model, but it can 100% help get clients better results. But it's not needed to get your first 5 clients. I want to preface this. When I first started my agency, that's what I did. I was the one calling my client leads. Now, finally, when it comes to client communication, the key to retaining clients and keeping them paying is 2 pillars. Client retention falls on 2 pillars. If you don't know what I mean by client retention, that means how you can keep the clients that you acquire, okay? And there's 2 pillars that your client retention stands on: results and relationship. And that means communicating with your client in the right way is as important as getting them killer results. And the secret sauce to building a strong relationship is simply just over-communicating with your clients. And we do this by, number 1, having bi-weekly calls with the client to go over results, and also going over what we're doing to improve results. And then day-to-day text communication via our communication platform. And I encourage you for your first 5 clients to go above and beyond with communication. Every time you see an improvement, you make a change, you test something doesn't work, tell them. Because clients would rather know exactly what's going on even if it's not going well, than not knowing at all, okay? I've had so many clients that have stayed with me simply because our communication was incredible and I over-communicated on all of the problems that came up, even though results weren't 100% there. So I encourage you to do the exact same thing. And a final note that I'll leave you off on here is if you do decide to call your clients leads, what you need to do is you need to sign up on your competitors' clients' ads and go through as if you're interested in a remodeling appointment, a treatment facial, whatever the hell your industry you're in. You go on the ads library, you go through their funnel, you opt in, and you go on the phone. And you'll be able to see their call process and you can model that. And if you want to go above and beyond, you can record the call, put it in ChatGPT and say, help me make a script, okay? So that being said, we have gone through a lot over this course. I don't know how many hours this has been, but it's been a lot. And the final step is, how do you actually scale to 10K a month and beyond? So I just want to recap everything you need to know how to do and what I've pretty much just broke down for you over this 5, 6, 7, 8 hour program or course. You've learned the mindset shifts and beliefs needed to see success, how the AI agency business model works, how to pick a highly profitable niche, setting up key softwares, domain, email, sales funnels, building your client template for fulfillment, offer structure and pricing models, lead generation, the basics of sales and selling your service, the A to Z onboarding process for new clients, and then finally, how to fulfill for them. And I just want to say, like, first off, and I know this is a little bit cringy, but it's important, congratulations. If you've made it this far, 99% of people wouldn't have, and you should seriously feel proud. And I mean that man to woman, whoever the hell you are, even with me guiding you through this process, it's hard. There's lots of moving parts, and you now have everything you need to sign your first AI agency client. Now, from here, you probably want to hit that big goal of getting to 10K a month. And you can do that with one of two ways. You can either pay with time, literally just keep doing what you're doing, rewatch this video, keep signing clients, and get up to 10K a month and brute force it. Now, the second option is, preface, this is me pitching you right now, just to give you a heads up, you can get my personal help getting there faster by working with me directly and getting access to all the systems you need to scale what we've built here. So that includes getting direct access to me, where you can communicate with me directly. There's calls that you can get on a week-to-week basis. We have a couple a week that you can jump on with multiple other agency owners that are doing 7 figures a year, as well as myself, and as well access to all the systems, tools, and resources, and a network of other like-minded individuals that are doing the exact same thing that you're doing now. Now, I want to preface this by saying again, no pressure. This is completely up to you. If you found this valuable and you don't want to buy it, that's completely fine. All I ask is that you share this to other people that can benefit from this too. But I'm bringing this up because I wish I had somebody in my corner who could guide me through the path to success. And I truly believe that success leaves clues. And if you just follow the clues, you follow the person that's already done what you want to do, you're going to get there so much faster and avoid all of the mistakes, all of the roadblocks, all of the fuck-ups that I had to face, because I can just give you the knowledge and experience and the wisdom that I've acquired doing the thing that you want to do. Okay? So if you do want my personal help getting to 10K a month and beyond, just check out the first link below this video. And the final thing I'll leave you off on is, if you did find this valuable, please just share it with a friend. This video took a long time to put together, but I know it's going to be worth it because I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to change their damn lives by going through this video. And again, all I ask is that you share this, because I want this to reach as many people as possible, because I know how much it would have helped younger me when I was first getting started. So that being said, that's this whole video. Again, if you want more information about working with me directly, check out the link below this video. It will be in the description. And I hope this video was valuable. Thank you.